Her friends and her mom hate me. Down there, baby, you cry, baby. Niggas, these niggas want to do the cry, baby, so we gonna do the cry, baby. Wink, 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 wink. Cry, baby ass, goddamn dude. Let's hear it. God damn it. That ain't the baby, that's my baby. Oh. No, they do the cry, baby. Come here. Oh, yeah. Key, Jazz, go. Action. Cry, baby asses. Crying every time. Let me grab this link and we're gonna get it popping. I'm gonna still be sewing, filing this shit over here. Okay, it's my fault filing some shit that I didn't check out first, but it's okay. It gonna get done. I might have to do some adjustments. I don't know, but what I'm gonna do is grab this link. Okay, let's see, copy the link, and then we're gonna share it. Y'all able to come up and we're going to get straight to it. I saw 2 hot people on that goddamn panel, so I know it's going to be hot over there, okay? That would be both Cynthia G and what his name? The one who opened the school but didn't open the school, but opened the school but didn't open the school. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay? His ass bought a school right here in Delaware. His whole plan was all fucked up. So I don't know why anybody thought he was going to really open the school. Like, he had no credentials, no nothing. You know? Umar Johnson, that's right. Umar. So I know it's going to be something, it's going to be hot conversation. As soon as I saw him up there looking all mean and shit, Cynthia G looking like she ready to go and ready to party, and his ass looking like he ready to die or kill somebody. Okay, what's going on? Choco Kitty, Kira, who's on the panel, by the way, Southerner. We got Silent. I know she was going to come to the show for this one. Yeah, man. Letitia, what's going on? We got Relax in the house. You want to say something before I go back to Sharon? Kira?
Oh, no, let's get into it.
Okay, wait, let me pin the link before man, because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna just be something, you know, it's gonna be, let me escape all this shit over here. I don't know what the hell all this shit is over here. And this what a chat, man. Okay, let me pin it and then we can get to it. Okay, cool. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get into it. What's going on, Miss Mimi? Pure deflection on real answers. Well, we're gonna see what the answers is, because I haven't heard it. All I heard was one person say something that was quite well, fictional, non-fictional. I don't know.
You can call it what it is, a lie.
A whole lie. Don't make no sense. Just a whole lie. Okay. Let's see. I gotta come here so I can share more. Share screen. First, well, let me give you a co-host. Okay, now we're gonna share the screen. with options. No, okay. Okay, share sound. Okay, and now I have to find it. See, where did it go? Did I knock it down earlier? Don't remember, but no matter. We'll just do it again. So what was it called? Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay, we're gonna rewind it a little bit, everybody. Okay. Fair use, and here we go.
Hi, how are you guys doing? I'm glad to be here again. I'm ready to go.
Let's look. She excited. She was like, "Yeah, let's do this, baby. Let's do this."
Go then. I'll do exactly what you tell me to do, and that would be go. Now, this question may seem rather odd and unusual for the title of this show alone in terms of is there a war against Black men? But the question is always asked here on The Business of Being Black because, well, it is the business of being Black. So why should Black people care if there is a war on Black men or not? Cynthia, you kick it off.
So I first want to say there is a war on Black men by other Black men. And for that reason, I do think that we should care. I think that the perception of who's going to war against Black men is going to determine where our energy is directed. And I think it's counterproductive to focus on the group of men who are terrorizing the Black community simply because they're being bullied. There's no war against them by other people. They're being bullied by other groups of men. So that's why we should care.
Dewan, why should we care as Black Americans if there's a war out on your kind, being Black men?
We should care because Black men are the breadwinners of our society. And what we've seen, especially over the last 50 years, is the jobs that Black men specifically take have been taken away to other countries or put back into prison, which has then affected the whole family, which caused the so-called war on Black men, like Cynthia G just said, happens when Black men fight each other. That happens when the economy is destabilized. And you destabilize the economy through destabilizing the foundation of Black men's income to ability to earn income. So that's where the war on Black men is right now.
Hope. Why?
He said a lot. So if what he's saying is true, then why aren't other men affected by the destabilization of the economy?
Exactly. If that really did happen, then it would affect everyone, not just Black men.
Right. That's what I have to say to that. It sounds like he's gonna have a lot of excuses. A lot of excuses why there's gang violence, murderers and killers killing each other and shit like that. Oh, we'll see. Fair use, here we go.
Why should Black people care?
We should care simply because when Black men are not happy, Black women can't thrive, and then the Black household and Black families don't flourish. I think that as long as Black men feel attacked, they're always going to turn that back where they feel like they have the most power and honestly say so, which is the Black family. Oftentimes that energy that we pour into who is doing what to other people is then neglected within our own Black men, and then they cannot thrive as fathers, as nurturers, as caretakers, as heads of the household. But they can only do that if we acknowledge that there's a problem outside of us.
Dr. Umar, you, my sir, are a Black man. Why should I care about a war being waged against you?
If you care about the future of Black people, then you naturally have to care about the destiny of Black men. When you look at most of the pathology in the Black community today, from Black on Black crime, to single female-headed households, to poor academic outcomes, to unemployment, much of that is due to the war against Black men. So if we want to survive and thrive as a Black family and as a Black community, we have to implement solutions for Black men.
So Cynthia G says that the war is waged against Black men towards Black men. So everything that you just listed, Cynthia would suggest that that is the fault of the Black man on his own.
And I would disagree with that. All of the problems that Black men have were introduced by the white power structure. We do not control the school system. We do not control the criminal justice system. We do not control the economic system. All of the problems that we struggle from were introduced by the white power structure. Black on Black crime is a byproduct. It is a second-hand influence of the white power structure against Black males. Stress, depression, fatherlessness, unemployment, miseducation, lack of economic opportunity. These are the ingredients that contribute to Black on Black crime. You cannot do an effective and accurate analysis of Black on Black crime until you first do an effective and accurate analysis of white on Black crime.
Cynthia G., you say what?
I say this is the typical Black community's dishonest. I'm going to blame everything on everyone outside of the Black community and ignore what Black men are choosing to do. The reality of it is the system is not making Black men do anything. Whether Black men have schools where they can send their boys to is up to them. Whether Black men just choose to educate themselves so that they're qualified for positions that will give them the income they need to support their families, that is on Black men. Nobody's forcing Black men to walk away from their children. Nobody's.
What do I have to say so far? I played it too much. God damn. So Dr. Umar says, he says that it's white people's fault, essentially. And she's saying, nah, that's not true. That white men didn't stop you from being fathers, especially today. I can see if you want to talk about how it was in the 90s, right? 90s, 80s. But we're stopping Black men from looking at themselves and stop doing what they're doing. Like right now, more than ever, we seem to have more people getting on drugs. They legalizing shit and people running to it like, yeah, I can do this freely now. Instead of trying to figure out, how to fix the community. What you think about that?
Yeah, you got that right. They don't have any excuses now, but I was a kid in the 90s and they didn't have no excuse then either.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go, y'all. Fair use.
Forcing Black men to murder Black women every 5.5 hours. Nobody's forcing Black men to abandon their children, publicly display how they don't like or care about their children. No one's forcing Black men to do anything. And I think it's a great disservice to pretend that someone is forcing Black men to do things rather than to put the accountability where it needs to be, which is Black men. If they have an issue with the system, they should have addressed it a long time ago. You don't get to complain that you don't have any power in a system that you didn't fight to have power in. You fought for assimilation. You did not fight for equality. That is on you. I think we're making excuses at this point.
Dwan?
And I would like to say,
Go ahead,
that,
Dr. Umar.
briefly, that Lyndon Baines Johnson had commissioned a Kerner Commission in 1967-68 to investigate the causes of the 1967 Red Hot Summer. As you know, there were more race riots across America in 1967 than any other year since 1919. Led by Newark, New Jersey, and Detroit, Michigan. The Kerner Commission were experts in criminology, sociology, education, politics, and etc. They produced a book that is, I believe, at least 500 pages that details the reasons why those riots took place. And according to the president's own commission, the problems that exist in the Black community were created by the white power structure, maintained by the white power structure, and enforced by the white power structure. So Cynthia G's position is totally inaccurate and has been refuted by expert testimony coming from the Kerner Commission itself. And I would also say, good sister, that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated One of the reasons Dr. King was murdered is because the Kerner Commission was released, which would have gave Dr. King all the ammunition he needed to lead his breadbasket campaign. Even the white power structure admits that the problems black men face were introduced by the white power structure.
And to go on top of that, to bring further evidence that Dr. Umar, what he's saying is right, we can go back to 1967 in South Central LA. There was one murder, look it up. There was one murder in South Central LA in about an 18-month period between 1967 and 1968. Why? Because there was adequate resources. UCLA was bringing black people in for free. When it came down to it, jobs were plentiful. And when black people were adequately resourced, you didn't see black men killing each other. So when we talk about, this thing that's going on, it's not that anyone is forcing black men to kill each other. That's not what nobody's saying. There's a cause and effect relationship between everything. And we're talking about having a full cause and effect, full on viewpoint of what's going on. What's the cause? What's the effect? When you live in a violent society that murdered its way to make a country and goes around the world enforcing murder, what's going to happen in that country is similar to what's going to happen outside the country. So we got to look at that. And when we talk about black men killing each other, it's just a handful at the end of the day. When black men interact, 99.9% of the time, the interactions are positive or neutral.
Well, then you don't have an argument for the system because the whole system isn't doing anything to you. It's just a handful of people, right? But I wish we could get out the 1960s and jump into 2022. I feel like this is also another way for black men to gaslight because they know they have done absolutely nothing. Even if you are complaining about the system and the Kerner Commission and all of these policies, you failed to do anything about them. It is your failure to address the issue as men that have these problems going on. You can say it's only a handful of black men killing other black men, but the reality of it is you don't have the same energy when you're talking about police shootings of black men. Then you act like the entire police department, every last one in every single state is doing something to you. But now when it comes to black men terrorizing the community, making the community unsafe, killing black men, women, and children, now you want to go to, oh, it's only a few of them. Be that as it may, the bottom line is the issues that black men are inflicting on the community are issues that we should be focusing on.
I want to get Hope in on this real quick. Hope?
I mean, the fact of the lack of elevation and evolution that we see in these arguments are my biggest issue. Once again, we're back in the 1960s when we should be having, like Sin just said, a current conversation. Currently, black men are not being held at the fire and said that if you don't provide this or if you don't show up in this way, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to your family. Y'all just are not showing up. And then when
Wow, man. I like when they say stop going back to the 60s, stop going back to the 1919s, and God damn, they're going back way 100 years.
Exactly. They were either kids or they weren't even alive back then. While they over there clinging to something that more than likely didn't even happen to them. Personally.
Right. I wasn't even born when Martin Luther King was assassinated. Okay. I said that a couple of days ago during the stream, and people was talking about what happened with Martin Luther King, and they making it seem like it was something that happened that they saw happen, you know? I'm like, dude, I wasn't even born, and I'm older than you. So the people that they like to reference, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X was killed years before even Dr. Martin Luther King. What his name was? Whatever his name was, okay, killed right in front of his children in his front yard. Yeah, this was years before I was born. So what do these men have to say about today, as they online openly say they don't give a shit about the community? And so when they now hear women say, well, you are the danger, you are the danger. They get angry at that. But they're the ones who say, fuck the community. Okay. Anyway, that's cool. I like to hear what Hope has to say.
you're asked to be held accountable to these things. You say things like, well, back in this time, and when we tried to do this back in a couple of years ago, half of y'all weren't even around when those things were, put into action. And then when you found out about them, instead of bringing them back to the forefront to see if they would work for you in this day and age, you just talk about what didn't work in the back, on the back end of things. I think that a lot of the times you all find it a lot easier to gaslight us into believing that we're the problem so that you can have more time to figure out what the solution is, but that's not the solution anymore. We figured out that that doesn't work, and you trying to buy time in the system is not going to help anybody, and especially not the Black communities that you say that you love.
Let's bring it
Before
to
we go
today.
to break, hold that thought, Dwan. Before we
Okay.
go to break, I do want to take up for my Black brothers here. The CDC reports that Black men show up to their families more than any other race in this country. Black men are taking their children to school. Black men are playing sports and doing outside extracurricular activities with their children more than white men, more than Asian Americans, more than any other ethnicity in this country. But we'll continue to talk about the war being waged against Black men when we return on Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul. We'll be back. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being Black today are Black men. Is there a war being waged against Black men? First of all, I want to see where you all stand just by a yes or no. Dr. Umar, is there? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, Mom,
Hope,
can you
is
pause
there-
it for a moment?
No.
Mm-hmm. When she asked them, is there a war on Black men and should I care? All they said was yes. They gave no reason as to why anyone else should care. All they just literally said was yes. I just realized that.
Did she ask, should they care?
Yeah, when she first started the panel, she asked everybody around. That was the first question she asked. She said, is there a war on Black men and should we care? When she got around to the men, they gave no examples as to why when other people should care. All they pretty much said was just yes. I just realized that. I was like, wait a minute, they didn't give a real answer or reason.
Mm.
And she asked for a real answer or reason. Cynthia G gave it, and the other lady gave it, but these two men, they didn't give it at all. I just realized that.
Yeah. And I'm not sure. I didn't hear her ask, should we care?
Yeah, she asked that at the end. She was like, is there a war on Black men and why should we care? And that's when Dwayne, he said that, Black men have upheld society through money and earnings. And then Umar, he said that it was because of crime that white men brought up to them.
Mm.
But neither one of them gave a real reason as to why.
Because they don't care. I've heard Dr. Umar himself kind of shoot down. It depends on who coming for him, but if a Black man coming for him, he tears him down just like they ain't nobody, So it is what it is. But my damn head is killing me. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
Dwan?
Absolutely, yes.
Cynthia G, where are you on this?
The only war is the war that Black men are waging against the Black community.
So is that a yes or no?
Yes, there is.
Dwan, if there is a war waging against Black men, do Black men have allies?
No. The only allies we have is our other, I would say we don't have any outside allies as far as any other races, no. The only allies we have are Black women who are on code with Black men.
Because I was about to be real mad. I was about to go ham.
No. Because it's a lot of Black women who are on code. I know I'm married to one. I've been with the same woman for 20 years. So I can preach, I can walk what I preach when it comes down to this. We do have allies, and the allies, the ally is the Black man, woman, and child. With this whole fight between Black men and Black women, it's like the women forgot about the kids. It's like it's this whole war going on, and it's like the kids be damned. You have people like Dr.
You jumped on me there, Dwan. You jumped on me. I don't even know how we got to the kids.
No, because we're all one. Black man, woman, and child.
Are you talking about the
She said, you got me. You talk about goddamn kids, man. The men talking about kids. I'm trying to find where she said the CDC says that Black men play with their kids more than other races of men. I need to find that. I'm just gonna see if we can find that, Cause I
Sure, we can take a field trip.
yeah, let's go see what we can find.
'Cause shoot, I want to see that too. And now I want to know, is that before or after they get out of prison?
Let's see, black men. Let's see, black men and
And I
Yeah.
noticed how he put that in there. The women forgot about the kids, but apparently the men didn't either.
Mm. The truth about black and let's see, we gotta find something that's more legit because man, they be lying. They didn't really see black men as parents.
Well, let's see, because all you got to put in is CDC, since she said CDC, right?
Yeah, she said CDC, but it should come up. I know that the black demographics, when we read that, the information was false.
Hello, everyone.
A CDC.
What up, Silent?
Hey, what's with that comment you just made? That's what I want to know. What's up?
What comment?
You just said before they get out of prison, or that's before or after they get out of prison.
I thought it was funny. Hey, some parents feel guilty for when they're away from their kids. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I was about to say because when they're not working, you know, white men can't be there for their kids like that because they're always at work, you know, working. I mean, and then black men are in prison. We can't act like they not. A large number have gone to jail and or prison. In fact, I've even heard men on my panel and other panel say that they don't even trust a man who never went to jail. At least,
Yeah, they was talking down on me because I said I've never been in jail. I've never been locked up.
Mm-hmm. But and you remember them saying that, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so there's a lot of men who never been locked up. Like hubby never been locked up. Like I went to jail. And he ain't never been to jail. Even when I went to jail, it was on some traffic ticket shit, but it still was jail. So I'm still counting as me being in jail for a couple of hours, you know. But yeah, let's see. It still was the jailhouse, man. Still with the jailhouse. Let's see.
Oh, the one you're on. Yep, that's it.
Huh?
That's the one they were talking about.
Okay. Father's involvement with their children. Let's see. Source of data.
Did they close out?
Let's see. Father's measurement of father involvement. Because when I read this, I read this. I didn't read what she just said though. I read that. Okay, let's see. The children under age 5. So this is what they were looking at: eating meals with or feeding the child, bathing, diapering, and dressing the child, helping them bathe or toilet themselves, you know, to train them, potty train them, playing with the children, reading to the children. And this, let me see. So we got to find who they're talking about. Because this says fathers. It don't say black fathers. Okay. Damn, I have a headache. I don't think I can. This shit is too small for me to try to read. Let me see. Trying to skim through. Not all men are biological fathers, and not all fathers have biological children. Okay, so they're saying that it doesn't have to be biological.
I was about to say, if you go to that plus sign, it'll make it bigger. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It don't matter. My headache is killing me. Let's see. Living arrangement. Lives with one or more children. Does not live with one or more of his children, and total. But do we see what they talking about black men at though? See what I'm saying? Let's see. Shit, what am I finding? Where they talking about race? This is too much for me right now. This must be the end because these look like the citing of information. So this must be like, okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. I see they talking about Latinos, Black or African American single race. So was it? That's 622. The only person. Okay, let's see. Look right here. That's 1,358. That's lower than everybody. Man, they telling the whole. She told a whole bald-faced lie. Man, she told a whole lie, and it's sad because when my head don't hurt, I go through this a little more. But they showed that we thought we went through this. I believe we went through this already and proved that them men were lying. And so she either must be manosphere where she just repeating what one of them said, or she is just, I don't know, heard somebody say something and she just believe it. But she need to point it out to me. Now, what does say it is that Black Demographics website, but even that, when they put the numbers underneath, right underneath the numbers, it says that the number isn't verifiable. Now, but they said the Black Demographics says that the CDC says that. And then when we come here to the CDC, we can't find where they said what they claimed they said. You see? And so.
Yeah, this thing is confusing me too because I'm reading. I'm like, what? Even in the category, it says involvement in activities with children under the age of 5 years. I'm going down. I just clicked like find like Black men, and where does it say? It says the difference was the smallest among non-Hispanic Black men, with 33% having co-residential children and 24% having non-co-residential children. It's like this is basing this off of Hispanic people that don't claim their Hispanic heritage or something like that. That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Because even in this one, it says how often fathers fed or ate meals with their children. It says a variation of Hispanic origin and race was seen in the percentages of co-residential fathers who ate meals with their children every day. Specifically, Hispanic fathers were less likely to eat meals with their children every day by 64%. Then were non-Hispanic white men 74%, or non-Hispanic Black fathers 78%.
Wait, say that again. So say that again? Or what were they saying based on what you just read? Because my head is spinning. I couldn't even comprehend. My head killing me. Did I take medicine? Let me take some. Oh, it's killing me.
Mm.
I can't think straight when it get this bad.
Oh, you need to take some medicine?
Yeah, I'm about to take it now. Ooh, cause it's getting bad. It's getting bad.
While you're doing it, I'll go ahead and read this again. It's a section that says how often fathers fed or ate meals with their children.
Mhm.
Okay, in table 2 says a variation by Hispanic origin
Wait,
and
wait, wait,
race was.
wait. You want me to go there so everybody can follow along? What page you on?
Let's see, I'm on page, I think it's page 5.
Okay. Put it up where? Is it involvement? Is it this?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Is it the involvement of activities? Wait, is it that one?
And it's scroll down for a little bit. It says how often fathers fed or ate meals with their children.
Okay, let's make it a little bigger. Listen, we're not saying there aren't any good fathers out there, but you know, we just saying that. Okay, go ahead. Let's see what they say. There,
Okay,
they
it's
have.
Hey, I'm here. I'm listening to you. I got my earbuds on.
Okay. Yeah, are you ready?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and read from the top. It says how often fathers fed or ate meals with their children. A higher percentage of fathers who live with their children under the age of 5 fed or ate meals with them daily, 72% compared with 7.9% of fathers with non-co-residential children. A higher percentage of fathers living apart from their children did not feed or eat meals with them at all in the last 4 weeks, 43% compared with 0.8% of fathers with co-residential children. Variation by Hispanic origin and race was seen in the percentages of co-residential fathers who ate meals with their children every day. Specifically, Hispanic fathers were less likely to eat meals with their children every day at 64%. Then were non-Hispanic white, 74%, or non-Hispanic black, 78% fathers.
Okay. So they saying that let me. Did I take this pill? I didn't. It's in my hand. Girl, I'm sitting over it. I'm sitting over here in
Man,
pain.
take your time, take your pill. Not, my thing is with it, I always, and it's not a either side. My thing is, how do they measure that? And I used to ask, because if you're not married and it's not documented, how did they measure how many men weren't married that was in the home? Not necessarily just the biological father, but a father figure, because a lot of people just shacked up for a lot of times. I don't know if that was a Southern thing and stuff. People lived together for years, for a long time, 10, 20 years, and never got married. Or, there was a guy around. So I know I always wonder how they measured that to some degree, because I know there was a lot of absentee fathers, but the father figure thing.
Right. And they are giving credit to stepfathers, and things like that, because they said not all fathers are biological dads, and not all children are biological children.
Mhm.
Oh, that's
Right.
true. They're also not breaking it down biologically, whether it's the biological father or a stepfather or a co-parent or uncle or someone
Right.
who's just being
Right.
viewed as a father. Yeah.
It's not just me, but I got a couple of friends. They dated women and literally was there all the way to the children were adults, and then they date, had the situation, but they know, that was never a new thing. Dating people, especially with our generation, dating someone with a child, if there was in the child life at all. Me, I was fortunate enough to have a big brother, but I do remember the small bit of influence I got from my mom, who dated a guy for 3 years. Just being around him. Sometimes I know it's longer, but that kind of stuff weighs in too. I'm just saying. But then you got the complete absentee.
Right. Oh man.
Now, see, I'm a big component. I'm a big fan of Big Brothers program, because for boys, there's more exposure to positive men. And that kind of carries a little weight, or you can, pull from that as you get older.
Right. I
And so
remember my
like that.
husband.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I remember you said your husband knew one, huh?
Yeah, I remember him saying that he had a big brother. And it was a white guy who would come and take him fishing.
Hmm.
And that's sad because his dad lived like not far, like damn here around the corner with
Hmm.
another whole family, y'all, raising them like they was his children. He ended up raising their children. He raised those children's children. And they were calling him grandpa, and he was right there with
Yeah.
them. Yeah,
What?
man. And I'm like,
And to
you
them, he
know,
was a great grandpa and dad and everything. And just
and
leave the other
everything.
ones. Yeah, them niggas be foul, Bob. That's the ones I be talking about. Boy, y'all some foul ass dudes, man. And that's even the ones I was around. Like one of them, dad is a NOPD cop, made 6 figures, but don't have nothing to do with him. Family and everything. I seen him on the force. He just always just sent a check. I'm like, man, that's just dirty, man. How you don't even want to be bothered with your kid? And it goes from a lot of different levels, all the way. They talk about Pookie and Ray Rays, but these people are middle class with middle class salaries, and I know some professionals that do that. So that was always an issue, and I could never understand that.
Man, them words look like Chinese to me right now. My goddamn head is spinning. Let's see, non-Hispanic white men aged 15 to 44 had the greatest difference between those is it co-residential children. I guess they mean the amount of men who stay in the home versus those who didn't. Let's see what they. I don't know. I'm going to read this one and get a little better. I was looking for like a easier chart, These gotta equal. Oh no, okay. It would be nice if, to hear that black men were taking care of their kids. But come on now, we know that's not true. They on here even talking about how they don't take care of their kids. They on here claiming they don't have children and they be having children, This should be sad, but
And even though let's say they go with the stats, Bob, and not for everyone. Okay, let's say you go with the stats and you consider, then you would consider taking care of your kid as paying child support. Okay, now that's not taking care of your kid. And some people tend to think, no, that's contributing to it. Taking care of your kid is more hands-on with your own child. And then making sure the financial aspect is just only a part of it. Because then when they're around you, now you're raising your kid. It's easier to see a kid twice a month on the weekend. That's easy. But I know some people rather be hands-on. But pick them up from school and stuff. I would still try to make arrangements to be around my child as much as possible, and just not focus on it. The child support aspect. Unless I do understand some dudes get crippled by that, and it's a bad deal for some fellas, and I do get that part. I've seen some guys in some bad shape after a divorce, and they were good fathers, but just in general, it's more than just paying child support.
right. Well, I am having a bad day. Shit, I was doing good. I don't know what the hell happened. Wait for this. Maybe after I ate that candy, that might be it. I ate a piece of candy.
You ain't eat one of them gummies, huh?
Oh no. Let me see.
Gummies laying around.
Let's see.
I just watched, they had a show on, they had a guy, like they got some guys with some legitimate issues other than what these dudes talking about. This guy did 5 years in jail for not paying child support and wound up getting tested and wasn't his. And he did jail time. I'm like, God damn,
Damn.
that's
How long
good.
he got?
5 years.
Damn.
Yeah,
Yeah, how
and
he do like that?
well, he didn't pay his child support. They gave him
But
5 years. And he
God
said,
damn.
right, and it was one of the DNA. I'll send it to you in the back chat. The paternity test lady, that judge,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a white guy, and the boy was 18, and he had his other son, and he had missed the court date, and then he didn't pay the child support, and they sentenced him to 5 years. He did like 2.5, 3 years. He said, I did time in jail with, drug dealers and killers and stuff like that for not paying. And then the child wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
The boy 18. And he had his other son. And the woman was saying, well, and these was a white couple. He was like, he wasn't in his son's life either. And the other son is there on his dad's behalf. He said, yeah, because I was in jail for 5 years. I'm like, damn. And the son got up, he said, he's a wonderful dad. And he remember when he went to jail. So those kind of situations are rare that need to be addressed. And during the test, it wasn't his. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, he would have known that it wasn't his from early on if he wouldn't been playing games, trying to dodge and hide.
Yeah, he was in another state and stuff, and more like a one night stand thing. So their situations is different and unique. So I want, I had to give him that. So he wanted to take the test, and she just put down something and stuff like that. But then he had another court day when he was in jail. He was in another state. So it was one of those things. He just was a one night stand deal.
But they just wasn't sure how kids were born.
Yeah, I guess. No, the thing is, he just went to jail without getting a DNA test. And he wanted the DNA test.
Yeah. Man, it's like, we know how kids are born, so even if it's a one night thing,
Right.
Men can get women pregnant with that one night thing, And it's unfortunate because even some women, I remember back in the day, the women would just take the hit. She would just, be like, I ain't really know that dude anyway. Yeah, he probably the baby daddy. What happened to Muse? You still hear Muse?
Yeah, that was Silent that dropped off. Mill's still here.
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, y'all. I was just listening.
Hey,
Oh,
Mill.
okay. Hey, how you doing?
Wow. How y'all doing?
Fine. I remember having a girlfriend, who was like, I ain't really no dude, so I'm gonna just do this one by myself. But see what happens though, when she fall on hard times and have to go get assistance at any time after that baby is born, that's when the government get involved. They come and seek men out,
Yeah, somebody got to be the daddy. That baby
That's
ain't
right.
just, there wasn't no ain't no Virgin Marys around here. Just got wound up pregnant, Immaculate conceptions. It took two.
I ain't gonna lie. I advocate for all men to get them babies tested.
Mhm.
And that
And look-
way you don't
Mhm.
have all this here stuff going on.
Yeah, this
You
day and
just
age.
don't.
And look at Dave Johnson. Dave Johnson, the ass asked me. He said, "How you know that's the kids you have are yours?" I said, "I went by the old test. My mama said it looked just like me, and that was good enough for me."
Look, that's what
went
I
by the
did my
old
grandson.
test.
I'm telling y'all that shit. When I seen him baby being born, I said, "Whoa, he look just like me."
Yep.
Right. That was enough for me. Both
Yeah.
of
Motherfucker
mine.
look
Then
just
it was
like me
just
and my
like you
daddy.
say,
I
my
said, oh
daughter.
no, that's us.
Yep, that's what I said about Leaky. I looked at him when he was born. I said, "Oh," I said, "Baby, you don't need no
Just say
DNA
that
test."
though for anybody
Yeah.
who got some doubt. Don't be waiting till them children 5 and 10 years old, man. 'Cause if you got doubt when that baby, get that test. That way you clear
Yeah,
your mind.
Right.
that's
You
And then
right.
know,
go it on and
I
then
ain't
go
never
it on
had no
focus
doubt.
on
Me, I
being a
knew my
father.
grandkids.
Yeah, then go it on be a grandfather. I mean a dad after that. Just embrace that. Take the test, embrace it. Stop bitching about it.
Yeah,
The fear
don't do all
factor
of that.
gone. That, you know, like I was telling Walter, well, shit, the babe on the way now, bro. You might as well try to go it on and be happy your dad, be a happy father now, and pass the
He
Anybody
needs
message,
to
see
you know.
call
Walter?
that woman.
That
No,
because the baby should have been born like last month, this month. That might be why we ain't seen him. He might the baby born.
I hope he, giving that woman some kind words because let me tell you, you can't stress women out while they're pregnant and think it ain't affecting that baby. They be already feeling bad, You
Right.
feel bad, your body changing, you're hurting for no reasons. And, it's just so much going on with your body when you're pregnant. At least offer her some kind words. Damn,
Well, look, one of the kids in the Facebook group called Black Fathers, just black men. It's a black men's group with, they have children, and the youngsters ask us questions. And he said, "His girl on a second baby, and she's real." She's real argumentative. We like, so the guy to chime in, listen. There's no arguing with a pregnant woman. She wins, she right. Don't worry about it. And stuff because he didn't understand the makeup of the body. And it was good to see we give each other advice, especially the youngsters. He was like, I'm trying to do everything right. And he in his early 20s, like, no, man, they just going through their thing. Just let it go. Because a lot of young men don't understand it.
And all my pregnancies, Mr. Kev, was good, except for my third one. I don't know what it is, but I ain't like the way my husband breathed. I ain't like nothing about it. And he was being so good to me, y'all. And I used to try to hold it in and pretend. But I promise you, I used to just look at him and just be like mad, like angry, like just always, as soon as he come in the room, I gotta leave the room. I'm looking at him. Like, you done did this shit to me again.
That's what one of them was saying. She act like she hates me. No,
Right,
but
that I
she
can't
don't hate
stand you energy. Ooh.
And
I think I kept that
me.
energy with him till I was about maybe 6-7 months, and then it just passed. But I'm talking about from the beginning, the first month, I couldn't stand, and it really wasn't nothing he was doing. I don't know, it was just something in my mind. I just couldn't stand him all of a sudden. So I don't know. Y'all be saying women be tripping. I think we really do. We don't notice it until we are out of it.
Yeah, but that's just the way it is. And the sooner young men understand that, the less they'll be, worried about some horror stories of, not getting along and stuff. Some stuff temporary. And I wish I'd have known that as a young man while dating. And we starting to learn more and more about each other. So,
women, we try to make it up. Because after I had my baby, I think I was trying to be so nice to him and what you want to eat, baby? Because I used to be thinking about the stuff I used to, be looking at him.
Well, see, Mule, you was never held accountable.
Oh, Lord. But look, I'm being held accountable now by strangers.
I'm just talking about the other show.
Yeah, Mr. Kim came and hollered at me. Bob. They holding me accountable, Bob, for you. I gotta be. I gotta be held
for being
accountable.
on your panel, Bob. They were like,
"Better not catch me back over here. They my daddy now."
I think that's some shit, man.
I said, "You gonna catch me Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? You ain't gonna catch me during the week. During the week, I be working." Shit.
Now you're gonna start getting haters even more than you had before.
She already got them. Trust me. I don't understand that shit. That's some weird stuff. Where these people, not trying to be religious, but some of these people is real religious. But do you know the age that a child carry their sin based in the Bible? It's 12. Do you know in Judaism the reason why the boys have a bar mitzvah at 13 is because now they carry the weight of their own sin. It's the official. The before then, their sins is on their parents, right? Really, their sins is on their father. That's how it is in the books. How these people is Hebrew Israelites? How y'all got all this religion in y'all? And y'all don't know that this boy don't even supposed to have his own sense in y'all religion till he 13. Everything he did before then went on his
Some
name.
people have a religion for convenience.
It's all bullshit. I'm telling you, people don't even believe in God. Them people they don't really believe in none of that. All they want to do is hold women to them bullshit
You're talking about the conscious
archaic
group?
standards. They just want to hold women to bullshit that happened thousands of years ago. That's it.
If they feel that way, let them get the passports and go back to the motherland and try that shit, over there. They can roll back to Africa. And I always tell them, man, we live in the West, man. The women get to do what they want. They got rights, they got a voice and stuff like that. You not go. How you want these people to go all the way back to biblical time?
They don't want us in they want us in slavery. But if I gotta be a slave, nigga, I'm bringing you to slavery with me. We both gonna be in some slavery. They got a woman who say her name is pro-white male leadership. I told a lady, we had that for over 400 years. Crazy. They got some crazy people on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I've encountered her. I saw her on the panel. Oh yeah, she's something else.
Girl, that lady was telling me that I don't need no black man, ma'am. I already have one. It was like I need to get rid of my black man now. God damn. Y'all say some of the most dumbest shit on YouTube and think y'all profound. She said we need white men to lead the black women. Didn't we have white men leading all us at one time? That wasn't a good thing though.
Yeah, it wasn't that black men were leading the other. It was a side by side thing, a support thing. Well,
I don't know.
They be having their own different type of history.
Pro-white, we gotta get us some white men to lead us. God damn. Why we can't lead our damn self? That's why we in a sorry state. Everybody looking for a damn leader. These people crazy.
Yeah, we get appointed a leader. This is a black leader. Like, damn, we don't know him. Never met him in our life. That's one thing about this country. Jesse Jackson is black leader. For who? I said, why we always get appointed? They tell us who our damn leaders are.
They always say some shit.
There's always a preacher, or entertainer. Somebody we never had nothing in common with, met, or even know nothing about. But we get appointed leaders.
You know what I don't like? Why I gotta agree with everything Mr. Kev say for me and Mr. Kev to be cool?
Who said that?
That's how YouTube working now. If I have a disagreement with you, we can't be cool. If I don't think exactly like you, what is wrong with these people? You can't have an individual thought. And I used to think women
me
was
and Mom
weak-minded.
definitely don't agree on everything. We went back and forth a couple times, but it's just the way they do it. That's why I had to tell Dave Johnson. I said, man, look, you got to understand something, bro. When y'all come with all that vulgarity and shit like that, you know what kind of attention you bring in. When they react to you, then they're disrespectful. They got enough women to deal with women issues. Why they got to report to y'all or be held accountable to y'all?
I'm about to be held. None of them. People crazy.
Yeah, good question, Mr. Kev.
Yeah, for y'all, for what? The women can work their stuff like man, and I always tell them, man, the women to work their own thing out. They got enough YouTubers that address it. The women can address each other now. They don't need you niggas.
I wouldn't even have a woman trying to what are you talking? Hold me account on YouTube?
Yeah, hold accountable. Yeah, what?
Girl, you better go sit your ass down. I'm
I
grown,
said the women
grown.
to figure that out. All the trans thing, the women to figure that out. You know, y'all to get that straight yourself. Y'all intelligent enough for that. All that education to kick in and y'all go work. They don't need what y'all. They don't need y'all banging on the baby mama. They know that. They got cousins. They don't have to confess it to y'all. For what? Y'all ain't coming with no solutions. Cause y'all
But
want to
this is my
admit,
thing.
y'all,
I'm not
we
gonna
gotta
bang
come
on
on
the
here and
baby
let's see it.
mama and she's
Right,
staying with the kid. You know what I'm
right.
saying? She don't want, she facing her accountability. She got her reality. She got
Every
her babies
morning.
every day, every morning and every night. She got her
Right.
responsibility. You know what I'm saying? They got some warped imaginations. Like she ain't being held accountable. I'll be there. She ain't drop them off at the fire station.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
What
I'm
is
saying. If
wrong
she's
with
taking
these
care of the
people?
kids, what more accountability does she need to have?
Right.
Oh
And see,
Lord,
some of
it's
these
funny.
guys grew up with single parent mom and working class single parent moms like mine did. Well, you know your mama carried the full load, dog, and you won't. We got it. I mean, you know that shit was easier. You know what was easier, sending a check or carrying the full damn load of everything. Which one you would choose? Because if the men was gonna choose that, then y'all be in court fighting for custody of your kid, full custody. And they're not applying for that. So that tells you there.
Guess what? I don't understand some of the thoughts, you know. I mean, I don't know how you hold somebody accountable who got their kids, who raising it. You don't think you
Yeah,
being held
yeah,
accountable?
the one that's actually raising the child.
You know, stupid
The one
shit.
that,
That,
bring it to the doctor's office and to the school and all that kind of stuff there every day. You gonna hold her accountable. You don't think she's living in her accountability?
the one who job threatening a fire because the child got the flu or the child sick or I got an appointment for the child. Oh Lord, your baby sick again? Yeah, what I'm supposed to do? Not go, not stay? Hey, look, that shit could be stressful as a mother. You know, Mr. Kev, you know, it's just too much.
I would really like to know. Really like to know what the number is for the average male, the overall average of what child support actually costs. And then I'd like to see how much the average black male has to pay in child support. Those would be some good numbers to figure out.
Yeah, how come they ain't got those stats floating around?
Right. See, that'd be good because see, men like to respond to numbers since we go use collective. I don't really get into the gender war thing, but as a collective, okay, as a collective, of black males, how you doing, sweetie? Pay so much in this amount as a collective, then there shouldn't be no complaint about whatever the bill is. And as a collective, I think we probably pay enough for daycare. And I do, you know what I'm saying, as far as the amount of money going. I don't think they think the numbers are as high as they think it is. Because you
Yeah,
may
daycare
pay
ridiculous.
I'm sure somebody numbers the scary as hell to me in Louisiana if you say, guys say I pay with damn near $1,700 a month in child support or $2,500 a month. Well, okay, well, you live in New York. In
Exactly.
Louisiana, and then when you go through the South and and then based on your job, I think there should be a limit to where a guy can still have a living. It's the guys that get the divorces and stuff or whatever, and marriage folks, but just the basics paying child support. If you put that to the daycare alone, I'm sure that's just about the average of what black men as a collective might pay for daycare. It may cover daycare. And maybe
I
some
don't
brothers
really
would be
know
at
about
ease.
how much they pay, but I will tell you this years ago, back in the 90s, I was in the grocery store, y'all. I have a cousin. He used to always brag, I pay child support. She put me on child support. But one day I'm in Winn-Dixie and I see his children mom. He got 2 sons by right. And why she was talking to me. And I said, well, don't play my cousin like that because I know he pays child support. Why this woman pull out some checks? Well, one of the checks was for $11. One of the checks
Right.
for $13 child support check.
Right.
I was
And
like,
see, if
I'll
we
be
averaging,
damned.
if we have a middle class salary for black men and we averaging about 40,000, let's go ahead and factor what the percentage of child support will come out to 40,000. And then add that to Koja idea of who got to pay for the health care if she got benefits.
That's about
Co-
$500 a month.
Right. See, that ain't even daycare.
And
And
that's
that's reducing. Yeah.
right.
Hey, Mel.
That's including the hey everybody. That's including like a man that makes $820 a week at about $43,000 annually. He's going to pay like $500 a month average.
Mhm.
I was just looking up some of these perspectives. They're from
Yeah.
2021.
See, in that range, that's reasonable. You know, that's still
Yeah,
reasonable.
yeah,
And,
that's
and the
reasonable.
reason why it is reasonable, even if you got a low paying job, is because you still got enough time to get a second job or, work on your own thing. The parent, the custodial parent don't have that kind of time, because she has to be with the child. Like my situation, I have a CDL. Easily, if she was with her mom, I can go out there and make 100,000. 60,000. I hit the road with devastating, make 60,000, 40, 60,000 real good, which is over middle class living for a black person.
Yeah.
Just in general. So that's a middle class. I can do that now because I got more free time. The custodial parent don't have that luxury at all. And
And
some of them
time
still work
is
2
money.
jobs. Yeah, and then some still work 2 jobs and still got the razors. So they got to have some kind of compassion on that.
And
end.
it's really not good for a single parent to work 2 jobs. I know some people,
It opens
find
too many
themselves in that.
doors.
Yes, it's really, and that's the problem. What I hate when they blame parents for everything, because let me tell you, I have friends that did it, and I used to always be, really, thinking about what's going on with their kids when they,
Mhm.
because you really not raising them when you're working 2 full-time jobs. I hate
And
to
we
tell
only talk
people that.
about kids. We ain't even talk about infants yet. That's 24/7 at a drop of a dime. So
Their
they're not getting
attitude
that.
is take them over to my mama and them.
Right. Or my
You know what
aunt,
I'm
my
saying?
sister.
That's right.
Yeah.
They don't look at it as the mother's sole obligation to look after their child. They just make assumptions that, oh, just take the child over to your mama and them, or my mama and them. They are buying rims or whoremongering somewhere, and they just tell them to take their own child somewhere else.
Well, the thing is, they're
They can't be
spending
bothered.
time. It ain't even the money. They're spending too much time somewhere else where you got to be a lot more hands on. Just sending a check or that 500, like you said, a month. Okay, that's just covering daycare. That ain't raising a child. You still now you paying. They think that's taking care of their child, sending a dollar amount. No, you still got to get them every weekend on your own.
That's what I'm saying. When they have time off work, for instance, most people get like maybe 2 days off a week at work.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even spending 1 day
Right.
with that child. 2
So
days
that's why I
off
tell
per
them
week,
you're not taking
and
care
they're
of
not
them.
even
You're
spending
not.
1 day with that child, and that's how they roll. They're content with that once a month, and you, to be honest with you, oftentimes they take them over to mama and them's house. You know what I'm saying? And
I
it's
won't
just
come around for a birthday when they can impress the child. You got to. My advice in the Black Fathers group is whatever you do, even if you're not living, just always just spend time with the child, even as an infant. Just keep them for the weekend.
and it's an important part of brain development. The younger they are, that they should bond with you. And a
Right,
lot of
because
people don't believe that. They think that,
right,
oh, I'll get them when they're old enough to catch ball or something. They wait until the child is useful.
right.
And by then that child they haven't really developed the kind of
Right.
bond you
And
would
you
think
wouldn't
they
worry
have.
about if another man around. That child know who their father is. because they looked at you. You know, like you were saying, they take in your facial structure. You know, they do it with the mother first, but that's who you are. They're attached to you like that.
But there, some reason, even mothers that abandon their children, for some reason, those children, they still love their mothers.
Mhm.
In comparison to the fathers, there are children that they don't even consider their existence.
I did not with mine. I mean, I just didn't know him. It
Right,
didn't, even when he died, I only met him once when I was a teen. So, and he had two
right,
other sons. So it is what it is for me. My brother
correct,
needed that guy, but he was the oldest,
correct.
so it affected him more than me.
Yeah.
But it was one of
I
those
think
situations. Sometimes it's better that we didn't know him.
Maybe right. That's something that's not really discussed too. Like, are they
Right?
doing the child a favor having gone to jail? Like, because I've
Right.
heard somebody say that about a woman who was just always complaining about her child's father being in jail, and the guy said, "Did it ever occur to you that he probably did you a favor?" You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, that was deep right there. I was like,
Mhm.
okay, that's one way to think about it. He was like, think of all the strife. If he can't keep his dumb ass out of jail, just think of all the strife and confusion and chaos and
Mhm.
misery he would have
and the
caused,
bad influence that he would have
and the
been
bad
putting on them
influences
kids.
that he would have caused in you and that
Right.
child's life. Maybe he did you a favor by,
Yeah.
being
See, now my
incarcerated.
mama
I was
probably knew
like,
that, but she
damn,
would have
that's
never
deep.
said nothing. Yeah. She would have never said nothing. She never said nothing negative about him either. But my
That's
brother,
good though.
yeah, no, my mama never talked down on him. It was a situation when he went to jail. Of course, he was already a bad boy, but he went to jail. I had a stepbrother. He went to jail because he took a gun from a dude and killed him. And that was his second charge, so he got life in that. But he already had a criminal history. So they're like, well, yeah. My mom thing was at least I kept him from this crazy ass nigga. You know. So she
Mhm.
just raised us on his own. She never told him anything. They were married, and I have two younger stepbrothers, but she never said anything negative about him because at that time, when she did tell me about it, she said, "Well, the thing was, the guy actually went up to your dad's car while your little brother was in the car and pointed a gun at his head and was started talking. Your dad took the gun from him and shot him and killed him, and then
Wow.
waited for the police." So they was trying to, the church and stuff was trying to keep it because it was a self-defense thing, but they wound up giving them that kind of time anyway. So I'm like, okay, well, I can understand that.
Look, y'all, Queen Aries in the chat says she should have done herself a favor and not been fucking with that nigga. It's on her. It's on her. Well, I don't know whether or not she knew he was gonna commit crime or is a criminal.
Oh,
I
my
don't
dad, my
know.
mom, my mom
I
knew
don't,
that nigga was a bad boy.
yeah, I don't know if she knew he was like that type of guy. I don't know.
Mm,
I just knew that he was there,
he was the bad boy.
and she was always,
That's like when
repping.
when Virgil, y'all, when the witness was up there and she was talking about her Mexican lover, and she was talking about he fell in love. He fell in love with that bro. I said, I saw it coming. You should have chose better. They always say you should have chose better. This nigga when I went in her closet and fell in love with the damn bro. Girl, I'm weak last. Not the mom. The mom had hair.
Yeah, relationships are very, very, very tricky. Like how two people get together and they have unprotected sex, which leads to making children. In case anybody forgot, it's amazing how people just forget. Like Mom had said earlier, it's like, oh, you forgot how babies are made, huh? It's almost on that level. It's almost as if people lose their mind when they get horny enough and they start, doing a grown folks dance. They forget. Unprotected sex creates pregnancies. Like what?
Mm-hmm.
They don't be thinking about that when at that time, at that moment.
I don't understand how they
In all
cannot.
honesty,
I don't understand how
I've
they
dated,
cannot be thinking.
You and me both, Mella.
I
I've
don't know how
dated
they don't
That's
need to
one
do.
more
big ass
responsible women.
responsibility.
Yeah.
I
I
know,
dated
right?
responsible women. They were on the pill. They wasn't thinking of pregnancy. And I always tell dudes, I say, man, they got a lot of women. They ain't thinking about getting pregnant for you, you know. But the women I dated was responsible because other than that, I probably would have made a child a long time ago. But they were in school and stuff like that, so they wouldn't think. They were thinking long term and stuff. So they
And a lot of these people sleep together because they like each other. They have unprotected sex because they like each other in that moment. As soon
Mhm.
as it turns out that a pregnancy has resulted, all of a sudden they all kinds of dirty names to each other. As if they didn't know that raw sex equals pregnancy.
well, they're different people.
It baffles me. You know.
I don't know why.
I had to tell one of my daughters what y'all thought was gonna happen.
What did you think was gonna happen?
Told her what y'all thought
And
was gonna
then
happen.
there's only so many days in a month that a woman is actually ovulated. That's even more tripped out. I think it's like 5 days out of a month that a woman is actually ovulating.
It's 7,
So-
7 and 5, which is hilarious. That is funny.
So they
but
couldn't
it
even
only
wait
5
a
days,
week.
but it's like
They couldn't even wait a week or check a
Well,
calendar.
the thing
Come on now.
with mine is okay. They start living together. Okay, what you think eventually gonna happen if somebody taking pills? What y'all thought was gonna happen? You know, it's like that because you together now. Y'all moved in. When the baby coming next? You know, so I was like, oh, what y'all thought was gonna happen? Well, I wasn't planning to have the baby. I'm like, what? Have a baby. I'm like, oh, getting pregnant. Okay, what y'all thought was gonna happen?
But this is weird now because now today children want to get married and still don't want to have no kids. I think that what y'all think would happen? I really see.
I don't know. Mine don't want to get married.
They get a pet dog instead. You right. They get a pet dog and
I
call
got
it a day.
2 kids right now, a son and a daughter who's engaged, and none of these people, all 4 of them, swear to God, they would never have a child.
They
you know
do
what I
not
told
wanna
them?
have
Y'all ain't
children.
both getting
They
married
don't.
next year. And y'all, one of y'all 5 years from now, hormones gonna change and say, I want a baby now. Is that gonna cause a divorce? Y'all gotta be realistic about this. Y'all sitting up here saying all this
These
in
young
y'all
people don't
20s.
want to have children.
I just
I
hope it
think
don't
it'll
backfire
change.
on them.
I
I think it's gonna change, but what if it don't change for both? That's the thing. Y'all got to be on having some kind of talks on that because I don't know. You're right, Mella. These people want to get a dog and that's their life.
Yeah, I'm starting to see people act like they dog their children now. You know, like I'm like, okay, here now it's getting ridiculous. That was usually old white
They
folks.
love their pets. They are
It's like
convinced
this
their
shit getting
pets
ridiculous now.
are a
We going
suitable
too far
replacement
west
for
line.
children. They are convinced.
All right, like what? No.
I mean, these people got a house, they got investments, they have careers, they are married, and they are content with having dogs as their children. Okay.
That's
Right.
what
And they
these
got
2
like I
people
know
want to
one
do.
go out
I
of
don't
town and
understand
hire
that
a
shit.
dog sitter to come to the house and babysit the dogs. I'm like, okay, that's a real thing.
The dog got
You
a
know?
trust fund. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you, my son, my son fiance, she got a dog. When she go to work, she dropped the dog off, y'all, at doggy daycare.
Yeah.
Doggy daycare. They sure got those businesses are popping
Because
up everywhere.
her dog get lonely at home by his.
Ain't that something?
I ain't never heard it.
I don't know how we get there.
And the dogs would tear up your house. They be lonely. Our dogs used to get mad when we leave, and when we come back, she would tear the house apart until we had a second one.
Doggy daycare.
And then, if you ever had a dog and it was your time of the month, the damn dogs would go through the trash can to grab whatever I put in the trash can. Them damn dogs, man.
Oh, I used to hate when they do this, especially when you got to chase them around the house and they be trying to sneak by. You be in the kitchen minding your business. You be like, wait a minute, I see something at the corner of my eye. You quickly snap your head and you see them in the trash, like, hey, running around, give me that.
Them dogs. I love them, but I wouldn't have never paid no goddamn nobody to be watching them every day like a daycare. Shit.
I wish I would.
I know that's right. Shit.
Them people be making money for
I
real.
got a daycare all right in my backyard.
I know that's right.
When I leave, the dogs go into the yard.
And then they got people to walk their dogs.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Dog
Mobile
walkers.
walkers.
Yep.
Well, I can understand that if you live in like apartment complexes in major cities, and you know somebody got to walk your dog outside of the apartment. I do understand that.
I think you can
And
walk
you're
your
right
dog
though,
in the
because they do
apartment,
live in apartments. So maybe,
Right.
you know,
They
but
live in these
still.
skyscraper high rises and stuff like that. I mean, dog walkers is a thing because they got to exercise. You're supposed to walk a dog twice a day or something. But it just became a business. There's money to be made and stuff that people don't want to do.
If you get the right clients, they tip you. They tip really. It depends on what type of,
Oh, they got
client
businesses
it
that do that. Yes, and and look how they feel about their dog. They trusted somebody. They love their dogs. They really love it. Whether we do understand it or not, but they really feel like the dogs are part of their family. And they, entrusting the dogs to you. So yeah,
Look,
they don't
I
mind
got
paying for
dogs,
that.
but guess what? They ain't part of my damn family. I mean, I like them, but I ain't about to play
People
like they
love
one of
them.
my kids and shit. No.
Yeah, I'm not into dogs being in the house. Like that's not my thing.
It's like when I had to make the decision for the first time when I was evacuating for Ida. Okay, I got the dog here. The daycare, the dog. Now I got to go get. The power was out for 6 weeks, so I got to go get hotel rooms. Now we ain't rolling like I could get the hotel room for the dog and us too. But fortunate enough, my cousin was there and they just stayed while the power was out and they just fed the dog and stuff like that. Other than that, that was an extra expense like a babysitter. And the kettles were kind of full, right? You got to make appointments for the kettles when there's a storm because people pay top dollar to evacuate and leave their dog in the kettle. Or the doggy hotel, whatever it is. I'm like,
man,
damn, I didn't pay for that shit.
Our dog used to get in the bed with us and shit, keep my feet warm. I ain't even lying.
I don't do none of that, Bob. I don't allow none of that. My dogs don't even play with me. My dogs ain't never even seen the inside of my kitchen.
Yeah.
Mine's outside. I got an outside.
I don't play that shit. My dog come in and go in the den and in my sunroom. That's what they better go. Because they sure can't be around me too long. They know I be fussing. I only have dogs because of these kids. Other than that, I wouldn't have no damn dogs.
Yeah, my daughter mama had 2 cats. Like, you need a baby, girl. Come here. Bam, there you go.
I like other people animals. I wouldn't have no animal at my house. Too much work, man. Too much.
I know. I just look at them and smile, and that's it. I'm like, oh, what a pretty dog. You enjoy that. I just keep walking. I don't, cause it's in this state they have it where you can't just, you have to adopt a dog. You can't just call yourself having a dog. The dog actually has to be adopted, with all, I think they gotta have the tracking, they gotta have the little tracking chip installed in their neck or whatever. It's a whole process to get a dog. There was a time when I was younger, like you could just pick up a stray. You didn't know any better, right? But
what makes
now
this list, I knew Mel was gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 40 years ago, 50 years ago, like a long time ago.
You could do that in the 90s too.
You could, yeah, you could still
Shoot,
pick up
somebody will
strays.
drop an animal off at your house.
They be
Oh,
stealing,
yeah.
and them motherfuckers be stealing dogs where we used to live. My dog that came up missing twice, and the
Oh,
only
no,
reason
they
we got his
stealing
ass,
them?
her ass, yeah. The only
Yeah.
reason we got her back is because her ass, when they opened their door and she got out, she came home. She knew where she lived at. Somebody had my dog for 2 weeks. And then one day her ass just appeared back at the house.
That dog knew where
And
she
it's-
lived at.
Yeah. And then somebody came talk about, oh, that's your dog. I said, yeah, she been gone for 2 weeks. They said, oh, well, I had her. What do you mean you had her? Well, she was out and about lost. I said she wasn't lost.
She was lost?
Well,
Did she say she was lost?
Yeah. She knew exactly where she was. She knew how to get home. That's how her ass ended up pregnant. She went looking for some doggy dick. Come back pregnant. Come back to our house pregnant. You know, got out the goddamn house and it ran off.
Yeah, they get a microchip, they get them clipped and snipped and
Yeah.
fixed.
Cancer
all types of
plans
stuff.
and all kind of shit, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing
Cat
those videos. I was like,
scans.
ooh, that's a lot of rules just to adopt. And yeah, you do have to adopt. That's what they call it. You're right, Miller.
Right, the people got to come to your house and see if the dog is adjusting
They
to
got
the
it right,
environment.
like a social worker. The dog has social
Yeah.
workers.
Right, they follow up.
They sure do. Dogs got social workers, child.
I was about to say, it sounds like CPS, but for puppies.
CPS for
Uh-huh.
puppies, baby. They because I guess it's animal control. I guess that's the idea they came up with to regulate the
Yeah.
breeding, you know,
Right, that and abuse and stuff like that.
and abuse. Yeah.
And don't forget they rescue a lot of animals, so you definitely
Those
don't want to put the animal in another bad spot.
those commercials that when I used to watch television, when you would see those abused animals on those commercials, it was just
Right.
heartbreaking.
Mhm.
Oh my God. So at the very least, they're, you know, animals are likely to be well taken care of with these new laws that they have for adopting them.
I'm looking on PBS. I'm looking at at the Texas shipping immigrants across the country to other states and stuff. Boy, these people here ain't playing.
They
Just put
real
them on
cute to
buses.
look at. I just can't. I'm just not gonna deal with it. Raising a child, that's like I'm not getting ready to raise something else, man.
Right, you didn't put your towel, do your towel in.
That's right.
Put your time in already.
And plus, I guess it's because I just don't believe in. I believe God, like God made dogs to serve the purpose of guarding a home, and
Mhm.
so that's I don't know. I was just raised that way. That's what I was raised to think. So maybe I got to open my mind a little bit more. All that snuggling up with them and stuff. I just wasn't raised to treat a dog like that. The dog was supposed to guard the home.
Yeah, I don't believe in abusing an animal. If I'm not a pet lover, I definitely don't believe in getting one if you're not gonna take care of it. Just don't get one.
Yeah, you got to take care of it as a guard dog. You know, when you got land, like lots and lots of land, you're gonna need a couple, dogs to guard your property. You're gonna need that. But if you just living in a high rise or apartment, like for what? I don't know. To each his own. They say it's for companionship. It's like, well, you can go get some friends. It's like, what are you talking about? But then
Well,
again,
these people here still come across the border in droves, boy, entire families.
What you watching, Kim?
PBS News Hour.
They coming across which border? The Mexican border?
I think it's Texas. Yeah, from Texas, Mexico, and Texas.
So much for the wall.
Yeah, you see Steve Bannon going, he just got arrested for the fraud for, collections for the funds to build a wall. It was a fraud case. He just got arrested for that. So that's almost like the 11th or 12th person that was dealing with Trump. And that's not his first time. He got arrested again and going to trial now. And then they got to go see what they're gonna do with BLM.
They said they got millions for that wall,
Yeah,
millions of dollars. They said they were
yeah, almost
buying
like 20
boats,
something trillion. Yeah,
big
20 something
yachts
million.
and shit. Yep.
Mhm. They were just running a scam, just raising money from their own Trump supporters.
Yeah. Listen, he bought a yacht. They was showing the stuff that he would buy with their money, and people were still sending in.
Who you talking about?
Steve Bannon, Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he gonna get convicted. He got to do some more jail time. Trump ain't gonna be able to pardon him this time. Their worst nightmare, that black sister, the sister from New York, that attorney general.
Yeah.
Queen Aries in the chat said she typed that she thought you were showing the Umar Johnson and Cynthia G debacle. I thought that video was over.
Now she stopped in the middle of it because we wanted to look up the CDC to see if what that woman was saying was accurate about Black fathers in the home.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah, so
Oh,
yeah,
Bomb, you're on
$500.
mute.
It's a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I was saying I was showing it, but we had just started, and I
Oh,
was waiting for y'all. Yeah, we was sharing talking. Y'all, we was talking about the fathers, like Kira just said. Let me know when y'all ready for me to go back to it.
Oh, I think they're ready.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I gotta see this. Okay, cool. Start to share. Hit that. Okay, cool. Let's make this bigger. Okay. Here we go, y'all. Fair use.
Kids that Black men abandon and publicly talk about how they don't want those children.
I can't speak for you. We're all one. Black man, woman, and child.
Are you talking about the kids that Black?
There, Dewan, you jumped on me. I don't even know how we got to the kids.
No, because we're all one. Black man, woman, and child.
Are you talking about the kids that Black men abandon and publicly talk about how they don't want those children?
I can't speak for your life, but all I know is my father's always been there for me. My wife's father's always been there for her. I'm there for my wife. My grandparents were there. I have married lineage. I can go back 400 years of marriages, so I don't know
Be that as it may, it's very well documented.
I was talking. When it comes down to it, there are some men that leave, and we're going to talk about the men that leave. Let's talk about a lot of men that leave because of how they were pushed out by people who were going around trying to get government benefits. Let's talk about that. If he's not there, let's talk about all these single family households that are there because somebody wanted a baby so they can get a check one day and didn't give a damn about who she had that baby with. 80% of the women having the sex with the same 20% of men. If you keep in that same loophole, you got to look in the mirror.
Well, period. I don't know, Dewan. I mean, your points are well taken.
How did I know he was manosphere with those talking points, baby? Lies. Most women having babies with 20% of the men. They really standing by that shit and they really believe it. I wonder if they really believe it or they just think we're stupid.
Wow, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what in the world is going on with this.
What you think? What you think they believe this shit or they just stupid? Or they think we stupid?
All the above. They stupid. They think we stupid. All the above. All of it. Just all of it.
It's crazy, man.
I can break that down logically. Like, first of all, if it is 20% of men, how in the world were they able to get to these women? Because that would have mean they would have either had to fly, which flying wasn't as easy to do as it is now. It was more expensive back then. So that's not true. And then they would have had to drive there, which means they would have had to have reliable cars, which again, back in the day, it wasn't really, you really didn't have to have that much of a
I did get a
reliable
few
car.
good deals with Southwest
You know.
Airlines.
Exactly. And that's even if you knew where to even find a deal back then, you would
I
have
don't,
had to
I
know
don't
somebody
understand how
back
they
then.
come up with that number either, but even then, how you gonna measure? How you gonna measure who's out there measuring how many people sleep, what percentage of people sleep, what percent? So
Yeah,
I don't know where they get that from.
Exactly. And if you got an entire gender whose basic goal is to try to sleep with as many women as they can, that number of 20%, that's going to be a lie. That number is going to be a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, it don't make no sense.
Well,
at
it's
all.
still a 20, even if that's the case, it's still 20% of the men that's just getting the women pregnant. I mean, I don't get their point when they say that. I mean, it still takes two to make babies.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, what they're talking about. They said over 50% of Black men have children. They keep claiming that only 20% of Black men have children. That's what they keep saying. By a certain age, most men have children. And then some of them have children, but not even admitting they have children, you know? It's almost like, I don't even know. It's just ridiculous, man. It's straight ridiculous.
And it's just a dishonest conversation all the way around.
All the way around. Okay, here we go, y'all.
I'm just confused on how we go from a war against Black men to women having babies by different men. It's not adding up here. Dr. Umar, help me make the math.
Well, there's a couple things. Number one, we have to make sure that we conduct a systems analysis and an institutional assessment. Communities are made up of institutions or the lack thereof. Communities are governed by systems or the lack thereof. Let us be very clear about something. This fratricide, this Black on Black crime that so many of our...
Wait a minute, I'm confused. I'm sorry. This man said communities are made up of whatever he said, and then he said, or the lack thereof. What you mean? It's almost like me saying, my name is Lavanya, or the lack thereof. Like I either have a name or I don't have a name. You know, what is he saying? What is he saying?
Yeah, I hate that gray area. They be trafficking in where it's like, okay, did you do it or didn't you? Like,
yeah,
what?
he's saying him basically saying, I did rob the store or I didn't rob the store. It's like
exactly what? Like what did that guy say? Allegedly. Yeah, that one.
Allegedly. Allegedly. Let's see what he said again, y'all.
For LA. There was one murder. Look it up.
Wait,
there was one to see Black men killing each other.
The Kerner Commission and
taking their children to school. Black men.
the war that Black men are waging against the Black community.
Black women, 20%
that so many of our brothers or the lack thereof. There's a couple things. Number one, we have to make sure that we conduct a systems analysis and an institutional assessment. Communities are made up of institutions or the lack thereof. Communities are governed
in their mind.
Damn, I did it again. He said communities are made of institutions or the lack thereof.
That's exactly what he said.
What is he talking about? Either they are or they aren't. But
in black women. Black men, many of them may choose to want a white woman. Well, there's definitely some
Relation that black men want or perceive to want when it comes to
Really care about this upholding of the black family more exotically. Adjacent.
damn it.
what black men need to be doing. When you take away the bottom need of the pyramid,
Oh, Lord, what is
everything else
going
is
on
going
with
to
this
crumble.
goddamn
And with
computer?
that being done, it's still only a few of us crumbling.
Hold
It's a
on,
whole
y'all.
lot of us winning too.
It's because of my camera.
I agree
think-
with that. I want to go ahead, Hope.
Where in the hell is
I was
it?
going to say, but it's at the expense of the black families that y'all claim to care so much about. I think that what we fail to realize is that when the black men who do have
I'm
that
not sure
platform
where
that
this
are
shit
not
at.
doing those things get on, the
Oh,
last thing that
there
they're
it
thinking
goes.
about is the black adjacency to their family. They want to assimilate to whatever whiteness, whatever things after years and years and years and years and years of trying.
jobs that they still control in many.
Adding up here, Dr. Umar, help me make the math.
Well, there's a couple things. Number one, we have to make sure that we conduct a systems analysis and an institutional assessment. Communities are made up of institutions or the lack thereof. Communities are governed by systems or the lack thereof. Let us be very clear about something. This fratricide, this black on black crime that so many of our brothers are engaging in, let us remember Irish did the same thing. Italians did the same thing. European Jews did the same thing. And in the 1930s and 1940s, the United States government decided to upgrade them to white status, and in so doing, gave the Italians control of the fire departments in the black community, gave the Irish control of the police departments in the black community, and gave the European Jewish immigrants control of the civil service municipal jobs that they still control in many city centers today. The point that I'm making, Tammy, is that America gave Southern European immigrants an economic stimulus package. Before they gave that economic stimulus package to Jews, Irish, and Italians, they were doing the exact same thing black men are doing today, selling drugs, breaking the law, running in gangs, killing one another. But the government intervened and aided them. The reason black male pathology is still going on 30, 40, 50 years later is there has been no resolution, there have been no solutions, and there have been no governmental intervention. With that being said, I'm not waiting on the government to solve the problems of black men. We as black men have to unite, come together, organize, and solve our own problems. Just because we can admit that the government introduced pathology into the black community, we can still take full responsibility for ending it ourselves.
Hope, I see you nodding.
Okay.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. Sounds like he's saying, but that's what Cynthia G was saying. Right? She's saying, hey, y'all talk about things that happened way back before we all were born, but you're not doing anything about it. And now he's saying, yeah, black men need to come together to do things. But-
Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff that since we have been born and still continuing. And see, that's what people not getting. They can't leave that out too. And it's an attack on the whole black family that never ended.
Mhm. Yeah. Anything else, anybody? Okay, right, you should go.
Yes, because I feel like when you can name all of these things so eloquently and so beautifully, and yet y'all still fail at being able to do these things after years and years and years and years and years of trying, where do we find a new solution? Because if you can't talk to each other, if the old men are scared of these new boys because they're a lot wilder than y'all were, because they're a lot more buck than y'all were, what ends up happening is I see that a lot of y'all see these young boys, and instead of addressing them, y'all are afraid of them. And so you walk away and say, well, that's their generation's problem. And it can't just be that generation's problem. Like Sin has been continuously saying, if I have to just answer the question with a yes or no, my answer is no, because the war that we're fighting for black men is the one that black men are fighting within themselves. Is it about adjacency to whiteness? Is it about being able to assimilate to that white hand? Or is it really about the freedom of black men in the black family and the black community?
I like that question a lot, Hope. I want to hang on to that question. Dewan, if there is a war against black men, what exactly is the war?
The war is to disenfranchise black men economically, because when you destabilize us economically, everything else is going to fall. We can take this back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which Maslow didn't come up with, but that's who gets the credit for it. When you take away food, clothing, and shelter, everything on top is going to crumble. That's just human science. And what I'm hearing right now are people that are saying, ignore the science, ignore what's been proven for thousands of years, and let's just focus on these black men. I don't care that everyone else has done it when they were in the same economic situation. I don't care the fact that black men don't do this when they're sort of stable. Let's ignore all of that stuff, and let's just go back to what black men need to be doing. When you take away the bottom need of the pyramid, everything else is going to crumble. And with that being done, it's still only a few of us crumbling. It's a whole lot of us winning too.
I agree with that. I want to go ahead, Hope.
I was going to say, but it's at the expense of the Black families that y'all claim to care so much about. I think that what we fail to realize is that when the Black men who do have that platform that are not doing those things get on, the last thing that they're thinking about is the Black adjacency to their family. They want to assimilate to whatever whiteness, whatever white male privilege they can get. And that's a large part of the problem. We see this happen when we look at—
I disagree.
Okay, what y'all got to say? Come on. Y'all good? And anybody got a comment?
I don't see it. I still think in terms of what you had pulled up a while ago, that most successful couples and millionaires and executives and stuff were married. Black millionaires and stuff were married to their wives a long time ago, and they built their wealth together. So I think in terms of that, when it comes to a lot of stuff like that, and I do. So, but I think it all has to do a lot of where people live and come from, because sometimes I'm not seeing what they're not seeing. I think it's a different perspective, even in background or upbringing and stuff like that, because you can read stats all day, or you could be educated and not even lived in a Black community and speak just as strong as you've been there the whole time, because you believe in the education that was given to you in school and never even been in those situations that you're literally complaining about, or seen the effects over the last generation or two. So I get it, but then listen on a little more, see what they say.
social media, and we're seeing Black men publicly proclaim the idea of loving on everything but a Black woman, wanting to have children because their eyes and their hair are going to be looser and more exotic looking. You do not see that as much in an influx of Black women as you do in Black men. So when y'all do get on, then it should be the responsibility of y'all, if y'all really care about this upholding of the Black family, to then come back to the Black communities that you come from and create those Black families and show people.
Dr. Umar, you welcomed us to the show by saying Black power. Black power. Okay. Is there some truth to the assimilation that Black men want or perceive to want when it comes to this war being waged against you?
Well, there's definitely some truth to it, but I think that truth is also evident in Black women. Black men, many of them may choose to want a white woman, but many Black women choose to look like white women. So we have to look at ourselves, and we have to recognize that the pathology is not more of one gender than the other. That's the issue I have with conversations that seek to see who is more at fault, the Black man or the Black woman. It's not about who's more at fault. We rise together or we will perish together. The Black man cannot survive without his woman, and the Black woman cannot survive without her man. And the issue that I take with my two sisters' narrative is I hear a lot of criticism. I hear a lot of condemnation, but I don't hear any empowerment. I don't hear any solutions coming from either one of them. It appears as if that there is a hatred towards Black men by those sisters. Even when they said, why are we going back to 1960? Let's stay in 2022. That is so immature and irresponsible of a statement. As a psychologist, when a client comes into my office, the first thing I perform is a history on their depression, a history on their suicide, a history on their anxiety. When you go see the medical doctor, he performs a history. When you go buy a home, they perform a history. When you go purchase an automobile, they perform a history on that automobile. But when we talk about the problems that affect Black males, we're supposed to look at it in a vacuum. We're not supposed to put it in a historical context. And with that being said, the language and the narrative that's coming out of the mouth of these two beautiful Black women is one that I think the white power structure would endorse, because it totally absolves them of any responsibility for the hell Black men catch in this country.
Cynthia G, you did say, why are we going all the way back to 1960? There is some truth to him.
You're on mute, Bone.
Yeah, what y'all think about what she said? Anybody?
Oh, well, Umar made a good point. Let's see what she's saying.
Okay, here we go.
History when it comes to evaluating anything or anyone. So what do you say to that? Hold that thought, because I only got about 30 seconds here, so I don't want you to get into it, because I know you're going to get into it good, sis, and then have to come right back out of it. You understand? So just make sure you understand the question at hand, which is about a person's history, in this particular case, Black men's history in America, and why it doesn't matter when it comes to the war being waged against them. We'll talk about that and more when we return on The Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul. Oh, we'll be back. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being Black today is Black men. Is there a war being waged against them? We left off with Dr. Umar talking about how history matters when it comes to the contextual matters of Black men having wars waged against them, a war waged against them. So Cynthia G, what do you say to historical context?
I say we should go to the historical context, because what I have not heard from Dr. Umar Johnson, or I think his name is Dwayne. Duan is what I have not heard as they're mentioning all of the things that was done to them. I haven't heard what you did in response to it. So I would like to know, what did you do in response in history other than go to the Supreme Court and petition to have access to the men's women that you're complaining and accusing of disenfranchising you? See, because in the 1960s, what Black men were really doing, and it's been documented, many civil rights leaders have admitted to it, what Black men were doing is chasing the white man's woman, trying to so-called stick it to him by way of going to their women. What you should have been doing is trying to get liberation for yourself. What you should have been trying to do is get that foot off your neck. But see, the foot is not on your neck. And the only time you recognize it being on your neck is when you want to get away with doing something that you think white men are getting away with doing. Because let's just be real. Whenever we hear about this war against Black men, it's usually being brought up when there's a Black man like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby. We see Trey Songz going through it, Ari Spears, when they engage in some degeneracy, and then they're getting a consequence for it. And Black men think that because they perceive white men to be getting away with crimes, they want to be able to get away with crimes as well. The reality is, Dr. Umar can sit up here and list all the different ways that the system is disenfranchising Black men and lump Black men in a victim boat. But the reality is, what he cannot tell you is what Black men did in response to it, because they did nothing. They laid down and they nested under the skirt of their non-Black preferences, and only to complain that whenever they commit a crime, they're not getting off like they did.
So let's find out. Dr. Umar, what have Black men done?
Well, number one, again, I think that it is such a shame, coming from a psychological perspective, that we seek to heal our wounds as a people by relying on unprofessional testimony by individuals who have a vendetta against the opposite gender in their community. When you hear Sister Cynthia speak, you can hear a hurt and a pain and a hatred towards Black men. We cannot find an effective solution to Black male-female relationship issues or the oppression of Black men or Black women when the people at the table having the conversation have emotional negative, emotional, and pathological interests in the conversation that are not.
Umar, the question wasn't
but
about my
blaming someone
emotional
else.
state. The question
Now,
was,
here's-
what did Black
excuse me,
men
I was
do in
talking.
response to
I
their
was talking. I was
disenfranchisement?
talking.
Yeah, because you're trying to pathologize
finish?
my emotional state,
May I
not knowing
finish?
that I'm a
May I
psychologist
finish?
too. But what
May
you're
I
not
finish?
doing is telling us what Black men
May I
did.
finish?
I believe he'll get there, Dr.
May I
Umar.
finish?
Dr. Umar.
And I'll end it quickly, Sister Tammy. According to Mrs. Cynthia G., Dr. King was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Malcolm X was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Medgar Evers was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Fred Hampton was assassinated because he was doing nothing. That narrative that Black men have done nothing to fight back against systemic oppression, not only against ourselves, but against our women, our children, our elders, and our community is absolutely ridiculous. The cemetery is filled with Black men, names we know and names we don't know, who gave their life for the freedom, liberation, and emancipation of African people. How can you disrespect the history of so many Black men, past and present, who continue to fight? I'm sitting in a school right now that we built with all Black money, 4 buildings that we're going to educate Black men in. It's not easy to solve our problems because there's always Black people in your very same community who's fighting against what you're trying to do to help it. But in addition to that, the white power structure is always waving its wand of oppression to try to sabotage anything we do. I think that the analysis of our women is too overly simplistic, and in being such, it is dishonest.
They've done
Cynthia.
so much. You've only listed names and not accomplishments, though.
I can list some accomplishments. Okay, when it comes down to it, what have Black men done since the 60s? We've turned around and we've gotten, we're still inventing things. We still open up businesses. Here in LA, you got Black businesses all around town. It's just that when we open these businesses up, you have a city that these Black businesses suddenly catch on fire. You have issues when it comes down to what's going on right now with one of my cousins and these abatement laws, who's built plenty of properties here in LA, managing it, but because there was some gang activity down the street, a nuisance abatement is about to get all of his properties taken. So when Black men do build things, and we build things on individual basis, you're not going to see an NBC special about what the great Black man built. When Irv Gotti, Suge Knight, and J. Prince tried to put together a distribution, they all got charges the next week. So it's not like we don't build things. When we do build things, something always ends up seeming to happening. And in spite of that, you've seen the most Black business male ownership.
What you saying? Because he's doing a lot of talking. Talking about individuals. You noticed that, huh?
Yeah, I noticed that real quick when he said you ain't gonna see no collective. It's gonna be an individual. Yeah, I bet.
Right. But they know what the question was. The question wasn't about individuals, you know, a few individuals. The question was about what
after Black men were subjugated, what did they do?
Yeah, they was dying. Yeah, they got a lot of them got assassinated. I get what Umar was saying with that one too. And then when you add up the time all the way through that, they killed them when there was ever a movement. I do understand what this guy's saying.
I get
about
that, but what about today? Are Black men being assassinated?
No, we just got, and we just got issues with the police departments for the most part.
And I think a lot of people saying that's everybody have an issue with the police department. Black women and even white people.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, citizens having a problem with the police department. We get it worse as a people, but citizens in general.
Yeah. You know, they want to control us, you know what I mean? But that's, I don't know. This conversation is just like, because nobody want to be truthful, it's hard to have, you know?
Yep. It's a circular conversation and it's annoying.
Yeah. And the men are saying they're doing so much, but then they saying everybody's stopping them. The white men stopping them, the police stopping them, Black women stopping them, the black child stopping them due to child support. You know what I mean? Like everything stopping. And so, but at the same time, they say that they're the most ones who deal with their children.
Yeah,
But
the
then
most involved fathers.
most involved father, but then the guys say, well, only 30% of the men are having children.
Only 20% of the men are
20%
having 80% of the
of the
kids.
children. Right. That's ridiculous. So they most involved fathers, but then they not really having children. It's just all across, it's all over the board. Okay, here we go. Fair use. This is a good conversation, though. Good conversation. Here we go.
That's gone up in the last 60 years since the coronavirus. We still doing it. I personally got 3 businesses, so I don't know what you're talking about. I employ young black men. I've helped thousands of black children here in South Central LA. So all this black men ain't doing nothing. Where are you kicking it at?
So how are you? So how are black men creating all these businesses and still costing the government $50 billion a year?
Hold that
Here's
thought.
the
I want
one
to
thing that is being
get Hope in
ignored.
here real quick, Dr. Umar. I want to get Hope in here because Dr. Umar listed a plethora of black men that we know, and I'm assuming he listed the ones that we know so that we can identify and all agree that these black men have done something in terms of the fight for equality in America. How do you feel about those men that he listed, Hope? Have they done anything for the black community or not?
Most definitely, I would be ignorant to say that they haven't, right? But I think that what we're failing to realize is that when we have this conversation about what Black men have done, the consequences are usually because of white supremacy and the gaze of white folks on us are that the Black men are then taking away and the Black women have to then sustain those things. To say that Black women are unappreciative of that, it would be, I think that is the dishonesty, right? The way that Black women show up for the Black community and the Black families, regardless of how we feel about the Black men that we might be interacting with or the Black men that are doing bad things, while still staying here to cultivate the Black men who are, is, I mean, to overlook that to me is just dishonest. The idea that y'all, a lot of you all were raised by grandma them and auntie them and all of these amazing Black women that are in community and share space with you and share space with your children, that's being looked over. But also this isn't, Dr. Umar, you're right. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that you said, but you're absolutely right. It's not about the idea of who's doing it better or trying to, the pissing match of the oppression Olympus amongst Black people, but it's really about working together. The problem is what I find in working together is that the Black man wants to lead, whether he's acquired the gumption and the knowledge to be able to do so appropriately and effectively or not. The thing about it is when you're working together, we are a team. You get to lead this portion because you're better at it. I get to lead that portion because I'm better at it. And then we come to a common ground for both of us to succeed. But a lot of the times when we're talking about these succession plans and we're making all of these advocacy movements in order to progress the Black family, the Black man says, listen to me or fail. Right? As if Black women have nothing to contribute to that. And I think that that's where the problem is. That's where the discourse needs to happen is how do we work together so that Black men understand that we are meant to work side by side and not with me following you with my head down and saying, yes, that's our master. Because that is me being subservient to you in a way that I might not want to do, especially considering if you do not have the credentials, the know-how, the wherewithal, or the lived experiences to lead me in a way that I might be better suited to do in this point of our journey. And
Dr. Umar.
Well, first of all, I do not endorse any kind of a second.
Yeah, I never heard of nothing like that though.
What y'all say to that? Yeah, that's what them men are saying.
100% facts is what she said.
Yes.
So
that's
she's talking about
exactly-
a few men on YouTube.
Well, yeah, that's what she's talking about. That's what they talking about. The men here on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, because in real life, yeah, the men not doing that shit. But yeah, here on YouTube, you know, this is a conversation they having on YouTube. So yeah, that's what they talk about. But no, you're right, Kev. They're not doing that in real life. You know, men. But the younger men, you gotta understand these.
Now, what's the background? I know Umar background. What's the background of the lady that just finished speaking?
Oh, I don't know her. I don't know none of the people.
Oh, okay.
I guess you have to look them up, but they the conversation right now you hearing these men all over saying the same thing now. They listen to Kevin and now this shit is getting crazy. So
Umar been out there. I've been on and saying the new Umar thing. I don't know who the other guy is.
Yeah, but I'm talking about these men out here. They're saying what the men on YouTube are saying now. They're telling women, yeah, you better leave. You better leave. I want to be the head of the household, head of the household, head of the household. I don't even remember men talking that way. I don't remember nobody saying no shit like that. Head of the household is something shit you put on your tax return. I don't even remember nobody not in the family saying no shit like that.
Well, if you want to be head of the household, buy your own house.
Yeah, they gotta buy their own house, but it's more than that. They're not talking about just buying up a house. They're talking about the community.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But hey, Tequila.
And I don't think they specified if they were just talking about black men on YouTube. I think they were just saying black men in general, I think.
Yeah, that's what they said. Because that's what the men are doing
And
today.
now if we're talking collective, that's something different. Well, today a collective, that's
Yeah, I think they're talking about the collective of today. Yeah.
Yeah, today, in the last few years, these men have been exposed to the manosphere and to Kevin Samuels. And so, and we talking about, and they're saying things like, yeah, I want to be the lead. We go over that by, hey, Tequila. You want to add something? Hello? Hello?
Well, she came off mute and then she just dropped. She may come back.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if anybody could hear me. Okay.
yeah, we hear you. Yeah,
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, we go fair use.
Class citizenship role for black women. I believe black women have as much to offer as do black men. So I'm not sure who the queen is referring to, because I am not a misogynist and I do not support that type of narrative that said the black woman's position is only to have children and to prepare food. But at the same time, I think black women have to look at themselves, because although white supremacy has been the greatest enemy of the progress of black men, you would also have to argue that black women have probably been the greatest accomplice to supporting the white power structure in their destruction of black males, i.e. the conversation we're having right now, where two intelligent black women have yet to indict white supremacy for the role that they play in the destabilization of the lives of black men.
So when we come back, we'll find out if the two beautiful sisters who are on the panel will indict white supremacy when we return on The Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being black today is black men. Has there been a war waged against our brothers? Well, please welcome author and activist Hope Chisel, Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Dr. Umar Johnson, radio personality and family advocate, Dewan Brown, influencer and YouTuber, Cynthia G. Well, thank you all for this conversation. Do black men in America face more obstacles than black men in other countries? We're going to talk about that. But first, I want to know, is white supremacy responsible for any of the black man's plight
Can you
at
hear
all?
me?
Hope?
Most definitely.
Yeah, we can hear you, Tequila.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I had came up here to say, I think the other lady was some kind of author, and she's a black trans woman. But Umar doesn't know
black
that.
trans woman?
The
Oh,
lady
shit.
with the locks.
The lady with the locks? The one in the middle?
No,
No, the
on the
one
left.
with the African print.
That's a trans woman?
That's a trans woman.
All right.
And Umar is kind of upset. Umar is upset because he been calling her woman and woman, and he called her queen or something, and now he mad at Fox Soul for it.
Wait, say what?
He was calling her, queen. He had called her a queen, and then he had he had been calling her a lady, and he mad at Fox Soul for it. But my thing is, you kind of tell that that's a man.
No, I
That's
couldn't
what
tell.
I was saying too. I was like, her jawline sure is defined for a woman. I was like, I kept
And
looking at her.
Why I asked,
she got
right? That's a
strong
little,
facial features.
and a
She
That's
do.
little
I
all
was
I'm
extra
like,
saying.
she really does
vitriol.
have strong facial features for a woman. I was like, I just kept
No,
staring at her.
her
Extra
face look just
vitriol
like
in
the
there.
rest of them women up there.
Nuh-uh, Bone.
I'm not even joking.
Now I
That's
wonder
why
what
I
she
asked you which
did when she
one.
was a man to help the black men in the black community.
But no, that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to come up here and tell you
So
all that.
when he found out that it was a trans woman.
I don't know. Maybe I think like today or so.
Oh, and now he mad?
Yeah, he mad because I think he called her a queen or something once
He called
during
both
this.
of them queens,
They
queens,
got
beautiful
fucked.
sisters. Yeah, he
Like,
had no idea.
I don't know why he's mad. Anyway, here we go. Baby.
Like, let's not play coy here. We understand the role that white supremacy has played, but I think that over time, as we learn the tricks of white supremacy, right, we learn to do better.
No, I don't see no strong features. She looked just like a woman.
Well, trans women can look like women. We already went through that one. So trans still means different to me.
Okay, here we go.
Defeat it. And I find that, especially as Black men, a lot of the time when we're talking about this war on Black men, we fail to realize that Black women are underneath the same scrutinies. Maybe not in the same way and maybe not for the same reasons, but y'all are not going through this alone. And so when you talk about the ways in which Black women have learned to take, you know, what we're given and turn it into glitter and throw it up and make Black girl magic, we wonder why those things are not happening for Black men in the same way. And it's largely because I think that complacency happens. A lot of Black men, not all, are complacent with the idea of being saved by everyone other than themselves. They're okay with the idea of being saved by Black women, white women, women of all other races. They're okay with the idea of being saved by white men who give them the opportunity to come and be a part of this thing that's better than what they are. But what they're not doing is being complacent in the idea of finding their own solutions to digging their way out of the hole. And having one or two people that are speaking on it with the idea of inclusion or exclusion of certain people within the Black community is also a problem. We cannot build as a Black community if we want to throw out this group of people or throw out that group of people or tell these people that their opinions are invalid even though they're Black because they're mixed race or because they're queer or because of all these other, you know, incidences. And I think that those are the things that we have to focus on. The goalposts can't constantly be moved in this conversation whenever Black women start to make a point for the sake of Black men feeling like they need to be able to dismantle that in order to talk about how they've been hurt. We get that. We have
Cynthia
to.
G, white supremacy, does it exist in your world? And has it affected Black men?
Absolutely, it exists. And Black men have worked in tandem with white supremacy since they've come in contact with it. And this is why I say in the Black community, we have very disingenuous, very dishonest discussions, especially when it's regarding Black men, because we do have a Black male worshiping culture. So what we do within that culture, and Umar Johnson is showing it today, is absolve Black men from any accountability for what they've done. Number one, we wouldn't be in a system of white supremacy had it not been for Black men. So if you want to go all the way back to history, then let's go back to history when Black men were selling their own people into white supremacy. Let's go back into history when 16 years off the plantation, Black men were worried about a war being waged on them. They were worried about getting access to white women. That's what you were worried about. And it's interesting. There's a reason why I feel like Umar focused mostly on me and Hope's attitudes, and it's because he can't accurately answer the question. He mentioned names, not accomplishments. And the reason being is because
I think he mentioned those names specifically because the accomplishments of those people don't have to be explained.
Right, but those accomplishments are also accomplishments that I've heard Umar Johnson speak negatively about, specifically the civil rights movement and how damaging it was to Black people. But now he wants to sit here and say the very people who accomplished that were accomplishing something beneficial when, in his own opinion, that wasn't beneficial and did more harm to the community than good. So I think that because we're having such a dishonest discussion where Black men don't want to take accountability for what they've done, they want to be the victims of society, but then they want submission from the women. The bottom line is I'm not willing to deflect from the fact that number one, Black men are the greatest non-white contributors to white supremacy. Let's just be real. White supremacy couldn't even exist without Black men's compliance. They're always uplifting whiteness, biracial children, and trying to assimilate. And that's why I went back to the notion of the only time Black men truly feel like there's a war against them is when they feel like they're being punished for something white men do. At the end of the day, y'all dropped the ball. You're blaming white supremacy on your failures. We already know there's oppression, but Black women are double oppressed. We have more barriers to face. You have male privilege in a patriarchal system and you can't even get it right.
Well, Dr. Umar, I think Dr. Umar, I think we all know your stance on interracial marriages.
Absolutely, but let me also
so
say
please
this.
acknowledge what the rest of what Cynthia G has said.
Absolutely. I'm not sure where Sister Cynthia took history class, but if you know anything about the transatlantic slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade was a European enterprise. It was
I'm
not
talking
an
about the
African enterprise.
Sub-Saharan.
And
I'm talking about the Sub-Saharan slave trade. You should go look into it.
Excuse me.
You address me,
May I
Umar.
finish?
Go look into
May
the
I
Sub-Saharan
finish?
slave trade where Black
May I
men are
finish? I
trading
don't want
their
to
women
monologue.
and
May I
children
finish?
for alcohol
I do
and
not want a
tobacco.
monologue. May I finish? May I
Go ahead,
finish
Dr.
my
Umar.
thought? The transatlantic slave trade was a European enterprise. It was not an African enterprise. Although there were some chiefs who participated in it, by no means did they control the direction and extension of the transatlantic slave trade. So that's number one. Number two, Black men resisted enslavement, not only on the shores of Africa, but right here in America. We celebrate Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser. There's literally hundreds of documented attempts by African men to liberate not only themselves, but their women and their children. So to act like we just sat there and we're complicit in our own oppression.
Okay, what do y'all say about what Cynthia said? And because is he against? He did say that we were better when we were separated than when we integrated. I've heard him say that. What else? What do y'all think about what she said about, I don't know, just not taking accountability? And even now they talking about he going back to history. Kind of both of them going back to history too. But
Yeah, when she mentions drop the ball, that resonates with me, to be honest.
yeah.
I don't know what else to tell you. When she says that Black men drop the ball, that kind of resonated with me.
Yeah.
It did.
I kind of agree with you. Even when Martin Luther King was killed, like nobody stepped up. They were just killing, assassinating our leaders. Motherfuckers just gave up. It's like they just said, "Okay, we done."
Yeah, the momentum didn't continue.
Right.
It didn't accelerate. It
just
didn't slow down. It stopped. Okay.
Yeah, it stopped. They hit a hard break, and boom, it was over.
Yeah.
I remember one year I went to school and Black Power, the Bush, the bell bottoms, and the next year I went to school, it was straight women getting their hair straightened or permed, and that Black Power talk was over.
Yeah. It was incredible.
Mm.
1 minute you got afros and beautiful Afrocentric pride everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was afraid to say Black Power, and then all of a sudden it just shifted.
It became like a bad thing to even be proud to be Black.
Mm-hmm.
And now
it's like they scared us back into conforming,
right.
because when they made it a problem for Black women to wear afro to work,
Right.
it became a real it became impactful on the household, because you got to work, and if there's no legislation protecting a Black woman's right to how she represents her heritage at work, because Black men decided not to continue the momentum of legislative process. What can you do? You know, you got to follow the leader. And if the leader's not leading us anywhere, then we're going nowhere. And that's pretty much what happened. So I can agree with her about dropping the ball.
But I agree with you. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
It's absolutely ridiculous. The other point I want to clarify for your information, Cynthia G, you've never, ever heard me condemn the civil rights movement. The good Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is a hero of mine. And despite me being a Pan-African nationalist, I take issue with other Black nationalists who do want to dismiss Dr. King's accomplishment. The civil rights movement was necessary because it removed a psychological scar that suggested of racial inferiority. So you've never heard me deride the civil rights movement. I support it, although I took certain issues with it. The bottom line is when Black women, Black girls, Black boys listen to this conversation we're having today, they're going to be confused because they hear two brothers speaking of a greater context to the problems that affect Black men, and you hear two intelligent, beautiful Black women who want to keep scapegoating Black men while ignoring the historical and contemporary systemic challenges that are constantly placed in our way. I'm gonna say this and be quiet, Sister Tammy. I gotta give you this. There was a recent piece of research, Tammy, that came out, and the research said a Black man with a master's degree, they did a study. They had white males who had come out of prison apply for jobs. They had Black men with master's degrees, Sister Tammy, apply for the jobs. And guess what? The white males with prison history and no education were called back more than 75% of the time than Black men with no prison history and a master's degree.
I'm aware of that.
Ignore white
I am
supremacy?
aware of that of that survey. I am. Hope, I saw you give Dr. Umar the side eye.
It's only because I can't, you have 1,001 clips on the internet, but I know for a fact that one of the things that I was offended about in doing research or just seeing you on the internet is that you have definitely talked about your disdain for some of the practices of Dr. Martin Luther King. So to sit here and gaslight us as if most of us have not seen.
That's not true. Find the clip.
Find the clip.
Find the clip.
Well,
Find the
Dr.
clip.
Omar, you yourself
Find
said
the
you
clip.
had you yourself just seconds ago said you did find some things in the civil rights movement
things,
problematic.
but I supported the movement and I still support it. I visit Dr.
Everyone
King's
supported
every
it.
time I'm in Atlanta. Nobody, I have never been
as a
dismissive
Black man,
of the
as a
civil.
Black person in
If
America.
we're going to have the conversation, let us be honest. Let's not misrepresent.
You're the
others'
only one
opinion
not
and
being
ideas.
honest, Umar. You're not being honest.
If we
Find the clip. We don't have to argue about it. We don't have to argue about it. Find the
You
clip.
just
I
admitted to it. We don't need
Well,
to
there's
find the
60
clip.
seconds left on the
Hey, I
60
gotta-
seconds left on this segment. We won't be
Find
able
the
to find the
clip. We don't
clip
have to
on
argue
this
about it.
show.
Find the clip.
But Hope, finish. Hope.
Essentially, whether we find the clip or not, we know that those things have been said, and you know that you've said controversial things. Once again, we see you moving the goalpost when you find that.
Controversial according to who?
We find, once again, because my thing is you and Cynthia can have that dynamic, but I give you the space to speak. I've given everybody that space to speak, so please don't interrupt me. At the end of the day, I
You
think
interrupted me as well. Let's be fair.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
And so once again, here we go in a space where Black women are making a point. It's more important to the
It's
Black.
not about you being a woman. It was about you being incorrect.
When
It has
Black
nothing to
women
do
are
with you
making
being a woman. I respect
It's
you.
more
You were
important for
incorrect.
Black men to
You were
speak up
incorrect. I didn't have the issue with a woman.
And
You were
omitting facts.
incorrect.
Well, let's all breathe in, breathe out, and I'll take a
It's not about
commercial
her
break.
being a
all
woman.
right?
She said something that was
We'll take a
untrue.
commercial break
He's
and
not
come right back
incorrect.
to wrap this up on the business of being Black.
They
with Tammy
hate
Mack.
Black men. That's the problem. They hate.
Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being Black today is there a war being waged against Black men? Dr. Umar is getting it a little bit because he says the ladies are lying on him. And I suggest that you run through and roll through every interview and clip that Dr. Umar has to find the clip, as he would say. One thing I agree with you on, Dr. Umar, is a lot of times when we have these conversations, we start comparing Black women to Black men, and we tear one down in order to make the other's point. And oftentimes when I have these debates on the business of being Black, I notice that is often the debate, to break the other person down rather than build them up. But I do want to do some comparative questioning right here. Do Black men face more obstacles than Black women? Dwan.
I don't want to put it in a more or less. We face different obstacles, but at the end of the day, this is what we can say is true. Black women have a safety net that Black men don't have. If a Black man loses his job, like earlier, what they're talking about earlier, Black men have no accountability. Well, if a Black man don't pay child support, he gets his license taken away, he gets his passport taken away, and he can't get a job. So there's accountability there. When it comes down to when a Black man messes up, he's going to go to prison far longer than anyone of any other race or any other sex. So we have the most extreme consequences, but when it comes to a safety net for when we mess up, when we're down in our life, there are no programs for Black men. You can't go through the government and say, hey, if the Black men with children, here are these list of programs that only men can get. But it's a whole lot of stuff out there for women. So what's
There are programs out there for men with children. Are there things where it's only for men with children? No. You know why? Because there's not that many men with children out there. Men with who have the children alone. So that is why they don't have one just for men. They won't say, oh yeah, we're just here for men with children.
They're not gonna fund something governmentally that doesn't need funding. And all the consequences that he explained were accountabilities given to them by the government. It's not personal accountability given to you by other men or society. That's stuff that's given to you. If you get caught by the government, you're gonna get got. That's not the same. Everybody has those responsibilities if they're on that side of the law.
Correct.
That's not individual to Black men.
That's right. Another thing that Umar said was that they hate men. They hate Black men. I think he's projecting in that sense. It just sometimes when people are defensive like that, it's because they're pointing the finger back at themselves. Like, I think deep down inside, he is disappointed in Black men. He just can't say it in this particular platform at this particular time. Because I just heard him say, before you all, stop the video, they hate Black men. He was referring to Black women. I, for one, don't hate Black men. I don't know a Black woman that actually hates Black men. I think for him to be, holding the credentials that he does, he should know better than to say that irresponsible statement, to make that irresponsible statement. That was an irresponsible statement. But anyway, I just want to say that. And you all are right about the programs available for men and women. Not just women.
And not only that, I'm so sick and tired of them saying it's available for women. No, it's available for women only when they have children. It is not available for single women. I should know because I looked the stuff up just to see, because I was curious because I kept hearing that. And no, they're only available for women with children. So if you don't have any children and you're a woman, or the custodial parent. If you don't have women, they're trying to make it specific to women like they are. That's what I'm saying. It's for women with children. So if you don't have any children and you're a woman, you're not going to get anything.
They want the same benefits without being a custodial parent.
Exactly. And you don't get that because you have to be custodial parent in order to get those benefits. And even then, it's based on income too. So if you have too much income, they're not going to give you anything anyway, even when you really need it.
Right. Okay, fair use. Here we go, y'all.
What's happening, what I'm seeing right here is a lot of lies being told, but lies of omission. Omitting these safety, the fact that women have these safety nets that Black men don't have, and also omitting the fact that in spite of all this, 3 out of 4 Black men still get married to Black women, and we still provide and we still do these things. So,
but
yes,
Dewan, what Cynthia would say is, how come you haven't created your own programs?
Well, I personally created my own program. I've written 2 books. You know what I mean?
But that's not a program.
No, I know. I also have a whole program on how to communicate to your children and how to communicate to families, because my thing is about solutions.
But you're talking about safety nets. So the question becomes, how come Black men haven't created safety nets?
Black men, the Nation of Islam created what they can create as far as safety nets goes. Black independent organizations create safety nets for each other all the time. I'm talking about governmental safety nets. We can't go to the United States and say, hey, we need something only for Black men, because it doesn't exist. There's a whole welfare program coming out in Atlanta that's only for Black women. Same thing in California. There's a whole universal basic income that only Black women can qualify for. Black men can't get.
But do you believe that that's because Black women came together and said we need a program?
No, the reason why that happens is because the white supremacist plays on this schism within Black society, and they give one side greater gifts than the other, and that can lead to infighting. And then people who don't analyze what's really going on, they're going to just see the result and not see the cause and say, what's wrong with Black people? That's the government's tricks going on like it's always done. Let's elevate one group over the other and watch these two rascals fight each other. That's what's going on.
Okay, I'm not sure that anything governmental is a gift though, but hope.
I think that when we talk about it, a lot of those programs, especially the ones from back in the day, since we are going to do the history thing, were not just made for Black women, but Black women accessed them because Black women were the ones that were in the household that had to take care of whatever was left when the government did steal our Black men away, or when Black men did fall into the hands of white supremacy. But I also think that the question now is, if you don't see that those things are happening, if we're not seeing those things in influx, then what are the greater Black male population doing to enforce that these things happen? When women want things, especially when Black women want things, we get up, we say something, we talk about it, and we're going to talk about it till we're blue in the face and until we get those things done. A lot of the times what I find is that Black men think that they can ride off of those things, and then when things come to pass and they're not put into the game plan, then you're upset. Then it's like, oh, well, we thought we were gonna, why? You did none of the work. You sat behind me and you watched me rally and you watched me do all of these things, and then you thought you were gonna benefit from it. And I'm sorry that I left you off, but honestly, when I was doing this work, it was hard to consider you, considering that I have to take care of you regardless in a lot of those spaces. But I also think that hit dogs will holler. If these things do not apply to you, then let's talk about how you help them to apply to the people that they do, and pull those brothers out of the struggle instead of trying to defend something that does not apply to you. If it don't apply, let it fly, and let's figure out how to pull everybody into that fold instead of defending a narrative that you don't even conform to. Why are you so upset?
When I always hear, like, when Dwan, when you were talking about the government subsidies that Black women have, it always makes me think about the movie Claudine with Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones, and you know, him being the trash man and having to hide him in the closet when the people came. So I do believe that it definitely was a setup for a letdown in the Black community. Dr. Umar?
Yes, indeed. One of the problems with the
Somebody said something. You wanted to say something? I forgot who it was. Hello?
I didn't say anything. I'm looking up.
I remember that movie Claudine was mentioned. Remember it was mentioned.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen
Oh,
that
I haven't
movie.
seen it either. I've heard that it's good.
What happened to the goddamn thing, y'all?
My favorite part
I
was the
think you
soundtrack.
exited out. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Gladys Knight sang that make yours a happy home, and you know, so that's why I remember it. I haven't seen it in years though.
Oh, that she sung that on the movie, you said?
Yeah, that's part of the soundtrack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me go back to the let's see, history. Yeah, here we go.
With Diane.
Okay, let's rewind a little bit. Make sure I lose much. Here we go. Fair use, y'all. Oh, am I sharing? Am I still sharing?
You're sharing, but it's the wrong screen.
Is it? Okay. It should say, is there a war against Black men? You don't see it?
No, it's got another web page up.
Oh, okay. Let me stop the share and do it again. Okay. Now y'all see it?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. Thank you, y'all. Let's finish.
Why are you so upset?
When I always hear like when Dewan,
Line, let's figure out how to pull everybody into that fold instead of defending a narrative that you don't even conform to. Why are you so upset?
when I always hear like when Dewan, when you were talking about the government subsidies that Black women have, it always makes me think about the movie Claudine with Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones, and you know him being the trash man and having to hide him in the closet when the people came. So I do believe that it definitely was a setup for a letdown in the Black community. Dr. Umar?
And real
Yes,
quick,
indeed. One of the problems with the conversation, not with you, Tammy, but the responses, they're so individualized. Nothing is being evaluated from a group perspective or a community perspective or a systems perspective or an institutional perspective. The bottom line is anything Black men want to do to liberate ourselves or our community, we can't do it without our women. And anything our women want to do to liberate themselves or the community, they can't do it without the men. It is not a competition. It should be a collaboration. But once again, some of us in the conversation are so filled with hatred for the opposite gender that we can never get around to talking about solutions. And in speaking of clips, Sister Tammy, there is one clip you might want to ask Sister Cynthia about because it was sent to me by about 30 people several months ago, maybe even weeks, where she suggested that women, Black women, should abort their Black male fetuses because after birth, they would not contribute to anything worthwhile in the Black community. Could you ask her to clarify her comments?
I would
on
love
Black
to.
women?
Well,
Black
I would
women
love to too,
needing
but we don't
abort?
have time. So Dr. Umar, what I need you to do is tell us what you're working on so we can be a part of it.
Yes, indeed. This Saturday will be the second annual Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG Family Festival right here at 601 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. All free. Come out. We are looking forward to seeing everybody. Go to fdmgfestival.com to register for the free event. And please register for my new online video platform, www.drumar.tv. That's www.drumar.tv. And parents who need help with their children, special education, ADHD, psychiatric medication, IEP, autism.
Oh, Lord, oh, Lord. It's too much. It's too much. What he say? You gonna be in Delaware? I should pop up on his ass. When you gonna do this? Did I miss it? Wait, let me see when he say he doing it, y'all. I'll pop up on him live.
TV. That's www.festival.com to register right here at 601 East 7.
What you're working on so we can be a part of it.
Yes, indeed. This Saturday will be the second annual Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG Family Festival right here at 601 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. All free. Come out. We are looking forward to seeing everybody. Go to fdmgfestival.com to register for the free event. And please register for my new online video platform, www.drumar.tv. That's www.drumar.tv. And parents who need help with their children, special education, ADHD, psychiatric medication, IEP, autism, learning disability, reach out to me, 215-989-9858.
Dewan, please tell us about your book, Tell It Like It Is.
Tell it like it is, the art of loving communication. We can talk all day about bringing the Black family together, but we're not going to have the Black family together until the Black family know how to talk to each other.
And where can we get the book? On Amazon?
We can get it at my website, Breakthrough AS.
I'm sorry. What is this, white, Black? Anybody know? Nobody can hear me?
I don't know if it's white. I don't know.
Yeah, he said that already. His wife is
What?
Black.
Oh,
his
y'all
wife
saw
is
the
Black.
picture? Wait a minute. Unless that wasn't him and his family.
Yeah.
Wait, let's see.
215-989-9858.
Dewan, please tell us about your book, Tell It Like It Is.
Tell it like it is, the art of loving communication. We can talk all day about bringing the Black family together, but we're not going to have the Black family together until the Black family know how to talk to each other.
Oh, that's not him? No, that's not him. Huh?
No, that's not him.
Oh, okay. That woman look Black?
I don't know who that is, but he said his own wife was Black. He was married for 20 years.
Yeah, but
earlier.
is that woman white? Is that woman black? That's what I'm asking, because that's his book. It's his book, and he
Yeah,
didn't even have the nerve to put his own family on it. So he went and got a mixed family to put on his book. He claiming to be about the black family. I could have sworn he just said black family, right? Let's hear that again. I'm sorry.
Like it is?
Tell it like it is, the art of loving communication. We can talk all day about bringing the black family together, but we're not going to have the black family together until the black family know how to talk to each other.
And where can we get the book? On Amazon?
We can get.
No, that's not him. So that's what I'm asking. Is that a mixed family on that book?
Most likely, yeah. It looked like it.
I ain't never heard of the brother. I don't know.
Yeah, but y'all can't see them photos. I know I'm showing it.
Yeah, I agree
I'm
with you,
looking at
Miss
it. I'm
Bob.
looking
I
at.
agree with you. I agree
Oh,
with
nobody. Y'all kept saying I don't know. I'm looking at the photo. That looked like a white woman, and some mixed kids. And this nigga talk about black family.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wanted to throw that out there. And what's sad about it, if he claimed he's with his wife for a very long time, then why would he have to put some other people's pictures on it? Because me and
Right.
mine,
That's what's throwing me off. Why are other people's picture on his book?
that's right. If I wrote a book on a family, shit, it's gonna be us on that beat. You know what I'm saying? Because it will be
Right.
representing my family. I want people to know, hey, I've been married this many years to this man, and here are our children and our grandson. And so this nigga he wasn't even proud enough of his kids and family to put their photo up.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all looking at on the left, but that looks like a child.
What looks like a child?
All the way on the left.
You think that's his daughter? That's
I
his.
don't know. I mean,
No, that's not a
it could
child.
be.
That's a woman. That's a wife.
That's
It
a
looks like a
woman.
child to me. It
No,
looks
that's
like a
not a
child to me. I'm
child.
looking at the jawbone structure. I'm looking at a lot of themes
It
that
might be a
woman.
young woman.
It says the art of loving communication. That is a woman, and she's not even that young. She's just as young as he is. They look like they might be 30s.
I
Look,
don't know. It might be.
Those look
that's a
like those
that's a
two
woman.
children belong to that couple.
Yes, and
The little girl
Mhm.
looked like a mother, and the little boy looked like his father.
I
where you
ain't
see
finna
a
get
little
caught.
girl at?
I'm not
On the
finna get
far
caught up.
right,
I'm not finna get
Oh,
caught.
that might be a little girl. Look like a little boy to me. Yeah, that look like a little girl. That look like a little boy to me.
So
That might
where's
be a
her
little.
rings and shit at? I mean, come on now.
where's a ring?
Is
God
that
damn.
the ring
If
hand?
it's a
Is that
grown
the hand?
woman, come on, let's go with the grown woman makeup now. Now he proud. That's a grown black man. Now if that's a woman, I
That
mean,
is a woman.
That might be her right hand. Okay.
That is her right hand.
Yeah, the wedding band is usually on the left.
Yeah. So that's her right hand on his chest.
Devastating came up here snapping.
well, I'm just saying,
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, the shit, that may not even be his motherfucking kids. Shit, I don't know.
Apparently, it's not his kid because that's not him on that photo.
I'm talking about the dude in the photo. Shit.
Oh, that might not be his kid. You're right. It might be just a photo shot of some people.
Yeah,
That
that's what I'm saying. Shit.
yeah, but
What
The
shit.
hired help.
what is the what? I mean, so are you saying that the dude is a hypocrite because he
I'm
ain't
saying,
put a family on?
yeah, I'm saying he ain't having this proud black family that he claimed he got.
So what's
If
the
you
name of the
put
book?
him on a
What's the
book,
name of the book though?
tell it like it is. The art of
Oh,
loving
okay.
communication. He
Oh,
said
okay.
it's about the black family. And yet it don't look like
Yeah.
black family
The
on.
whole goddamn show looked like a goddamn shit show for
I'm
YouTube.
gonna look it up to see what the rating is on Amazon.
Let us know.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Anyway, what y'all were thinking? Let's see what. I guess. No, I don't want to hear the rest of them. Well, I want to know who that other person is. Let's see. There you go.
Get it at my website, breakthroughas.org. And
Got it. Hope, please talk to me. Talk to me, sis.
So right now I have my book Until I Met Black Men available on Amazon or wherever books are sold. But also I want to bring attention back to Brittany Griner. She is still out there, and we have Black Feminist Future that you can follow on all platforms, including Instagram, that are helping to make sure that our sister gets home, because that's a huge thing right now that we're not talking about, that we're not discussing in the same way that we discuss when Black men are going through some of the same things.
Now, because this show is about the war waged against Black men, Until I Met Black Men, is that a good thing?
It's a great thing. It talks a lot. What a lot of people thought the book was going to be was a read towards all the Black men that I've met in my life, but what it really
it is not.
It is not.
All right. Cynthia G, tell me about the content of your YouTube channel.
Well, if anyone really wants to know about why selective breeding will be the best thing for our community, then they can come to my channel where I explain that, as I also talk about the dynamic between Black men and Black women, and Black women's need to have standards, expectations, and boundaries when dealing especially with Black men, but any man in general, and open up your options too. Put you first. Stop thinking about Black men.
Okay. And I'm gonna be thinking about my Black man, Cynthia, because homie is all of that and then some. So I'm thinking right now. As a matter of fact, this show is over because I'm about to go think up on something.
I can't join you in that one.
Quiet as kept, so am I. But I still feel how
I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay. I like
thank you for clearing that up, because she came on a Fox Soul, which is geared towards the Black community, and she gonna end her point on forget about Black men.
Who?
Cynthia G.
Oh, I'm talking about what her name? Whoever this show belongs to, I like her.
Tammy.
That's her name, Tammy.
Tammy.
I like yeah. Well, I need to see more of her because I like that.
Yeah.
Like that she got a Black husband. I guess she said she like Black men. I like it.
Yeah, this whole show is probably not something that I resonate with, but I'm just trying to keep my comments to a minimum, because I don't really resonate with any of her guests on any point.
You don't?
They're all hypocrites to me.
Let me see what
only
she
got
does.
on there for exposure and pump their channel up. So, but as far as contributing to the overall Black community, I'm not seeing nothing from there on one of them.
Husband loses wife after traveling to Dominican. Let's see what happened, y'all. Let's see what's going on over here.
The husband of a New York City correctional officer wants answers after his wife traveled to the Dominican Republic to receive a Brazilian butt lift from a phony doctor, once indicted for operating without a medical license. 49-year-old Tandra Bowser Williams suffered a massive stroke days after going to the Caribbean island for a fat loss surgery last month. Back in 2011, the doctor who performed her surgery, Dr. Hector Cabral, was indicted on 10 counts of operating without a medical license and fraud, as well as conspiracy charges. He was accused of charging for consultations and medical examinations at med spas and beauty parlors in New York before luring unsuspecting patients with bargain prices to the Dominican Republic for discount cosmetic surgeries. Many of those surgeries left women permanently disfigured. Bauer Williams, her husband, says that this wife of more than 20 years was confident that Cabral's abilities, despite his past indictment, would be a successful surgery.
What?
But he says he loved his wife, of course, and that he was going to enjoy this surgery that took place in the Dominican Republic. And reading this story, it's all over social media right now. It's very, very sad. And, according to reports, Cabral ultimately cut a plea deal with prosecutors for no jail time. He was fine.
Damn. Oh, lordy. So a woman already knew he was indicted before, decided to go and get something done with him, traveled all the way to and then ended up having a stroke. What kind of dummy is she? What kind of, oh, Lord. Anyway, I thought I was going to find me a show like what she just did. I didn't know it was gonna be. Let's see this person right here. These fools right here, folks.
So I have a couple of data points for you. We know that Black infants are 3 times more likely to die when they have a white physician compared to a Black physician. We know that Black women, regardless of socioeconomic status, are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related death compared to white women. So a Black woman with an MD and health insurance.
Let me see. Okay, here we go.
Basically argued the system, then why was it when the voting swung in a different direction, it all of a sudden needed to be changed?
As far as requiring an ID, is that what we're talking about?
As far as the water, the seating, the ID, all of it, any of it. Why did any of it have to be changed if it was in place already?
Well, the 2020 election was a little bit sus. I think we saw some news surrounding that, so I would say that's probably a really good reason to do that. But here's the thing. There are so many people that grew up in America that were able to live successful lives and go about and achieve these things. So I don't understand how all of a sudden it seems like the general consensus of the Black community is regressing towards these systems are somehow obstacles for us when we know we have proven that many Black people have been able to achieve whatever it is. So
we have been able to achieve, but not without having to hurdle those obstacles that other races have not had to.
But you
achieved.
achieved.
A quick break and come right back on Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. We'll be back, y'all. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I'm Tammy Mack, and let's get down to business. The business of being Black today. Are Black folk racist? Please welcome Dr. Larry Walker to the show. Content creator Gothix is on the show with us today. And also inclusion trainer and educator Kim Crowder is with us. Hi, Kim. And the host of the Race, Manhood, and Power podcast, Omawale Africa. So let's get into individual racism here, or not, Host Myron Gaines and Walter Weeks from the Fresh and Fit podcast were slammed a couple of weeks ago after a video resurfaced showing them speaking about why they don't date Black women. Is that racist? Is that prejudice? Or is that just preference, Omawale?
I mean, it's definitely an example of internalized racism. I always believe that it's more than a preference if it's rooted in our own self-hate. And we know that historically, we've been socialized, within this particular society to see certain, bodies or types as more desirable than others. So as a Black man, if you make the argument that you prefer or desire someone that is white, but if not white, someone as close to white as possible, I believe the term that they used was a red bone. And they stated that they don't involve in any night riding, which I think is a white supremacist term that originates on Reddit. So I think that it is an example of internalized racism.
I definitely think the language that they used was a term of racism and just outright disrespectful. But outside of that, can't you have a preference that is not your race? Can't it just simply be a preference? Does it have to be rated or rather rooted in some sort of racial devilish racial bias? Does it have to, Dr. Walker?
Yeah, I think, and this goes back to Kim and I use the phrase anti-Blackness. That's anti-Blackness, right? So yeah, surely can people have preferences, but when you start using phrases like, you describe red bone, we have to talk about colorism, right? And so a lot of the challenges that Black people in terms of what we see on television or in the movies are in terms of how we depict it, reinforces stereotypes and misconceptions about what it means to be Black. So when people use any phrase that relates to colorism, you have to talk about being Black people, colonization, you have to talk about racism and anti-Blackness, right? So we see a lot of these images, and I don't even know, so we go to school and we internalize a lot of that. And so as someone as a Black man who loves Black women, who has Black women in their lives, who's married to a Black woman, when I hear phrases like that, it troubles me, and they should have been criticized because it is an example of anti-Blackness.
Listen, we're right off the death of actor, legendary Academy Award winner Sidney Poitier. One of his most famous movies was Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, a movie about this Black man who's well educated and is a doctor who falls in love with this white woman. Is that not just a preference, Kim?
It could be in that situation. I can't, I can't speak for every single Black man who happens to date a woman who's not Black or marry or fall in love with a woman who's not Black, right? I think specifically when you say, I do not at all whatsoever associate with anyone who looks like my mother, my sister, my cousin. And particularly if I don't, then I start laying out all of the colorism involved in that. That is very much so anti-Blackness. That is not a preference. That is a personal decision to deny the fact that you have an issue with your own race.
What y'all think? Say to that.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah,
Makes
this was
sense to
an
me.
issue with something.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't have to do all that if you want to date somebody who doesn't have your same skin tone. You shouldn't have to
If
do all that.
everybody that you look at reminds you of your family and the disdain that you have for your family, then yeah, you probably got some prejudice going on there. It's not just a preference at that point. I can't stand anybody that look like my family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know she had full episodes on her show. She got a lot of them. If you search up Tammy Mack Black Men, she got quite a few. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. It looked like she look like that. What's the name of her show again?
Oh, just search Tammy Mack Black Men. I have it in the back chat on the Zoom.
Oh yeah, no,
for
I'm
her
asking what's
name.
the name of her show. Isn't it about Blackness?
I think it's a little bit of everything. It may cover social. It may be social. Yeah, I think she covers a few things.
I thought
She's
she
a good
said
facilitator.
Is that what she is?
She's facilitating conversations.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about it?
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, the conversations. I'm listening to her album.
Yeah.
But anyway, can Black people be racist? What y'all think? Can we be racist? Can Black people be racist?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we could be racist. Because we don't have power. But I don't know. I guess we starting to gain some power. At one point we definitely couldn't be racist, but at this point, I think we might be able to be racist a little bit. If we can use whatever little power we got to convince somebody who really have power to not give somebody a chance, You ever had somebody who had that type of power? They don't really have the power to do anything, but they have friends, and I guess they can get you fired. Might be able to get you hired. Shit. These days. So I guess it just depends. If we could be racist or not. Man, I have a headache and the shit don't want to go away. Okay. Let me look. You said there's better ones? Wait, is it just
I'm
about
sorry,
Black men?
the show is Being Black with Tammy Mack. That's the name.
Yeah.
of it.
Being
I
Black,
was about
okay.
to say. Yeah, it is
Yeah, I
about
thought
just Black people. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's
okay,
the
yeah.
business of being Black with Tammy Mack. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I thought that's what she had said, something about being Black. Which is why I was, searching her show, because I like hearing what so what her name is, Tammy Mack.
So there's no war on Black men by other Black men. Is that what y'all came to? That's the only reason why I fucking came up. I was late getting back.
Well, what you think?
I rewinded the show to try to catch it from the beginning to not repeat what was already being said. It looked like it was a little bit more people on the panel when y'all first started. But Black men are not out here attacking Black men because they are Black.
Wait, say it again.
Black men that commit attacks on other Black men, the top priority is not because of they Black. Nobody is saying, oh, let's go out and kill this nigga because he's black. No, nobody is fucking saying that.
Mhm.
So I don't know who started that narrative. She was trying to, I don't know, expose something or make awareness of something.
Who?
But the gangbangers, I mean, this sounds like a Cynthia G point right here. I'm familiar with Tammy Mack. I watched some of her episodes before, and this particular war on black men by other black men is not something that she has been doing in the past. Because the gangbangers out here are not saying, hey, let's go kill some niggas because they're black. And
No, but
nothing
I
else.
think she was saying that black men are in danger, right? Black men are targeted, but they targeted by black men. And I
nobody's
guess
looking over their shoulder. And black men are not looking over their shoulder, watching out for other black men at the top of the list of the enemies either, including the younger generation that may.
I guess what she's saying, they're killing
I agree.
ourselves. So
Yeah,
because of that,
I agree.
I think that's what she must be
It's
meaning.
not because of the black though.
Yeah, but it's not because they black, but black men are doing it. So black men are killing black men.
Well, if you're not around any other race except for black people, what other? I mean,
Right. And that's the point. So that's why she said black men are killing themselves. So yeah, we kill or commit crimes against those who we around the most. It says black people around each other the most, just like other races of people. So what she's saying is black men are killing themselves more than anybody. It's harming them. And I think that's what she was saying. So when the question is, are black men targeted or are black men in danger? And she's like, yeah, they targeting themselves. They're making themselves, they harming each other. And
Yeah, because just because you're in proximity of one another, that doesn't mean you have to kill one another.
so how do we determine who's on the side of who? Since she used the word war, that's where I'm going, Miss Baum. She used the word war like it's Team A against Team B. Now she brought this topic up. I'm talking about.
But isn't it like a war? Like
no,
she's talking
it's
about
not
gang
no war.
violence.
No,
It's
it's not no war. It's not no war because there's no side.
There is
there's
a
no
side,
team.
right?
When you use the word war, there's a definite opponent.
Right.
In any sport, Ms. Baum.
And that's what we're talking about.
So how do we
mentioned
determine
gang
who on
violence.
who? So how
Well,
do we?
if you wearing red and wearing blue, they got a definitely a opponent.
Oh no.
She mentioned gang violence. That's what she was talking about.
Is that what she said? Because
Yeah.
I may have missed that point. Okay.
Yeah, she said gang violence, like they killing themselves through gang violence.
She's only addressing gangbangers when she's talking about this topic.
Well,
that's it.
So
how many out of all the black men, the young black men in the United States, how many are actually in gangs?
In gangs or grouped up with who they selling you drugs
same,
for?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, but that's what.
Now, I think that number real fucking small.
It is a small number. I agree. But so who doing all the killing? And even that's small, right? It's not as much killing as some people make it seem. But I guess people say one killing is one too many. But yeah, we got these people in these gangs and committing these crimes and I guess that's what she was talking about. What other ways black men are dying? Remember, what's the topic again? Are black men what?
War on black men and
Is
Yeah,
you
is
got
there a
should,
war on
should
black
who
you
men?
should care?
care?
Is it who should care or why should
That was my title. I don't think that
Oh,
they
okay.
that
Oh,
wasn't their
okay, that
title.
was your title. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one that
Yeah, but
said,
she did. Yeah, she did
She
ask that
did
question. She
have a
said, "Why
second
should
part
we
to it though. What
care?"
was it,
Yeah,
Kiera? Yeah, what
yeah.
was
She
it,
said.
Kiera?
She said, "Is there a war on black men? And if so, why should we care?"
She said why?
Yeah,
I
she
don't
asked
remember
why.
that.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
put it in my title, but I don't remember her asking that.
Oh,
That's why
okay.
I was, when you said that, she said that, because when I put it in the title, because that's what I was thinking, like, should we,
She asked the people on the
Yeah.
panel and they responded yes or no.
But let's go find it, because I don't remember that.
It's
Let's
at the
go
very
see.
beginning. I think it's the first question she asked the panel.
Yeah, at the very beginning, like the first 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, and then we're gonna come back to this. Are black men at fault? Wait, is this the same one?
It looked like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dr. Umar,
go
you,
back
my
to-
sir, are
this
a
is a
black
clip
man.
of it.
Why should I care about a war being waged against you?
There it is.
If you care about
a war being waged against you.
if you care about the future of
Okay, yeah, that's why should that's serious.
black people, then you naturally have to care about the destiny of black men. When you look at most of the pathology in the black community today, from black on black crime to single female headed households to poor academic outcomes to unemployment, much of that is due to the war against black men. So if we want to survive and thrive as a black family and as a black community, we have to implement solutions for black men.
So Cynthia G says that the war is waged against black men towards black men. So everything that you just listed, Cynthia would suggest that that is the fault of the black man on his own.
And I would disagree with that. All of the problems that black men have were introduced by the white power structure. We do not control the school system. We do not control the criminal justice system. We do not control the economic system. All of the problems that we struggle from were introduced by the white power structure.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone wrong. Oh yeah, I hit bleep. Okay, so what y'all thinking? So yeah, I guess so. It looked like she pro black, but Cynthia, she was like, yeah, the men are killing themselves.
Is this the same exact episode?
Yeah, this is the same one. Look like
it's just a clip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is like a 4-minute clip.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay.
And so yeah, so what you I don't know, like Cynthia was just saying, hey, y'all, men are harming themselves, and then they started bringing up old stuff from the 1900s and Martin Luther King, and it just goes on, and then they started talking about how women have we have what they say we have
a safety net.
Yeah, we have a safety net. They talk about this imaginary safety net that we have while we stuck with the children. These men get mad that a woman will be able to go get some food that because the man not paying his child support, but they get upset about that shit. They real upset and mad about that. And they want us to feel, but they want us to give it up. Like I don't know, you know what I mean? Like they the ones with the safety net for years. Men were able to get jobs that women couldn't even get. You was able to feed families, Today women could get jobs, as long as you don't have no children that you gotta pay close attention to. But I don't know. It's like just a lot of whining ass men. And they got some they just whining. They really are whining about,
Miss Baum, I made a run and came back. Well, I saw the word war under your title. I was like, war? I thought thought y'all was on some goddamn YouTube beef. I thought I was on some other shit.
Oh no, yeah,
I
no,
had
we
no
not.
idea this was situation there.
Oh, you thought it went? You thought something happened to
Yeah,
it? Oh no, no, no. I was just talking about this title. You know the video we were just watching.
yeah.
Yeah. So no.
Yeah, it took me a good minute to caught up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I've been in the chat. They done spun off on some other topics as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. We were just talking about that. I thought it was interesting to see how Dr. Umar and Cynthia G were gonna, communicate with each other.
Communicate.
Yeah.
Boy, they couldn't wait to get at each other, boy, like pit bulls.
Yeah, it's almost like it looked like he was being nice and
Yeah, he actually showed some restraint. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounded like he not trying to beat up on nobody, and well, she's like black. I don't know. I don't know. I guess some of these women, we gotta understand, if women don't never come across the good men that are out there, right? Then we understand why they would feel like there aren't good men out there, right? Because if they never come across them, and so that's what, like, I remember Koja explaining that she didn't grow up with no father and no man. There's been many women who come and told me that, actually, even some my age was like, well, my family is just filled with strong women. They had no fathers in the household at all. Like, she grew up with, and she my age, she had no father, and there was no uncles, and so her grandmother had all girls, and then then she had all these aunts, and then they had all girls, and there was no men. When they would get pregnant, the man would just walk away. And women shouldn't have to fight to keep a man around. I figure I tell you I'm pregnant, and you either want to be there or not. I shouldn't have to fight you to get you to want to be a family or to take care of this thing, this baby that you put in me. And I think some men want women to beg them and plead them and run after them. But these women not running after your ass because they have opportunities. This is not the 40s and the 50s and shit where women had no choice if she wanted to survive. So now we have a issue where women don't, she would like to have you, so you can be a family, but she's not gonna kiss your ass. She's not gonna go through a lot of bullshit with you just to say the dad is at home. And so I think, and then so we got women who don't, they've never saw a good man. They never really seen a good man. And so, I don't know. And then we got these men on here making it worse because they're talking about how they want a woman to hold her head down and don't say shit until he asks her something. And then even then, she better not say nothing but what he tells her to say. She got to be docile. She got to be what they call feminine. And to them, feminine means shut the fuck up and do what I say. Because I was on the panel and I could play it when they asked me, are you in a partnership? And I was like, yeah, we're in a partnership. I'm married. I'm with a man who we are partners. Oh, that's the problem. Nigga, what you mean that's the problem? Why would that be a fucking problem?
I'm telling you, these Negroes, they ask you crazy questions. They ask you, are you your husband's property?
Yeah, remember that?
What in the holy fuck?
Remember, they also asked me, was I the mate? Or was I the first mate or the captain? Remember? One of them dudes said, are you the captain or are you the first mate? Like, what?
Somebody else.
Over there on Anton Daniel, man, they asked me, because I let them ask me questions, but they just like real silly, And
are you your husband's property?
yeah, I'm like, I'm nobody's property.
What the hell that
Well,
mean?
That other dude with that book.
You mean, am I his slave? Is that what you mean?
what you saying?
That other dude with that book had Hotep on his website. Was that a Hebrew Israelite?
I think so, because I saw
yes.
that too.
Yeah.
I think she said that.
Hotepish.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I think she did mention something about that, him being a Hotep or something. These men are learning from the wrong type of men, and then we got a lot of women learning from the wrong type of women. And then we got men who will say, "Well, Bob, you the wrong type of woman." I'm like, okay, so prove that to me. Like, I'm not telling they mad because I'm not telling these women to bow down to a man. I ain't bowed down to no man. I'm married 30-something years. I ain't never bowed down to my husband. He never required it neither.
So where have they seen this type of situation play out though? Like,
I don't know.
I'm not even being sarcastic.
I don't know. I don't even know. I would like to know too.
They should be able to provide us with a video. Like, give me a snapshot, a TikTok, 2 minutes. You know, hey, this is how the Black family should work.
Right. But you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be some porn where some woman is dressed up and you know, and she meets the husband at the door with warm cookies, and before you know it, you know, they having sex on the floor, you know, in the middle of the door when the neighbors can watch. So they peeking, and then they start having sex by watching these people have sex. And that's what it'll be, some shit like that. But they're not gonna be able to provide nothing that proves that what they claim they want is something that works. And then we got liars, right, who will come on and say, well, my wife did it, my wife listened to me, she's subservient to me, and my girlfriend. And then when them women end up coming and getting on streams, the nigga get all choked up and shit, like what happened to, what his name, that Jay dude. His girlfriend got on the stream. This nigga was talking about, well, my wife do this. You women, the problem with you women is you want too much, and you won't give shit. And then come to find out his woman gave him money to help support his food truck. Right? And then when she showed up on the stream and shit, nigga got all silent. He was scared she might say something. But she didn't have to say nothing. She didn't disrespect him. But the fear that was in his heart told me everything I need to know, which I already knew.
I bet the look on his face told you a wife definitely 33 years in the running. Oh, you know that face. I bet you do.
Man, did you see it?
Oh, I don't have to. I know the face. I'm not even married and I know that face. That face is too damn common with them. Man, no offense, that just is what it is. It's the same damn face. It's like that guilty ass looking face. I hope she don't rat me out.
Yeah, the eyebrows go up. Yeah.
Look, that happened. Remember on Kendra show? Remember the dude called in the Kendra show, and then next thing you know, his girlfriend comes to the door, and he plays like, "Oh, I'm just on Kendra's show," and Kendra say, "He's on here trying to get a girlfriend," and she looks and say, "What?" And then he goes, "Oh no, I'm these niggas be lying. They always lie. These niggas lie. All of them who claim that they got some woman who's subservient to them while they be on YouTube playing and shit.
I know, right?
They lie.
Singing Whitney Houston songs. I have nothing. If I don't have you ass niggas, right?
Yeah, I know that.
These motherfuckers, man, they be playing too much.
Yeah, these niggas be
Soon as a woman get on the screen, they zip them lips, baby.
Zip them. You could tell, like they had some who got caught where the woman just walked in the room and the nigga, and you know, or asking him where's this or where's that, and he hurry up and mute it. How about even Gotti when his grandma told him, "It's late, get your ass up." I need you to go get my medicine. And God, she's like, you've been in bed all day. That nigga was on this, nigga was still in bed. He's supposed to be taking care of his grandma. And his
I'm
grandma,
never there when this stuff happens.
girl, yeah, girl.
I was
They
on one.
always get caught. And then they try to play it off.
You know
and then
what?
they run.
I don't need to be on one because if you and me on one bomb and I hear him, I'm gonna go in.
What about that
Be your
guy?
shotgun, I swear.
What about that guy that said, if a woman get with me, she gotta break herself? Who's that fool that said that? Damn.
Apex weirdo.
Yes. Yes.
Man,
Now
you
he's
know this-
trying to survive his emotional breakdowns, talking about, well, really, we should be married. But
Y'all
I don't
forgot I
understand.
found Apex. Y'all forgot I found Apex on what the name of that court show was?
He was on a court show.
I think it was late night. Remember that?
Yeah.
Devastating. I
Yeah, we
found
was
him.
here.
I was
She was
yep. I found
watching
him
a
on-
judge show. She said, "Wait a minute, pause it." Like, wait a minute, she came all the way back. because of
Yeah,
that.
I was like, this that dude Apex. He was on there
Uh-oh.
getting sued. Was he was getting sued by a white woman who was his
Paternity case.
girlfriend.
Did we investigate and go into and breaking down the picture and everything?
Yeah, remember we went through the picture and everything. Now y'all, I'm telling you, that's that nigga. And if it ain't, it's still that nigga as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we did a side-by-side comparison. We confirmed that it probably ain't him, but we went ahead and said, yeah, it is.
We spent like 4 hours on that shit.
We sure did. That's investigative work, baby. We went to his YouTube, remember, and
His
because he
Facebook,
told,
yeah.
remember he told us he used to stay in Cali, but he went to Hawaii. And
Hawaii,
then that
yeah.
dude who I found was the same. He was in Cali in Hawaii. I kept saying, this is him. Okay. And as
I
far as I'm
kept saying-
concerned, until he proved otherwise, that is that nigga. Okay.
Because he didn't come back. I think it seemed like right after that particular.
That's right, because he knew I found
he
his ass on
vanished.
Judge Judy, baby. He was on Judge Judy. Nigga was getting sued.
Yeah, he didn't come back over on this panel for like a long fucking time.
Not
Like-
until recently
like
not until with the thing happened just recently. He
That's-
stayed away. I
that's-
found his ass.
That's the first time I've seen him since that day, actually.
Yeah.
Last week. Yeah.
Because he knew. He was like, Bomb that found me. I need to go sit my ass down. Like, go sit your ass down somewhere. Okay. And then we got what his name in the room, who I'm even not looking in the chat, but I know that nigga I can feel his spirit,
You
his
smell
chubby
him?
ass. Huh? Callie was Randy SoCal. That fat little fucker right there. Nigga, y'all, if y'all didn't see the videos of Randy SoCal, y'all need to go check it out. This nigga did a spin, okay? And tried to do a layup. And the nigga only jumped like 2 inches off the ground with his fat ass and spinned and thought he did something. And talk about he got a Mercedes. They had a hole in the roof in the motherfucking house. Okay. That nigga got talk about I'm wealthy. I got jobs. You ain't got no jobs, nigga. You get that SSI check. Okay. And it is around the 1st of the month. It's the 9th, nigga. I know you just got a check like 5 days ago. You got a check on the 1st and the 3rd, nigga. Okay. That's why you were so happy. He had his ass come up here with his real name.
Yeah, his real name began with a B, so his shit came on the first.
Yeah. That nigga tried to come up here talk about Bomb. You called me slow months ago. I said, nigga, and you proved my point. You came up, I called you slow months ago, like 6 months ago. You just not getting up here to tell me about it. That's how slow your ass is, nigga. Okay.
I'll be dying over here, boy. My stuff would be tore up. That motherfucker extra slow.
Extra slow. And he repeats the same thing over and over again. I bet you he just said, "Bomb, be over there on Instagram." He just said that at least 10 times tonight, last night, and the night before. Every day, the nigga come over, right? He gonna tell us how much he loved Trinity, right? He gonna tell us how much the women he love. He gonna rate me a 5. He gonna rate some other people a 4 and a 3. Okay. And we rate you a 0, nigga. You okay? We're not even taking time to rate you. You goofy ass nigga. Talking about eyes not gaze no more. I delivered. Ass nigga. Shit. And that nigga called McDonald's, talk about, hello, can I speak to Ronald McDonald? That nigga said, can I speak to Ronald McDonald? And the people didn't say nothing. They just listened. And he was like, yeah, Ronald McDonald, can I get a Big Mac from Ronald McDonald? And they just sat there, nobody laughing or nothing. The nigga started, can you sing the McDonald's songs to me, please? And then the nigga started singing the McDonald's song to the person on the other end. Like the nigga started singing the song that he thought they was, like, I'm like, oh my God. And he thought that shit was funny.
I would have been recording his ass.
Girl, goofy as fuck. They probably know his ass. They probably say, Randy.
That's probably why he be
this you
getting mad.
again?
Yeah.
Look, they said, put your mama on the phone. I'm sorry. Nah, put your mama on the phone. And they said, Mr. Morris, Randy keep calling us. He calling us again. Okay. They had to put Miss Dolores in check and told her to keep the phone away from your ass. Okay. Just like they got to keep fire and lighters. And they gotta keep sharp objects from away from your ass, nigga. Okay. And then they said, and when we see him next week, make sure he have his helmet on. You know, because he need that helmet on so he won't be bumping his head against all kinds of shit. Because when he get mad, that's what he start doing. Taking his head and slamming it against walls and tables and shit. I want my dog. I'm hungry, mom. And the nigga just rapping his head. That's why his head's so big. His head's so big, his ears look small. look like he ain't got no goddamn ears. That's how big his goddamn head is.
The helmet pressed down his ears, they won't pop back out.
Listen, the helmet is no longer fitting his head because he done been hitting it against walls and shit so much. Okay.
Yeah,
so, that nigga like Doofy. Remember Doofy on that movie? Remember Doofy was digging in his butt and smelling it? That's Randy so cute.
What?
Doofy,
no, Miss Mom, no, I do not remember that movie. I did not watch that motherfucker. I missed it.
I don't know that movie, bro.
that was that scary movie. What it was called? Scary movie.
I have no idea.
Doofy would dig. Doofy was like he would drool and shit, and he was digging his butt and smell it. And then he would put it by people's noses and say smell it, and then he smelled like straight ass.
Oh,
that's Randy SoCal for your ass right there. Don't never let, if that nigga come at you with 2 or 3 fingers talking about sniff, please punch that nigga in his motherfucking throat. You don't want no fingers nowhere near you. Okay? Don't let that nigga put his booty smell by your nose. Okay? I promise you, you're not gonna like it. Smelling like straight trash. Smell like he been sitting on his butt for 10 years straight. Knowing he don't take no showers, no baths, nigga. Okay? I don't even know what to say about that nigga no more. Okay? Over there like a whole bum. And then I was waiting for somebody to come. Let's see, Baller, look, y'all, Baller X, y'all know, I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Okay, so Baller X, you know, we was cool and everything, but y'all remember maybe about 2 months ago, Baller came over, right, and used his wrench. Like, I had never seen a nigga come over here for real, except to say hi. And people know I don't look in the chat. Like, everybody know I don't look in the chat.
Yeah.
So he came over, and I happened to be looking in the chat this one particular moment, and he used his wrench, right? And I said, hey, dude, like, what you blocking people for? Like, and we don't do that over here. And I got on him a little bit, but it wasn't even bad. But I guess he has an issue with me since then. Now listen, little Baller X, you little raggedy motherfucker. I'm not the one you want to play with, bitch. What I suggest you do is continue to grab people content and make it your own, you slow ass nigga. Okay? Because you keep fucking with me, little nigga, you will be, everybody will be clipping what I say about you. Okay? You listening ass nigga, you looking ass nigga, no content having ass little motherfucker. Okay? Now, don't make me get my switch and whip your ass. I promise you, you're not gonna like it. Okay? So anyway, I just had to put that out there because, you know, they think they're getting big and shit when they ain't shit, right? They barely getting 200 on their videos and shit. That's because it ain't their content. Nobody know if this is a nigga or a bitch. Nobody know who Baller X is. And the only thing funny about Baller X is the fact that he takes people funny clips and clip them. He don't add nothing else to it. You see what I'm saying? So don't have me come for you, bitch. Okay? I just had to say that because I've been thinking about it for about 4 days. For 4 whole days, nigga. Because you took something that wasn't even funny and put it up, and it still wasn't funny, nigga. Because you mad? You mean nobody had no real funny shit about me that you could use, nigga? So you had to use somebody said, well, Bob Cherry said, why she asked him why he didn't say it to her first. And that nigga used that like as if that was funny. And I was like, this nigga desperate. Nigga, you need to go back and I could tell you where to go and get some jokes where somebody cracked some jokes on me. I could tell you where to go get. Maybe that'd be a little better clip for you than to follow these raggedy ass bitches with 30 kids by 80 motherfucking niggas. Okay? 30 kids, 80 niggas, they goddamn vaginas is like trash cans. It's like the sewer. That's what they vaginas are. Every time somebody take a shit and flush, it's like a nigga who nutted in her motherfucking nasty, trifling ass vagina. Woman Spear, if that bitch sit down on your couch, when she leaves, you gonna have to throw that motherfucker in the trash. Okay? That bitch be walking around smelling up whole cities and shit. I walk outside and I smell the spirit way and I be like, that woman spirit must be close by. Okay? These raggedy ass hoes who don't take care of their bodies and shit. Okay? Fuck out of here. And how you know they don't take care of their bodies? When they got all them motherfucking kids by all them fucking baby daddies and they ain't giving no fucks like she say. She said she ain't giving no fucks. She said she ain't giving no fucks about her child. The daddies got them. And that is when I knew that she was full of shit. Producing children and they talking about they daddies can get them. Yeah, they daddies. Let they daddies get them. They daddies would rather get them, bitch, than for them to have their children living with you, hoe.
Oh,
They
not on the weekend, like full custody.
them niggas be having them babies. Yes, that bitch don't have no kids. She have had kids, but she
Yeah.
don't have no motherfucking kids. The baby daddy say, I don't want my child living in this squalor. And then she can't fight them.
Yeah.
She can't fight them because they gonna win.
Because they got stable environments and all that.
That's right. At least she fucking with niggas with stable environments. That's because they was fucking living with other women.
That's fucked.
And them niggas was living with other chicks and shit. And she was just a side bitch. She was the side bitch who got pregnant, and the baby, the baby daddy and his wife said, we'll take the child. She was like, nah, this is my baby. They were like, don't make us call CPS. You better go wash them walls, ho. You gonna be the weekend. She like the weekend mom. Okay. And they told her you're going to clean that. You're going to clean that pussy if you want to try to keep your kids. Otherwise, all the daddies is taking them. All the daddies. Okay. The daddies is taking their kids from ratchet ass mothers, and that's how it should be. That's how it should be. Okay. What's going on, Jasmine? David Johnson asshole, you're right about that. Funny as heck. What David said? David Johnson said he funny. David, I have to admit, you are funny. You funny. You know what's funny about you is that you laugh at your own shit and it don't be funny. But that be funny though. That be funny. David started laughing at his own shit, talking about bomb, you just don't understand, bomb. I got this, bomb, no, let me have this, bomb, but you don't understand, bomb. And I'm like, but you ain't say shit. You ain't say nothing yet. Okay. Anyway, what's going on, just me? But listen, I like David Johnson though. I like David. David is funny. I'll be so glad when I get over y'all. What you been up to, Aries? Aries ain't hit the panel in a while. Okay. I was just talking about woman spirit because I felt like it, I don't know, it's just a smell, you know what I'm saying? I think it was one of the leaky diapers and shit. And when I thought to myself, woman spirit, I was just thinking, how smelly her insides gotta be. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Okay.
I'm so glad they don't have smell technology through the internet. I hope they don't never come up with that goddamn technology. Good Lord.
Man.
That's the case.
Man, listen, I don't even know what to tell you. She be over there like, I like big dick. And I'm like, nothing wrong with like a big dick, but bitch, you like big dick because you probably got a big dick. You know what I mean?
Now that was funny.
Like you advertising your big dick over there. You advertising your big dick. Okay. I got a picture of her, man. And I ain't gonna put it up because I don't want to do that to her, but I will later when I feel like touching this computer and grabbing it real quick. Look like she went and got her little Jerry curl or something, y'all. Little Jerry curl. Like, goddamn. I was like, who is this little boy? I was like, who is this little boy? Huh?
An old picture?
No, this shit was recent. She decided to take that wig off, baby, and she had a little Jerry curl. She was looking like a little boy. I don't know. Like she was looking real butch with it, right? She like real butch with it, looking real butch with it. Real butch with it, with a real bush. That bitch was looking butch. I was like, God damn, who is this nigga? I looked at the goddamn photo a little closer, And I was like, is that woman spirit? I was like, this bitch done took the wig off for real. And she, let me grab that the fuck out of here. Let me show y'all. Y'all probably thinking I'm joking. Let me go grab it real quick. Let's see. I gotta go open this. I'm gonna put this up because and then let me grab. Let's see, I'm gonna put it here. I know y'all think I'm joking, but I'm not. I was like, who is this cheesy little boy right here? I was like, what the fuck is going on? What y'all thinking? I was like, do the Humpty dance, do the Humpty dance. Say what? Do the Humpty dance. Let me go grab it. Let me find that. Let's see. Damn. Here we go. Here we go. This bitch got that nose, baby. Hey, here she go. All right. Stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the sound that you used to. I look funny. Bitch say I'm looking funny. Okay, we go. She said, okay, look, she said, so let me introduce myself. My name is Humpty. Wait, let me see, wait. Wait a minute, y'all. Where is that? Here we go. So let me just introduce myself. My name is Humpty, pronounced with the Humpty. Yo, ladies.
Are you?
Oh, how I like the funk be. Look, that bitch.
Mom, you trying to show us something? Because we can't see. We just see the picture.
Oh, y'all can't see. Oh, damn, I'm not sharing. Wait a minute.
Damn.
Give me a second. I forgot I stopped the cam. Wait. Here you go. Well, I gotta start the cam back. Here we go. There it go. Ooh, how I like the funky. Let me see. What is she doing, yo? She done took she got a little Jerry curl. What's going on? Is that a Jerry curl? What she doing? And this the best shot I've ever seen her take, because she got one, baby. You catch her from the side, you see that big ass hump in her nose, like a witch. It's pointed to the bottom, pointed going down.
I see the point right now. It's got a shadow on her.
I was like, let me go see if I can find her. Man, I don't even know why I gotta do this. I shouldn't have to do this. You know, like I done this to her several times already. Okay. But I guess sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, Leaky. Leaky came home. I hear him jumping and shit. Let me go grab some photos. Oh, Lordy. Oh, time it all. Hey, baby. Oh, thank you. Nice. What's that? Oh. Tiny. I don't want to use that one because it's connected to another one. I'm going to spice it up. I do want that picture though. I'm going to use it, but give me a second. Got so many of them. Man, one time, this was years ago, right? And she was, you know, she wouldn't show herself, but she decided to get on cam late night. Man, she was always scared. Man, she didn't want nobody to know what she looked like. You know, because she could play like she would look like anything. You can always lie and say what you look like when nobody know what you look like. You know what I'm saying? So but late one night she got on camera with some glasses on, and man, she thought she was looking good. But the nose, it was that nose. I was like, when I saw that photo, this how I was. I was like, yeah. we were like, damn, what is you doing, girlfriend? You know, trying to figure out why? What is you doing, girlfriend? You're not supposed to be looking like a little boy when you're a grown-ass woman. Okay, well, I just passed up one. Going too fast. Where did it go? God damn. How far was that? So, let's see here. Oh, do me, baby. Do the Humpty Dump. I do the Humpty Dump. Oh. It's Friday. Where in the hell is, I just thought it. I'm gonna get on a few of these motherfuckers tonight. Tonight is the night, okay? I first, while going through the photos to get on her, I have to do a check-in. This is roll call, motherfuckers. This is roll call. Number one, I want to know, where is Rude's wife? Rude, where is your wife? Okay, where is your wife? You got to come up here and explain to me why you got her hiding in the fucking closet. That's number one. Okay, what we got to say to your wife is, damn. Okay, she fine over there. We want to know where your wife is. Okay, number two. Let's see who next on the goddamn list. Now, y'all know I was doing my very, very best. My motherfucking very, very fucking best, right? I tried. I was doing good. Because this nigga right here, I tried to set him up with a motherfucking appointment, but the nigga was like, I don't need no dentist appointment. My credit score is 850, while you over there chewing on rocks and bricks and shit. I was like, nigga, you got that 850 credit score, but you got a lot of nuggets. They look goldish, yellow, just sitting on your gums, nigga. What is going on, nigga? Please don't tell me this nigga look like a whole animal. And I'm not gonna mention an animal, because if I said it, somebody will be like, I'm being what the word is, they'll claim that I'm talking about black people and calling them animals and shit. That's how you relate motherfucker shit. But this nigga, look how his mouth is open. This nigga opened his mouth so wide that it's like that It clown. Like, remember when that motherfucker would open his mouth and you see them lights? This nigga is about to chew up the world, baby. You can put a whole motherfucking car in this nigga's mouth. Okay? Anyway, let's see who next on the goddamn list. I mean, I do have lots of them. And I figured since they wanted to come for me, when I was chilling like a villain. Okay? Y'all remember this nigga right here, but I ain't even gonna put up his real photo because y'all gonna know exactly who I'm talking about. This nigga right here. We roasted his ass about a month and a half ago. That nigga looks the same, okay? I could put the side by side on it though. Let me put the side by side.
Don't do it.
God damn, let me
Go
do
ahead and
it.
do it.
You know I got to do it. These niggas be playing too much, but they don't want to play with me because I'm not the one to be played with. Why they want to mess with me? Why you think this nigga right here wants to mess with me? But you know what he got to do. I just got to do it. Okay? Give me a second, because, man, I was been roasting whole motherfuckers this month. It just looks like it got bad, huh? Y'all gonna tell me this ain't this nigga? Y'all know goddamn well that's that nigga right there.
That was funny as hell.
Oh, that's that nigga right there, baby. That's Megamind. Megamind, he got a mega head, should we say. This nigga head is way too big for this motherfucker's brain. Okay? Now, let's see who's next on the motherfucker. Let's see who's next on the motherfucker list. Okay, we're gonna save that right there. The mega head. We're gonna get back to the mega head first while I go through and find what I need to find. Because these motherfuckers got lots of jokes. Okay? Lots of motherfucking jokes. And I'm not gonna mess with her, and I'm not gonna mess with him, and I'm not gonna mess with them. And I'm not gonna mess with him neither. Ooh, it's been a lot of people. I'm sparing some people, you know, I'm just not warring with them, so I'm cool with it. Okay, I'm gonna leave them people alone. But some of you, I'm not leaving you alone. Y'all motherfuckers talk too goddamn much. Let's see. Let's see. Motherfuckers just be doing way too much. And I be asking them, like, what are you doing, boo-boo? I'm like, I be like, what are you doing over here? What is you doing? Oh, I'm toothless. This nigga be toothless and shit. He need to be toothless. The nigga got too many teeth. Okay, somebody need to pull some of them motherfuckers. It looked like somebody was pulling in between, like every other tooth they were pulling. He got one tooth here, the next tooth is missing, then he got the next tooth is there, and the following tooth is missing. The nigga got, it's like somebody been hop and skipping in his motherfucking mouth and shit. Okay, let me see who else. It's a few motherfuckers, it's a few. Let me see, did I go too far down? Yes, I did. Okay, I think I'm gonna get on some of these manosphere men too. Let's see, just the last few that I had to cook in the last couple months. Okay.
The people in the chat yelling, right? Aries talking about Dino looking ass.
Look, y'all remember? Y'all forgot her, huh? I ain't seen her in a while. Y'all ain't seen Anya in a while. What happened to Anya? Anybody know? This is the person I said was Apex, y'all. Let me show y'all. Uh-oh. Why didn't he grab it? Let's see. Maybe because it was too many of them. Maybe 5. Let's do that again. Okay. This is the guy. I know y'all. This is the guy who was on. Damn, why is it not coming up? Let's see. Media file. Let me try one more again. This is where I caught him on Judge Judy. I did. Okay. He was getting sued. Let's see if it's gonna come up. Okay, so this is him. That's Apex right there. That's Apex. Apex. And he was getting sued. He was getting sued, baby. He was getting sued. Okay. Let me show y'all where he was getting sued. He was getting sued by this woman right here. Don't run, Apex. Come up here and explain yourself. Okay. Okay, let's see. Boom, boom. I gotta delete some of these pictures because, man, it's so many I'm going through. So many. I had to roast his ass the other day, but since he ain't say nothing to me last time I was on the panel with him, I'm gonna leave him alone. Okay? Anya.
Yeah, he did jump on the no smoke bandwagon.
Oh, man. Let me see.
'Cause I know David be talking about you all when we be going live and shit on other panels. I don't be on there, but everybody be telling me he do.
There y'all go. That's old girl right there, man. That's her and all her blondness, baby. All her blondness. Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she lovely? James Tippin say, repent. Repent. Okay? Mama said he mad because he has all those teeth and no toothbrush.
That's fucked up.
That's from the water boy. Mama said alligators are so ornery because they got all those teeth and no toothbrush. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. These niggas in the manosphere be looking like this. Okay?
First time I seen that picture, boy, I damn it. Chill out.
They be getting dressed up like this. Okay? Let's see. They really be upset and mad like this. Okay?
Yeah.
Because they loved it and missed their daddy who was dressed like this. Okay? And some of these niggas be wearing panties like this. That's Reg the bad guy. Okay? And then we got niggas who also be doing shit like this. Uh-oh, but didn't show. Goddamn, my witness show. Okay, let me. And then they daddy was hugged up on a nigga like this, but they act like that wasn't him. Okay? And he really was looking for niggas like this. Boy, Kevin was sexy back then, wasn't he? Hugged up with his boyfriend and everything. That nigga was like, isn't he lovely? Ding, 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 ding. These niggas be doing too much. I was like, damn. Rude, where is your wife? We still on the search. Okay, we still searching for your wife, baby. We still looking for your wife. Let's see, we're gonna put some more things up and out. Okay. I don't know if this nigga is between this nigga and it's so close. I sometimes I just be thinking it's just my mind, but y'all tell me if I'm right or wrong. Let me put it up. Give me a second. Because I just feel like, well, let's see, I might be wrong. I could be wrong, but what them pictures at? My computer is trying to run slow. On slow mode. Come on, pop up for me. Where that toothless nigga at? I was supposed to be making pizza tonight. I forgot.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Hubby was supposed to get me some yogurt.
You already got the dough, the shit for the dough and everything?
I don't know if he got it. I asked him to get it. I don't even know because when he came home, he didn't tell me he got it or not. Maybe because I was sewing. Maybe my computer's real slow right now. The pictures are taking forever to pop up.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably because all these goddamn apps I got running. I do have a lot of apps running. I'm not gonna put him up. You know, some people I figure I ain't talk about you in a while. You ain't say nothing about me. I'm gonna leave you out of it, you know? But I have roasted quite a few motherfuckers over the last year and a couple of years, and it's a lot of them. Shitload of them, man. Only a couple of women, but it's a shitload of more fools, baby. I'm trying to bypass them. I need to get this shit off my computer. These manosphere ass, dumbass niggas, and these ratchet ass baby mamas. Okay? And I only say ratchet baby mamas because they ain't taking care of their goddamn kids. Okay? And then we got this nigga with this 850 credit score who's on my screen right now, looking like he just dead in dead mode. Cause this and that picture and this dude look alike to me. Okay. Let me put it back up. Let me show you. See if it come up a little quicker this time. Yeah, there it go. Don't they, so am I wrong to say that they look alike? Like, oh man, what in the wild world is what's going on here? Y'all get paid to talk shit online, not dress and dance around like a bunch of candy berries. Nobody. This is what we do, baby. This is what we do. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to put his picture up yet. Okay. He quite fragile and just a little sweet, too sweet. Okay. And what I suggest is some of these niggas be sweet and low. They on the down low. These niggas be sweet and on the down low. Okay. But I ain't gonna talk about him in this moment today, right now. I'm not gonna do it. Okay. What the hell is this? And shit, I forgot. Somebody I roasted, who knows? Who cares? So we got any topics we want to talk about? My computer is really, the pictures don't want to load.
You was changing pictures all that time?
I was adding them to a, yeah. I'm adding them to a little, I'm going through. Why, you wasn't looking at the pictures? Or they not showing? Uh-oh. I said I wasn't going to show the sweet and low dude, but he flashed up there for a second. Sweet and low.
No, they never changed. Except for that last one.
Which one you see?
The white dude with the mouth open, when you had his picture up, you saying
What you see right now?
Yeah, I see the ugly right now. I see the cartoon now.
I've been switching all these photos. They've been switching. That.
Yeah.
This.
This. Oh, yeah, that one showed.
This.
Yeah, they've been switching. The pictures have been switching.
Oh, okay. Sweet. What? That was they must was looking. I know they switching.
Yeah, I wasn't looking that hard.
This is what she asked me, and this is why she mad at me. Okay. This woman right here, asked me if I wanted to touch her cock. And I was like, no. I didn't know you had a cock. And she was like, sure do. I got a cock. I was like, well, damn. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. Come to find out though, it was a small cock. So I gave her approval, the seal of disapproval, and told her it was rejected because I do not mess with small little wee-wees. All right. Not when they on chicks. Okay. Me and chicks with small dicks don't get along well at all. Okay. And he said, devastated. Take that big ass pick down now. Okay. Let's see.
No.
Oh no, it's okay. Nobody. We just having fun, but down low, down low, down low. Nobody has to know. Anyway, what y'all want to talk about tonight, y'all? What we doing? Uh-oh, I didn't want that to show. I didn't want that to show. It's running through pictures, y'all.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I had some stuff running through that I wasn't looking, so they started running.
I was thinking about what you said, how Louisiana people make their roux with rendered fat instead of butter, like that other guy that called himself trying to make that gumbo. And it seemed like a lot of people got the game fucked up when it comes to making it, because
now that's not what I said. I did not say what you just said.
What did you say? I thought you said Louisiana people don't use butter.
Nope, I didn't say that. I said,
oh, my bad. I apologize.
Yeah, there's two ways to doing it. Either use butter or you use fat oil. But you don't use both. That's what I said. That person.
Okay. I got
remember that. Yeah, remember that person had oil, and then they put a little piece of butter in it.
Yeah,
you're supposed to do one or the other, not both.
Right. And that's
that's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Cajuns,
I only mentioned it because I was looking up this recipe for sausage gravy. Like people put on their biscuits or their grits or whatever, and they make their roux with butter. And that's why I wanted to ask, like, is that a thing? But you just mentioned don't mix it. Use one or the other. So I get it now. Okay, no problem. And then another article came up real quick. This guy, he's taking pizzas from Walmart. Like, he's got a pizza company that he serves and delivers DoorDash, right? It's so funny. Okay, give me a minute. Look, I don't know if this is genius or evil, but basically with his pizza company, he's basically buying Walmart pizzas. He got the boxes for his company. He's going to heat up the Walmart pizzas, put them in a box of his company, and have them delivered DoorDash.
He's not making the pizzas.
Oh,
damn.
He's not making his own pizzas. He's buying pre-made pizzas from Walmart. When he get an order, he heat that bitch up. He slap it in his own fucking company box and ship that shit DoorDash.
Damn, that's crazy.
Woo! I hope this is a prank. I'm trying to find out whether or not this is a prank or like real. Cause it's like it's all fun until the health inspector shows up. That's one of the comments in the article.
I'm surprised one of the comments wasn't "It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno." I'm surprised.
Oh man, they don't tell her what type of frozen pizzas they get. Now the name of the guy's company is called Booth Pizza, and it says it's never been active on DoorDash or social media. This appears to be a prank. So that's and then they go forward with the article. So I guess it's a prank, but I'm like, damn.
That's funny regardless.
That is
I
funny.
read that article. I was like, man, I wish I thought of it.
Exactly. I was like, I can see somebody doing that.
They buy pre-made chicken wings and sell it. I mean,
Right?
you can do a whole lot of pre-made shit with it's your own company through DoorDash. Oh my God, you get an order. I don't know how DoorDash works, but I guess you get an order and you send the order out. But that don't mean they made the shit. That don't mean they made it. That's fucked up. What if people are actually out there doing that?
I know it's making me rethink all my DoorDash orders.
Oh my God. How you doing tonight?
Good. I just got off a Clubhouse, and it's pure ignorance over there.
I was about to say, Millie, you shouldn't be saying
What they
okay. You should be
doing
saying,
over
oh no.
What's
'Cause you can't mute over there.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what it's like over there. I heard it was kind of treacherous.
Pretty
Can you
much
get
it's
over
the
there on
ghetto
your
brought
computer?
online.
Yeah.
Can you get over there on the computer, or it got to be a mobile device?
You might be able to if you have like an app that lets you download mobile apps to your computer. But up until I think this year, they were only for iPhones, and I have an Android. So I joined. It's some good stuff on there, but don't go in the black version. It's just trash. They were talking about our down low men, dangers to the community, and it reminds me of what you did about a month ago, where you were looking up the different types of, I don't know what it was, sexualities.
Yeah.
And they were over there spouting. First, the women were like, well, you can tell a down low man, he's effeminate. And I was like, that's not true. I know 4 men who are married with wives, and you would never know.
Right.
The only reason why I know that they dated a gay man because my best friend was gay. So that's not true.
Yeah.
And and 2 gay men were like, oh, we don't deal with down low men because they know how to perform masculinity. And all the straight men were like, oh, you can't perform masculinity. I was like, you can if you tying it to your dick. Yeah, you can perform it quite easily.
Mm-hmm.
And that,
if you can't perform it, then why are they always calling women masculine?
Right. I was like, you tie anything that's masculine to your dick. And that's why if you have any thought that a man's being penetrated, he instantly loses his man card because you think that's the meaning. That's the issue. You sexualize everything. And so they jumped on my head, so I got out of there.
Bingo.
Today, this morning, we had a conversation where somebody said that Disney was sexualizing, they were sexualizing girls in movies. And I was like, Disney? He was like, Disney. He said they've been doing it. So we had that little conversation. Come to find out, it's not that Disney sexualized. It's him. He was sexualized.
Yeah.
And
then they try to correlate. They always do this. They correlate molestation to homosexuality, which is it's so stupid. It's so stupid when they do that. But it's like they're trying to justify, I don't know, it's like they're trying to justify why, like something traumatic had to happen to a man for him to become quote unquote gay. And then they brought up trans men. Well, honey, these black men, you can literally hear their heads popping off. And this woman changed her picture to a black trans man. You would not know that that this man used to be a woman. The pecs, the 6-packs, the goatee, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And they said, well, if a man slept with a trans man, would he still be down low? Man, this Hotep got off just the picture had him triggered. You don't say that. You're spewing insanity. And I'm like, calm down. Like, why are you worried about what other men do with their penises?
Like,
it's the strangest thing.
It is the strangest thing, man. All they got to do is not want to suck on it.
Yeah.
Touch it. You ain't got to be involved in it. But they...
And then the women say, well, I couldn't date a bi man. I was like, most of us probably are. We just don't want to admit it because, there's shame attached to it by women and other men.
Yeah.
Oh, it was weird.
Remember, we was looking at one guy on Kendra G.
Remember, and he was bi. He was what he didn't even consider himself bi. He considered himself was it pansexual or I forgot which one. I think he considered himself pansexual. And he was
Oh
nice
yeah.
looking.
Yeah, anything other than straight, you get a red mark on your chest. You are ostracized.
Mm.
So I was like, maybe, and it's stuff attached to that, right? Like women are getting STDs and everything because they're with a man who's, giving away his seed to everybody.
Yeah.
But would
Somebody
that
named
be?
Chip. Let's see what this is. Hold up a second. I mean, we verify who this is. When they come up, what happened? Did they come up? Let me look. Oh, it says it's processing or something. Okay. They got to hit that OK button if they want to get in. Okay, we could continue. They'll come when they come.
No, I was just thinking about, that made me think about that late night stream you did where you went through all the different, I think I was on here with you and you went through all the different types of sexuality and how confused people are and how triggered they get.
Yeah. It is. It can be confusing, but they got a lot of kids who are confused.
Oh yeah.
And they looking for answers. And so and what it is, it's not about sex anymore. It's not just sex. It's about how they feeling. And these kids, they breaking shit down. They're like, okay, what if I am okay with dating? I only date women, but I don't want to marry a woman. What that makes me. Or if I would date with anybody, but I only want to marry, seriously have a relationship with a woman. And then they got all these goddamn terms for all these things. Like it's
yeah, I always tell you, if you don't believe that gender, if you don't believe about assigned gender, especially if you're a woman, go look up trans men. You will be confused. Just go look it up.
Yeah.
Because you cannot tell. You can't tell. At least from the top up, you can't tell.
Yeah. And then when they get their surgery, and you can't tell then neither. That's what a lot of the men are afraid of.
That's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, then they might end up finding out that they messed with somebody who wasn't born a female. And I'm thinking, what does it matter where they were born? If you don't know, you don't know.
Right.
So I wonder what you think they so afraid of. Like it used to be a man, but now it's not. Like it have everything else like a woman. Maybe the men could come up here and explain it. Because I don't
know.
If I happen to be with a man who was born a woman, but now I only know this person as this man, he look like a man, everything about him is like a man, then I ain't gonna be like, oh my God. Like
right.
You know what I mean? I would just be like, okay, well.
I don't understand.
I guess it might throw me off a little bit, but
there was a trans woman in there too. And she was like, there are women who had the full surgery from the rooter to the tutor. If you didn't know and she didn't disclose that and you slept with her, are you gay? And those yahoos, yeah, you're gay. Like if there was a penis anywhere in the vicinity at any time during this human being's life, even if they don't have it anymore, you're still gay. I was like, okay.
That's so crazy.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man.
Let's say, what if they go to the class reunion and they found out their homeboy from high school is now a transsexual and he's actually turned on by it. I think that. What do you think? That makes him gay?
No, I don't. But according to this community, he is.
Okay.
And I made a point to say, because even over there, because if you do any kind of homophobic language, just like in YouTube, they'll they'll take your account. So they kind of have
Right.
to deal with people in their community coming into their room. But they will make a specific
Right.
point to say, "Oh, I'm cool with such and such," even though I don't agree with their lifestyle. And it's like a tick. Like, if I don't say this, I'll be guilty by association. I was like, and y'all don't have a problem with that? And so they went off on me. I had to leave. I was like, you can't even say I'm cool with this person being here, full stop. You have to add the caveat, even though I don't agree with
The
them. Like, if you
disclaimer.
don't say it. Yeah, if you don't say it. Like, they looking at you funny. I was like, isn't that kind of toxic? Like, no wonder y'all won't even eat popsicles and bananas on camera. Like, that's weird.
I think somebody said something. Oh yeah, that was a man on YouTube who mentioned that his wife couldn't eat a banana. Remember that? I was somewhere and he said his wife better not eat no banana. I was like, he said that, wasn't that over here? Yes. He said that she couldn't just eat anything. He had to check to see what she brought to lunch to eat to work. And somehow it's inappropriate for her to be eating bananas at work. I was like, what? He
Yeah.
was like, yeah, because
You know, it's possible to break the banana off in chunks. You don't
Yeah.
have to bite into it. You can just break it off with your hand.
Yeah, these dumbass. I wish my husband would tell me I can't eat no goddamn banana. That'd be some crazy shit. We listen, that would have been an argument for real.
It'd be even weirder if you were performing oral sex on a banana. That's weirder than eating the banana.
Right.
That is. Like, damn, you telling me I can't eat a banana? What are you trying to say? Look, he's saying my skill is so good, he don't want nobody to see me even eat a banana.
They don't want anybody to think of the possibilities, Mom. He's trying to put it all down.
Yeah, damn.
It reminds me of that Strange commercial in the movie Boomerang when they had the lady sucking on a banana and putting cherries in between her tongue. It was all these sexual suggestive fruit positions.
Oh
with her
yeah.
mouth.
That was the older lady, right? Who got him in the bed and then he couldn't get
Yeah.
him up. That shit was
She
funny.
had,
man.
that was Eartha Kitt. She was eating asparagus, talking about you don't have to blow your own horn. Somebody should do that for you.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. That shit was so funny. That shit was funny, y'all. Marcus.
Yeah, I can feel my blood pressure rising. I said, Mom, these live. Let me go over here and cool down. These fools get me all upset.
Marcus. In that deep ass voice, that shit was funny.
Yeah, it was. And you know, Eartha Kitt, she's a legend, so that made it even funny. My God.
And then that guy, remember the older guy, the one with the deep voice, who used to make that commercial about beer or something? What was that?
Yeah, the 7-Up commercial guy.
Yeah.
The 7-Up commercial guy.
Yeah. He was like, remember when Strange, remember he made that commercial with the perfume coming out the vagina.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. She gave birth to that. I was like, what the hell is this? Oh man. His ass was a freak.
She took
They
off
could
her
probably get away
panties
with
and
that in
rubbed
commercial now.
She took
I
off
know
her
to
panties
yeah.
and rubbed them in that man's face. Talking about this is the essence.
Remember, he loved them panties. Remember, he like.
Oh, babe. And we're not gonna forget about the couple in the bathroom at Thanksgiving. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. They came out that bathroom all discombobulated, coats inside out. They was fucking. Okay.
Remember, and a piece of her coat came off, but he said, "Baby, we'll make these into some earrings." matching
with
it.
Courtney. Oh
Oh,
man.
I said, them the type of parents I want to be. Shit. Fun parents, you know what I
Just
mean?
don't give a shit.
Yeah, just don't give a shit. My kids gonna be embarrassed, but I'm gonna be the cool parents, you know? Shit.
Oh man, what
He
did
was a-
say? They when Eddie Murphy walked up to him, he was like, "Hey, where's your parents?" He said, "Man, they in the bathroom doing something that sounded like a joint." And he said, "Wait, your parents are smoking a joint in my bathroom?" He said, "No, man, they fucking." I forgot the word he used to describe what they was doing. When he thought he was smoking weed. I forgot the word.
They hitting it. They hitting it.
They
You know?
hitting it. That's what
Yeah,
they
something like
they
that.
hitting it
They
in the bathroom. Man, they smoking a joint in my bathroom. No, man, they fucking. And then when they came out, he just gave a. He's like, he just gave a hug. Like, man, your parents just don't give a damn, man.
Yeah, he gave him a hug. Remember, he felt sorry for him.
I
He was like,
know.
he was like, he was looking at him. He didn't know what to do. He just hugged him. Yeah, man. Oh Lord, that movie is classic, though, man. It's like, it's sad. It's funny. You wonder why he didn't like old girl, because she was prettier to me. But I guess she wasn't just as stylish. What you think? Why you think?
Cause she didn't have weave all down her back. Ain't that what Halle Berry said? Maybe I don't have hair all weave down my back, but I got a heart, okay? Love should have brought your ass home
last night.
Why is it that men think love is something you catch? Love should have brought your ass home last night.
I don't know. They did do Halle dirty with that haircut though.
That's the
I
way
don't know
she
if it was
used
a
to do
wig
her
or
hair.
what, but it was weird.
But now she used to do her hair. Her hair used to be a short haircut.
She used to keep short haircuts all the time.
I think they
Yeah.
might have put her in a wig though. It didn't look the same. I don't know. I snuck to see that movie. I was supposed to see that movie.
You snuck in to see
Yep, I was in 8th grade, about to go into high school, and we paid this guy at the mall to get us in there.
Man, that
You know,
movie was-
Anita Baker was supposed to do the soundtrack, but she was pregnant. And so she said, "Why don't you get the girl that's singing the demo to do it?" And that's Toni Braxton, and the rest is history.
Oh, that's how it happened?
We sure did.
I'm gonna be honest, Toni Braxton.
I could take it or leave it, right?
Yeah, I could take it or leave it.
Yeah,
I
And
love
her
the
sisters was
soundtrack
even
better.
worse.
The
Huh?
first album was the best one.
That's right. I like
Yeah.
the soundtrack and her first album.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
her first album was classic.
Yeah, but see, her sisters, she could have left them right where they was in the background. The one who came, what her name, man? And they loved it. You know,
Tamar, she just had.
You know who made Tamar families though? Them gay people, the LGBT. That's
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
it.
she was
No
saying
doubt.
they're saying, yep.
Yep, she was. The read. All that come from her and them gay people. That's their terms, and so she was using it, and they just fell in love with her.
She had a couple of good songs. I just
Yeah,
never
a
listened
couple.
to like any of her full albums, so if it
You
came
know
on the
what I'm saying?
radio, I wouldn't turn it.
She had a couple of good songs on 4 whole albums. That tells you a lot. I can make a song and an album, and at least one of them should do something. You know what I mean?
She had 4 good songs on 4 whole albums. That tells you
And her husband was the one who produced her. So I bet you she wouldn't have got nobody else to produce her ass if it wasn't for her marrying into a guy who could do that for her. And he was worrying about her career so much that he done let other people go, you know? Tamar was destroying his little business and shit.
She
'Cause
was.
She was spoiled. She was spoiled.
They kept telling her about her mouth.
Remember that episode when her mama said she was gonna slap the piss out of her?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Piss out.
Like, goddamn. And then the other episode when the daddy came through and their mama snapped talking about, you was out there laying it low and spreading it wide. Just fucked everybody at the table up. Just like, Daddy, is that true?
She said she never told them because she wanted them to respect their dad.
Oh my God. That damn man, that whole show had me rolling.
I used to watch it for a minute, but then Tamar was getting on my nerves.
She was extra.
The one I liked was Tracy, and she was the drowned one, you know?
Yeah, Tracy had the most sense.
Yeah. Besides,
Now-
you know, Tony herself, Tony was real grounded too.
Which one was Tracy? The one that eventually
just
bought
died.
her. Oh, Tracy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, got rest her soul. I did like Tracy a lot. She was hilarious.
Yeah, I did like her.
Yeah. I liked her, but I could not stand Tamar. I couldn't, it was just too much. You know, like it was just too much. She just spoiled. And
She is. She is. I knew when she put her husband in a
Yeah.
position talking about, can you buy these glasses for me? And the glasses was $15,000. And he looked at her like he wanted to just attack her. Like, how dare you embarrass me on this show like that? You know I'm not gonna pay $15,000 for no damn glasses. You know,
man,
like what the hell?
yeah, man.
That's when I knew she was on something. I was like, something wrong with this girl. She gonna embarrass her husband like that. You know how people try to stunt, because he was definitely wealthy, don't get me wrong, but she was just stunting.
Yeah,
Like,
so
let
he-
me show you what I can command for him to do for me and all this other kind of stuff. But I do appreciate that they got Tony out of bankruptcy. I do appreciate that.
Mhm.
You know, that was I was worried about the child, you know, because
How many
they
times
had
has
to,
she been in bankruptcy?
they
you-
took her they took her Grammys.
Oh, Patty gonna
I
take
was
that.
like, oh my God, that poor baby.
I know they could take no Grammys. How they gonna
That's
take
what I
that?
thought too until I saw me neither until I saw the movie. That's
Whoa.
right. They took her grand. They took all her
They
stuff.
took her Grammys, baby.
I remember
Oh,
she was on Oprah and she was showing, she had like this full table full of Gucci. I didn't even know Gucci made plate, dinnerware. She had Gucci placemats, Gucci napkins, Gucci plates.
It was Versace, darling.
Versace, okay. I knew it was one of those. I knew it was one of those brands I could never afford.
I didn't know Versace made dining wear.
No,
Me
like,
neither, but that
Like,
sounds
what's
about
really
right.
going on?
Because Versace built his house, so that sounds about right.
Oh my God. I was like, what the hell is really going on
I mean, he
with
designed
Versace
it.
making dining wear?
That sounds about right because this is his villa. Yeah, he designed all that, so sounds about right.
Oh man. Yeah, but they took her grant. They sure did. She was really upset. I didn't see all of the Oprah one, but I did hear that she was upset because Oprah was talking crazy about her for her overspending that led to the bankruptcy. You know, she was saying something about, you know, if you can't handle, you know, why do you deserve fame or celebrity if you're going to be financially irresponsible or something? It could have been a rumor, but I did read something where Tony was upset with Oprah for talking smack, you know, and that's when the Braxton sisters started going to Wendy Williams for, you know, a lot of their little interviews, but then it eventually it dwindled down to just Tamar. Cause you remember doing the reunion shows or whatever, how they have with those reality shows at the end of the season. Wendy Williams was hosting them. Remember? Y'all remember that? Maybe
Yeah, I
y'all didn't watch
remember.
it like I did. I watched the
No,
hell
I
out of that.
remember near the end she did. A couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, she did. And that one reunion when that mother was, you know, I think Tracy was mad at Tamar to the point where you could tell that Tracy was getting ready to beat Tamar's ass on stage. And so the mother got up and switched places with, you know, she sat closer to Tamar because, you know, their mother, you know, she didn't have a problem with threatening them at all.
She tried to do it more times than she could count.
When she said, "I'll smack the piss out you," don't make me smack the piss out you, Tamar. Don't make me. I'm like, God damn.
They just could not.
That sound like a mama.
They could not control her mouth. She was just running it.
And
she said one of her sister's husbands is just a babysitter. You know.
Remember she was, which one was married to Gabe? What's his name? The white.
Oh, the other one was married to him. Yeah,
Gabe, and then they got divorced because they kept saying, you know, she got divorced because of her sisters, which was sad because she loved him. But I think no, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. The one who had the husband who didn't have a job, but he's writing.
That's the one.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the one. You're right.
Yeah,
the one that didn't have a job. He was basically, you know,
he was
taking care of the children while she was working for the show.
That's right.
She was Tony's assistant for years, and he was hands-on with the children. And Tamar used to make fun of their marriage because of that.
Yeah, that was messed up. That's some fucked up shit right there.
And then when they were going through the divorce proceedings, you know, Tamar just got out of pocket saying he ain't nothing but a babysitter. Man, Tamar had put herself in a position to where if they weren't her sisters, they would have jumped her.
Yeah,
they would have jumped her ass.
I'm like, that's my husband. You know, we're going through this together. If I'm working, he take care of the kids. He was a good father, but didn't they end up getting divorced?
Probably. I think they were still kicking it, but I think they got the divorce proceedings. I think he got the house.
Probably so, because he was the one really doing everything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
In that stuff that though he was doing, and they were looking down on him. That's messed up.
Right.
It's messed up, yo.
Exactly. You know, she was good at what she did, and he's good at what he did.
Right. I felt bad.
It's a partnership. You know?
He was like, he's a man. Man's supposed to do this, and like shit. He doing a lot because she's on the road.
Right, he's a good father.
Right. She's on the road with Tamar or Tony, right? Being the assistant and taking care of things. And keeping her away from the family. And he was doing all that stuff.
But yeah, all the domestic responsibilities it takes to maintain a stable household. That's what he was doing. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing.
No, nothing at all.
That's a hard job, y'all. And we ladies, we know that.
Yeah.
So I gave him his little prop for me. But you know, it was a little messy, man. Then wouldn't have been my sisters talking about my husband, they wouldn't have been.
They would have got punched in their fucking mouth.
Oh no, that's right.
Like, take this with you. Bam. You know what I'm saying?
Gabe was cheating, I think, right? And he he didn't even
the
cheat.
other one's husband was cheating.
Yeah.
The other one.
And then Witchcomb husband cheated too, but they got over it. Tracy husband. He ended up cheating on her too. Yeah, I remember when they was working through that, you know, they was getting over it. She had found out. Jeez.
But when they would get along, I'm sorry, go ahead, baby.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say when they were getting along, when it was real cute. It was really cute to see them getting along together. They had a lot of fun together when they were getting along. But you know, I guess that's part of the reality show. Like the pot has to be stirred for people to tune back in.
Yeah,
because some of that shit was unnecessary. Like what, you know, Tamar was like stretching that .com shit like forever. You know,
Yeah.
She was really
She was spoiled, you know. She was like the
mhm,
sister that, you know, that I just wouldn't have put up with. That's all. And you could
mhm.
kind of tell it was a little fake because when they would sit it down, when they would set it straight, you know, she would tame her ass down a little bit.
Oh, Kayshawn Wilson in the chat typed remember when they attacked Tracy because they were forming a group, the sisters were forming a group, and
Mhm.
Tracy couldn't join the group because she was pregnant.
Pregnant, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I remember that too. Yeah, I liked Tracy.
And Tracy always wanted to be a part of the group, but she always explained that she got pregnant when they, you know, when they were forming it.
That's right. I
Mm.
remember that now.
She wasn't a good singer neither, though.
Well,
Let's be
oh,
honest. Come on now.
oh man.
Yeah, one of
Well,
them was
I guess
really.
the only other reality show I used to watch back then, other than I used to watch something called Mob Wives.
Oh yeah, I like my wife.
Man, Deidre, you remember
Yes.
Deidre?
Oh man.
Deidre was she the shit.
Was that the one with the big boobs? No, that wasn't her.
She's the one with the long blonde hair that was a
Oh,
boxer.
yeah, she was small. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. She was
Yeah, she
thick.
was a boxer, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And when they was sitting down, she was quick to pull them heels off and throw down.
Yeah.
She did not. There was none of that. Like she would just like ignite out of nowhere. She was
Yeah.
kind of like the what is that woman's name? She was like the Evelyn of Mob Wives. You know what I'm saying? Just fucking snap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
Oh
like the
man.
one with the big, she had them big boobs, remember?
Oh yeah, yeah. Angie,
Ange,
Big
yeah.
Ange.
Yeah,
I
Big
think
Ange.
that's
I
what they
like
call
Big
her.
Ange. Big Ange was nice
She
as
owned the
hell.
bar, I think.
She was nice, man.
Uh-huh. She used to talk about how Italian men are so generous and you know.
I think she used to be a she used to work like a stripper.
Mm-hmm.
She was a
She,
topless dancer in Vegas.
mm-hmm. She had a child too. I think I remember one episode where her child was in. They were at her house. Her house is really, you know, like Vegas like. It was just really I don't even know how to describe that kind of style, but it was colorful.
Mhm.
You know, it was real colorful.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was a very, very nice person, you know. Because whenever the girls would get into it, I don't mean to call them girls, whenever the women, the mob wives would get into it, she would just step away and shake her head like they ain't even got to do all that.
Yeah,
You
she
know,
was reasonable, you know.
yeah, she never was one of the ones fighting people, you know, that I remember.
What else I like? You know what I like? I was looking at Bring It this morning when I woke up. I decided to look through some of them, but also before I Bring It, it was Dance Moms. I used to look at Dance Moms. I used to feel sorry for them damn kids.
I never did check that out.
Yeah. Abby,
They
I wonder what happened to her. You know she went to jail.
What?
For tax, tax shit.
I knew the show existed. I just never checked it out. And every once in a while I'll see how the girls were just being emotionally abused.
Yeah. And
I
she
saw,
made,
I saw, but I didn't get it. I'm like, she's not really teaching them how to dance. All she's doing is yelling.
Yeah. She had other people teaching them how to dance, and then she would come up with the choreography and they would win. But yeah. I was waiting for some, people to take over it, but She got caught. She tried it. She got caught and almost got all the parents in trouble because she would go overseas. This is how she ended up in jail. She would go overseas to make money, right? Because all kids all over this world liked her. And so she would take the kids and go overseas. And so in order for her not to pay taxes, when she go overseas, she was charging, but she required the people to pay her in cash. And then to get back in the country with the cash, she was giving everybody on her team like the maximum number of dollars you could come in without reporting it. So let's say it's $9,099, right? As long as it's anything under $10,000, you don't have to report. Let's say that's the amount. I'm not sure what the amount was, but let's say $999.99 is what you could bring in without reporting it. She would give all them kids, everybody on her team would have that amount of money coming in, so she didn't have to report it. And then she started buying shit, and she got caught tax evasion. She required people to pay her cash for showing up and shit. Yeah.
Oh man.
And somehow when you start getting money, people get greedy.
And stupid.
And stupid, yes.
That's
Probably because
why-
you never had to pay so much taxes in your life. To get a tax bill larger than you've ever paid in 10 years, you probably think that's a lot of money. Why should I have to pay them? And then you think of the ways how not to pay them. But shit, that means you making good money. If you have to pay that amount of money, just pay that shit and keep it booked.
Or
Exactly.
pay an
It's not
accountant
like
to
you
help
can
you
run
hide
away.
it legally.
Man, she got
Shit, the
caught.
IRS could be short staffed and they still gonna get your ass, okay?
Oh yeah.
They don't
If-
fuck around.
If Trump can make billions and not pay taxes, there's a way to do it. You just got to pay the right people.
You got that right.
Yep.
They
It'll
still
cost you
voted that
something either
man
way.
in, even though he didn't show his taxes. He had a scam going on for a university. He has filed bankruptcy numerous times. Everything about him just was crooked. And we're not gonna talk about grab him by the P word. And they still voted that Cheeto in there. It
But
floors
they
me.
didn't know about his taxes. They know now, though. I don't think they believe.
So what I did here is I marked.
Yeah, I don't think.
They had people going around saying he's a good businessman. It was like, come on, man. What about? I don't know. People just they were still sore about Obama, and they just wanted to stick it to him. They thought voting Trump in was gonna hurt Obama's feelings or something. I don't know what the hell they thought, man. That was crazy. And during his administration, here comes the pandemic and all this other kind of stuff. I mean, man, I don't know. Now, is it possible that Biden's going to be re-elected? I'm not going to say whether or not he's going to live to see it. I'm just asking, do you think people, I don't know what his popularity polls are. I have no idea. Sometimes these presidents, they get evaluated for their popularity.
I think they're hoping he chooses not to run.
Okay.
At least that's what I gathered. But it doesn't. I don't know who else could be Trump if he decides to run. If he makes it out of jail, I don't know. If he escapes jail, there's a lot hanging on that. I don't think there's anyone as strong as Trump in the GOP. They're trying to push DeSantis, but he's I don't know.
They trying to push him.
They trying to push him, but I don't know how. I don't know if he's a good successor. Trump has taken over that party so bad. I don't know what they do if he didn't run.
Oh, someone made a good point. They're salty about the money he's sending to Ukraine. That's a good point, Chaco Kitty. Yeah.
Especially when you compare it to that student loan forgiveness. You can get more money if you were in the Ukraine.
Exactly. What's
So
up with that?
Yeah, that's not good. Not a good thing.
There must be some behind the curtain deals that I don't know about, because that doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. Not
That's
at all.
what we do as Americans. That's why we are who we are, because the humanitarian country. And if we give it some support, that means somebody else is doing it too. So it's not going to be just us. It's probably something that that we're doing as a group.
Right.
Yeah. So that's just how that works. That's how politics work. That's how this country works. Why wouldn't you want to help a group of people who being mistreated? And I guess that's how they'll make it seem like the gas prices is up because of that, but that's not true. Gas prices ain't got nothing to do with what's going on. That's the company who dealing with the oil. They doing that. They just found something to raise the prices and claim that it's that, and then we fall for it.
Oh,
but
now by Mr. Bond,
we don't even get all that. We don't even get all that oil from the Russia. Only a certain small amount of our oil come from Russia.
Where does it come from?
It comes from other places. We drill our own in certain areas, and we get some from what's the name of it over there, where the people shitting on people and shit?
Saudi Arabia. Wait a minute. The UAE, Arabs.
Yeah.
The United Arab, something like that.
That's why he went over there. That's why didn't Biden just come from over there like last month?
Yeah, I think he went to Israel.
Yeah, and then on
Saudi
top
Arabia.
of that, we're not hearing a lot that he's doing, but they just found a terrorist and killed him. The media not really saying.
Oh, yeah?
Hell yeah, same thing that Obama did. Found, remember when Obama found somebody they claim we've been looking for years. How in the hell he found him? They wasn't really looking for his ass.
Right.
We claiming they're looking for people they're not even looking for.
I know, you're like, who? I don't even know who that is. But okay, good for you, I guess. We're still doing that in 2022. And the whole Ponderosa. We want $6 for a gallon of milk now, but we worried about terrorists from 9/11. Okay. Whatever you say. It just annoys me because they gave all those banks and insurance companies almost $1 trillion in 2008. And he can't sign a bill to keep these companies from price gouging us, because it's not about the market anymore. It's about how much money they can get from us now. That's the difference.
Yes. Price gouging is at an all-time high. They're making up stuff to gouge prices.
Yeah.
Devastating, and I was talking about this seafood company that's trying to, apparently they have a lot of pull in restaurants and how restaurants are ranked and their reputation for seafood. So this agency or organization that's got all this power against these restaurants, they declared that lobster is not sustainable and should no longer be considered pleasing on a menu at a restaurant. And the logic behind it is that the traps that they use to catch the lobster is endangering the whales, right? Now, the National Oceanic Agency of the federal government, they're like, that's not true. They're not endangered. And so eventually they plan to backtrack their statement, but just long enough for it to create a scarcity, because restaurants had actually withdrawn. They took lobsters off their menu.
Oh my
That's how
God.
much power that organization had. And so the scarcity, when they reintroduced lobsters back into the menus of restaurants being considered sustainable and thereby approved by a quality restaurant again, the prices are going to be triple fold. So that's the type of strategies they're using. They create this is my thought. They create a scarcity and then they reintroduce it at a higher price. You know what I'm saying? And it that could happen with just about anything. How we're looking at things that are cleared off shelves. And I understand about the shipping and delays and all this other kind of stuff. At the same time, it does create a scarcity and it gives people an opportunity. And when I say people, I'm talking about corporations, an opportunity to raise prices once the stability of the inventory returns. I've noticed packages that are small. I've noticed this is really what bothers me too. They think people are stupid because what used to be a particular size carton or box of something has reduced in volume. It's just a really small, it's just a little smaller, but it's the same price. And so they started pulling that bullshit. And now we got the Dollar Tree is no longer the Dollar Tree anymore. It's like the $1.50 tree or something. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so they just, they're just really putting the squeeze on everybody in very small, just little ways to
Yeah.
get us used to being financially bullied.
And you think you're crazy. I picked up a bottle of juice. I get this juice all the time. Like it's Minute Maid Zero, sugar free.
It's
And
smaller, right?
I stood there for about 5 minutes like this bottle is something is weird. I've
Something's
brought this bottle
different.
every week and something is off.
Mhm.
And I came home and put the empty bottle side by side and just looked at them. And it shrunk about 2 inches and the price went up, but the bottle's smaller. I was hot.
Yeah, they bogus. And they don't care that we know that they're bogus. Okay?
They don't care.
Yeah. Did I think I mentioned this to the panel on another live stream about how this friend of mine told me how she had to supplement her groceries by taking advantage of the Aldi's double back guarantee policy. And she was doing it so much that they started calling her out on it. So she had to start rotating which Aldi she went to in the city. The double back money guarantee is if you are dissatisfied with a food product for any reason, no explanations necessary, bring it back in, opened or not. Not only will we refund it, but we will give you a product of equal value for free. So what she used to do, that's how she would rotate gallons of milk. She would rotate crackers, bread, like hell, she was buying chicken, chicken nuggets. She was buying all types of stuff that children, like to eat. And she would use half of it, take it back, get the double back guarantee where you get the money. Let's just say hypothetically you get a 2-pound bag of chicken nuggets, right? And she'll just use half the bag and then bring it back, and she will get that bag replaced and get a refund.
Damn, I should do
That's
that.
the double back, man. That's right. That actually, I looked that shit up. It actually exists. It's just that I guess for people that start to abuse it, they call them out on it. And living in a large city, there's like more than okay. Sean Wilson in the chat said, "Thanks. I shop at Aldi's. Thanks for the tips." He gave me the power to the people fist. That shit is a real thing. That double. It's for their products that they have that are pretty much the same as name brand products. You could use half that shit, take it back. You could get it replaced plus a refund. And she was doing that shit to feed her children, man.
Gotta do what you gotta do. That's smart.
Yeah. That's smart that she learned how to rotate. She just, it'd be different if she lived in a small town and was just one Aldi's. She, living in, a large city, she was able, it was like, I think 7 Aldi's that she would rotate, every month, I was like, okay. And she was no stranger selling her food stamps. She was doing what she had to do. I'm not judging her. I just didn't know. I just didn't believe that a company was doing it. And I looked it up. They actually have a double your money back guarantee. To this day, they still have it.
In this day and age, they said the circulars would come and they'd be full of coupons. They're like 2 pages long now. They're paper thin.
Oh my God. I tried to get into clipping coupons. I tried. I guess I have to discipline myself to do it. I have to make myself do it because I really would prefer a budget that's better than what I'm exercising now. It's just that, it's tripped out. I know when I get receipts from certain grocery stores that I go to, they have a lot of Popeyes chicken coupons on the back. I give those to, I give those out to people. Sometimes they're deals,
They have coupons.
$7.99 for a 12-piece.
Oh yeah.
$5.99 all thighs. It's like, okay, maybe somebody can use this for they, get together. You know what I'm saying? Because it's football season, and you might want to serve a whole boatload of Popeyes chicken. And on these coupons, there's no limit to how you can use that price. So apparently you could buy like a hell of a lot for that price. So,
Here come the slow dude. Slow as hell.
Oh yeah.
Slow as hell.
Okay, Sean Wilson, they might have put her on the list. I don't know. I don't know if they put on the list, and I haven't talked to her in years, several years. And I don't know. I don't know if
It's not the list.
yeah, she called it the list. I don't know. I don't know if they had her, like on the list or not, but she told me how she started rotating stores. So
I think they used to have did they have a show called Extreme Couponing?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds
They
good.
sure did.
Yeah.
But those people were buying like 8 packs of batteries and 14 things of toothpaste. I was like, I don't need to do all of that.
Oh yeah, a lot.
For 14 cents back. That's kind of.
Them people were crazy too. But they was getting that shit for free.
Yeah, free.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
It'd be filled with shit. I was thinking, I don't need all that shit. I'm like,
right. I was
want some meat.
When do I need 30 packs of pens? Like, I don't need that stuff. If it was meat or
hoarder, yeah, you can't hoarder stuff. I mean, hoard stuff or whatever the word is called.
No, you're right, hoard. That's another crazy show, Hoarders.
Oh, Hoarders, yeah.
Oh my God.
I couldn't watch it. That shit was getting crazy looking.
Yo,
Yeah, the ones who was hoarding real bad, you know? That shit was bad, man.
yo, can y'all hear me? Yo,
Yes.
Anyway, y'all. Just act like
hey, Bombshell, are you ready for that IQ test? You caught me slow. I'm too fast for y'all.
I know you slow ass nigga.
How many amendments are in the Constitution, Bomb Cherry?
How many what?
Amendments are in the Constitution.
Nigga, didn't you ask me the same question before? That's how slow you are.
You didn't know it. Answer my question,
what?
Bomb Cherry. Answer my question, dummy. It's 27, you idiot. How many justices are
Wait,
in
it's my turn to ask you a question now.
I don't answer questions from hoes. You showed your ass cheeks on Instagram. You a hoe, Bomb Cherry.
Oh, so you're not gonna answer no questions?
Put your
So
weak husband on the
you gonna
phone.
go study?
Put your weak husband on the live stream. Put that simp on the live stream so I can give him some manhood, some tips. Put your weak simp husband on the panel.
You mad because I got a husband? You mad, baby? You want my husband, don't you? He's not gay though. He's not like you. What happened to him? You still here?
I muted him because I wanted to make fun of his dumb ass.
I like
he can't
pussy.
even spell
You got me
two.
fucked up. I like pussy. You got me fucked
can't
up.
spell
Bomb
two.
Cherry.
You don't like no pussy. You ain't never
Can you
had
shut
no
up and
pussy.
let me
I
talk,
know you
mother?
like it.
Can you shut up and let me talk? I like pussy. I like female.
You know
I'm not
like
gay like
pussy.
your bitch ass
Tell
husband.
us how
Let
you
a
know.
woman do his toes. Your husband is gay. He's fucking fruity. He's a bitch. And don't you ever call my name, Bomb Cherry,
How
and say
do you
that
know you
I'm
like
broke,
pussy?
bitch
That's
ass.
what we all
I like
want to
pussy.
know.
I like
When
female.
did you
I'm a
try
pimp.
some?
You a hoe, Bomb Cherry. You need to be
When
pimped.
did you
You
try
need a
some
good pimp
pussy,
like me, Bomb Cherry.
Randy?
You need to come to LA
Randy,
and be a
when
pimp.
did
You need to come to
tell
Los
us
Angeles and let me pimp you,
tell us
Bomb
when you
Cherry.
tried
You need a
pussy?
good pimp like me, ho.
That's all you
You need to
that's
come
all
to
you
LA and come suck some dick and come make some money in LA. Let me pimp you,
I
Bomb
hear
Cherry.
it.
You're a
Why
slut.
would
You're a bitch. I'm from LA.
you
I'm from
ain't
the
never
city
had
of
no pussy? How
I'm from
you know
the
you like
I
pussy?
got 2
You
kids, you
ever had
stupid
dick?
bitch. I got
You
2
ain't-
kids, teenager
You ain't
kids,
got
you
no
stupid
kids.
bitch.
You lying
That's on the Bible. I have kids, you stupid
Y'all
bitch. You
know
don't know
damn
me.
well this slow
You stupid
nigga ain't
ass
got
bitch.
no
You dumb.
kids.
Oh, this little
I don't
nigga.
even know why
No,
you
your
lying.
husband is a bitch. He's a
You know you
fucking
ain't got no
he's
kids.
weak, he's gay, he's soft. And don't you ever lie on my fucking
Up here,
name,
look
you
at it.
stupid
You
bitch.
came up here for my husband, but you won't call him gay. Ain't that?
He is gay.
Yeah, but you because you
his
think he
toenails
gay,
on the live
you
stream,
be
you
gay so
stupid
you
bitch.
can get him.
You was on his
You
toes on the
lying
live stream. I
already
don't care
though.
about the
Listen, I'm
I
not
don't care about
competing
your
with
husband.
you
Oh,
till you.
listen, shut up, Bomb. I'm
We're not
talking,
gonna
you
do
stupid
that.
bitch. You
Okay, you
old,
came
washed
here.
up,
You
toxic,
came up
go
here to
take
get
a
my
bath, Bomb
husband.
Cherry.
That's a
Go wash your
shame.
pussy.
Who
Go
changed
shave
his name?
Another, you're fucking drunk. Another, you're a fucking slut. I'll pimp you too,
Shut the
Nella. I'll
fuck
pimp
up.
you, bitch ass nigga. Shut your whole ass up, you whole ass nigga.
Randy came up here
You
for
a
you,
bitch,
baby. I
nigga.
tried to tell him you
Shut
for
your
me
bitch
though.
ass up.
He for me,
Fucking lame
Randy. You
ass
can't
nigga.
have him,
Oh,
baby.
no, okay, that's fine.
He
Stop shut
belongs
up,
to
Bomb
me,
Cherry. You a
baby.
slut. You a
Why
bitch.
you trying to
You need
get?
to be
Why
a
you
pimp.
trying to steal my husband from me, Randy? What you
I
trying
like
to?
women, you bitch. Don't ever confuse me with no faggots, bitch. I ain't no
Well,
fucking
why you
faggot.
come up
I
here
like
asking for
you
my
stupid ass
husband,
bitch.
Randy?
He a fucking simp. He a simp.
Oh, you want him to simp for
He's
you,
a
but he
simp.
not
He's a
into
simp.
men,
He's weak.
Randy.
I like
He
pussy.
not.
Don't ever confuse me with a faggot.
No.
I'm not woke progressive, bitch. I like pussy. I
Oh,
eat
you're not
pussy. I
woke
fuck pussy.
progressive. I
I
do agree
pimp
with
hoes.
that. You're
You
not.
bitch.
You're
You
not
dumb hoe. I
woke
like women,
progressive.
you
I
stupid
agree.
bitch. Don't you ever lie on my name, you stupid bitch. I ain't no fucking faggot, bitch. I
You
like
are.
women.
You are
Stupid ass
actually
bitch.
gay.
I'm a Christian, bitch. I believe in
You're
God,
a
you stupid
Christian.
asshole. I
You
believe in
say you're a
God, you
Christian,
stupid,
y'all.
lame, ugly,
You're a
slut.
Christian.
You old washed up
What
bitch.
kind of
Shave your
Christian are
pussy
you?
on a live stream. Shave your pussy on a live stream. You dumb hoe. You
Well,
retarded.
show me that.
Can you shut up for a second, Bomb Cherry?
No, I'm not gonna shut up.
How many counties are there in America? How many counties are there in America, you stupid
Now
hoe?
back to the IQ test.
In America. 3,006, bitch. 3,006, bitch. You dumb hoe. Don't you
Does
ever
that
come for
include
me.
any
I'm a
parishes? How many
UCLA grad, you
parishes are there?
stupid bitch. I'm a UCLA grad. Don't you ever come for me, you stupid bitch.
Oh, come on now. Come on.
You couldn't
Dumb
spell
hoe.
Come on.
Don't you
No,
ever
no,
shut
no.
your bitch ass nigga, you hoe ass nigga, you lame ass nigga. I'll fucking chop your motherfucking head off with a chain. chainsaw, you stupid bitch. I'll put
Not
this 45 in
UCLA.
your mouth and blow your motherfucking tonsils out of your
Okay, hubby got
bitch
something to
ass
say.
nigga,
You
toe
say
ass
you want.
nigga.
Basement
Toe ass
section.
nigga. Shut the fuck up talking.
Oh, Lordy.
Bon Cherry is a slut. Bon Cherry is a hoe. Bon Cherry like to sell her pussy. Bon Cherry is a slut. You a slut. Shut your bitch.
You shut your bitch ass up. Your aunt mommy let you get on the computer again? You helmet wearing motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Oh man. It's a helmet, mommy. Is
I got my computer helmet on, mommy.
your goddamn aunt and your mommy is the same person.
Always the same shit over and over. You reading a card or something? You can't say some original shit. Since you got this IQ test, how many stars are on the flag?
You don't know.
He doesn't know.
I think he might be muted. He probably don't know he muted. So.
Even then, he's 20-watt mouth and a 10-watt microphone.
You stupid bitch. Take that dick out of your mouth, you stupid bitch. You a fucking hoe, Bon Cherry. Showing your ass.
If I had dick in my mouth, it would be my husband.
Letting you do his toes. Fucking gay ass, faggot ass nigga on a fucking live stream letting a woman do his toes. Stupid bitch. You dumb.
I was doing his feet, not his toes, dumb ass. But you ain't never had a woman do your feet.
That's gay, bitch. I will never do no gay
Oh,
shit
your
like
mommy
that.
do your feet.
Stupid ass bitch.
Y'all hear this?
That's probably your brother too. You from the South, you stupid bitch. You from the South. Y'all be marrying family members. You be marrying your brothers, your cousins, your uncles. Y'all Southern folks are slow, y'all nasty, y'all's dumb. You a stupid bitch. And you
look, you stomped on words. You can't figure them out.
Man, shut your stupid ass up.
Can't get the words out. Let's see if you're gonna repeat the same thing over and over.
That look better than you. Hating on younger women that look better than you. You fucking retard. You fucking ugly ass bitch. Washed up ass hoe.
Mickey has two cards. The IQ cards and the insult cards.
Get your old ass off.
Let me ask you a question.
Take those pictures down, you stupid bitch.
What did you major in?
Hey, Randy, dumbass.
Nasty ass bitch showing your ass cheeks on Instagram. Take that shit down. You look ugly. You fucking Freddy Krueger looking ass bitch. You an ugly ass bitch, Bon Cherry. You a fucking slut, bitch. You fucking dumb ass bitch. Supporting sex offenders like Rudem, you stupid bitch. You fucking child molester.
Jealous of Rudem.
Pedophile. Supporter, shut up, I'm talking, bitch. Don't cut me off, you stupid bitch. Don't you ever lie on my fucking name, bitch. And you play my videos again, bitch, I'm gonna flag your channel. I'm gonna terminate your channel.
I play them all the time and I'm gonna continue to. It ain't shit you gonna do about it.
The last time. I'm the one that gave you that strike the last time.
I ain't get no strike, you lying ass nigga.
You did get a strike, bitch.
Not from you, nigga.
Bitch, I did flag your channel, you stupid bitch.
Y'all hear this shit, you lying.
You retarded.
Gay
bitch.
for pay.
I'm gonna terminate your channel. Next time you play my videos.
Oh, you keep telling me that and I still keep
Why
playing.
you running, you stupid bitch?
And ain't nothing you gonna do. Yeah. There you go.
Still reading the card.
He's gay for pay.
Gay for
No, he's gay for free.
He's gay for free.
He's gay for free. They pay him
Okay,
that.
we'll change it. Gay for free.
Oh damn, y'all. Oh damn. He came up to say his 10 words, y'all. He keep repeating the same thing over and over.
I think he had his little 3x5 cards. One had
I
little
know.
facts, and the other one had little insults.
Little index
And
card.
he's got to talk as fast as possible before Aunt Mommy turns the computer off again.
Right?
That's
Do it down
sad,
there.
'cause I just
Get
realized
this in
that
real
he
quick
can't.
before my mom comes to the basement and turns me off.
What you yelling down there in the basement for? The neighbors are complaining.
Nobody
He
down there.
sure did. He kept repeating the same thing.
Over and over. He said the same thing the last time he was here too. It's every time he comes, it's the same thing.
Like that first time he told him. I told my homeboy about it. Your homeboy? Are you a homo?
Not UCLA though. I'm like, where the basement division?
Yeah. He majored in TV appreciation. The professor asked him if he wanted to watch TV. He said, I appreciate that.
Man.
Got a master's degree in underwater basket weaving and damn near drowned.
Uh-oh, you're getting spam in your chat, Mom.
It's probably him.
Everything down. Now that we have the pouch sewn on, want to join the sides of the bag together by sewing them together right up here at the tops of the handles.
Oh man.
So
Did you see the Wason G like tore apart Dr. Umar on Fox Soul? It was so funny.
I'm sorry, what?
Cynthia G. She she had Dr. Umar Johnson tweets, man.
That was covered today on
Was it?
on this
Oh,
live
damn.
stream. Yeah. Yeah,
I
we
missed
had a discussion
everything.
about it. Yeah, we saw him getting all anxious and just making up stuff. He was saying that black women hate black men. And I found that so irresponsible for someone of his so-called credentials, to say. It's like, what an irresponsible statement. How could he generalize like that?
Right. My favorite part when he said, "I'm sitting in a school right now." I said, "Why is nobody on this panel laughing?" Because that was hilarious.
That man. Listen.
What school, sir?
It's been like, and someone typed in the chat, it's been 13 years since he made that so-called commitment. Oh gosh.
I have to
I
check it
just
out on the replay.
I don't understand. There's this woman called Marva Collins back in the day. She started a school. So what's his story? What's his deal?
Yeah, there's somebody else on here, Q Butter. He has a school in New York City.
Exactly.
So it's possible.
Of course it's possible. It's just that he's funneling the money for personal use, otherwise
Right.
known as whoremongering. But you didn't hear that from me.
Oh man. Oh,
Okay.
and that man is still sitting in the back like a dumbass. He's gonna sit there and sit there.
Does he even know he was sent to the back? He probably still screaming.
Yeah, he's
Reading off
still
his
reading.
card. Yeah.
I can read now.
You dumb bitch, stupid bitch. How many black cats are in the state of Nebraska? Like, what?
What flavor is cherry Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
He went straight crazy, man. Just senseless.
I was like, nobody goes out on Friday nights anymore? Corona's that bad?
Randy's not allowed out at night. Drop him off back at the home at 6 o'clock. He's in for the night.
Good point.
Everybody hold hands, get off the bus.
Hold hands, getting off the bus. Yeah, he just had to try it. That's a weird obsession. He just couldn't get through the night unless he attempted something like that, huh? Real strange.
Man needs some NyQuil in his life.
Mm. I heard that. That'll knock him out.
Mm-hmm.
That'll cool his jets. He was crazy. It's like, did anybody count how many times he said gay? Like, for real.
He seems to be on that fascination.
He was fascinated. There's that him coming back. I hear the doorbell. I hear the panel doorbell.
Because he's not gays no more.
I not take no more. I'm delivered. Delivered. How you say it? No, I'm
Delivered. I like women's.
I like women. I like wigwams. Can't even get the word out. I like woo 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 woo. I like woo 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 woo.
Man.
We gonna call him Teabag.
Oh damn. Oh, that was too funny.
I'm so serious. Randy Teabag. SoCal. Randy so Teabag.
He's
It's got a
jealous
nice
of
ring to it.
He's jealous of Rude.
It's fitting.
He's jealous of my husband. He's jealous of Rude. He's jealous of everybody.
And every guy is gay with him. Every guy. Like, I guess if you swing enough, sooner or later you'll hit one. And then what do you say? Me too. I've been waiting for you.
You've been talking to him too much in the chat. That's why I keep coming up here trying to get your attention. He wants you, baby. I don't listen. Randy, don't make me cut you.
He wants a playmate. It's almost like in man, what's wrong with that? Blank Man. I had to tell him, look, I would like to play, but I can't. I have adult shit to do.
You gonna change his name and think we don't know. Dude, you are slow.
Randy? Is it SoCal Randy? They don't know his name.
It's called AY. Like, yay.
Yep, got my helmet. Yay.
Anyway, what y'all plan on doing? Devastating? Devastating went to sleep on us?
I'm not too far behind him. Shit, I'm tired. I was looking at Alaskan Vacations for some reason as if I'm going to go. And
oh, you should.
I think it's fascinating. They have this one place, it's like an island, right? Let me grab the name. It's Ketchikan, Alaska.
Is that where you go see them lights?
No, it's a small marine-like town. Like they do a lot of salmon. Like the salmon actually comes there. I'm sorry, goes there rather. They can see the salmon swimming in all aggressively. Like that's what they head to. They head to Alaska. That's where they do it. And there's a certain time of the year where they do it.
Yeah, we seen it on Moby, remember? And they certain time of year they go through their stream and you could catch them. So there's some people on this show called Lonely. Alone?
Yeah, alone.
Yeah, alone. And the guy was waiting. He was making him a boat, to go catch him, but he got there too late. They had already passed through. Yeah, because it's quick. A certain week, like
it's very quick.
Yeah,
I saw the video tour, and it was really. It looked familiar. It looked like I've seen the place on the movie somewhere before. Like
don't you go to Alaska? Don't you go to Alaska to see those lights too?
I was getting ready to ask.
The Northern Lights are up there somewhere. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great.
They have the largest park. I forgot what you call it. The forest preserves or something. The national park. They have the largest national park. Apparently, their national park is as large as Tennessee. Like it's really huge, and it's not too far from Juneau. I think it's just south of Juneau. But what's interesting is that there are two ways to get in there. because there are a lot of cruises that just dock there for a day for a little day trip, and then you got people that want to stay there for a couple of days at fishing lodges, and they have to get there through ferry. You come in on either some kind of Alaskan airline or Delta, and you can rent a car at the airport, and then you could take your car on the ferry or just get on the ferry. But you need to get on the ferry. You need to get on the boat to get to this island. And I haven't seen what the fishing lodges look like. I haven't seen what any of the hotel accommodations look like. I just thought, that's one place people don't really go is Alaska, and then there's this another vacation spot called vacation excursion called the Rocky Mountaineer, which is a panoramic view train that tours the Canadian Rocky Mountains, just within the borders of America. And so you get to see all the wildlife on a train that has a panoramic view, and it has a lot of it's real like fancy. It's a fancy presentation. All that stuff is expensive as hell, baby. I can only dream. Okay, I can only
Have
dream.
you ever? I think I looked up cabins, not in Alaska, but we wanted to get a cabin in the Smokies for Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah.
But I think my girlfriend looked up cabin Airbnbs in Alaska. It was expensive in the Smokies though. And me and nature don't get along. Like
that's what I want to look at nature, but not be in it.
Right. Like I don't want to be in it. I would rather stay in the cabin than in a tent. I need running water, heat, a bed. Like, yeah, I'm not roughing it.
So devastating for you has me absolutely like pinged with my imagination about travel again, because I just hadn't really had any thought about it until one fine day he showed this view of Madagascar. That was so serene, it was crazy, and I just happened to look it up. The view that he was featuring is a $30,000 to $50,000 a night room, and I saw the video. Yes, child. That's one of those if you can before you die type of rooms, right? It was amazing. It was just unfreaking believable. And I'm not saying it's worth the money. I'm just saying, like I wouldn't rob a bank to go, I'm just saying though, it was just tantalizing. It was like, I can't believe somebody actually created this type of spot, because they have the under the sea room, like you can actually have a 2-story room, or rather spot, underneath the lower level. You're underneath the sea. There's this glass encasement in your bedroom, like you're sleeping.
No.
Oh my God, it was ridiculous.
Oh my God.
And it's so slick and modern, and you're encased in something that's like an aquarium surrounding you. And then of course they have restaurants, and then you get your own private butler and maid.
You just better for that amount. It better come with your own gold mine for that amount.
Man, listen, they, and the spa looked enchanting. It was just, and of course there's that view. There's that $50,000 a night view. And it, and I just wanted to know what was behind that view, and that was the room. That was the room that it was showing. I was like, no wonder they had the camera on that one.
Right. I never had any, like outside of London or Paris, I never had any inclination of going. And then remember that Queen Latifah movie where she thought she was dying?
Right.
And she spent all her money to go to Switzerland, and she walked in and tell them. And I remember looking at that and saying, I'm going to Switzerland. I don't know how I'm gonna get there, Jesus, but I need to see Switzerland.
And all because she was misdiagnosed, and she was like, you know what? I'm just gonna blow it, because she was saving for retirement.
That's exactly what she said.
And then she got misdiagnosed with like a certain period of time to live. And she was like, you know what? I'm getting ready to go on a trip of a lifetime.
Yeah, it's funny how movies spark that. Like I had no interest in fashion until I saw Devil Wears Prada.
I can feel you on that one. That woman has some fabulous furs, baby.
Oh my God. And the coats and that little montage where Andy's walking through New York City.
It
Yes,
was
Jesus.
amazing.
I want all of that.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what other movies influenced me. In some type of way. Well, I haven't seen anything featuring food that made me want to travel yet. You know, where people just go across the country and they taste the most famous item of that food. Like, for instance, Louisiana, you go there for the gumbo. You go to Maine for the lobster roll. You go to Baltimore for the crab cake. You know, like a road trip across the country where you go to the best featured place that represents their cuisine. Somebody had the idea to do that. Then there was another idea of the road trip where they go to every Black museum across the country.
Yeah.
And
I always
you know,
wanted to do Route 66 too.
that's a popular one. Yep.
There's also another one that starts in I believe it starts in New York City and it goes from New York all the way to California, and it's called the Lincoln Highway. There's a Lincoln
I don't
Highway
know
in
what
Pennsylvania, but I didn't know it went all the way through the country.
Oh, that's fascinating. Because now, wait a minute, what route would that be? It has to be a route. It can't be a highway. Well, I think routes turn into highways in some states and then go back to routes.
Yeah.
I think.
It's a route number.
Yeah, I'm
Route
sorry,
1.
route. Yeah.
No, sorry, Route 30.
Route 66. Is it Route 66?
No, this is the Lincoln Highway. It kind of runs right through. It runs from, I believe it starts in New York City and ends in California or Jersey, one of them.
That's easy enough. Just stay on that and keep it west.
But I think I don't know if it goes up does it go up into Canada? I don't know, but we watched a video and he started in New York.
How long did it take him?
Days, because he drove the whole way.
Oh, he didn't stop?
No, he didn't stop.
He didn't sleep over anywhere.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, he did stop. He stopped at like different cities and each, it's kind of like Route 66. Each state has a Lincoln Highway like museum.
Okay, that's cool. I thought he just wanted to see how fast he could get to California, Yeah, if you're going to take a road trip across the country, don't, unless you have to just sleep overnight and then get up and go again. But at least sightsee, do some, at least spend an hour or two to sightsee,
I'm sorry. Lincoln Highway stops in Oregon. Route 66 stops in California. I got it mixed up.
Okay. Yeah, Bond was right, Route 66, but that's okay. Lincoln Highway stops in Oregon. Now,
that's the last
some people are going up there, so some people
I've
want to
always
be
wanted to
Mormons.
visit Montana.
Some people want to be Mormons. Oh my God. Have you ever seen Amish people?
Yep, I'm in Pennsylvania.
I was so shocked. It was like, I don't even know how to describe it. When I was going to a tourist attraction and I saw Amish people. I don't know why that affected me the way it did. It's just like, it was like, I guess there was a part of me that never believed they exist or something. I don't know. But the first time I saw Amish people, it was like apparitions. It's like, damn, they actually exist.
You see a little horse and buggy holding up traffic.
Yeah.
And here in Pennsylvania, I think you can actually pay to like have a sit down dinner with them and ask them questions and stuff in
Oh, that's
Lancaster.
sweet. Since then I've seen videos of them building houses from the ground up and how they live. And now, from what I understand, the teenagers, before they have to commit to whatever it is they have to do for adulthood, they are permitted 2 weeks into a big city of their choice anywhere in the country.
Really?
Yeah, because
I didn't know that.
yeah, so they, I guess, if I remember correctly, so that they don't experience a sense of deprivation or feeling deprived, like, I've been here all my life. I don't even know what the city's like, to avert those types of, thoughts possibly ruminating in their minds. They let them get a taste of the big city life, and they tell them, you can come on back or you can stay the fuck out. The choice is yours. Some of them don't go back. Most of them come back, though. Most of them rather go back.
I don't know. I remember
That
I
was a
watched
cute little documentary, huh?
Oh, I didn't know they did. I was going to say I didn't know they had a documentary on them. I watched
they
one
sure
on
did.
the Jews, those super devout Jews, and how they were the ones that were excommunicated, and how they all
I gotta
found each
check
other.
that out one day. That sounds interesting.
I forgot
So
what you called
I
them.
thought you couldn't leave if you are.
Well, they were shunned, but they, some of them were in abusive marriages, and some of them were young and they left.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And they found like support groups because they would still celebrate the holidays and stuff. They just couldn't celebrate it with their family. And how such a stronghold they have on their little section of New York City. Like they're in the
can
political
imagine.
system and everything. So it's hard for like women to fight for custody of their children, stuff like that.
They got the game locked, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Ain't that something? You give birth to the child and they got the nerve to tell you what to do with the child. Okay. Right.
And the other men will influence the husband. Like if the husband isn't, I guess, disciplining or, having the household that the seniors think they should have, they'll like meet with him and tell him certain things, and then he'll come back, and it's crazy. Oof.
They tell them to beat their wives?
They call it discipline.
Of course they do.
Like if they're outspoken the wives will watch the other wives. Yeah. And they'll go back and tell their husbands, like, this wife is doing this. And the husbands will tell they'll all congregate, and it's crazy. She was like, I felt like I was on watch all the time.
Wow, just tormenting people. That's crazy. Yeah, so when they leave, if you can remember, when they leave, is it where they're being harassed, or are they just free to leave and that's it? Because
there was a lady, and she had an organization to help people leave, like making sure they had like a support system.
Right.
So it was like steps, like, so they would reach out to her if they wanted to leave, and she make sure they had money and set them up so when they were ready to leave, they could leave. Because a lot of people would leave and they'd be homeless or they had nowhere to go. And so she set up this whole like nonprofit to help people leave, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's important. That's important because financial abuse is a real thing.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. You're like, wait a minute, Bomb, what you doing? What's that? Bomb, be slick with it. Okay, Bomb. Oh God. Okay. I got something for you, Bomb. Let's see. Yes. Yes. You get a co-host. You get a co-host. You get a co-host.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. I saw that. I didn't even see the
She
notification.
bogus.
She's slick. And the
She
both
bogus.
of the quote
You're like,
unquote
I ain't
took
gotta
off.
ask her shit. Here you go.
Exactly. And handle my life where I got something to do.
Oh my God. That's cool for a moment. You know, hopefully somebody will be a night owl. I can't promise it will be me. Okay. See, Mom trying to turn me into a caffeine addict. That's what she's trying to do, right? But anyway, let's get back to these Amish and Jewish people. Now, I am under the impression that Amish people aren't domestically abusive. Has anybody, like, since you're in Pennsylvania, are you aware of them being mean to their wives, Nikki?
No, there's very little we know about them. They're not very like open, and they're not in the news or anything. They keep to themselves. So
In the documentary, they seem real cheerful. So I was just asking if it's too good to be true.
yeah, I mean, I've never met one that was rude or anything. They're
Mhm.
they're nice and they make
Yeah.
good food. Ugh. You ever go to
Yeah,
an Amish market? You will eat very
yeah.
well. Fresh
I
meat,
haven't.
seafood.
Yeah, I haven't. But someone I know was traveling for work in Pennsylvania. And yeah, they couldn't rave enough about the Amish food and that it was all fresh. And yeah, they can. And this is a person who's really picky about
You
their
could
food.
taste the
So
freshness. Oh man.
yes, like I'm telling you, Mella, this is years later, and they are still talking about it. I'm like, dang, was it that
Yeah.
good?
You can tell the difference between like regular bacon, Amish bacon. Even the turkey bacon is good. Like it's all good.
Well, it
No,
makes
the
sense
broad.
because they raised everything there, like you say, Mel. It's all locally sourced. So
You know the broiled chicken gotta be on point.
Yep. There's like a
If
family
you
of
ever had a
Amish
fresh
barbecuers.
chicken, oh my God.
mm-hmm.
Every Memorial Day at these barbecues owned by Amish, they have their little caps and their little aprons, and they make the best ribs you've ever had in your life. The line is out the door.
I heard they throw down. I really did. I heard they throw down.
Well, yeah, all
They
they
give
said
it
was
up.
fresh, and they grow it all. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They bake all kinds of cakes and pies. If you're ever in Philly, go to Reading Terminal, although there's more affordable Amish
And
market in the suburbs. But
that's a community that relies upon the traditions of how they train their children to grow up as adults. Like they just stick. You hear people talking about stay on cold, they're really staying on cold. They're really doing it.
oh yeah, but they don't shun technology as much as people think, because you got to keep up with the
Right.
modern world. So they'll have they don't mind setting up shop in a place that has electricity, or they will have a website for their stores. Like they're not stupid.
Exactly. It's like
Yeah, they use technology
you
when it's
gotta have
necessary.
electricity to
Right.
have a website. Like duh. So
Right.
of course, like there are people like, oh, they don't even, have modern technology. It's like they have a website. Like, of course they have electricity somewhere.
Yeah, they have like phones, and they'll let you swipe your card. So if it makes them money, they won't turn it away. Trust me,
Exactly.
they'll take that electric money.
Yeah, I'm not sure what documentary y'all are talking about, but I saw one like a full series of being Amish, and from what the girl said, it was pretty much like back in the day in America, except for they had less of it. That's what they said. At least that's what the girl said.
Yeah, I didn't watch the one I watched was about the Jewish Orthodox community in New York City.
Oh yeah,
I
I just
didn't watch
knew
the
like
Amish one.
oh yeah, no, there's someone else up here who said that they watched the Amish one, and I was like, oh yeah, I watched one too. But I knew at that moment in time during TV, they had like a lot of Amish and other shows going on, so I don't know which one she saw, but yeah, the one I saw, the girls were very vocal about how their lives would be if they were Amish, and I think all of the girls, I'm not sure, any of the boys, but I think all of them decided to stay and not go back.
Yeah.
But
Because
yeah,
they
the
make
girl said,
furniture and everything.
yeah, the girl said it was like, they take care of the kids, they cook and they clean and all that stuff, but then they really don't have much of a say so. But it could be different Amish communities for different people.
Yeah, it seems like they're all like that though. Very restrictive with the women.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure how the communities were, but I knew for them, because they all came from the same Amish community, that's what the girl said about them specifically.
Oh, okay.
So I wasn't sure if other Amish communities were involved or not. So that's what I was saying for their specific community. But yeah, so far from the stories I've heard across the board, that seems what it's like for the women.
I don't know. I couldn't do it. Well, I'll never say never, especially with the way this world's going. I better learn how to churn butter or something.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. I think I might have to do something. Let's see. Change this. May we do roll call, please? On the panel, we have myself, Devastating for You, Bomb Cherry, Kiera, and Nikki. Is that correct? Everybody present? Hello?
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, we're here.
Okay, it's approaching a particular time of the evening. And I'm not gonna be able to host. So I may have to call Bomb to, cause he devastated and didn't respond, so he might be asleep for the time being. I'm gonna give her a call.
So what you want to shut live down now?
I would prefer that you make that decision if that's okay. Tell me what you want to do. Cause I actually have an 11:30 thing to do. It hit a different echo. I got something to do. She just sprang it on me all of a sudden, so she just hit me with it and left. I'll wait for your response. But at 11:30, it's a wrap for myself. But since you're available, I'm gonna, one moment, please. Okay. All right, let's see who's in the chat. Let's do that. Gotta type back into the channel. All right. Hey, Koja. Hey, David. Hey, Topaz. Hey, Keyshawn. Roy Chess, Marvel 318, Taco Kitty, Mr. Bomb Cherry, Aries Queen, the Queen. Everybody, we're so glad that you enjoyed some of our antics. I hope you loved it as much as we love you. You know, tell us what you think about some of the information that Dr. Umar Johnson decided to dish out. Whether or not, we're at war, whether, there's a war on Black men. And that part is not funny. That's not what I'm emphasizing. I'm just saying that his extreme generalizations are, beneath the education he claims to have. And I think Cynthia did give him a run for his money. I really do. And I didn't know that there was a trans on the panel. I actually saw her, what do you call it? I saw her list her books, I know I had it up here somewhere. Oh crap, I must have got rid of it. I was looking up all types of stats as well. I was looking at the stats about the US average of, what a Black man makes in America, which is approximately $44,000 annually. And it's been estimated that about $500 a month is this, the standard amount for child support under that annual salary. Now, this is the one I didn't get a chance to mention. This is by the Bureau of Prisons. It's a link that indicates the number of inmates incarcerated and what their ethnicity is. It's saying, and it's really, it seems that the statistics are placed monthly, and this is updated as recently as September 3rd of this year. The inmate race count as it stands with this chart is there are 2,238 Asian inmates in America. There are 60,548 Black inmates in America. There are 4,018 inmates who are Native American in America, and a whopping 91,050 white inmates in America. Okay, at a percentage of 57.7%, compared to Black men at 38.4%. Keep in mind, however, the ratio of the population amongst each ethnicity. That's still a higher number than our brothers that would be so-called incarcerated. So that was an interesting little look up right there. Other than that, we got, oh, nobody, let's see. For some reason, I got what's really inside McDonald's chicken nuggets. I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I looked that up. That was kind of funny to me. Yeah, I did. I just happened to have that tag. Like, what's really in McDonald's
No, I
chicken?
think in that case, ignorance is bliss.
Right. It's like, do we really, really want to know? Allegedly, they subscribe to dietary guidelines. So, and look,
Look, it says, healthy is a tricky word to define. That's what it says. The article was like, are McDonald's chicken nuggets healthy? And so it's healthy, in quotation marks, is a tricky word to define as everyone nutritional needs is subject to interpretation. Hey, bogus for that. Hey, bogus. Oh my God. But anyway, the ingredients are as follows. Number one, white boneless chicken. Okay. The claim is that's the claim. Vegetable oil. It's a mixture of canola, soybean, and hydrogenated soybean oil. So there's enriched flour, which is a grain product. There's bleached wheat flour. Okay. Number 5, we already covered number 4. Number 5 is yellow corn flour. Number 6 is vegetable starch. Number 7 is salt. You know, doesn't say what type of salt it is. And number 8 is leavening. To help the chicken nuggets puff up during the heating process, McDonald's adds a blend of several different leavening agents, including baking soda, sodium aluminum phosphate, sodium acid prosopate, calcium lactate, and a monocalcium phosphate into the batter. All of these additives are regulated by the FDA and approved for use in food. They want to spell that out. The number 9 ingredient. Yeah, it was hard to pronounce some of that stuff for me. I don't know about the rest of people. But hey, who's gonna question the FDA at this point, right? Wink, wink. You know. Number 9 is spices. The spices used in McDonald's chicken nuggets are not disclosed, but they're used to add flavor to the batter. All right. Number 10 is yeast extract. Yeast extract is added to enhance food's flavor, much like MSG. So number 11 is lemon juice solids. So dried lemon juice adds freshness to the foods. A small amount is used in McDonald's chicken nuggets. Number 12 is dextrose. Dextrose is a simple sugar used to sweeten foods. While diets high in added sugars are associated with diabetes, heart disease, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and some cancers, per a November 2016 article in Nutrients, there's very little added to McDonald's chicken nuggets. It has dextrose in it, but according to a 2016 article, there's very little in it. Okay, the number 13 ingredient list includes natural flavors. According to the FDA, natural flavors on an ingredient list are flavors derived from spices, fruits and vegetables or their juices, edible yeast, herbs, bark, buds, roots, leaves, or similar plant material, meat, seafood, poultry, eggs, or dairy products, and fermented products. The source of the flavor does not have to be disclosed. So it's unknown where the natural flavors in McDonald's chicken nuggets come from. And it also says there's no real concerns with natural flavors unless you have food allergies or dietary restrictions, which may prompt you to avoid them or inquire with the company about where the natural flavors come from. And then it goes on to ask, does McDonald's nuggets have certain pink slime? Okay, this was sensationalized in 2010 when someone named Jamie Oliver, a famous chef, was showing school kids how chicken McNuggets are made. The slime in question is actually a product known as a lean, finely textured beef. To make this type of meat product, beef trimmings are heated and then sent through a centrifuge to separate the fat from the lean meat. The lean meat mixture is then treated with ammonium gas to kill any E. coli or salmonella that may be present, according to an April 2012 Congressional Research Service report. While McDonald's did use this product in the past, they removed it from all of their foods in August 2011, per a statement in ABC News. And according to the McDonald's website, the quote unquote pink slime is still nowhere to be found in their chicken nuggets or any other products sold at McDonald's store. And the article finally reads, the bottom line, all in all, eating some chicken nuggets every once in a while is not going to break your healthy eating pattern. McDonald's has made many changes to their chicken nuggets recipe over the years to use better quality products and meet consumers' desires for more natural but still tasty and low-cost convenient food. And there it is. That's what's in
scary.
chicken McNuggets.
And then they passed a law, I think, over in the UK where they couldn't use all that crap in their food over there.
Oh yeah, but we got the good old faithful FDA looking out for us.
And the irony is, it's ran by somebody who probably worked for McDonald's. So
The lobbyists, right? The McDonald's lobbyists control the FDA.
right, not a nutritionist, but he ran a couple of Taco Bells. That's lovely.
Yeah, that's incredible. Right? That's incredible. Well, I got 15 minutes left. Well, I got to do what I'm going to do. You know, that's what it is. Let's check the chat and find out if everyone thought that information was useful. I hope
Your
so.
camera's on too, Mella.
Yeah, but you only see green though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got it covered, baby. Trust that. I don't need nobody sneaking up on me talking about Mella, is that you? Yeah, I'll shoot your ass in your face. Fuck that. Don't need that. But yeah, that's you know. But I see Koja mention that Black people only make up 13% of the US population. So that's something to consider after hearing that inmate report. You know, just because it's reporting that there's a larger population or a smaller population, in terms of inmates, the ratio that has to be factored in is what the actual population of people are in this country. Like apparently there's 13% of us who are Black in this country, and so on and so on and so on. So those ratios have to be figured in. I see Devastating has typed some news in the chat room. That's a good thing. And discussing viruses found in the wastewater samples in Nassau County, that's in Florida. And then also New York declares state of emergency over polio. So the world goes round and round, you know. The world goes round and round. I hope everybody is staying safe out there, looking out for your family and loved ones.
Nassau County is in New York City.
I said Nassau County is in. I read Nassau. It's in Florida. I'm aware it's in Florida. I just went right up to your next entry. That's how I did it. I read viruses were found in wastewater samples in Nassau County. And then after I read that, I went directly above to your next entry in the chat room. But yeah, Nassau County is in Florida, most definitely. I'm glad you corrected me about that, because we don't want any simpletons thinking that, huh?
Ms. Miller,
What happened?
Nassau County is in New York City.
What happened in Nassau County, Florida?
Where are you
Look, I
getting
gotta
Florida
go.
from?
You didn't put Florida in there. I'm thinking about Florida. I apologize. But you typed the correct information in the chat room, and people should refer to that. I had mentioned about 15 minutes ago, I gotta leave, so I'm probably distracted. Let me go ahead and do what I gotta do real quick. Let's see. I think Nikki's still with us, so that's cool. We love all of you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Have you, Devastating, have you ever been on, what did you call that area that was trying to chase you out of there? Not the Discord, it's called Clubhouse. I've never been on Clubhouse. I've been invited to Discord and Clubhouse. I've never been there. But Devastating's gonna update us on accurate information as opposed to me just, you know, fantasizing about Florida. I apologize for misspeaking. You know, there was really no excuse for that because I didn't even have chicken nuggets, so I apologize. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. Y'all be good. Peace and love.
Good night, Mella.
Good night, sweetheart. Bye. Good night, Devastating. Peace and love.
Hey, what's up, Nikki? How are you?
Hey, Deb, I'm hanging with you for a little while. Hope you don't mind.
No, it's all good. Yeah, this coming out of Bloomberg. New York declared a state of emergency over polio virus found in the water sample taken out of Nassau County in New York City earlier this morning.
Yeah, that's scary. They found E. coli somewhere else, didn't they? In another state?
Yeah, Baltimore.
I've never been much of a prepper, but I'm starting to change my mind.
Yeah, as you see here, dated this morning, right before noon, New York declared a state of emergency over polio in an effort to boost vaccine rates after evidence of the virus spread mounted when it was found in the wastewater samples in Nassau County on Long Island, New York. Executive order signed Friday by Governor Hochul expands the network of vaccine administrators to include emergency medical workers, midwives, pharmacists, physicians, and certified nurse practitioners will be able to issue to non-patient specific standing orders for the polio vaccine. New York Department of Health said this in a statement earlier. Polio, we simply cannot roll the dice. If you or your child is not vaccinated or not up to date with vaccinations, the risk of paralytic disease is real. I urge New Yorkers to do not accept any risk at all. New Yorkers who already completed their polio vaccine series should receive a lifetime booster after coming in close contact with a person suspected to be infected by the virus. Department also recommends boosters for healthcare workers in Rockland County, Orange County, Sullivan County, Nassau County, and New York City, who might handle specimens containing polio virus who treat patients who may have polio. People with occupational exposure to wastewater can consider the booster.
Oh, it's
What's up,
dangerous
Cozy?
because you saw how the mandates worked out, so they can't force anybody anymore.
Yeah,
But
they
it's
just
a
lifted him.
roll
I
of the
thought,
dice.
yeah, then they just lifted him. I thought everybody was saying the COVID was over and shit. What happened?
They're just recommending things now, but they're not forcing you. Like you can't
Yeah.
get fired anymore if you don't take it.
Oh, yeah, of course. What's up, Cozy? Yeah, I was reading that earlier. I didn't put it in the room. Just wanted y'all to kind of go with the flow. Yeah, I saw I'm Not For Everyone. I think she's up in that area. I'm not sure. Other people I haven't heard from New York may or may not be aware of the situation.
Hey, hey,
Cozy,
can you hear me?
yeah,
Oh, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna be right back, okay?
all right. Yeah, yeah, forgive me of my lack of flowness. I was assuming Friday night would be a little bit more active uh, with the title and everything. What happened?
I wonder what Miller.
I haven't been on here long, like an hour.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good?
Oh, how everybody doing?
Just chilling, just chilling.
I remember what she said a couple of months ago. My timeline.
Hold on, yeah, your connection kind of in and out right now. Are you driving, Cozy?
Now,
Her connection kind of going in and out. Cozy, your connection is in and out. You're bogging kind of bad. You might not be able to hear me. her a chance to straighten it out. But yeah, Nikki, I kind of came kind of late myself.
Yeah, Mela mentioned they were going over. I think Sinji was on Fox Soul with Dr. Umar Johnson,
Yeah,
and they kind of went back and forth. So Mela said they had went over it earlier, but I had
yeah,
missed it.
yeah. I was actually rewinding part of it to see did they do anything on this show that they don't do on YouTube, and it looked like it's no. Cover the topic at hand for 5 minutes, and then go back to gender banging until the host said, "Fuck it,
Right.
we finna end the show." Yeah. I shop at Aldi's too, Keyshawn. That's where I was earlier when they started the stream. Oh, yeah, I'm just reading the comments up now. Damn, I was trying to follow what Koji was talking about. Sounded like she was in a car. Did you get all the way through the stream, Miss Nikki? Or you just kind of skipped around?
No, I was gonna watch it later on
Oh, yeah, yeah.
because whenever I play it, I don't know, guess because I'm on my phone, I can't hear
Oh,
what anybody's saying at Zoom if I start playing
yeah.
YouTube.
One at a time. Okay, I got you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Let's see, I put another link to this story in the chat so people won't have to deal with that subscription ad. Oh, sorry.
I have to drop off, but if you guys are still on, I'll come back a little later.
Okay, Nikki.
Have a good night.
All right, you too. Okay, I'm gonna put the press release from the Department of Health up. Close it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Clear?
yeah.
I tell you. I was saying, where Miller gone at?
You know where she gone?
She got a date, cause I remember what she told us a couple months ago. You remember?
Not specifically.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to get the details when she get back. I hope it's on the date to get her back blue out. But everything been in the YouTube land. What you thought about? I guess y'all was doing Cynthia G. So who you say won? Cynthia G or Omar Johnson?
Yeah, it didn't really. I wasn't really keeping score with that. Yeah, one way or the other. I mean, both of those, to me, really don't have an interest of the larger Black community. So I don't really take neither one of them very seriously. I'm being honest. So it's just 2 talking points to see who can shut up the first. That's all I see. Because if they were really providing for the Black community, there would be other headlines other than gender banging. So this is all this fucking shit is.
Yeah, I guess I see little slippers or something. I don't know. I ain't never liked Umar Johnson since he had on that green hat, talking about young girls. What it was something like young girls selling for JJ for free. I'm paraphrasing it. I ain't thought we could sell there for free, but like it just came across to me like if it was for money, it would have been better for free. I don't know. It just sounded odd to me.
Yeah.
But you know, they all some fools. I said Umar. I ain't followed him that much, but you know, we could have got the school open in less time than that.
He said he was sitting in school on that show.
Was there. It used to be kind of school back in the days before we had got what they call it, charter schools funded by the state. Well, they used to have these little like and they had what they would call private schools. There was the segregation.
You're breaking up a little bit.
And like that, back in the day, they used to have this church, and it was technically a school, because back in the day, the answer to integration was these so-called private schools, and they would be all up in these little small towns. And pretty much that's where white people went to school until they came up with charter school system. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And one of them was for sale. And every time I passed it, I was like, that could be Dr. Umar Johnson school. That could have been cool. I'm sure it wouldn't cost the same amount of money that every city he was, but it would still have access to
You're breaking up again.
It's probably not working in this place. But yeah, I always thought he was a good phone. But I guess Cuba got his school going more than Umar got his going. So
Who got their school going?
Q Butter, I guess. Since
Oh
his
yeah. I've been following him since 2014.
Yeah. And I heard bits and pieces of the debate, but to me, if he's talking about the school system, and I'm not a big listener of his, but I've never heard him be a big proponent of encouraging men to work in the school system. He always talking about how there are no black men or to teach, or how the schools don't, I guess, not a good place for black boys, but I never heard him encouraging black men to become teachers, to be there, to be role models for black boys, and to kind of be able to identify with them and give them some of the things that they wish they had had when they were going to school. That's just
Yeah,
what I
yeah, yeah. So, you asked me about who won the debate.
Mhm.
The title said "War on Black Men." So I was trying to find out, was that the case, or was that just a story to get the people to click the video? And that's what it really was. It was a debate between Cynthia G and Umar Johnson, and
Well,
whoever that
I
other
guess it was
girl
supposed to
was
be,
against the other
yeah.
girl.
Yeah, I saw bits and pieces, though, but I guess it was supposed to be a whole panel. But I think most of the people in YouTube land was really tuned in to Umar and Cynthia G. I think so much.
So is there a war on black men by other black men? I mean, like the word war, WAR, war.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I just think people make choices and decisions, because every time, they talk about things that are not available to black men. The last time I really checked, unless you're talking about some, and I haven't been to school in a while, some specific scholarships, there are no programs that pretty much are not income based. Almost everything is income based, regardless of gender. And for the most part, race. When you go to fill out a Pell Grant application, what is it? Income. The income of your parents or the income of you. That has nothing to do with race, ethnicity, or gender. If you're a single dad and you live below the poverty line, you can get food stamps. And even if you're not a single dad and you live below the poverty line, you can get the same amount of food stamps that women that live below the poverty line get. I don't buy into the thing that there are no educational resources, because when the United States was made, they pretty much came up with colleges to teach white men how to farm. And it was Job Corps, because remember, women were supposed to be being housewives. So the money that they had for education, even though we might not have access to them, were really for men, white men. And since we have been grandfathered in, I don't buy into that anymore, that there are resources that men and that are there for women that men cannot tap into if they are the primary care provider living under the poverty level. So
Yeah, I know plenty of dudes got EBT cards, single dudes.
And have you heard of the great financial aid debt, college loan debts that, they talking about trying to get some forgiveness for?
Yeah, you mean the ones that in some states you still got to pay taxes on it because it's considered revenue?
Yeah, that would be how a lot of those women paid for their education that he claims was given to them. I guarantee you, if you pull out a student loan, they got $600, $700, $800 worth of student loan debt. So it actually wasn't free. If you have a student loan debt to pay for it, and evidently it's a pretty significant debt, because it's not even just specific to Black people and Black men and women, but it goes against the argument that women were given these great resources when you literally had to get a loan to get that education. So, you know, some things just need to match a little bit, you know, we have all these topics in the world that are being discussed around us that are not specific to Black people, but somehow that never makes it into the conversation. So.
Yeah, Dr. Umar is supposed to be doing a workshop, I think said this weekend, somewhere where Miss Baum and them is at. So I was trying to find out, or she able to find out some info. I don't know.
Well, I'm not really sure, but I know quite a few nurses. I don't have the student loan debt, but they have in excess of $30,000 worth of student loan debt. They went a different route than I went. They went to more, which these things were not available when I was in school because you really had two routes. You had community college or four-year college, and most of the diploma schools were not around in my area. I don't know about other states, but there were really no diploma schools. So you had two routes. There were not a lot of Phoenix universities and things of that nature to go to nursing school. It was called a limited access program. So if you went the community college route, there wasn't significant debt in that. I mean, if you wanted to, you could pay for it out of pocket, but a lot of people got student loan debt, you know, to buy some other stuff too. So, yeah, most of them got student loan debt. Most of my coworkers got student loan debt. So I don't see these programs where you know, talking about that's free for Black women to get education. And there are even some Black men I know that are nurses with student loan debt. So I don't kind of buy into on one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the gender banging situation is specific to either or. That's why I kind of tune both of them out whenever I see a narrative spin.
I do like Cynthia G. Series, who they really choose, though. I like who they really choose.
So how does she know that Black men are going towards the white woman route more than the Black woman route?
I don't know if it's so much that, but I just think it's like entertainment when they got these pictures of these not fit, these not feminine, these not friendly women. So I think it's entertaining, but I like comedy. So, people have to, I guess, dissect and take what it is. I find it humorous. Hey, Devastating, did you ever watch Firestarter back in the day?
I did not actually. Good Lord.
You didn't watch Firestarter with Drew Barrymore? And she could start fires when she get upset.
Mm-mm.
How you will? You over 55?
I know about the Drew Barrymore Firestarter. I didn't. That
They got
wasn't
a
nothing.
remake.
Yeah, that wasn't nothing that said, "Oh, let me check this out."
Well, it was like we had a bunch of movies back in the day, but they got a remake of it.
Yeah, that was on the list of the ones that I was like, I'm gonna let that ride. I'm just being straight up with you. Shit.
I don't watch TV no more. I watch YouTube.
That's what I'm saying.
So, yeah, I don't got cable no more. But I started. I'm like, why I ain't want to see that? Because I remember. I was like, why they ain't never made a part two? But you were chasing girls at that time and jumping bicycles and getting broke legs and arms and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shit, I ain't need to see no damn fire starter shit.
But, you know,
What made you think of that?
I don't know. So I guess I was trying to see a little movie or something. And I don't know what I was. Oh, somebody had that picture of them little nigglets up there from that movie. And I was thinking about old movies. And then they came in my brain.
Out of all the movies.
Yeah. Oh, and I know you ain't watched The Visitor. You watch V?
V, I did watch as a child, but the updated shit, no, I didn't come back around to see if they're gonna keep the same storyline from 30 years ago.
I had to watch it because Morris Chestnut was in it. So anything with him in it, you gotta watch.
Yeah. What do you play? Law enforcement or?
He was actually I think he was law enforcement, but he was one of the hybrids or whatever that was here
Oh, okay.
from the first time, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But it just kind of cut off. They ain't even finish it. They could have gave us a finish or something, part 2 or part 3 of it. So I ain't never really heard nobody talk about P-Valley on Bomb Channel.
Talk about who?
You ain't watch P-Valley.
Oh.
I ain't never heard nobody talk about P-Valley. And it was a good show. Award-winning show. You going to work tonight or are you in for the weekend?
They're actually getting me up now.
Yeah.
Ironically, since you said that. That's why I didn't respond to when they was talking a few minutes ago. I was trying to make a decision.
So was Nikki? Was that verbal? Cause she sounded like verbal. Who Nikki was?
that was Nikki. That was Nikki. Yeah.
Oh, but that's not verbal. I thought maybe she had came in under another name, so that wasn't her. They sounded similar.
Oh no, I've never seen verbal under another name since I've been coming over here.
Yeah, it's just the voice. That's all. I couldn't catch the voice. It kind of sounded a little bit like her, so I just didn't know if she was. Sometimes you change devices and change names and stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I'm mad. I'm mad.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I'm mad because I got this bitch going around YouTube hollering my name. I didn't know I was in the stream because when I left, when everything went down with Better Class of Woman, I literally, for the most part, stopped going over there. So, in the YouTube world, when you hear people keep talking about, certain panels talking about it, well, let me go over there and see what the fuck's going on. And when you go over there, you hear your name in their mouth when their name haven't been in your mouth since. And it made what?
It's Mella.
Hey, Mella, what's up? What's up?
I needed to find out who's bothering you so I can do something about it.
Well, I didn't know. Faith had a panel in which she was speaking on me. And I literally haven't really said that lady's name ever since the thing of Better Class of Woman went down and we finished with that.
I remember.
It's a wrap.
Exactly. So she decided to make some content off your name, huh?
Yes. And let me see if I can find it. Share something with everyone. That right there, it comes from an attorney's law page, which attorneys cannot put out false information from the state of Florida. And it says that under Florida law, prosecutors can charge children from the age of 10 to 18 years old with serious criminal offenses such as lewd and lascivious, molestation, sexual battery, or aggravated sexual battery. They can do that from age 10. So if a situation happened and the child was under the age of 10, there would not be any charges because the law says. So when I have somebody saying, basically, I intervened to protect my child, let's get it straight. I had a victim. In addition to the police was trying to victimize my older child, who now is 22, and at the time was 15. And I mistakenly said my daughter was 5 years old. To be honest, my daughter was 4 years old when this happened. When it came out, it was close to she was close to turning 5. So I always say 5 because I say 3 months is close to 5, but it's actually like 4.5. So they came out to say, to make it look like I intervened. Did y'all ever remember that boy who was arrested and spent like 2 or 3 years, I want to say in New York, in the county, in the jail? And when he got out, he was so messed up that he committed suicide.
No.
Well, sometimes I follow media and different.
I'm not surprised to hear that occurred.
But the little boy was actually innocent. I think they said he needed $500 bail, and the gun had come up with $500 bail. And as a result, he said, I don't want to say it was Rikers Island or some prison or some jail like that. And when he came out,
Rikers Island, yeah, that's bad. That's.
I want to say, I can't remember the exact details, but he sat a couple of years, and when he came out, he committed suicide, all because his family did not have $500, and they kind of sound like out of sight, out of mind, to be honest.
Yeah.
Come on, listen. And
You got a lot of background noise. I think you might be shuffling your folders or something.
Hold on. Hold on. I think I got the wrong earring. Is that better?
I can hear you. It was just, it sounded like you were doing something in addition to speaking. That's all.
Oh, sometimes I had a wrong piece in the ear. This part with the mic be out the ear. But so this boy, and I follow a lot of stuff when it comes to crime and things like that. But he committed suicide. So I was brought up in the prison system. So one of the techniques that the inmates used to like to pull is say, oh, I dislocated my shoulder. So I say, okay, take your shirt off, let me see. And when they pull that shirt off so grand over their shoulders and everything, you kind of know everything working. But it taught me to pay attention to stuff. So when I hear people saying stuff that don't match, the first time it's like, that's weird. But when you go to hearing a consistent thing of things that don't match, you got to entertain that people are lying. So when this police came to my house, I have 3 sons. They asked to speak to one son. They showed me photos, they showed me photos of clothed children. And then I was like, then they explained that they had come in contact with a tablet that had photos of a little girl, and they showed me my niece and they showed me my daughter, but these were clothed, pictures of children with clothes on. So he said some things, and so, okay. They left. And so the next day, I called them. I say, oh, I would like to come down to the station to see the video because he claimed he didn't have the video with him. He said, oh, the video is in processing. I'm like, oh, okay. So I say, well, I can come to the station where it's in processing at. And then he says, it's not finished. So I called the next day and they gave me a runaround. Now, if they would have told me, oh, man, we just can't show you that because it's against the rules and regulations, it would have been acceptable. But now you're lying. So I need to know why you're lying. And so when they showed me the photos, it was in a house that was not my house. It was in a where the babysitter lived at. So I know my 15-year-old son did not visit a house with children. So I knew for a fact that my son was into smoking weed, truth be told. He is not right now trying to hang out with no 8-year-old and no 4-year-olds. And so for them to go and try to relate it, I tried to protect my son. Of course, I tried to protect my son who was innocent. And my son was not going to be a child that was trapped in a jail system for lack of having a parent with the knowledge or the financial resources to protect them like any parent should. You would be a failure as a parent if you didn't protect your children. And for her to go around and try to reword this like I was protecting a predator or anything like that, and that's why I showed you this here on the screen. Let it know it is impossible for my 15-year-old son had committed this crime to not be charged and to not be sitting in prison probably right now as a sexual predator. And it just goes when you want to talk about a better class of woman, that somebody who, in my opinion, would take the fact that they feel salty about some stuff that they actually conveyed out of their own mouth and use a young Black man of a crime, cause maybe I don't know why you still in your feelings. Black men should be mad. Black men should be angry at this. Why they want to call
I do remember the astonishment she experienced when you told BMT what you said. And then you doubled down on it and said, I was attempting to apologize, but since he's talking shit, fuck it. I'll apologize when I feel like it. And then from that point on, she wanted to tag you as someone that should have a caution sign over whether or not she's quote unquote allowed to participate in these circles. So when you say that she still holds it, when you convey that she still holds a grudge, you know, I do remember that particular foundation of it. And this was like 3 months ago, at least, if not 5. And you know, she was very expressive about how you responded to BMT without her knowing the history of how you and him had ferociously interacted with each other before. You know what I mean? Like it appears to me that she didn't realize what he had said to you. And that's why I don't jump the fence when it, like when people are quote unquote cussing each other out and I don't know where it came from. A lot of times I step back, believe it or not, because there are origin stories that we're not made privy to as to how two people, you know, planted the seed of the conflict in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So she's still basically just putting her foot into a pond that she didn't dig, and she's using your name for content in regard to something else.
I'm gonna call it Mammy.
I'm not gonna call anybody.
I know
names.
you know.
I'm just calling
I'm
it.
gonna call it action Mammying for men.
Well, you have a right to be
That's
upset.
what I'm gonna call it.
Yeah, you have
but
a right.
If you can see this here, it blocked my name. I say DCF investigator stated that Miss Me, Koja, has accepted DCF services and resources for my daughter's name. Due to the ages of those involved and the circumstances regarding the video and images, there is a lack of evidence to support probable cause that the elements of a crime have been met. There is currently no evidence that an adult was involved with any of the videos or images taken from that tablet. This is inactive at this time.
That's right. And there it is.
There is a lot left to go with this here. So if my daughter is the victim, and trust and believe a 15-year-old, almost 16-year-old would have been charged as an adult and you still saw the Florida law. It didn't happen. And for her to go around here and there, talk about a better class of woman and all of this other stuff, no one, or I mean, people done already exposed their hand and exposed who they are. But Black men should be mad because this could have been, regardless of what you think of me and how I do. And I think Black men should be applauding that a mother stood up to protect her innocent 15-year-old boy that would not end up in the system. Now, for myself, you see, they offered me services. You never, and this is what I tell people about the system. To my knowledge, they never offered the girl who did that, who was 8 years old, services, which she should have.
Oh, the 8-year-old did it?
The 8-year-old did it. It was an 8-year-old little girl who happened to be my niece. And when you take the amount of time between the recent incident they're talking about, you're talking about a span of 5 years age difference. This was a span of 4 years age difference. And what I said was, I would not want anybody with this girl got grown and never did this again to reach back into her childhood and pull this up against her. That's what I said. I would not want that for her. So if I wouldn't want that for her, I'm saying that's what I stand on, period.
All right. So it would appear that the 8-year-old niece perpetrated an act against another child. And would that child be your child?
Yes.
Okay. And you are forgiving enough to where when your niece becomes an adult, you don't want that act to be used against her to hinder any progress she attempts to make in life.
I was upset that they didn't go in deeper to find out where she learned it from, what happened to her. It was like after they saw it wasn't going to be any charges against this 15-year-old boy, they just threw it away. They didn't say, let me get some services for this little girl. Let me find out what happened to her. Or
because
anything.
they
It's
were
like,
looking for a conviction, and when it comes to those two little girls, they didn't
there was a
bother to
sensation.
get counseling for those. They didn't bother to pursue it properly. Or rather, they didn't bother to pursue it with as much effort or any effort compared to them trying to pin it on your son. Because that's what they tried to do. They tried to pin it on your son when it was really an 8-year-old girl that did what she did to your daughter. So, yeah,
Let me
they were
lay out
trying to
the
set up your
timeline
son.
of this. It was 3 months to the day when the officer came to see me. Now, by Florida law and DCF policy, but by Florida law, any person who is a teacher or police officer is mandated to call the 1-800-ABUSE hotline to report anything. Now, do you think if this officer really believed my daughter was living in the house with her brother and he was touching her, that they would leave her in the house for 3 months without doing anything? If that's what they believed, that they would let a 4-year-old girl be in the house with somebody who was molesting them and doing child pornography for 3 months, if that's what they really believed?
No, they wouldn't. Right.
By law, they were supposed to call the hotline immediately. Immediately. Not wait 3 months for somebody to live in the house, because it didn't happen that way. And this officer, I filed internal affairs and stuff against the officer. I got emails where I was sending them. I wrote to the judge and asked for charges to be brought against the DCF worker as well as the police department because they tried to frame my child. Had I not had legal knowledge and some money, my child would be a sexual predator, even
Right.
though he was
They would have
nowhere.
pinned it on them. Yeah, without hesitation, they would have pinned it on them. I was wondering, like, when it happened to your daughter, when the 8-year-old niece attacked your daughter the way she did your daughter come home and say anything to you that day?
No. My daughter had been going there for a year or two when I used to go to work, and she never said anything. To her, she didn't have sisters, so her little cousins, like her brothers, it's a 12 year, 11, 12-year age difference between them. So that was just like the best thing to her was her cousins. They were like sisters.
Guess I was just wondering if it was just the 8-year-old niece that did it, or was it the rest of her cousins?
No, it wasn't photos. It was a videotape. And what they described, I never saw the tape because it's not appropriate. They say it's considered child pornography and they couldn't show me. So the only thing I could go by was what they presented in the hearing. And when the officer detailed his final report, and I cannot put all of that online because there's too many people's names and things like that.
I understand.
To dox people,
Yeah.
it's not even involved.
How
He
did
said
the device?
it's quite obvious. He said it's quite obvious.
Yes.
There were no adults present, and my niece had on gray pants, and they could see the pants in the frame of reaching out to touch my daughter.
Correct.
So
The device that they found the images on, who did it belong to?
It was my daughter's phone. She had gotten it for a Christmas present.
Okay, it was your daughter's phone. They used your daughter's phone to videotape what they were
It
doing
was
to
a
her.
tablet. It was a tablet.
Or rather a tablet.
Yeah.
They used your daughter's tablet to videotape what they were doing to her in violation not only of the law but her sense of well-being and sanctity of her body. Okay, that's okay. Now the 8-year-old, you're saying that, well, you're talking in a realm of forgiveness, right? Is it because they were underage? Is it because the niece is an underage child that you have decided to forgive her for what she did?
It was an underage child. The child was adopted through foster care, which my mom had a long history of having.
An adopted underage child. That's your niece, okay?
And my sister had suffered a stroke, which she had suffered a stroke, so the kids were out of the home with her for some months while she recovered from her stroke. Cause she's and stuff. So I would have been curious.
What was the oldest child in charge of the household while your aunt was recovering from her medical condition?
She had lived with relatives because she's my adopted sister, so she did have relatives on her biological side that kept the kids and friends. So while she was recovering, me and my mom were taking care of her. So
well, this is amazing that you have a sense of forgiveness. I can't say I would be forgiving. And it's not about holding a grudge. It's not about and I know you already been through enough for the fact that they tried to pin it on your son. I know you've already been through enough, and I just appreciate that you care enough for people to understand that there's a effort that's geared more toward incarcerating boys that have nothing to do with the proximity of a crime, as opposed to really addressing the harm that happened. You know, they like you said, they discarded the fact that there was an occurrence that needed attention, and they focus more on adding a number to the penal system as a young young Black male. So, you know, I think that's a very important reference for people to keep in mind in the event that they come across the same situation, that you know that their child can be, you know, like accused of something that they didn't do, but they can construct circumstantial evidence to make it appear as if the child did it, or rather the young man did it. So it's important that people are made aware that, you know, they are, when I'm talking about law enforcement, is you know, setting up efforts.
But even with young kids like that,
those young children,
have to say that somebody touched them. America have a very ugly history, and now and have the resources and tools to address it. But it is an ongoing fight, and this thing's been carried down for centuries.
People are out there
and I would
doing.
not condemn, because 1 in 4 girls.
People are out there touching children.
1 in 4 girls have been touched. 1 in 4 girls have been touched, and I don't even know the number of boys, because we'll never get that number because the stigma attached to boys being touched by boys, but even boys being touched by older girls. And we're addressing it, but it's gonna be a while before it's eradicated. But most times some kids find out, adults find out stuff happened to kids because these kids have exhibited those behaviors toward other children. It was taught to them. And what is taught can be untaught. It's the reason we don't have 1 in 4 women out there molesting kids, because it doesn't always happen that way. And I would hate for something to have happened to a child and they exhibited that behavior. They got in trouble for it. They might didn't get the counseling for it, but it was impressed upon them that it was wrong, and they stopped it, and they never did it.
When I saw the movie Precious, Koja,
I didn't watch
it. Was shocking to my, well, it's triggering for people that may have a, you know, some that it resonates for. So I wouldn't recommend anybody that has just a history of incestuous abuse of, you know, and those types of things in their family, not to watch it, because it's soul stirring for me, and that's not even, you know, like I can't even like that shit just tripped me out, right? And what I didn't consider, and what somebody told me was like, did you ever think about whether or not Precious is going to perpetrate the same actions to her children? I never thought about it that way. You know, I was just so shocked that something like that could happen in families, that I just thought about how shocking the movie. Say what?
But she may not perpetrate it, but she may undefine boundaries of what is clearly acceptable and not acceptable. And
I think you're Borgen.
Are you done sharing the article, Koja?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I think my thing went out for a moment. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you might be in a different location where the frequency is being choppy or interrupted. But that's okay. You always doing something, Koja. You always busy. You know, washing dishes, mopping the floor. kicking
I
the
heard y'all talk
dogs.
about
I don't know what the
Florida.
hell you doing over there.
Carol, we be having to multitask. We have to multitask.
Yeah. I should be cleaning out my freezer right now. Since I decided not to, like this person that I'm supposed to reconcile with,
So it is.
I just get cold feet. I'm just like, it seems like a good idea, and then I'm just like, I hear their voice and it's like, I don't know. So whatever.
Yeah, one time I thought about going back to
I
my
like
ex-husband.
that they're using Christianity to try to reel me back in. I like that tactic. That's
not the Jesus rap.
Oh, child,
The
they
Jesus rap.
get slick with it. Why don't you? You know what I'm saying? And I can appreciate the effort at the same time. People never forget betrayal. And it's gonna be difficult to sit and look in the face of somebody that's that has some growing to do. I'll put it that way. They have some growing to do. But that was a nice try. One of my qualifiers, I asked about, a topic that I'm passionate about, and they didn't know the answer to that specific question, which means that they're not really listening when they talk to me. They're just trying to figure out how to get me. You see what I'm saying? And quite frankly, it insults my intelligence and my spirituality when all you're trying to do is win what? Win what? To wave the I fooled her flag? Like, that's not gonna happen. But I think culture got to readjust her frequency or whatever. I think since I might be here for a while, I don't know if I should restart my phone or just wait till I start bored in hell. Wait till you tell me that I'm bored, and then I'll figure out what to do about it. I've been looking at some stuff. I don't think I should ask you this question personally, but I might. Have you ever filed a claim? Because you don't have to be a wartime veteran necessarily, or injured or anything like that devastating. As it turns out, because I've been researching some stuff to help a relative, as it turns out, by virtue of having served active duty by an act of Congress, that qualifies people for, those benefits. It's called, they call it service connection with the, extra words attached to it. It's not just about that. It's about the fact that your service connected with whatever you want to claim. And they just try to put it under different names to throw people off. They try to make it seem like you have to be, you have to have a wartime merit and all this other kind of stuff, and it's not like that. Apparently, every person that has ever served in the armed forces is entitled to the the Veterans Benefits Administrative claim.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Koja, you back? Okay, that's cool.
yeah. So So is this man doing the work to rebuild your forgiveness or trust? Or do they like to say, I said I'm sorry, you should just take it?
Yeah, pretty much. He's a Leo, so he's very straightforward. He doesn't understand what the problem is if he doesn't have a problem. He's one of those types of people. If I don't have a problem, well, then you shouldn't have a problem. And that's not respecting somebody's autonomy, you know?
And trust is like, it's not, trust is saying you're going to do something and doing it. It ain't even always just the sexual stuff, you know, about keeping your dick in your pants. That's important. But it could be that I could depend on you. You said you were going to do this and you did it. So now I'm rebuilding trust. But men don't think that that should happen. Like, and
Yeah.
they don't.
I'm fortunately I've learned to discipline myself to understand that it's not just about craving a body up against you. It's about craving trust. That's what I crave. I crave the ability to be able to trust. And it's not about making somebody jump through hoops or putting them through a damn 100-word exam or something. It's not like that. It's about the arrogance, right? Any event
And
that
humbling themselves.
no, it's not even about that. Any event that there is a you belong to me, if I can't have you, nobody can. That's kind of dangerous. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right. And so that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about a if I can't have you, nobody can type of man. And so I cannot just assume that when he's nice to me and extra nice and gifts and offers, and I can't assume that it's from the heart. I have to remember what he is.
It's
He's
like waiting on the
if I can't have
shoe to
you,
drop.
nobody can man. And so, that's not a very, that's a
crazy
I'm
love.
not
Crazy.
okay. I have to reel that back. It's not that I'm not in danger. It's not like that. It's just there's no intent of establishing a clean slate between us. There is a hell, I heard this online, a finesse. It's like it's a tactic that he's using tactics, and I can pick up the difference. I know when somebody is doing what they're doing, if that makes any sense, without getting too specific, because I'm not trying to, give it up like that. I'm just
But
saying
it's
that.
like we study all this
See,
stuff and we
this is
read
what
it.
I'm not trying to do, right? I feel myself falling into this trap. I'm not about to spill the beans that will, get misconstrued sometime in the future. Because that happens to all of us, as you very well know just now. Like, there are people that will take something that you've said and they will create a narrative that has nothing to do with what you said. And so that's why I talk about general things. That's why I sing songs. That's why I refer to, just
Very
other
generic
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
How was
At
the
the
weather? It
same
was beautiful
time,
today.
well, I don't keep it like that, because that's
But
kind of
yeah,
that's
corny. But yeah.
no, it's no, knowing what the weather is a good thing. What I'm trying to say is the way I communicate with people, it's personable enough without spilling the beans of everything that's personal about me, if that makes any sense. Like there are people that actually can appreciate that we can talk and laugh and get excited or even get agitated with one another, you know, as it develops over time, without me actually having to say, you know, I think my ankle was I saw my mother's ankle was swollen and I'm very, you know, I don't have to say that to nobody. I don't have to tell anybody that I'm concerned that my mother's ankle was swollen today. I don't have to say that, even though I just did. But I'm just talking about things, you know, I'm real careful for a reason, because there are people.
Everything in the court of YouTube will be used against you in a future argument. So
And
it
I
is
don't,
very
and I don't even
smart
mind.
to
I don't even
give
mind.
people ammunition.
Well, here's the thing, right? I don't even mind if somebody uses information against me. What I don't like is whether or not I'm going to flip on the I'm going to get you back switch. That's what I'm trying to prevent. I don't care what people say about me. I really don't. What I care about is how, whether or not I turn into an evil person. If you know what I'm saying, that like the type of evil person that's gonna, you know, recruit, you know, some locators, okay? Whether or not I'm gonna turn into the evil person that's going to there, you know, that's what I'm saying, like recruit some locators. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to sit up there and call father-in-law like, look, we need to talk. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person, because when it all is said and done, we're all just talking. We're all just talking. Now, unfortunately, what I've observed is that there are people that are interested in doing more than talking. They want to send, you know, they want to do more than, you know, talking. You know, they want to challenge people to boxing matches or fights or worse. And, you know, that's a whole nother level that I'm not interested in conceiving. And so I guess it's just a matter of keeping, you know, a sense of vengefulness locked up. That's why I communicate in I exchange pleasantries in a way that's really cool, as opposed to personal all the time. Now, Bomb, she's more generous. You know, she's generous and, dare I say, you know, exceptionally brave enough to share a lot of personal stories. I guarantee she's not sharing everything and she doesn't have to. And I really admire her for that, because, you know, she probably doesn't mind catching a case, you know, shooting somebody in the face or whatever. I don't want to catch a case. I don't. I don't want to catch a case. So, any event that I spill my guts about something super personal, right? And then somebody, you know, steps on my toes about it, I don't want to unlock the cave of that vengeful person I know I could be. I really would prefer not to catch a case. So that's why I just try to exchange pleasantries, you know. Let me look at this. Wait a minute. Koja, did you? Okay, Koja left. Damn it. Koja didn't hear nothing I said. Okay. Well, anyway, I hope somebody learned something from what I said. What we got here? We got Bomb on the panel. We got Devastating on the panel. Are any of you
Sound like she was
here?
trying to adjust her connection. I was trying to make out what she was saying. I can't.
Yeah. If she's multitasking with her earbuds in, is the microphone could be rubbing against the fabric of her clothing and things get distorted. It depends on what she got going on over there. And then there are times she's crisp and clear. So, you know, some people like to clean up at night. That's understandable. You know, they got their earbuds in that they and you know, and their microphone is just bouncing off the fabric of their clothes and it, you know, or depending on where they're located, the frequency gets choppy. But I think that she got her message across that somebody was villainous enough to take something as serious as what occurred in her family and use it as content. I'm not saying it's going to be the last time anybody ever does that to her or anybody else. I think it's food for knowledge to remind people that that's capable of happening. In addition to the personal details that Koja was, you know, generous enough to share, so that you know you never know who's listening and can become edified because of what they heard. You never know. So um, that's deep, especially considering what's really going on with how her connection to the controversy of the other guy, you know, is has sparked why the other woman decided to use Koja's information against her, and how that, you know, that other woman thinks it all correlates, so she's gonna just make it a part of content. It's just really um um uh, well, Koja had you know, a specified name and term for that person that did that. So Koja already named him what she gonna name him. So um you know, it's a lot of despicable things that happen on these YouTube streets, you know. That's why I prefer news reports, you know, verified sources of what's really going on that people should be more concerned about, like viruses in water. And man, I just knew there was Nassau County. But anyway, that's another story. Anyway, you know, I was kind of promised a trip to Florida, and I guess that shit was on my mind. It, you know, he didn't say he was taking me to Nassau, but I don't know where the hell I got Nassau being in Florida from, but it was just on my mind. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Uh, let me see how long we got in relationship to our goals.
Yeah, so
Wow,
when you see Nassau County, New
5
York,
hours. Say what, baby? What?
when you see Nassau County, New York, that's the Long Island, New York area. That's that upper upper area of the city.
Mm-hmm. And so you're a driver. You know, you know the you know the landscape of things, and I'm
No,
not familiar with
I
New
know,
York.
I know. Yeah, I know people that live in Long Island.
Mm-hmm. How are they doing? You talk to them?
Yeah, they're not affected by this.
That's good. Not, I mean,
Yeah,
it's you know what I mean. I'm glad
no,
that
I
your
got
people are good. Yeah, I'm
you.
glad your people are good.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on this was found, this was reported, this was tested, but there's a lot of other areas in that New York City area that are not tested that may or may not be reported. That's a little bit more of my concern because I do know I have people in other areas, Queens, Bronx.
Tequila already predicted that it's gonna be nationwide. There, it's actually probably nationwide. It's just that they're just dropping little crumbs at a time.
Yeah.
It's probably actually the condition that's in the county you mentioned and other places that have already been mentioned. Those conditions most likely exist right now nationwide. Is just that instead of bringing a mass panic, they're dropping breadcrumbs a little at a time. Like, oh, by the way. And then next week, oh, by the way. And then next week, oh, by the way, until off, the continental United States has been informed over a period of 50 weeks. Oh, by the way, the water is fucked up. Meant to tell you, but we didn't want y'all to panic. You know what I'm saying? That's how low down, as we all are aware of, the government can be. They'll already know that something is happening. And they don't care to tell you until your back is against the wall about it, you know? And God knows they're not going to take accountability. Well, I don't even like to use that word at this point. They don't want to fess up to the fact that they're culpable in it. This exists, these crises that exist as a result of inferior, unacceptable infrastructure is the government's fault, period. And it's just a system of playing it off. Like, oh, how are we supposed to know that 100-year-old water systems would fail? You know what I'm saying? They're making it seem like, oh, come on. How are we supposed to know that 100-year-old water system would fail? Ask about budget. What do you? What we had to distribute the budget to other significant programs and services, otherwise known as our own wallets. You know what I'm saying? They're not, you know. If I haven't said it once, I've said it many times. This is not to grandma's government. They're not trying to look out for our citizens like they used to. And it's kind of frightening because you have, not you, but a lot of people have enough to worry about making it. Just making it. You know, to the point where you're too busy to forecast your future. And then now you got all this other rigmarole in the way of, the deceptive practices and corruption of the government that claims it's looking out for citizens. It's confusing, it's distressing. And then there's the medical industry that says, hey, take this antidepressant. We won't tell you it's going to tear your stomach up and alter your brain chemistry in an irreversible way. Hey, stop by the drive-through and have, something that's fried in cottonseed oil or canola oil. It's going to cause all types, your arteries to be all discombobulated eventually. Or, develop some type of cancer and shit. Like, it's a trip, man. It's a big schematic diagram of catch me if you can citizen. You know what I'm saying?
So as of yesterday, that's 5 different counties. I posted it in the chat. So it's not just that one place. Rockland County, Orange County, Sullivan County. I do have the address of the testing sample site in New York City in another browser. I'll pull it up in a minute. Koja asked in the chat, she's having connection issues. How do we fight against polio? And since I was a kid, there wasn't really nothing to do other than trust the medical industry that whatever they put in the vaccine was going to be enough to keep us alive. That's it. So that's the short-term answer, Koja, if you're listening. Katie, to address your comment, I'm not sure what video you're talking about.
That baller guy did a video. I haven't looked at it, but I saw it come across my timeline.
Yeah, Ms. Baum made a reference about him not coming over here on a regular basis, and then he pops up one day and wants to time people out and moderate. So I thought she took his wrench. But hold on. I don't know what video he's talking about either. But I am aware of the current campaign to demonize channel. And Koja made a reference, I mean not Koja, Mission University made a reference this morning to Ms. Baum that another channel owner said if she come over here, she can't come over there. This is what up, Kev, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here, Dad. How y'all doing this morning? Hey, Mel.
Good Saturday to you. Good morning.
Morning.
You getting in or waking up? This is not your normal hours. What's up, bro?
Nah, I'm just waking up, man.
Oh,
I have
shit.
yeah, I sleep different times of the day for the most part. I went to sleep early last night. I'm not one of those people that sleep more than 5 hours.
Yeah. I kind of actually dozed out myself, bro. Shit. I thought Friday night, motherfuckers be rocking and rolling and shit. Cause they was rocking and rolling when she first started the stream. Yeah, I woke up and this Mel is about to cut the live, about to end the stream.
We can't let her do that without making sure she all right.
Yeah. So I just put the link in the room, bro. Polio virus detected in Long Island, New York yesterday morning.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, we were talking about how what they're doing is they're dropping bread. Well, this is my theory. They're dropping
Yeah, I heard what you
breadcrumbs.
said.
Yeah, they're like really the water is contaminated throughout the continental United States. It's just that they want to let people know 1 week at a time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
One major catastrophe at a time when it's complete. But even though it's just already seeping in the water,
Right.
they don't want to cause a panic.
A mass panic. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
Can
y'all
you
could damn near
imagine if that was
die.
just this? Yeah,
But I
just
want y'all to
imagine that
panic.
broadcast. If they just like just step up to the plate and say, look, this is the deal. Due to corruption, we haven't supplied the congressional mandated infrastructure that people deserve for clean water. So all y'all are drinking filthy ass water, and it's been happening for a long time. And good luck. You know what I'm saying? What can you imagine that goddamn national broadcast? Everybody would snap the fuck out. Okay, so they're just dropping breadcrumbs 1 week at a time until we all get to, you know, that's what Hansel and Gretel ended up cooked in the oven. You know what I'm saying?
Till we growing an extra limb out our body or something, then figure out what's
Man,
wrong.
ain't no telling. The best remedies are the natural ways. But you got to know what you're doing. Because there's a such thing as a trusted source when it comes to certain spices. Like take your everyday cayenne pepper. A lot of people are committed to, you know, their brand. Like for instance, McCormick. McCormick doesn't necessarily, I'm not saying it's bad. What I'm saying is this. McCormick doesn't necessarily do what's called they don't provide non-irridated ingredients. And what I mean by irridated is there's a process when spices are being dehydrated that they have to be treated, you know, with a certain mist. I don't know what that mist consists of, but it's not necessarily air dried. I'll put it that way. There are certain brands that guarantee that, and then also people, they want to get exotic with it, and they want to have spices that's supposed to be medicinal and healing from overseas. What they don't understand is that stuff is treated with a certain mist. I'm still looking up what that mist is. Okay, there's some type of chemical mist that they're treated for. I think it's a mold inhibitor, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what I'm starting to think that's what that mist is that they're referring to regarding irrigation. And it's like you know, so it's best to buy, you know, spices that are in the country, because they're not going to get that mist, you know, sprayed on them, because as they go through customs to enter this country. And in addition to that, of course, the non-GMO and the organic is a factor, of course. But the top name brands, you know, you can have ground bay leaf, you can have ground ginger, all this stuff. It doesn't mean a hill of beans if that dried plant has been irrigated, you know. And then some of them have MSG in it, and all types of stuff. Now the brand that I use, and I'll be kind enough to say this, is Morton and Bassett from San Francisco. And I currently just trust them. Now there is another brand called Watkins.
You talking about
which
brand of
is
hot sauce?
a brand of spices, a spice company.
Oh, okay.
A spice company that sells everything
Similar to
from
McCormick.
it's not McCormick. McCormick, they can only guarantee that it's non-GMO. I
No, I'm
think
just talking about
now
like
that
similar. They make seasoning and spices like
right,
McCormick does.
yes,
All right, yeah. I just haven't heard of the brand. Everybody know McCormick, but I know they got some other brands out there.
yeah. Morton and Bassett out of San Francisco, they're they're kosher. I'll put it that way. They're kosher. So, you know, it's not about whether or not anybody is Jewish. I mean, like they have certain regulations that they abide by. I looked it up, I researched the hell out of it, and they are all natural, and preservative free, no MSG, and they're non-irritated, which means that they air dry the spice once it's pulverized. They don't sit up there and treat it to dry faster, as far as I know. Now, as things are, as that's the thing about these kosher labels, right? The labels that have the little KSA on the side of them. I don't know if you all are familiar with that. And it just says
Mm-hmm.
it's a kosher product, right? Those kosher standards, to me, are the best standards.
Oh
And
yeah.
I trust them more than when I see USDA organic or non-GMO. I trust the kosher standard in most instances when it comes to especially a spice. Because spices can be so healing, like cardamom, sumac, turmeric, the parsley, all that stuff. It makes a difference in my thought. Now McCormick does have the organic stuff. I've seen it, in the glass bottles. You know, they do have a organic line, a non-GMO organic line. They do have that. So I'm not knocking them. What I'm saying is sometimes people buy the ones with the red labels. The ones with the red labels are just non-GMO. The ones with the green labels are, I think that's the version that's organic as well as non-GMO. And that's a step up. But this irrigated stuff, that was really, really interesting to me, right? Only, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can get my hands on how to further explain it. I don't know if you heard me earlier, Kev, talking about the guy that was trying to sell Walmart pizza as his own. That was hilarious. That was he was trying to sell Walmart. He's selling Walmart pizza through DoorDash as his own brand of pizza. So he'll buy a whole bunch of Walmart pizza, and he has a company, a pizza company. So instead of his lazy ass actually making the pizza for the customer, he got all his boxes with his company's name on it, and he would cook the Walmart pizza, put it in his own company box, and send it through DoorDash to a company. Now, as it turns out, it's a prank. But that's a damn, that was a, as it turns out, it was confirmed to be a prank. But that, when I first read that, I was like, what? And my thought is, what if people start actually buying into the concept of trying to figure out how to swindle their way through DoorDash, But like one of the comments said underneath the article, like it's all fun and games until the health department comes for your ass. Until the health department inspector shows up. It was anyway, I'm supposed to be looking up something else. What's
Yeah,
on your mind, Kev, while I look this up?
Kosher, you can reference that under Jewish
Kosher requirements.
Yeah, Jewish dietary law.
That's right.
It's derived. You can people can look that up in Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, chapters 1 through 21 to get a little bit more detail. Yeah.
And I'm probably mispronouncing the word that I was using earlier. Irradiated or whatever. I'm trying to see. Oh, radiation. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. The mist that they put on some of these spices as compared to the kosher spices. The difference is, let me irradiate, right? These spices are irradiated. Okay. They don't have a mist of radiation on them. Okay. And that's the difference. These kosher spices, through their dietary laws, are situated under very strict scrutiny. So they don't just willy-nilly just put out something when it has this kosher symbol, that KSA symbol in the square on whatever product you can find it. You know, they keep things very, very legit according to how their dietary laws. So now you got the USDA organic labels and the non-GMO labels. What I found out is that there's a lot of playroom when it comes to these labels. Okay. But with these kosher labels, they don't play and they stay consistent. And as I've said before, mist on spices, they do a process of radiation, especially coming into this country. So if you think you're gonna buy some saffron, like, oh, from Malaysia or something, and you pay an arm and a leg to get it shipped over here thinking you did something special for yourself, think again, because everything that comes through customs into America, that's imported into America, that's a spice, you know, natural leaves, all that stuff, it gets a mist of radiation exposed to it. That's just what they do. I think I don't know, just like how Amish people are allowed to do things separately, maybe with the you know, maybe if some should make, they don't have to do that. But it certainly indicates that in their law that, you know, what's described is what it is. You know, there's nothing, you know, unreported to go along with that. I'm trying to look for my spice rack list. But you know, to get back to the point, ginger is a very good spice for everything that ails you, as long as it's the right ground ginger, and it's more efficient and practical to just, you know, buy a decent bottle of ground ginger and have it every day if you can. And of course, there are more complicated spices out there, of course, like the turmeric and the cayenne pepper, the allspice, the cardium, the sumac. And what I found really interesting is that there are two different types of cinnamon. Now, I didn't know that until last year. You know, there's Ceylon cinnamon, which is really medicinal. And then there's your regular everyday cinnamon that people are accustomed to. So I didn't know there are two different types of cinnamon out there. And the properties of Ceylon cinnamon is spelled with a C. Wait a minute, Ceylon, Ceylon cinnamon. And you know, it really comes from, I don't know, it's just supposed to be municipal as compared to the other cinnamon. And I don't know the technical name for that. I just call it regular table cinnamon. Yeah, but the spices, they really you know, and then also to offset the smell of garlic for people that just really want to get really, really on some serious shit, they have this recipe where people take bulbs of garlic and they let it ferment in honey, raw honey, for like a period of a month or two. And you know, and you got to like shake it up, you know, shake it every day or whatever for about a month. or 2 or more, but it lasts a long time. And what that's supposed to be is supposed to help boost immunity. And whether it makes apparently the bulb of garlic taste like a piece of candy. I haven't tried this recipe yet, but I'm trusting the sources that have mentioned it. But the bulb of garlic that people use, it makes it taste like candy. And then there's some people that chop the garlic, and we're talking about like a garlic bulbs from a pure source, not from China. For God's sakes, don't do that. But it's as fresh a source of garlic as you could find. And they put it in this jar and they squeeze raw honey into it that you can find in any grocery store. It doesn't have to be anything exclusive or special. Just make sure it's raw honey. If you want to look for the organic label, go right ahead. But honey is honey as long as it's raw. And that combination is supposed to just take 1 clove a day or half a clove, or chop it up and take half a teaspoon a day. It's supposed to really, really correct a lot of things that's wrong in the body. And then when you have some parsley tea, you don't go around smelling like garlic. Because that was always my concern. Like I've researched the powers of garlic, but I've been afraid to really get down with it. I'd rather try oregano. Oregano is real strong. You got to be very careful fucking around with oregano. You'll have these die-off symptoms. That's what they call it. That's when all these impurities are just starting to just come out your body, and it's it gets worse before it gets better. I'll just put it that way, but that's if you use extreme measures. If you just take it a little bit at a time, it'll work out. Everybody knows about the power sage, that's a nice thing. But this garlic stuff, right? I was really concerned about the aroma. I don't want to walk around smelling like I'm trying to be a garlic salad. And from what I understand, parsley supposed to offset whatever aroma is that a person would sweat out, because it will purify your blood, and it'll do that through a process of I forgot what they told, because I haven't tried it yet. I'm interested. I just gotta, I just gotta build up my bravery for it, because it's so they're saying that parsley tea, right? Parsley tea, and it has to soak overnight. You can't heat the parsley. This is what I remember. And then you could have a garlic clove every day, and you will never catch another cold in your life. It's supposed to be not have you going around smelling like garlic. So I'm thinking about trying it, but I'm kind of nervous because I do like to have a pleasant I like to smell good. So I'm kind of concerned, but I'm just gonna I guess I'll build up my bravery for it. Maybe in the wintertime. Maybe in the wintertime. You know what? I'm probably the type of person that's gonna wait till I get sick before I do it. That's probably what I'll do. I'd be like, if I start getting the sniffles, sneezing, coughing, stuffy head, achy fever, can't rest. If I start thinking I need NyQuil, I'm probably gonna try that first. I heard someone mention, I think Mr. Baum mentioned something about NyQuil earlier, and I was like, man, I don't want to take nothing that might potentially tear my stomach up. I'd rather try the natural stuff.
Hey, Deb, I'm looking. I'm sorry, man. I'm looking
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to bore you. I apologize. When I start talking about spices, I really get hypnotized. I apologize.
Hey, you fine. I was just having to be glancing across the latest news. It seems as though the DA in Atlanta do not understand pushing the RICO case.
Yeah.
They do not understand, which you know you do, and you already knew what's gonna come up, how the information of the witness or the one that was testifying against him got out, which is YSL Woody. Them niggas know who ratting on him, and now they threatening the man family and they after him now on the street, you know. And so that was like, it's one of them things, you know, when you testify or when you turn state, it always open up another can of worms now, you know, and them dudes can find out because they know how the system go, who ratted on them. They know this already. And so you're trying to figure out how they find out who the witnesses are and stuff like that. Well, you know, that's not difficult to figure out.
Yeah, when they killed that rapper's mother, that should have been a turning point, dude.
Yeah, they're not them dudes not bullshitting. You know, you remember they killed Honeycomb Brady's grandparents.
Yeah.
They know who they looking. They know how the system go. They know how they can get in trouble. Why? Who knew what information? And then by the charges, you know who's around you for most of that shit. So you can't. That was one of the things you can't necessarily protect people that you know the snitches for one.
Yeah.
You know, you can't protect them. You can't protect their family. Then you know, throughout time, they was like, well, we need the citizens' help, man. We know one thing, man. If I put my name out there, y'all may not be able to protect me, especially on some state RICO charges. The feds might give you a little, you're not ratting on the Gambino family and all that, where they can relocate you and your family. This is round the corner hood shit.
Yeah.
That's why people don't testify like talking about.
Yeah.
But if I tell them, they go kill him. You best believe that. It's a matter of time. He know that too.
Yeah. It's amazing. The names that are being revealed, not just in this case, but you know, up here too, man. I can't call the name of a song or a video or anything that has to do with music. I only know these names of these rappers based on this shit. Based on
the
this
crimes.
Right,
Right.
that's what I'm
Never
saying.
heard one damn jingle he might have sung. Right. Couldn't tell you a name of an album when they came out,
Hell,
where they
motherfucking
performed.
no, man. Shit.
Right.
I mean, it just seems like it's a brand new one. Like every time I see a headline, man, rapper, arrested, a rapper killed, and I'm like, okay, you saying the word rapper, like
Right. That could be
everybody,
anybody.
you know what I'm saying?
Right. That's everybody. No, it's just different. It's just like if you was running, you know, Mel, if you had 5 friends and all of y'all, you know, went to school together and pretty much decided to hustle together, well, everybody go come up with a rapper name to try to at least say like that's how they make their money. Try to rap, even if they ain't no damn good. You ain't got to release the album to be a rapper.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Yeah.
And that's my thing, Mel. It's hard. People like, well, we need the community to testify. Like, okay, man, look, now this dude got a big problem. Him and his family got major problems now.
Miss Miller, we was talking about that Memphis situation last night.
Sure was.
What's happening in Memphis?
About the shooter that went on a rampage, the 19-year-old.
Oh yeah, they caught him.
Yeah. So just as I predicted, he showed up in court with nobody there. They granted him.
Yeah, ain't nobody going to court for that shit.
No.
Right, you on your own, man. Get your
But
public
where did
defender.
this guy come from? Like out of thin air.
Literally.
He was released 6 months ago. He went on a rampage, but nobody knows. Like when he was released 6 months ago, where was he released to?
Yeah. Well,
And where's his next of kin? Is that even listed?
yeah, according to the court documents that I found so far, that it's in that space where it's supposed to be, it says unknown.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where did this guy come from?
Yeah. So right now,
Last I checked, human beings are born from a father and a mother. So, like, where did this guy come from?
The manosphere said just the mama fault. She just combusted and the baby came.
Oh, okay.
So
Right.
officially, according to Shelby County, right now they're only charging him with the guy that was had the food truck business. So on that charge alone, obviously, they're still doing investigations because the crimes were so spread out on the rest of the people that got killed.
Yeah, I was watching the game, spit a report on it.
Yeah.
I see that's the thing. You know, if you want to go out like that, don't turn yourself in. Go in on and go against the police firing squad.
No.
You know, that's the one they should gun down. But you ain't never see daylight.
Right. Yeah. Just on that one charge, it's life without parole, death penalty. Those are his only two options, just on that one charge. So, yes, it is safe to say, barring any massive circumstances, he will be.
Yeah, he done.
Yeah, he done.
Yeah, but see, like they were saying, you ain't gonna mess with the people that's gonna shoot back at your ass. You gonna kill people that ain't doing nothing, just going through their everyday lives. If you go crash out like that, go hit a bank or something, man. Try to get away with something. You shooting at just regular innocent people. Passed up a whole lot of thugs and gangsters to go rob somebody, an honest working man or something like that.
Yeah,
Don't be crazy.
They made him put on a mask, so I wasn't able to gauge his facial expression.
Okay. I was wondering.
Oh, they
about
had
that
him
too.
get in court.
Yeah. Apparently he did something to his T-shirt where they made him put on a black like a scrub top, and they didn't have anklet bracelets on him, but they did have him in handcuffs in court. He looked like he was in a daze still.
Yeah, on those drugs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you hear about the drugs, Kevin? Like, he was on stuff that made him foam at the mouth.
Yeah, they be popping too many damn pills.
Yeah, it's that Percocets, Xanax.
Yeah,
that class.
Yeah, that's what you was saying, them perks. Now, I remember Dad was talking about that. And you're right, because now we're starting to see they just talking about how high they get on them pills and then tripping out. With Molly and stuff like that.
Yeah. And,
I never got into that. It was around it, but never got into all that kind of stuff. I think the only thing I ever tried was pot, and then when they first had X come out. That's the only two things I ever tried. But them dudes off the deep end right now.
Yeah. Yeah, those guys in Texas are on this lean.
They've been on that syrup. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's in
our
that?
liquid oxycodone.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's just a liquid form.
I haven't heard
Right,
that
so
in a
that's
long time.
Yeah, so they be sipping that with a little grape juice and stuff like that. So you just pretty much stay lit and buzzed up the whole day.
When I was on you
That's
said
why
oxycodone.
Yeah.
No, I was never on oxycodone. I had some type of whatever makes your voice hoarse, whatever type of cold that happens. It could be viral, it could be back. It was probably viral. But they gave me some type of cough syrup, and so I got it confused. I think it's codeine or something, but I got it confused with I got it confused with what you all were talking about. I've never been on oxy nothing, but at first I thought y'all was talking about
what it
this.
is. Right.
That's
I look it up if I was on my computer, but I think that's more what it is.
Right.
The
That sounds like
oxycodone.
a you know, something else.
Yeah, the prescription kind.
Yeah, that sounds like something else. Yeah, I'd never mess with that. I've never been prescribed that kind of stuff.
Yes, I never tasted. Texas was big on that. New Orleans didn't get on to that till after Katrina. New Orleans was still basic with the crack, and the dog food was coming out a little bit, and then
What?
the pot.
Wait,
But then
wait.
when
What do you mean dog food?
that's heroin.
Heroin?
Yeah.
I was wondering if that's what people meant when they said that. Okay. So isn't that what the oxycodone thing is? Or is it a different version of heroin? Because I know methadone is supposedly what they use to get people off heroin. But then they get addicted to the methadone. I
You're gonna
think.
make me get on my computer.
No, don't worry about it. I'm just talking because I'm just trying to figure out what made that child foam at the mouth like that. It was like ridiculous.
Yeah. Then they be
yeah.
taking a
So
whole bunch of them at a time.
yeah. So on my screen, I mean, codeine.
Yeah, codeine for the lean.
Oxycodone or
I think it's just codeine.
Can you see the screen?
I see purple drink.
I'm on my phone.
Okay.
It says purple drink is a recreational drug created by mixing large doses of prescription cough syrup with a carbonated soft drink. So,
Yeah, I got the soft drink part right. But it's a prescription kind that's stronger. So like that, and that's what they just mix in there.
purple drink. It's
Grape
classified as an
soda.
opioid. Now, see, that's the thing. Another drug in the cocktail is an antihistamine. Okay.
Yeah, we got them opioid fields for a reason.
Yeah. Now, the side effects, of course, first and foremost is euphoria.
I wonder how many
Nausea.
prescription drugs that they made off of just the opioid plant alone. The
Yeah, I know.
pharmaceutical companies had to be making billions for our military to be controlling some of them poppy fields. Or some of them opioid fields.
I was shocked to find out that the military is guarding poppy fields in other countries. I was shocked to hear
I wasn't. I just that they always did that. And just even like with back in the 80s with the cocaine, the war against drug, you remember there was seizing the stuff, but the operations were still going. They just took down the leader.
That's
the
right.
the
That's the
cartel
part.
leader. Yeah.
Right. That's the part that
Right. Yeah, they still did. I mean, they ain't missed that much of sales and product coming out.
right. And they was stealing cocaine and dropping it off, and I mean they're just doing all types of stuff.
Mitch McConnell got caught with 90 kilos of coke on his boat. Damn.
That's a lot.
But it's a company boat, so he didn't get charged with it. I'm like, look at these bitches.
What?
They've been shipping that dope back and forth. That's what built the Republican Party.
Yeah, it's basically that's what's doing it, right?
Yeah, always has. We were talking about Griselda Blanco
And then
back in the day.
we're not gonna talk about the sex trafficking that they're doing.
Yeah.
That's a part of it too.
They need to put some serious federal funding towards stopping that.
Were you talking about the same people?
Snatching.
Wait.
You're talking about the same people involved in it. Yep. I know where you're going with it. It's the same motherfucker.
Right.
That's like why they don't want to reduce the prison system, because the people that got to reduce the prison system is the same one that put them in there.
Right.
Some lawyers and judges go reduce, the people that they put in there unjustly? No. You got to admit you made a mistake, and then you got to put effort in getting them out. You ain't gonna never do that for the ones who were, you know, unjustly incarcerated, and they know who they are. Thousands of them.
Yeah, most
Now
of
going
them,
with the
most
going
most
with
of them
the
gonna take it to their grave, bro.
yeah, they gonna die with it. I hope they die a miserable, slow fucking death too, and screaming in pain because they know exactly what they was doing, to advance their careers. Exactly. Then you're gonna be vice president or president. Then, yeah, that's how they advance their careers in politics. It went from citizens, doing their volunteer service, civic duty to run for office and doing a good job to strictly lawyers and judges running for office. We got more lawyers and judges, going in the Senate and House and stuff like that, and which we always thought right next to a used car salesman, the lawyer was the next dirtiest, low down damn profession.
Yeah.
But you see how it runs. Mela, Obama tried to pass a bill. It was brought awareness to the bill. He said, y'all really got to understand who the politicians y'all voting for invest their money. And like that bill to pass, Nancy Pelosi in the right was like, now we don't, like if you're in public office, you should be able to expose how you invest your personal money in certain companies. They were like, oh no, we're not gonna do that. No,
They don't want to do that.
they don't want to do that shit. We don't want y'all to see where we put our money at. Well, you're a civil servant, and you might be going against your best interest, self-serve. Well, we don't need that. We all say, yeah, I bet you don't, bitch, because you don't want us to know that you're investing in the same shit you're voting for yourself. And now the Democrats do that too. That's how y'all enrich yourselves. You shouldn't be able to invest in the stock market. If you're in the House or Senate, it should be a civic duty.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like, what's the oath for? Why do they swear them in if they just gonna be crooked anyway? There's no
Yeah, but see, that's how they dance around it too, Mel, because it ain't crooked if it ain't no law against it or no bill against it. That's just how that goes. That's why, that's part of it. That's why they come in there, work about $500,000 and leave work 59 million.
Yeah,
Like really, that job ain't paying that good, man.
right.
From what I understand, it's on a couple $100,000, a year.
And they don't have to account for the fortune that they amass
Nope.
that's outside of what their salary is. It's like they can't, they should have to explain where that money comes from. But they're not gonna
Exactly.
do that.
And they come from and you find that they move their money. That's why I do the stock thing. I follow the money. I follow what they do with their money. They literally was taking their money out of the banks. The banks was, dumping shares and stuff in 2008.
And they knew it.
Bush. Yeah, they knew it. Same thing with coronavirus. They announced it at some time, but I could see all the banks and stuff stock dropping, months before they even announced what corona was. But we just happened to see it in China already. I said, yeah, these bitches dumping their money. Look at that. The same thing they did with that drill baby drill shit. So investing, you already understand how the banks go move, stuff like that. So that's why me and Sapa say be like, oh yeah, look, yeah. I said they about to start dumping shares again. Yep. Let's bet you guarantee the stock will start dropping because they're trying to save their money.
I bet. And it's, once you actually talk to somebody that opens your mind to understand it, it's really kind of sad that you never saw the writing on the wall in the first place, type of thing. It's like, damn, why didn't I even think about that?
You know why? What the answer to that is because people kind of lock into what they do as humans. Put it like this, and I mean the same thing with you. nutrition, what they putting in the food, that's your thing. And most people don't realize that they got contaminants and pesticides and absolutely everything you eat, and it's over, and it's way over the healthy rate of it. See, you know that should be common sense to everybody. These Monsanto's and them ain't stopped. The first thing they did was throughout those regulations, they could spray all kind of shit on your food now. The stuff that's even illegal in third world countries, they don't allow to put on their food. And that's that's where you can hold it down. But when you talk now, then you'll start figuring out, okay, now the whole circle becomes fuller. When you listen to other people in their professions and what their special skill is.
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of food, the U.S. Army is recommending that their soldiers apply for food stamps to help
Oh God.
And that's
fight
I don't mean to
inflation.
laugh. I'm sorry, y'all. Damn.
Oh God.
This is not a
What
joke.
in the hell is going on?
Yeah, this is not a joke coming at you, man.
Damn.
I didn't want to put that in the yeah, I am
Got to
very
keep it
embarrassed.
realistic though, man.
No, I'm
Like
very
I'm gonna go to the
embarrassed.
military for a career. You may be on food stamps.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. That means that they are forecasting already how much food is going to increase in cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
it's
they
projection.
wouldn't be, yeah, because you have to keep in mind that the military also gets the cost of well, for now, gets the cost of living allowance increase every year,
Mm-hmm.
and they still telling them to get on food stamps. That means that they have a plan in place to increase food costs by what, triple, 300%? Oh God.
So what? Contaminate the water, increase the price, and decrease the supply of food.
Oh yeah, that's normally how it goes all
What kind
through
of plan?
all through
What
the
kind of plan
battles
is
in
that?
history. Right. And put the squeeze on them. They know what they're doing. It's no different
They
than what they're
want
doing in
population
Mississippi.
control for real.
Yeah.
They revving it up. They turning it up a notch for real.
Mm-hmm.
It's about to become increasingly bogus. When they saw how passive people were with these masks and all it, not to say that it wasn't a good practice, to be more attentive with contamination prevention. I'm just saying that when they started making it so it's your job on the line as to whether or not you cooperate with this, out of the blue mandate, when the country didn't go into attack mode behind that, that's when they started realizing that we're becoming increasingly docile and passive. See, it's like we
Well,
all
yeah,
are familiar.
they do everything to make sure that they control the people. And I was like, I remember asking
But
Bond one time.
something terrible is coming, because it's just like how the frog gets slowly boiled to death. The water was room temperature. Now they're turning it up a notch and a notch and a notch and a
Right. Next
notch.
thing you know, your ass is in there already, 3 years deep. So you might as well take this
And
pill.
you look back like, damn, I should have saw this coming. The writing's on the wall.
Yeah, it is.
They are not playing around with making sure that people who are ignorant just get left by the wayside.
Well, see, when they start, for me being in the South, when I heard like in Vegas and in California, you can't even, harvest your own water from the rain. Like, damn, hold on, you gonna tell me I can't get no water from the damn rain?
Right, people should have been busting down the doors of Capitol buildings then, but nobody did.
Yeah, they fought it legislatively, but you can't win. Then you got so when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, dang, they control the water over there and on the outside looking in.
But
like you
see
can
that,
only use so much water to take a shower a day. I'm like, damn, now hold on now. This ain't the desert. Yeah, I know California got its desert, but we talking about areas of California where you right there on the coast, and then you only use so much power. Then they got purposely calling, like in the East Coast, like they got purposely caused blackouts, rollouts.
Yeah,
I thought that was always a mistake, or something happened to grid or something. They like just so you don't use too much. Well,
yeah.
damn, you gonna have
And
me in the
see,
dark?
Yeah, they're doing that.
With
They're doing that now in California as we speak, literally right now.
That's crazy. You gonna have me in the dark with when I don't have no damn gun laws to protect myself. Man, y'all tripping.
and that's the conditioning. See,
Shit.
that's the conditioning, because I don't know, for whatever reason, when somebody's taking something away from you, you're supposed to respond to it, but they
Right.
do it in such a conditioning way that people aren't in uproar or protest. People aren't doing anything because there's this
Sound like they
slow,
setting them up for the purge. For a purge. Shit.
all
Well,
that.
yeah, you're not compelled or motivated to fight back against things that you normally would be compelled to fight back if you're juiced up on
Water.
drugs. Yeah,
The bad water.
right. That too.
The poor education. And then you're struggling with other things that really don't affect lives, like who should be what and what titles is what and what rights and all that other stuff, while what Trump doing and all that, and this other shit just slipping right under people's noses.
Correct.
And
It
then
ain't
you
getting better.
worried if your company that you work for is gonna, lay you off.
Correct.
We didn't live through it. We done seen this before. You remember companies like when they just had all the layoffs and pullbacks, and after 2008, when 1 in every 5 suburban homes, white folks was getting kicked out of their home and shit thrown on the street.
There was a report where Amazon claims that they hired too many people. That's some article that's out there
Yeah, we'll
where
check that out.
some executive is quoted as saying that Amazon has hired too many people.
To be
So
too many people, as in like to run a company efficiently or profitable, or too big, like
I
too
didn't get the
powerful.
specifics, but that's a
Yeah,
disturbing sentence, because you knew that you needed a certain amount of employees when you hired them. So why are you flipping the script? It's there's something to that. That's some type of
right.
strategy.
Probably so. And remember, the Amazon stock split, and what they did, that mean one share used to cost $2,000 a share. Now, and then it dropped all the way down to somewhere around 100, and then it's back up to about a couple $100 a share. When a company split its stocks, that just mean pretty much if you had 100 shares, now you got 400. Your 400 shares is about worth 100 each split. They split it like that. So they
Now, the
just
value of the shares, does that include how many employees the corporation has?
Well, when you factor in employees of a corporation, that just pretty much goes into their budget of cost of operations.
Right. So if
Right, that factors
their
into
cost
that.
of
So
operations can be reduced, it'll
they'll let people off.
it'll increase the value of the stock.
Yeah, because the company is running more
Right.
financially efficient. Remember, it's all about the number and the dollar amount. It's not about
And
the people.
so that's the incentive of laying people off and playing those kind of games.
Well, yeah, and that's how they figure the country runs off that. Like your business supposed to be 25% profitable and stuff like that. And then you also got to think in terms of other companies, other situations where companies are in competition. So it come down to the dollar amount, how efficient, what's the payback to shareholders? And that also goes into your 401k and stuff like that.
That's correct. Now, and so this is a slow boil of
Yeah,
conditioning the
they
public to
tend to rise
accept
in
that
our
bullshit.
age.
Yeah, it's emotionally tormenting to wake up trying to figure out whether or not you have your livelihood still available, you know. That's now
Well, the thing I always tell people, just don't always, right now, regardless of the financial situation you in general, you still kind of living high off the hog for what's yet to come. There gonna be some more disaster, you know, there's gonna be a pullback. You know, we the rich kids, and we really never really took a major hit as far as being broken all the way down and losing our way of life, our normal lifestyle yet. Nobody took that step back yet. We haven't taken that step back as a country yet, probably since the Civil
yet.
War. Right. And it's gonna happen. Every country does it, and there's always
Look
gonna
at
be rocky
Venezuela.
situation.
Right.
Right. And then how we gonna handle it, because one of the first things in 2008, there was like, or the scare tactic was, which was realistic to some Americans, was that they're gonna be mass suicides in America. Yeah, because they already know that. I mean, I think the Great Depression probably was the last time they had to go through that kind of pullback, and they had a lot of suicides.
Yeah, I thought
You
you was
know,
gonna go back to Enron when you was talking about the
yeah. But see,
yeah,
Enron was one company.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And some of them didn't want to be. Yeah, that would be like that one company, and some of them committed suicide probably.
Ken
But wait till
Star.
right, they can't even take it. Like y'all kind of. And I'm like, and I was telling a friend of mine, like, I don't understand this about one of my white friends. I said, these people have been making $10 million a year bonuses and shit like that, and can't do a day being broke. And he's like, no, Kev. I'm like, no shit. That's sad.
Yeah,
How
that's
much you been
yeah,
making all this time? Shit, you ain't got nothing in the sock or something, some land, something.
yeah.
But
That CFO from Bed Bath and Beyond jumped off the 18th floor in New York
ain't
City.
that some shit?
Yeah.
What?
And you remember just telling that Bed Bath and Beyond is, they're about to, they're damn near might go bankrupt or go out of business. I don't think they will. That's why their stock dropped all the way to, you heard me and South Palisade talk about the stock dropped to a damn near $1. Now it's at $5 or $6. And it's just the change in the time, like Sears, right? They had to close. Bed Bath and Beyond had to close 150 stores. Toys R Us, Radio Shack. We can go on and on. You remember your favorite childhood grocery store? Now it's owned by a bigger grocery store company that you never heard of. Just came and swapped that up like it wasn't shit. Your favorite banks. Growing up as a child, they brought out. So it just goes like that. And part of business, and when it gets to business, just in general, is that you read
And
Warren
these are
Buffett.
overseas companies that are acquiring them.
Yeah, well, they're for sale. Yeah, it's still, it's for sale, or they just go flat out, go out broke. Like Carrier, the heating company, when Trump was like, we go save Carrier. No, you not go save them. The overseas market to build it was in Mexico.
Rubbermaid. Same thing happened to Rubbermaid.
Right. You put your money where they put theirs.
Yeah.
And so when I talk to some of the gunners, I'm like, man, you worried about the country. They've been selling this country out for decades, right under your nose, in the name of business. We became, instead of producers, we became consumers. And that was the problem.
Nobody wanted to do what it takes to establish oversight, to keep the gatekeepers from being crooked,
Mm-hmm. And just regular old business and cheap labor for profit. It just went out for profit.
Yeah, well, everybody gets their turn.
Mm-hmm. We had to take another hit. And then with the infrastructure, I still will see what they do, how that infrastructure bill is gonna work, start, work for the country. So those little small tremors in the West Coast will become major issues with their infrastructure. They ain't going. There's not really any particular area that's going to be exempt for this bad infrastructure with water and stuff like that.
So, Kev, have you heard of this TV show called Lady in the Lake?
What is it? Something like King Arthur type deal?
I'm not sure.
All right, check it out. Lady in the Lake.
Yeah.
Pull it up
It's
on my
being
calendar.
shot. They're doing it in Baltimore, basically. So
I'm looking at an old movie, 1940s. Might be a new remake. Oh, here goes one. Lady in the Water.
Yeah, no, Lady in the Lake.
Yeah, I only see one Lady in the Water.
So it may not be
2006.
finished. Yeah, it may not be finished.
They might. Yeah, they gonna put it out.
Yeah. So apparently, some local drug dealers threatened to shoot up the production crew if they don't give them 50 bands.
Yeah, check in. Right, that kind of shit. And that's what we was talking about, Mel. They try to do, when you try to make a movie and stuff, they try to strong arm these little small production companies or little video companies. It's gonna be a problem. Part of that checking in type of mentality. Now you got to pay them you got to pay them homage for videotaping in the area or something like that. But I also saw, Mela, like the hustle in Chicago used to be in some neighborhoods, like the dudes that have some cones blocked off for parking, and if you wanted to park there, you had to pay the local little thug. Like, huh? Nigga, on the public street, I got to pay you what? That's a problem. I was like, that was their hustle, and that's what some of the gangsters.
I saw. I remember I went to the Bulls game for Christmas, and they had people that looked like everyday people. They didn't look like they officially belonged to a parking company that required you to give them $10 to enter into what I thought was a public parking space, So I guess that's a thing in Chicago where, people just decide to declare a particular public territory for their own, charge people to park someplace that's really a public parking place.
Right. Yeah, that's a little local thugging type of deal.
Yeah, so the TV series Lady in the Lake, the biggest star is Natalie Portman. And it's going to be streaming on Apple TV apparently instead of Hulu or Netflix. Yeah. So that kind of threw me off for a hot second. I didn't know they was running down on fucking Hollywood, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, and they want to get the feds on.
We're gonna have to come up with our own little thing, man, since that's the call of the day. We're gonna have to come up with something. We're gonna have to come up with fake ass parking lots or something. We got to come up with something.
What you mean fake parking lot?
No, I mean that's
That's too
I'm
random.
talking about
You don't know who's gonna drive up. You don't know who's gonna drive up.
Well, I don't mean literally fake parking lots. I'm talking about the whole scheme of it all. Yeah. Like it seems like, and I'm not really interested in doing that. I'm just saying that it's just really awful to think that it's gotten to a point where people are going to be put in a position where they have no choice but to be crooked.
Yeah.
Because when they're telling the U.S. military, active duty
Yeah.
to apply for food stamps,
Damn.
that
Yeah.
that's a sign of bad times ahead.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of slipped. I meant to put that in there before she ended the last stream, but I kind of threw off. And I wanted to
That's a
confirm it.
sign of bad fucking times ahead, man.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm it first also.
The fuck you mean apply for food stamps? The fuck you mean? Like,
Yeah, I'm like, God damn. Oh,
Yeah, the word military and food stamps ain't never been.
it ain't never right.
it don't even sound right now. Right. And there was, I mean, I think I saw an article, don't quote me on it, but there was like, they were asking the parents to help the teachers out with pay to rent a room to, you know, to some of the teachers to help them with affordable housing. Like, huh?
Wow. See, that's see.
That's that dumb shit. That's not even a logical solution. Y'all didn't pre-plan to have the military fed.
And they're not gonna, I mean, they're talking about to help with the rising costs from inflation. Like, that's what the cost of living allowance is for. And so instead of the cost of living allowance, they're just saying, well, you know, go apply for food stamps. That's some, man, what the fuck?
They
Because
say
it's
there's
already
the
allotted
pattern
in
is
it's already allotted in the Department of Defense budget to you know, charter a cost of living increase annually, like without fail. And now it looks like they're trying to just weasel their way into decreasing the department. Look, that's not that's equivalent to a child wanting a Xbox, and then the parents go to Walgreens and get them that fake ass gaming console. They're like, this is all we can do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't even know if that really makes sense, that little analogy, but I'm just saying, it's not cool. It's not cool to take stuff from people. And see, they're not offering them, or rather advising them to apply for food stamps just so they can have a little extra.
Yeah.
They're
No,
trying
it's
to
gonna be
take
for
something from them.
survival.
They're trying to take something from them. That's why they're telling them to do it.
Yeah.
What they taking?
Maybe
The
they're not
cost of
offering
living
enough.
increase.
Yeah, they're not you'll be able to pay them to keep up with the times to feed themselves, I think. And Melikana saying if you know if the
And
military
if they're going to
might be
start with the
one,
military,
you
eventually
know the
they're
people
going,
gonna have a problem.
eventually because there's a couple of programs that I think the Social Security retirement, there are all types of things that are allotted a cost of living allowance increase annually. There's all types of stuff out there that does that without fail. And so if this becomes acceptable, where in lieu of the cost of living increase, which is approximately 3% every year, and it usually goes up, in lieu of that, they're saying, no, you could just apply for food stamps instead of getting your 3% increase every year. Just apply for food stamps. And that's you know, the food stamps, from what I understand how they work, that shit is not anything equivalent to a 3% cost of living increase.
And you know, Dad, when I be listening and Mel, when I be listening to like this, you know, finance reports, stock reports, you know, and you know, Rutgers and all that kind of stuff there, they still, the experts are still say they still hanging on, the country is still hanging on and falling into a recession. It's like they still haven't caught up. It might be all right, but the numbers still ain't right. It's still heading toward, you know, a recession. That's why you still got the bull back in the stock market. Because they know that's, you might be living like everything the same and all right, but it's really not.
It's
And if you
really
look
not.
at the pattern of it, Republicans will run up everything, and that's the whole thing. Bush and them ran up everything they could and then leave it to the Dems to try to fix it. They don't care. They're just going to roll it with it like that. Give all the taxpayers, throw everything out there, and then hope that it balances off, which is similar to what they do in state. Like they just run up the debt. So the Democrats can't do nothing but fix it.
Yeah.
And then hope, and so, and then the political players, when I was in office, this, and this happened because you gave all the tax break to the top wealthy percent, and the investment numbers looking good because now they were like, okay, we're gonna put our money in this. So you see the stock market look good, and then when it's a change of hand, you will see that it was overinflated, and people
Yeah.
made their money and cashed out. Then it pulls back down. And that's the pattern you see in the stock market, but we're not out the woods by no means yet, even in the
Oh
stock
no.
market in country level. Yeah, no
Oh
means. We
no.
still
Even
dropping.
what's his name? The author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. He was just saying the other day how it's gonna get
Robert
worse before it
Kiyosaki.
gets better.
A lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me and Mr. Mark was talking about some of the numbers that are being reported as far as unemployment rate, inflation rate, all these stats that are put out does not really reflect the average Joe Schmo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're under reporting the numbers. It's really awful. It's distressingly awful.
And like I was telling the guy, all
What
that's
the
part of
hell?
being woke. All that's part of being woke. When you start seeing it, and they ain't gonna tell you certain things. They believe in controlling your way of thinking. And like they just assume that people gonna be in a mass panic and shit like that. And so they do the thinking for you. They ain't telling you because they're geared to groom the masses and keep them calm. And like instead of saying
It's
just
all
like on the bush,
grooming.
like we
It's all
we
grooming.
real, yeah, we
It's
real
all
fucked up.
grooming. Because
hmm
I remember when the pandemic started and they had the shelter in place. The mask mandates and the shelter in place. This is before the jabs came out. There were people that were being defiant and they were having gatherings, like large gatherings, picnics, backyard barbecue, stuff that they want to do. And it went so far that the mayor of Chicago, she started having people under the threat of being arrested for having a barbecue in their own backyard. So it's grooming. It's grooming
Yeah, that's
people
crazy.
into the
Yeah,
submission of passivity.
right. And you could protest and go down to City Hall and complain about it. The thing is, it was already done.
Yeah.
It's already done. You're gonna do what they
People were
say.
people were threatened with arrest for having backyard barbecues when shelter in place mandates were set in the city. Like you are congregating on property you pay for. The city's gonna come in there and tell you, no, you can't have no company. You can't have nobody over your house because we said so, even though you got to pay your mortgage next month. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah,
So
he
it's
too
the
many people
grooming and
use up too many
conditioning.
using too much electricity. You're using too much bath water, you know, to roll out blackouts. You're right. I can see what you're saying.
Either you gonna stand up and fight or get on your knees and or bend over, whatever however the saying go. Like, you gotta stand up and speak up for yourself. Like this is some pimp shit.
Yeah, I think it's an
And
estimated
people
what
not
a
even
nice.
looking at it like that. They're
I think
not. They're not thinking
they
about it in terms of a usury exercise. They're not looking at it like exploitation. They're not looking at
Mhm.
it as we gonna bulldoze you over. They're not looking at it like that. They're looking, well, I guess it's just the way it is. You know, that the passiveness of what we've become is messed
Well,
up.
like you said, it was grooming, been groomed for a long time.
That's
And see a
exactly what
lot
I'm
of people.
saying. It's grooming.
But see, we never had the luxury just to believe everything was okay. That's our advantage as a people. This shit was never right, because we looking from the bottom up. Now, some of my white friends in mainstream America, they don't see it coming. We already see it coming because we done been through hard times and then seeing how they do it. We just don't. I just never really believe anything they really said in the news, like talking about. I always thought there was an underlying BS story in society.
An agenda.
Yeah, I damn sure never thought they were telling the truth.
All
Even
right,
down
this is
to your
depressing the
local
fuck out of
news.
me, okay? This is depressing the fuck out of me.
Well, you
Devastating.
can't let it get to you. You just gotta understand
Do
what it
you
is.
do you have any of that 1998 floppy disk information you was talking about on the deceased monarch?
Even more news that probably will shake the rattles.
No, I mean she's passed on, so I ain't tripping. Like, that's whatever she did dirty,
Yeah.
she has to account for that with her maker. I'm just saying, the horrors of, people actually not being made aware, or really just I guess they call it wokeism. I don't know what they call it, but people need to be made aware of the correlation between being pimped is actually what these governmental agencies in society, that's what the fuck they doing to American citizens. They're
I think I
grooming us
read.
to be
Yeah,
pimped.
I read an article that so much of your money had to be paid back to
They're
the top,
grooming
right,
American citizens to be pimped.
to the banks and stuff for loans and stuff for
And it
like
has to be
33
put in
years.
that specific language in order for people to actually wake the blank up. Because all this, a breadcrumb over here, a bread come over. No, that's too subtle. Like, it's like being sung a lullaby, rockabye baby on the tree. You know what I'm saying? You just listening to the lullaby of these breadcrumbs of bad news over here this week, bad news over there that week, instead of just putting it all like it is. They are grooming American citizens to be pimped. Okay? You got to put it just that plain, because the everyday citizen can understand that concept and they will react to it. They will resist it. They will become defiant when you put it in those extreme terms.
You gotta use the word pimp.
What else is it? What's the nature of pimping somebody, right? What's the nature behind that, right? That's what I'm talking about. The nature, that word, because I only have a concept of what that word is, but I know it's not good.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even what the fuck is the definition of a
I
pimp?
like pimp. I like pimp. They've been pimping us.
What's the definition of pimp? Like the official definition, according
I'm
to
saying, has the average general public in our society, and I'm talking just the United States, have they?
Okay, here we go.
So,
What's your question again? I'm sorry, I was looking up something. What?
no, I'm just trying to see as a whole, have the general public ever been in a position of impact where they have dictated government policy or has the government always been what you're about to read now?
The government was in, look, okay, I'll put it this way, right? There was a time when negotiations were available for citizens that pushed the envelope enough, okay? Because we had a voting block to consider, or rather not we, but rather the government. See, that was always hovering over their head, the voting block, you know, the constituents, you know, that was always a threat over their head. And now things are being conscribed to where the voting block won't even matter anymore, because you're going, not you, but a person is going to be led according to their ignorance. And that's how a pimp gets a hoe.
Okay.
Okay, that's
And
how a
see,
pimp gets a hoe, from
Using
what I understand. Now,
in
I'm
most
going to read the
cases, they,
definition. Wait a minute.
yeah,
Oh, goddamn. What? I'm sorry. What?
I'm just saying that correlates because they normally use drugs and alcohol to keep that going, right?
That's also out there.
Yeah,
Pharmaceuticals.
that's
Everybody's
another
on
one.
antidepressants and all this other kind
All
of
that.
stuff that they're convinced that they need.
Okay.
yeah, read it, Mel.
According to just Googling the word pimp, it starts off as a noun, a man who controls prostitutes and arranges clients for them taking part of their earnings in return. Now, that as far as the noun goes, it has a portion where it says similar, right? And procures, right? Procures is a synonym to procure. Okay, that's the noun. The synonym of the noun for the word pimp is to procure. Okay, and you have to remember the semicolon after they blame the man for every fucking thing, but the semicolon, or rather the comma, is taking part of their earnings in return. Taking part of their earnings in return for what? Control. I'm going to control you and you're going to pay me to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
One way or the other. So that's a pimp. Now, the verb. The definition of pimp as a verb is make something more showy or impressive. Okay? Like in he pimped his car, you know, with 18-inch, 24-inch rims or whatever. You know, so that's the verb. So let's examine the difference between the noun and the verb. To procure is the noun. That's the, you know, that's the synonym. It doesn't have a synonym when it comes to the verb, right? However, the first definition in the verb is acts as a pimp, which means acts as a procurer. That's an action. The action is to procure, right? And informally, they're using, of course, some urban example to make sure that people who do take the time to look up the damn word are just focused on the urban concept of the word pimp instead of looking at the synonyms that it applies to. It's basically somebody that procures. Okay. Now, man, this is some bullshit, man. Okay. The full definition of
They're
that, if you
procuring
want to
our
go,
ass.
say
They've
what?
been pimping us. I said they're procuring our ass. They've been pimping us though.
No, but
That's
see,
just
the
part of the
origin
game.
of this is the thing. The origin of that word procurer, it goes back into the Latin and the Anglo French. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's eventually it evolves into where it has nothing to do with what we know as prostitution. Eventually, it's just about making somebody pay you
Yeah, I understood what it was. Long.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
ain't got nothing to do
like
with that.
as me being a
Mm.
pimp, it's about making somebody pay me for something that they have a right to do for themselves. You see what I'm saying? It's that bullshit. Like, look, it's a man, Liz. And so, it's crazy, man. It's like, you pander basically. And see, that's what I'm saying. The pandemic, right? The pan.
Yeah.
Okay. You're pandering because that's part of the, some of the origin within that word as well. The pandering of it all. Like someone who procures is someone who's pandering, basically. And so that's what these governments are doing. They're pandering to the citizens. We know what's best for you, and you're going to pay us for believing that we told you we know what's best for you. Don't worry about what we actually doing. Just pay us for what we're telling you that we know what's best for you. That's that pandering. You know what I'm saying? And, it's a word that eventually evolved over a period of time. Like, apparently from the mid 17th century, with the origin being French from procure. I don't know. It's hard to explain without you all actually seeing what I'm referring to. But you just understand that we're being groomed as American citizens to think that we're obligated to obey our rights being taken away and to pay for it on top of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what somebody who pimps a woman or who pimps whoever, that's what I'm saying. That's the nature of it. I'm going to make you believe that you owe me, your autonomy, your sovereignty, I'm going to make you believe you. Man, listen, this is getting sickening, man. Because when I heard that they want to put American active duty members on food stamps, what occurred to me was, well, how high is food gonna get? And isn't there an annual cost of living increase of at least 3% of their, annual salary?
Yeah, you
That
said
happens every
instead
year
of
like clockwork. So why do they need food stamps if they're gonna get that 3% increase every year? And it occurred to me, like, maybe they're not going to give them that 3% increase or more that it had, because it's increased.
has
Hey,
that ever
Deb,
happened?
did they say what UPS may be going on strike for?
Say what?
Yeah, that won't take place till next summer. The contract is
The
expired in
UPS
July.
is going on strike too?
Well, hell, slow down.
God damn, this is depressing,
Miss
man.
Mella.
This is
Oh,
depressing.
man. They do that there's always the issue to resolve. UPS negotiates with the union every 5 years or so.
Yeah, that contract is up in July 2023, man.
Right.
Yeah.
The last
What
time
the
we went
fuck
on
is
strike was
going
a long
on?
time ago. Nah, it's kind of like that, unless they can't agree upon something.
Yeah, they're not gonna do nothing before the holidays either. You know what I mean? They're not gonna go on strike before the holidays, bro.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, they won't cripple the country like that. They did that cripples the country.
We didn't think there was going to be a pandemic either. Now, did we?
No.
I don't put
Yeah, but
nothing past these
that's
bastards.
more viruses though.
I don't put nothing past these bastards. Don't trust these bastards further than you can throw them, and they all heavier than me. Okay.
So you kept saying that they may not give them the increase. I didn't read the article with that statement coming out, but
I'm just making an educated guess. I have no proof of what I'm saying.
I was assuming they meant Go ahead and get some food stamps, even if we give you the goddamn increase.
It's still grooming.
Yeah.
They're getting them accustomed to the idea of applying for food stamps, even if they give them the increase this year. And they say, in addition to that, go ahead and apply for food stamps. When you get conditioned to accepting food stamps, then guess what? When they take that away from you, you're not really gonna be that fucking upset because they've convinced you I gotta back up. I got food stamps. When they conditioned you to accept that shit in the first place with the foresight that they was gonna take what you already had owed to you.
Well, that's
It's
what the
it's called planning ahead.
well, that's what the military does. It's put in place in order for the people that sign up for it to take orders, regardless of what your personal views are, what your emotions feel like. It's to taking orders or get the fuck out. That's it.
Oh, you talking like I'm not aware of that.
No, I'm not talking like you're not aware. You are very aware of it.
You're referring to you're talking to the audience, right? Not me.
Right.
Because I'm already aware of taking orders in the military.
Right.
I'm certainly aware of that.
So to your point.
No, what is your point?
No.
Are you talking to the audience when you say the military says, follow orders to get the fuck out? Or are you actually, saying, are you reminding me of something I already know?
So why would I remind you?
I'm on the panel too. You could have been
No.
talking to me.
No.
We know you know already,
The to your point, they're putting this story out for people that really don't have no choice but to go along with it. So they're gonna go along with it. So it applies to the general public also. Taking orders, trusting quote unquote authority. Either you're gonna go along with it or you can try to get out.
And that's the pimp game of it all, baby. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the pimp game of it all, baby. Like, once the public realizes we gotta do it, or else.
Yeah.
That's the pimp game of it all now, isn't it? You either do it or else.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what it is. When it comes to citizens being groomed, for whatever it is they plan to do with the citizens. They're according to the whims of whatever, this new world order crap or whatever the fuck is going on. Whatever the fucking plan is that doesn't include freedom for citizens, it's either fall in line or die. That's it. We're being groomed as citizens.
That's correct.
We're being groomed. Like, damn. That's shit. That's ugh. What the nerve of these motherfuckers, man. And because it's such a slow boil, we just sit back and just shake our head. And when I say we, I'm not talking about you gentlemen here. I'm just thinking out loud, like I'm thinking about society, just society sitting back, just shaking their head like, oh God, what else is, you know what I mean? Just being passive.
They go
Just
say
being
it's like, well,
fucking passive.
they gonna say it's a free country though, man. Now we're gonna say you have a choice. At least you got a choice. And that's what they're gonna say the country is all about. I can tell you, so even put it like this, in corporate
That's what they
America,
said about what do they call it, immunization jab, that the vaccine. That's what they said about the vaccine. Well, you have a
hmm
choice, but
yeah, you
you
do.
ain't gonna work here. You know what I'm
hmm
saying? So do you really have a choice?
That's just a private business that was gonna do it. So yeah, that's
Do
how
you
they
really
felt.
have a choice if whatever you were accustomed to is being taken away from you under the guise of, oh, you have a choice?
You're gonna lose your way of life, of livelihood if you don't. That takes a choice,
So
man.
that goes back to get in line or die. Because that's all it boils down to. They're going to convince us, the citizens of this country, get in line or die. And we are going to be convinced that those are the only two options, when in fact, revolution has always been on the table. A lot of us are just too fucking lazy to enact
Well,
it.
it's still a young country too. If you go by the history of revolutions and that whole thing, it's still a
But
very young
nobody's talking
country.
about revolution anymore. Why is that? I see we're talking about these so-called Caucasian people planning for a civil war. Apparently, they're planning for a revolution. Apparently.
Nah, they just racist. They just gonna kill black people. That ain't gonna affect the government. See, they trying to get that. That's the trash trying to get up there and be counted as the elite, but they don't realize y'all just the trash. Y'all just the work ponies. They'll leave y'all ass right there. But I think the country got to hit another hard time, and for people to fully get the whole gist of things, to get that kind of pissed off.
We got some on the screen.
Yeah,
I see the word urgent.
yeah. So this was last night, Thursday night, during the football game. They was on Facebook Live also. The video is out. I didn't see any graphic material in here, but I'm gonna run it one time and one time only. Memphis, Tennessee, just 24 hours after the 19-year-old teenager was arrested on his shooting spree. These two guys were riding around in Memphis as well.
Oh, it might cannot on God, it might white, it might folks not finna like black people. Then they finna be marching on the river saying white lives matter. Y'all ass through, y'all finna see some white folks finna hate black people. I hope y'all know it.
First it was Elisa Fletcher.
They finna take this shit back to racism. I hope y'all ready.
First it was just Fletcher.
I'm finna go on here and go Zeke mode on number white people. I get any white hoe on the side of me, don't get popped tonight. He already shot a white old man. I'm finna shoot a white old lady shit. While grandkids in the car.
So
they need to lock their ass up immediately.
Yeah, they put
as
out.
Soon as they get out of line, they need to lock their ass up.
Yeah, they put out a citywide alert on.
Yeah. They don't even realize you actually putting threats out there. Now they'll switch it. See them not understanding white folks will use that as plenty of fuel.
Yeah.
They'll use that as fuel and be like, I told you so, and then a bunch of dumbass white folks that really believe in that. That's why I'm telling you, that's why I believe in my Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And we already know something gonna happen, but people still with that, black folks still with that, voting against gun rights shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna take much for them to go off. I know history repeats itself. It just come in a different form. And eventually if it go back to the gun, it'll go back to the gun. And that's not no threat. I don't understand what people miss as far as how the shit actually went. Them people still alive. At least enough of them to be worried about. Not all. There's
Yeah.
enough. You see it. I mean, like Miller said, how many young, okay, they ran up in the damn church and killed what, 9 to 13?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. The thing that they literally tell you what they want to do is start a race war. They think that is affecting the government. What the hell a race war got to do with the government that y'all don't like?
Mm-hmm.
It's too many. It's too late for that. Y'all missed the boat on that. David Duke tell you, he said we shouldn't have been worrying about blacks. We should have just gave them their way and we kept it separate and gave them and left them alone. And now you saturated with Hispanics. Now you can't even stop that flow. So they go panic. And they still in their mind think the overall nemesis is our black ass. And then you got them up there saying shit like that, like, oh, that'll be a training video for your ass right there.
Yeah. It's a sad state, bro.
Right. And more gonna come out, man. Today we're in modern technology age. I knew it was coming. We ain't seen that yet. Hell, it's almost normalized what we see on, indisputable. Can't even keep up with the amount of police killings, shootings, and beatings.
Right.
You can't even keep up with that no more.
No.
That's normal. We always knew it was normal. People been raising the flag and like, man, these people beating and killing everybody. Now you can see it. They've been doing it so much. They imagine before the cameras.
Yeah.
They don't even know how to police any other way.
Yeah.
Even on camera. They just that room for that. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So that's a dose of real reality, and that's the only way that people actually start waking up or taking it in. Unfortunately, that's how MLK had to take that right so they could see it. He knew that there was no other way to show it if society doesn't see it, where you ain't even raising a fist and you get treated like that. That is what he was going with. And not that King won't swing back or he could have whooped half or, he wouldn't know who. But he knew that was the only for Mississippians, that was going to be the only effective way. Same thing here.
Did you see North Korea declared itself a nuclear state?
A nuclear state?
Yeah, officially declared it. And Kim Jong-un said, ain't no reversing it, ain't no room for negotiation ever, forever. Literally.
I think Kim Jong-un now, even though he got complete mental control over the people in this country, as far as believing in him as being the second coming and all of the first in their case. I think him and Russia and them just like to flex power, just for their own people and have mass parades. He would never. I don't think he'll ever be that type to start a nuclear situation and stuff like that. I think he know the truth about the rest of the world that he has absolutely no chance.
He would have did it already.
Nah, if that, but see what, but I don't think he had a frame of mind. But see, like an Iranian,
yeah,
and their frame of mind, they will. You play with them, they will set it off on you, and come in, certain situations. They prepared to go. And that's kind of how I feel with that. But yeah, he could put that on the table if he wants. You think he work dealing with Putin?
It ain't off the table.
I know China is still willing to work and get some negotiation with Putin. That ain't no big thing for them either.
Yeah.
See that departure with China and the United States in stuff like that, and after that our last administration, that ain't gonna never be repaired. China moving on. See, the United States, in my opinion, they always have too big of a damn ego. They always think they know more than everybody else, or think everybody else is stupid. And that's the same thing that works against them. That's like in everyday life. Okay, well, how you gonna just always think you smarter than everybody else and better than everybody else, and the record's not showing that, from education all the way down to healthcare.
Right.
That's you know, in the other countries they moved on. Okay, you so cocky, and we got to go by the corporate America white boy suit and tie type thing, not blue collar guys. Of that they know best, or because they got a lot of money, or they had the Rockefeller money, then handed down that the country trusted that shit. As they trusting that shit because that's all they know. That shit go play out, man. Now China's working with Africans. You can't get America to work with no damn African country, to make some of their products or to grow some of their food or consume some of the soybeans. 65% of the soybeans were brought by China. And now they paying African countries to grow their soybeans and pork. So that ain't coming back. That's another big supply that ain't coming back. And they knew that was happening, man. That's why the black farmers was getting the bad soybeans. So now the white farmers had all the good shit. So the bad, what's left over, well, they got a damn near 10-year, 2 or 3 year crop season ahead of the blackers who got the bad soybeans. That cripples black farmers. And then you come out with the pimp mode, and the black farmers will wind up having to take some damn deals, some crazy ass interest deals. Now you own the black farmers. That's always the same thing. People just skip all over that history. And I was listening earlier, like, well, the black one, goddamn, the black man is the black farmer. And we got shit still active right now, breaking our backs as a people. They worrying about who doing some other shit, or whatever, but that's why I really don't get into those conversations. I know too damn much. That's active now.
Yeah.
Our last crippling thing is the damn black farmers. A lot of people didn't even realize they had a bunch of black farmers still exist. Yes, they got enough black farmers to feed all the black people. And they're taking it in the society, the white boys are going to take advantage of that. That system is taking advantage. They know what they're doing. While we arguing about it, here they hit them with the same, they go to the same place and get the soybeans. I'm sure it's one of those top Monsanto's type companies, man, who own the seed, patents on the seeds. How the black farmers get the fucked up seeds if we go to the same place? They said, well, my Malcolm X, shit, these farmers, they hurting. And then we got the whole Biden accountable because he said he was going to do something about it. Okay, we need something just to keep us hanging on.
Bad. I'm trying to change something from the translator from Portuguese to English, and it's not working. Supposed to be some NATO documents on the dark web, but it's in Portuguese. Yeah, I haven't really been reporting no international news. I think the Queen situation was the first. Really,
yeah, the Queen. I know a lot of people was upset, but I was looking at some memes. They got Princess Diana in heaven waiting for her ass to come up there. Bitch, I've been waiting on you. Now, Dev, I had to explain to my daughter the situation with the queen, right? And she get it. In school, there was a big thing. I had to go through such and such, but I also explained how the country became a royal type of family and where the money come from. And you know, the African portion and such, and she figured out she's like, well, and I showed her some of the royal weddings and broke down who such and such was, and she said, okay, that's what a fairy tale. I said, yeah, that's the fairy tale Disney type thing and such, and you know, she got it. But you know me, I'm gonna tell the truth with it. I never was a believer leaving up all the education up to the school system. They ain't gonna tell you the whole truth, or at least what was going on at from our standpoint of things.
Yeah.
So we went all the way back to the War of Shaka Zulu, all the way to the current British Army, to the gold and what parts of gold, silver, and diamonds own, and how that country stayed enriched. You say, oh, okay. That puts a little spin on it. They ain't gonna teach them that in school. Too much like right. All right, I got to do some research on this company too. Meta. You've seen that company before? META?
My Facebook, the
Yeah.
glasses.
Meta. Right.
Yeah.
When it pop up on Facebook. So part of Peter Lynch idea in his book is One Up on Wall Street. When you start seeing companies that pop up and advertising and major, you know, events like sporting events and stuff like that. And so, and I'm starting to see that everywhere, you know, a lot of different places just in my everyday life, like you just said, Facebook. And I'm just like, okay, damn, Meta is starting to pop up on Facebook a lot. So I'm gonna find out exactly what they do as a company. And I was watching, you know, like NFL or something like that. And when you start seeing commercials in top, you know, premier spots, you know, on Thursday night football, Super Bowl, stuff like that you never heard of, there's a lot of money being moved around. So it can easily be one of those tech companies that we need every day that might be a buying opportunity as a stock. So I'm gonna look into what they're doing, you know, outside of just the Facebook thing.
Yeah, I posted up the article about the virtual sex. It's a whole entire bodysuit with the glasses, and I think some controllers might be optional as well.
See, all of that's gonna factor in all the way up to the 3D.
Yeah.
So what I do is I'll look up companies like that and then put them in like a category for top, you know, for tech stocks or stuff like that. That's, you know, future and upcoming, and look for those buying opportunities. You know, me and a couple of the guys that get in on that. And far as investing in companies for the future.
So a judge ruled Wednesday that Elon Musk is allowed to use his evidence from insider at Twitter against his claim in the lawsuit.
I was listening to one of the other channels earlier, and I was listening to the whole entire panel. They was talking about electric cars and EV vehicles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was saying that when they were talking about why it wasn't work, was, you know, I was in the chat and it was like why it would work and why, you know, stuff like that. And then they talking about other companies and stuff like that. I'm like, the money moving. Tesla's gonna be here.
Yeah.
Right. And it was like some of the cars get in the wreck. That's the, they you know, the same idea. They may not like that. People not used to change, but it's still gonna happen. And so they just missing the boat by judging their opinion on the car instead of focusing on that this, you know, EV cars and artificial intelligence will be the standard from now on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how a lot of people miss out on the bottom, you know, investing opportunities.
They didn't say nothing about California already passed the law. All the cars that run on gas got to be off the street by 2035.
Yes, they're not thinking on that term. They're only thinking about what they think of the car, and if you go, you know, you know, like the 1 or 2 accidents that the Tesla been in, I say they're not even thinking in terms. They can go to the safety board and say, well, we are 10 times safer than the average American driver because they all setting that kind of pace. So, and that's why people.
The airplane and the helicopter crashed way more than once when they first tried to get going.
Right.
Right.
No, it's no such thing as perfect. Nor did they realize like Chevy just going full, you know, battery, you know, and it was like, well, who gonna do the lithium? And then like they gonna figure that out later.
Yeah.
There's already a demand for lithium.
Yeah.
And whatever, I forgot the other thing that you need to make battery. But that's already coming. And LiDAR stocks, even in your field. That's why every day, as far as investing, everyday jobs are more important than the guys on Wall Street, because now you see logistics now in action. That's a part of your life. And they don't understand that. No, the truck drivers is the ones, truck driver and maritime workers are the king of logistics now.
Yeah.
Right. So it's those companies that whoever UPS linking up with and Amazon linking with, those logistics companies that's going to pinpoint everything to the near science, and that's going to link up to artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And those companies are still good buys. Like, you know, while other people are just sitting, you know, not paying attention and still getting pimped. So like that's why I'm like, man, you might as well start investing some of your own money, man. Shit. Nobody gonna care about yours more than you do.
Yeah. Miss Tequila?
Hi, everyone.
And speaking of people with money, here we go.
Oh,
Hey, Tequila, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I came up here. I didn't really want nothing. I just wanted to speak to you all. I woke up out my sleep and I said, let me jump on the panel.
Yeah.
Same here.
Make spontaneous decisions in the middle of the night. Well, how's it been going with the water situation? We had a new development. Yeah.
It's been, I guess, the same. It's going okay.
Yeah. Were you able to wash your hair?
You believe it or not? No, I haven't. I just been wearing my hair like in a head wrap.
Oh.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do it first thing in the morning today.
Oh, okay. Well, the governor of New York just declared New York state of emergency. They found polio in Long Island this morning.
Oh, you know what?
In the
I
sewage
heard
water
of
though. Yeah, in the sewage water.
That's so crazy. Everywhere, like the water is messed up. That's why I said when it happened here in Baltimore, I was like, it's about to happen everywhere for real.
Yeah, you called it. Yeah, you called it already. Yeah.
I was like, definitely, because I said if it could happen in Baltimore, not saying like I kept saying, not saying like Mississippi wasn't important or anything, but I was like, if it could happen here, oh, it's coming everywhere. That's crazy.
So I was looking for some updated reports in Baltimore. I didn't see nothing on their website. Apparently, they're like you said, they're not really being proactive with the results reporting.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're filming a TV show that's gonna be on Apple TV called Lady in the Lake.
Mm-hmm.
There. Have
Oh,
you
I
heard
didn't
about
know.
that?
I
No?
didn't know.
So they stopped production because some gangbangers said that they was gonna start shooting up the place if they don't give them 50 bands.
Oh my goodness.
You ain't hear about that?
I can't see that happening down here in New Orleans. That ain't gonna happen down here. You know why? Because I be like, hold on, man, you messing up my hustle, dog. Shit, I need my little job, bro. The people that's working on the set, man, hold on, bro. I done dropped my daughter off, had to drive here. The bus, missed the bus, nigga. You won't come shut the shit down?
Yeah.
We would have been said something. The average dude, like, no, man. Man, y'all keep on fuming, man. Come around here with that foolishness.
Yeah, I never really heard a gangbanger like running down on Hollywood production. I don't know, man. Maybe they got juiced up so tough that they literally in a world by themselves. I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
50,000.
Yeah, like why shit? If you're gonna run down on them, why don't you just make it $1 million or something?
Well, we'll see what the feds do about it.
Yeah, they need to be locked up too. So, Miss Tequila, Miss Miller was kind of upset. She actually fell off due to a report from the U.S. Army. The U.S. Army literally told its soldiers to go out and get some food stamps to help deal with inflation.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh wow. Whoa.
That's strong, man.
A double whammy.
Damn. The military folks got to apply.
I didn't even know that was fucking. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
See, they're trying to soften the blow for something. It ain't over yet. The economy's still in bad shape, ain't in the best of shapes.
Right.
The American dollar ain't back yet from the money being printed before. It's still spiraling. That's why the stock market is still, even though you're going with your everyday lives, the market is still, technically down for the most part. even though things seem normal. And remember, last administration that those tax dollars didn't come back from them tax breaks from those major corporations. That also weakens the money.
Well, we're getting close to midterm elections coming at us. We only really got less than 2 months.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't really had time to scope any type of poll predictions in terms of whether the Republicans have a good shot of taking control back. Have you scoped it out yet? For the Senate, I mean, for the Senate and the House.
No, I ain't seeing. I know they got a couple of close races that, mainly for the Senate, it's that House that I don't think they go budge.
Okay.
But a couple of Senate races still, they're doing better than expected in a couple of areas that they can hold or take it.
Mm.
At least that way you can get something on the floor,
Yeah.
Shit, that's the thing. You can't get nothing on the floor when they got majority Republican House and Senate.
Right.
Nothing else don't really matter. Your ideas don't mean shit. And they filibustering everything. Nothing. When I say nothing, we're not trying to let little or nothing go through.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we like the idea, we don't want it to be a Democratic idea. It got to be a Republican.
Yeah.
The very same thing. Like you can't say Obamacare. It's Obamacare. It's the same thing. It worked in Michigan or where it was. The healthcare system. It worked in well. He just copied pretty much what a Republican did.
Mm-hmm.
That's meant for the state, not the country. All right, well, shit. Like some of my old partners said, man, you can't please some white folks, man. You run around like a fool trying to please white folks. There's gonna always be something.
Well, I'm finding myself falling back to sleep, so I'm gonna
Really?
You tired?
Yeah.
What you thinking about? What you were dreaming
I
about?
just woke up. Nothing. I wasn't dreaming about it, but I did. I woke up and I said, "Oh, I'm gonna jump on the panel," and now I'm sleepy again.
Yeah. So your the kids that didn't run any issues at the schools this week?
No, they didn't.
Oh, okay.
They were all right at school.
Oh, that's cool. Well,
Yeah.
I'll be looking for any updated reports or any change, and let you know. And you let me know if you hear something on your end too.
Alrighty. All right. I'll talk to you guys later today.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right.
Good night. Good morning. Then. Yeah, well, sound like if I had to guess, I think the cost of food and stuff is going to go up. Now, I've been hearing about empty shelves. Now, we haven't experienced it down here, but, that's the one thing. If somebody's saying they got empty shelves in their area, then that still, reflects an issue. Just haven't hit us down here yet.
Yeah, it's a
Now, I
couple
did
of
understand the baby food formula thing because one of the plants had to shut down.
Yeah. There's a couple of dollar stores up here that it's the same section of empty that I've been seeing pretty much for the last month, bro. Two different stores. I mean, that's
Just
just in the
stay empty,
town.
huh?
Yeah, they've been empty for like a month straight.
Mm-hmm.
They normally have
And
takeout.
see, me as a
takeout
father, I
unit.
know how to think
Yeah,
ahead in
TV
the
dinner.
next.
Yeah.
I know how to think ahead. I keep telling him, man, we're gonna have to go back to the basics at some points in life and teach my daughter how to make bread with just a flour. Got to teach our kids, man, even if you don't know. I don't think that's just, I just think it's an idea to wake up to go back to the necessities of doing the basics, right?
Yeah, even if things are going good.
Right. Because you don't, I mean, we might be all right for now, but what if my daughter had to deal with some shit that set everybody back when she in that damn 30 years old and nobody don't know how to roll some dough? I remember they had a food shortage. All the bread was gone, but nobody, but the whole, there were people was complaining about the bread being out of bread for some quite some time. But when you look down the baking aisle, they had flour and yeast all up and down packed. Like y'all don't know how to make bread?
No,
They
they
don't.
don't. Nope.
They
Barely
got
can hold a
cornmeal
cup
up
of
there.
water
Right. Like they out of food. Shit, they got a shelf full of dried beans, red beans, kidney beans, white beans, pinto beans,
Yeah. They'll tell you though. I don't like the way they taste.
cornbread mix, bushel baked beans. Well, yeah.
Yeah, they
Whole
don't like
bacon aisle full of stuff that this shit. You're back and making them big old homemade biscuits.
Yeah, that empty sections normally filled with TV dinners in those two particular stores that I noticed. As far as merchandise, damn, what is it? In the medicine aisle, the shelf, the space where they put your alcohol and your band-aids, your first aid kits, and I think it was some women's hygiene products. That space has been empty also.
Mm-hmm. I know to go load up. And start snacking a few Lysol and wipes in the spray.
Yeah.
Some bleach.
Yeah.
We seen what happened last time.
That's why I was.
I don't think people got to load their house up with it. Just a little extra one.
Yeah, I picked up a couple of jugs.
But if that ever hit one of the major cities, that's gonna be the thing. When they have a food shortage in a major city.
Yeah. A food shortage and a water contamination situation in the same city.
Mm-hmm.
That's a recipe for damn.
Right. I stepped it up. Now I make sure that we got 2 cases in the house at all times.
Yeah.
At all times.
I can't believe I took water for granted when I was coming up as a kid. I thought it was always gonna be there.
Yeah, we drunk it out the faucet. Shit. Outside.
Oh, were you just talking about Mitt Romney had a book about taking Trump down?
Mm-mm.
Let me see, hold
Mitt, the one who ran against him, huh?
on. I think so.
Yeah, I think he did write one. This man got missing top secret documents and shit. Some stupid ass white boy. He must have that delusion of growing up a rich kid with a silver spoon in your mouth, not thinking you smarter than everybody. Really is just illness, man.
So you think the RNC gonna let him back on the ballot?
Who, Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Not if he convict. I think they're trying to January 6th trying to get to the point that he can't run. Whatever conviction they get out of it. Yeah, but the RNC would. Not just because of they like what he's saying. That's what it is. It ain't like they want their wants out there. They like what he's saying and they like how the money moved when he was in there. Even if that include the trash and the races too. They are the 73 million record turnout. Even after all the grabbing bottom of JJ, all the racist stuff, bad deals, giving top secret weapons to Putin, damn near flipping insurrection, January 6th. Record turnout. That's what RB be saying. 73 million people.
Yeah,
Turned out he just happened to lose.
The money part is a talking point that the black, some of the black community that supported him.
Yeah, that was some of the mainstream dudes, and not a lot of them. The thing is, a lot of them didn't even benefit from it. They just think about like, if I was ever to be rich, and that's what poor white folks say.
Okay.
Like, if I was ever rich, I don't want to be taxed 15% of my wealth. Well, motherfucker, that don't include you right now. That includes LeBron them, and LeBron them would rather go ahead and vote against this shit because they still understand that what it's gonna do to their people.
Yeah.
Or who they rolling with. I can't roll with a racist.
Yeah.
Okay, even if I had conservative values and all that kind of stuff, then if I was a multimillionaire, okay, well, I can't roll with the race. I mean, this motherfucker's going straight Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
If it was Ted Cruz or somebody else, and like I was telling Gunn and them, okay, man, they was like Trump. No, man, they had what, 9 or 10 damn Republican representatives, and y'all chose this motherfucker?
Mm.
Who the Nazi dude? Talking about it, I said, going about it, I said, come on, man. Well, I can't roll with the Nazi. I got to wait this conservative shit out. If you know your history, know, World War II, German history, moving just like they did. Man sit up there and said his dad was born in Germany, was a proud German, even though his dad wouldn't, but he's sending signals. That's what they want. Or like they said, you ain't got to be, you don't have to consider him racist. The racists think he racist. Wonder why they think that. They running right with him. And if you go, ignore that shit as a black person or even the Indian folks and shit like that, and Jewish white folks against this motherfucker. Because they can't overlook the Nazism or the racism, the dirty shit he doing. Even to the point of they rather go. So y'all want to get rid of democracy now? The man was trying to seize voting machines. So we going back to the King days, and y'all niggas with that? Okay, well, that just say a lot about them. I don't get it. We deal with the other shit later when we get something in there decent. I have no problem with growth and fair opportunity in starting businesses and wanting to take advantage of some tax breaks. My daughter has a custodial account, and that's what some of the people talking about. They don't want tax for capital gains tax on that. So if I put $100,000 in my daughter custodial account or 200 something with these people playing with, well, I don't want to get taxed. It's supposed to be not taxed. You want tax at 25%? And I've been doing this shit for 20 years like this. Well, I see what they're saying, but not now. And black folks wasn't doing that shit. They not on that level. I like what 50 say, well, yeah, I'll vote for Trump. I think rumor. And he said, I want to pay 16 million in tax. Okay, that's different. That's different. And he kind of took that back, I think. That's different. Yeah, but you can't roll with that right now with the races. And I don't understand how you ready to give up democracy. That's amazing. I thought that one would, America really, that democracy good now. When it's working against them, they don't give a shit about it no more. It'll go straight dictatorship.
Yeah, Miss Baum said she was supposed to make pizza last night, homemade.
That's somebody said, well, Trump not racist. Okay, Stephen Miller is. Well, yeah, he is. Bannon is. Yeah, Bannon kind of racist. Session was. Yeah, Session kind. That's all the people around him, man. You gonna say Trump not? God damn.
You can't do no wrong.
Right. That's just all around. Everybody around me thugs, but I'm not. Okay. They got YSM them Lucci messed up, man. That was just all the gang members around him.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to hit him with the RICO? Shit, he ain't nothing to do with that. You can pull up videos of some people that used to work for him as secretary saying, well, yeah, he used the N-word a lot. Well, that don't mean he raised, okay, the N-word don't, such and such. They didn't want to rent to blacks and minorities in their hotel restaurants. Okay, here go the court documents. They asked him what the court and fought for it. That don't mean he raised, okay. He opened up the Taj Mahal casino and such like that, and made sure that all the minorities and the black folks worked in the back. He didn't want no black, only white folks on the floor. That ain't right. Nope. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we ran out of shit that was supposed to be racist these days. People work for him, say he was racist. Okay, so ignore them. They don't like him. Okay. So when did we figure out somebody racist? Dad arrested in the Klans meeting in 1920. At the rally. He ain't racist either. Okay, wasn't the fascist group. Okay. The Germans that came over here during that time after World War II, they wasn't racist. They just had a love for niggas when they got to the West, I guess. They just figured we can all get along with Jews and black folks after 45, 42. They still here. 65 million registered Klans members in 1965, but everybody got change of heart, I guess. But I heard the thing earlier, with the Senji and Umar thing.
Oh yeah.
Those not even my topics. With like I say, okay, man, the farmers need help.
Yeah.
Shit. One saying what have black men done? Umar saying shit, they dead. They put their life on the line. That's not good enough. Like shit. All right, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Man, dude's dead. They will still be alive. Still got some on it. And some things ain't gonna never be enough.
Yeah, like Miss
Was the one on the left a trans woman?
Yeah, the one in the upper left.
Yeah. So now we got to worry about trans women on our and man, fuck all that. That was no.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just judge about trans women, gay men, black women. Really?
Yeah, the title of the show didn't have really shit to do with no war on black men at all. I mean, before she even started playing it, as soon as she showed who was on the panel, I was like, this is not going to be a discussion about a war on black men.
Right. Now, so we supposed to, yeah, I mean, not, yeah, I mean, me personally, like I'm taking criticism from trans men now about what a man's supposed to be. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
Go figure that.
Yeah. Yeah, they were saying it all in the chat room, boy. As soon as you started talking, boy, it was lying up and down. That was like, God.
Yeah, I was on the far. I couldn't see the chat. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
all right, that damn.
Miss Bomb, she stopped the tape. She said, "That's a man." She didn't dispute it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah. But I've seen it it was either on another panel. Hope gives well. I've seen it somewhere else. I can't remember where I was at.
Right. So now, I mean, and see, I got the degree reverse. So I'm supposed to accept. I could deal with women opinion on. So I'm supposed to accept the trans woman opinion too over bomb or verbatim opinion. You know, because come on, man.
Yeah.
That's too. I'm not trying to. You know, I'm
Not
not built to
law.
move like that, and I'm not trying to move like that.
Yeah.
We got gay men, trans women, with the butch ones,
Yeah.
the black one, and that's the ones we got to have an opinion with, or some type of on our ass about it. Like, God damn, all right. That was excuse me, fella. Make my snack.
Yeah, I'm finna get in there in a minute here. You're gonna have me over here, my stomach growling and shit. All this goddamn bad news flood my goddamn timeline. Yeah.
But and listening to that, it's like you can't just overlook that people were a target. It's still a target on that. Them people know how to break, actively still try to break families. Even Koja was saying that they're separating families in Florida and stuff like that with CPS and all that. Them people know how to do that.
Yeah.
So it's an ongoing thing that they're attacking the whole black people with, and especially the men. So to argue that, okay, we're tired of the excuses, nobody's moving it. I mean, who said we need an official leader to be progressing as black folks? They always appoint us a leader.
Yeah, that's your talking point.
Yeah.
After Martin Luther King, the black man stopped fighting for his family. I don't know.
Like, I don't know, Martin Luther King, yeah, I don't get that. Like,
Yeah, I'm
like
not-
your
yeah,
daddy,
I'm
our
not-
daddy, grandpa and them,
They
they
ain't
just
stopped.
stopped fighting. It's an individual thing.
No, we were still in the fucking Vietnam. A war was going on. What the fuck we supposed to do?
Mhm.
They didn't
Yeah, just
officially
bypass
declare.
all that.
Yeah,
Fuck
they
all
didn't
that. That
officially.
don't mean shit.
They didn't officially declare that this is bullshit and start pulling motherfuckers back until Gerald Ford was in office. 74.
And we lost a nice good chunk of men with that shit.
For nothing.
Right. And our factor in, okay, then you also have the thousands that are incarcerated year after year that were innocent men.
Yeah, all
And
the
that was a
motherfuckers that came
target.
back, all the motherfuckers that came back, including my 4 uncles that were hooked on fucking heroin.
Right. Yeah, I had 2 uncles. I had 2 uncles that were.
In Vietnam?
No, they were just in the military. No, they didn't go back to Vietnam days.
Oh, okay.
No, indeed, I don't know about the Vietnam thing. I don't know if they did went to Vietnam. I know one wasn't right. I had to ask.
I mean, that was like the biggest fucking international flop of all fucking time, dude. And
Right. And I knew it hit major cities because they had a lot of blacks in major cities.
yeah.
And then they put them right on the front line. Took the biggest guys, and that don't matter. All right, that was a lot of your strongest black men.
Yeah.
All these black men with that kind of mentality, but it doesn't matter. It just go. It's a talking point for Google finances now, so it's always
Yeah.
an issue.
That's all.
That's why I just buy stock in Google, because that ain't gonna stop.
Yeah. But it sounds like how that Cynthia G. She really want a full out physical war, not just online. I think she she wants to literally see black men and black women just go all out.
Yeah, to the death. Like we can all charge the white man and all go to die and say, "Well, y'all didn't win this. All it was about time," or you just can't even win with that kind of conversation.
Yeah, I mean, what's your point of trying to point out facts?
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get the hope. We need a black leader. If we don't have a black leader, we're not doing nothing. So we're not pretty much still holding it down. Survival don't count. We haven't made constant adjustments because adjustments do not stop. And people coming at black folks every day with new stuff. Keep them broken down.
Well, we got a full moon tonight, so they'll be all coming out, bro.
That's how I had to tell one of the dudes from the ministry. I think that was John them. You know, like shit, man, y'all go back and forth so much, y'all worse than white folks with this shit. Wait, y'all more damaging than white folks.
Hell yeah, boy.
I said, well, he said, what makes y'all think that? And I said, because the youngsters hear y'all, the men
Hell
and
yeah.
women. They hear y'all.
Looking at y'all crazy. Ain't that the same shit you do, Big J? Victim? Bust up on panels talking about what you don't like and shit? So I don't want to hear that motherfucking shit you put in the damn chat. That's another goddamn thing. Motherfuckers doing the same shit that they speaking against and don't even realize what the fuck they be saying. And expect motherfuckers not to say shit. You must have just left somebody's panel.
Yeah, what you think about that, Big J? That little discussion. I got listen, Big J.
You can come up on the panel, bro. I ain't doing that. That'll give me a chance.
They so ain't because there ain't too many people. Some people get heated by them conversation. But I listen to what they think, what the frame of thought is.
Yeah.
I just don't see how we skip over absolutely everything. And I get it's a YouTube topic. All right, okay. That's they doing it. But see, when they start mentioning the collective, like the collective and black men ain't doing shit. All right, goddamn, you know. Then we're going to, stats and statistics on who not doing what. And I'm always say they never factor in the guys that's in the home or been a part of the home for so many periods of time, so long a time. And if that stat came out that black men spend a lot of time, more time with their kids, is that a bad thing? Or that's the thing that got to be challenged. They just got to make, some people got to make sure you can't stand on nothing good on either side.
I thought I seen Rue in the chat earlier.
Yep. One got rude and missed, boy. They still trying to pick up the pieces on that shit.
Yeah, September 11th is Sunday.
Now the lady that was hosting the show and that was in the middle, that was being the mediator, was she black?
Tammy Max, yeah, she was kind of light skinned, but yeah, she's black. She Miss Bond played some previous episodes from she didn't have them braids in. She kind of wore her hair in a more traditional style.
See, we still got that shit in, like I was telling Matt, we still got to identify who black or not.
I mean, hey.
Could be melanated, it could be a melanated woman.
Yeah.
It's like the one on Queen of Soul, one of the other ones. Okay. You sure banging on the men a lot and say you mixed, babe. Shit. You've been a Republican a long time now. Your mom's white and you giving advice to black women about it. And how are you the queen of soul with that? I know Jake think I feel some kind of way about Jessica. I just think you limited on some things. People be limited on some things with that.
He said Jessica X.
Yeah, she just like Jessica.
Yeah, somebody in the chat asked me who Jessica was. I hadn't seen her since the Queen situation. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna come over here no more, really. I just think she came over to find out that,
Man, she been here. She been over a few times.
yeah. She made it seem like she was gonna be coming back on a regular basis. Yeah, boy, Miss Bomb was tearing her ass up, boy.
Mhm.
She ain't gonna be around no motherfuckers with nobody agree with her. At least from what I've seen. She'll go on Muse panel
Yeah, she'll be around. She'll be another topic. But that situation there was different.
though. Fake imposter.
I think Big J be thinking it like, yeah, you come down on the mix, man. It ain't that I come down. I think there's a difference. I just think there's a limit on certain things. Is you know, if my mom was black and my dad was white, okay, it's only so much. I mean, what can he teach me about being a black man? Could be a great dad, and I mean, he can teach me how to be a great dad. I mean, there's a limit to certain shit.
Yeah, I can't teach
No
him how to
different
be a
than there's a
fucking white
limit
man.
on me raising my own daughter. I know there's a limit to her being a woman that I can actually teach her.
Yeah, I can't teach him how to be a white man.
Right, shit.
Straight
Like,
up.
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if even if a friend of mine who dad is black and he telling me about what black men should do, man, you damn dog, where you get that from? You know, you might want to worry about the white men's side. That's who putting the foot in our ass, like your daddy's side. So, and you know, I've seen interracial relationship where the immediate, the younger part of the family okay with it, but the elder, the key members still don't like the shit.
Mhm.
And either way you go, and then if you really dig deep, they were one of the ones who really fought against the shit. So it is what it is. They got some issues y'all could be talking to the other side of it about getting your own family straight, because trust me, they ain't liking the situation, or they, you know, voting against our favor to some degree.
He gonna Big J. You might have connection problem.
Devastating.
Yeah.
Are you assigning any other co-hosts besides me?
They were
I'm just wondering.
5 people on the panel. What's the deal?
Just back up. I don't want to find what happened last time to happen again.
Yeah, Miss Bomb is up here.
She is. Bomb, you here?
I mean, not talking, but
Oh, well, that's what I mean. Like, it's somebody,
yeah,
the more
there hasn't been anybody on the panel until now that hasn't had it.
that is true.
Yeah.
Anyway, far be it from me to admit that I'm at peace, and I just thought I'd hang out again after hearing you all have gotten off the topic of things that rub me, like, I don't know, man. Y'all.
What is rubbing you the wrong way?
Well, I was encountering a lot of negative information that's necessary to hear. I'm not disputing the necessity. I'm just tender. If that makes any sense. You know how sometimes you just want to laugh?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to have fun. And all the information that was happening, it wasn't fun. It didn't make me laugh.
There's not that much to laugh about.
I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering if I have to keep hearing it.
Well, never mind. I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead. Speak, Mello.
I actually didn't appear to speak. I just didn't want to be one of those people that was like, interrupting what the important information just because I'm sensitive about it. I didn't want to be one of those people.
So what?
You know how people come across like, I ain't trying to hit it. I didn't want to be one of those people.
What's making you sensitive?
Fear.
Fear of what?
Of the future.
Well, I'm gonna say this. And it's gonna be very controversial what I'm about to say, because I did this on my live stream
The
earlier.
unknown future.
And
that I want to put that caveat in there. The fact that people can't forecast. Well, rather, it's growing increasingly evident that average citizens are being hindered from forecasting a reliable future. They're not calling it uncertain times for nothing.
Right, though, because I'm watching the what's going on around the world, especially in the Western society. It's going to be bleak. This wintertime, everybody is going to get hit. This wintertime. I mean, Canada, United States, the UK, France. I mean, a lot of us are going to have a great winter of discontent. Anyway.
It's called Dog Eat Dog. And it's coming. And I don't like that.
What I'm seeing from
just because it's a bunch of greedy ass bastards that want to control the world, no one has to suffer because there's a bunch of greedy ass bastards that want to control the world.
Well, I agree with you, but but I agree with you, but I also see more ignorance being spread at a faster rate. I don't know, it seems like the more technologically advanced we get, the dumber people are becoming. Yeah, I see that. And it's kind of like though this whole, I'm going by the title of this live stream, so I don't want nobody accuse me of going off topic here, but kind of like that conversation between Cynthia and Umar. I mean, and I wish black men would stop doing this shit. She ran circles around the man. First of all, if you're gonna play that game, then don't play that game. If you really want to win against her, then don't play her game.
I wouldn't even talk to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't even
He
say
doesn't understand that. I don't even know why he, participated in a debate with her. Like, that was stupid.
And me, the last time I talked to her, she thought I was going to do the classic, trying to answer what she wants to answer, right? What is black men doing? I know she want to test out the knowledge of every black man. And a lot of black men look dumb when they don't know, we did this. The black men keep coming up answering with these generic answers to her. That's not what she's after. She wants specifics. And niggas keep on doing this generic shit. No, just stop. Now, what they should be asking Cynthia, okay, you keep using the word pathology, you keep using what's it called? Programmed, or no, it's not programmed. She said socialized. So she using a terminology that most psychologists, people with psychology degrees have, right? So why don't I ask her about where did she got her psychology degree from? And has she helped anybody with it? And has she helped anybody with it?
She doesn't have a degree.
Right. That shut her ass up. Because the last time I said that shit, Nyla kicked me off. All you heard was 15 seconds of silence. I don't know why people.
Yeah, that was proven. That was proven some time ago that she doesn't actually have a degree. She took some courses. She didn't complete the modules
Took a few
required.
courses and just good at arguing, and that's all you need. Just keep banging on black men and getting Google money. That's
Hell,
all
I could
see.
study up and come up with some. I mean,
right. Like
the point is, Big J, you're absolutely correct, Big J. She does not have a degree from an accredited institution of higher learning.
Right.
She's just talking.
All you have to do is ask two, three questions about her education. She goes blank. She ain't saying nothing in 15, 20 seconds. She's speechless. So I don't know why everybody wants to try to go at her toe to toe and shit. No, you talking about her flying from Seattle to the Carolinas to fuck old boy Robert Perkins. Stop bringing that shit up to her. Everybody knows though she and him was fucking. Stop bringing that shit up. Start talking about the real shit.
They don't know how to do that.
And that's why people are, that's why I said
even
this.
Even what's his name? Uwima or whatever his name is. Even him. He didn't realize his error in communication. He wanted
doesn't know
to
how
get
to communicate. Umar doesn't know how to communicate.
He does not. He's the type of person. Well, I'm not qualified to assess him. What I will say is that it was evident when he tried to dig at her that, and also when he made a generalization, it's evident that he is in his reptilian mindset as opposed to actually thinking. He's on, he was just in reptilian mode. you
It,
know.
it kills me. It kills me because every black man that came out after her, with the exception of myself.
Are you really telling us something we don't know, Victor?
Yeah, I mean, every black person, with the exception of me, always kept going to her person, trying to attack her personally. She makes money off that shit. If you attack her personally, that means more money in her pocket. That means she gonna use your sound clip, or you call her a bitch, or you talking about her hair weave, or her fucking old boy, fucking Robert Perkins. She gonna use that as a fundraiser. Stop doing that shit. Just stop. And that's why I said I have such contempt for most black men on YouTube. Stop asking these stupid ass questions. They had nothing. Talk about the point. Don't talk about this other dumb shit. Stay on the point what she's saying. Or don't even engage at all.
How long do you think it'll take?
At all. Don't even engage at all.
How long do you? Oh, never mind. Okay.
Divine once said, you just did it. No, okay. Divine one. I'm not telling her about Robert Perkins. I'm not insulting her about Robert Perkins. I'm not talking about her relationship. I'm talking about they use that against her. For me, I don't use it because it's not really pertaining to the topic, and one, it's none of my business. So,
okay.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
I just have an issue when some of them that is gonna put on the collective, and are y'all hurting the black community, or y'all helping, or y'all just using the title?
They're no different than the greedy bastards that want to oppress
because there's
citizens.
money involved. There's money involved.
Yes.
That's why there's money involved.
Everybody's willing to protect something that they believe they deserve, including profits.
Well, the thing is, I get the whole, that's why when I comment the whole get money by any means necessary, and when money leads you, man, well, shit, you could be all over the place. Motherfuckers sell out for the money all the time. That's part of the problem. It ain't necessarily white folks. There's more black people that stab in the back by black people just chasing the money. That's how they ask some of the East Coast dudes. I get that it's a thing, but that can't be your only motivation, just to chase money. Then what? I mean, family go kick in. Family counts for way more than money, dude. I can guarantee you that. Most people tell you that. Family at the end
That's
of the
thinking
day,
like a human being, though. We're not talking about people that think like human beings.
get money,
We're
get
talking
money,
about,
get money. I was like, yeah, I'm listening.
yeah, we're talking
They're
about people
talking
that.
to a computer. They're not talking to human beings or the people. That's another thing. Live stream videos actually.
I'm gonna
help.
take note and remember that you interrupted me, Victor. Go ahead, though.
Hold on. Divine one is real simple.
And you interrupt me just so you can address the chat room. Is that fair? Is it?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to find out if you are aware of reptilian thinking. You're aware of that, right?
I heard of it, but I really don't subscribe to that concept.
It's actually a real thing. It just happens to be called something that seems unbelievable.
Okay.
It has a lot to do with the pituitary gland. It's an actual thing. It's as a matter of fact, go ahead and I don't expect you to be patient enough to wait for me to look up what I'm trying to convey to you. So if you must address the chat room, please do so now. And I'll look up how I can best explain reptilian thinking.
I really want to address this.
Yes,
really
please
says,
do.
Unless you built something, you shouldn't be debate anyone. in a way, I can't agree with you, Divine One, and no one should entertain any black one who's been. Hey, you know what, Divine One? Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right about what?
Well, I mean, Divine One says, and I'm assuming it's a woman, says it's really simple. Unless you have built something, you shouldn't be debating anyone, and no one should entertain any black man that spends more time whining than building. Okay. Next.
Yeah. I don't think the men should entertain someone that's just constantly bitching about the negative either. Especially now we got the debate against transgender men on ranking us on what kind of men we are. That's strange.
No, that one killed me. That one killed me. When that person said something about real
Somebody
men.
need to block new HP. I don't have my own on my computer. Yeah, that bothered me too. I'm like, okay, now we're talking to. I'm not debating no trans. It's too much debate.
I'm looking at that. I was like, at first though, I'm sorry. I was fooled. I thought that was a woman. I thought that was a woman until I listened to it again. I said, "Oh God, come on, really?" And then I'm like, "Are you for real?" And I'm like, "You gonna say, well, black men need to step up and be leaders?" Wait a minute, you were born one. Hold on, Divine One said, "You know I'm a woman. I drilled you before." Who is you, Divine One? I drilled you before.
Yeah.
Who? I mean, I'm trying to figure out who actually drilled me. Because I know, man. I know though that you're not Aries Queen. Let me see who else try to drill me. I'm not a woman. No, you said I'm a woman. You said that. You see what she wrote. You see what she wrote in the chat room. Big J, you know I'm a woman. I drilled you before. Oh, I drilled you. I'm not a woman. Then what are you? Then what are you then? Tell me, you drilled me before. What are y'all gonna say? Oh, Big J you can't get a woman? Oh, Big J, you can't get laid? I mean, come on, find your new joke. That shit been run to the ground. Find y'all new joke. Oh, Big J's a coon. Okay. Find your new joke. Okay, because it's getting boring. I was bored with that shit 3 years ago. I'm trying to click the link. Well,
who calling you a coon?
The psychopaths and them old niggas over there.
Oh,
yeah, that whole bunch over there.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I look at them. I said, man, come on, drop all that bullshit.
Right.
With the me and shit, cause y'all ain't gonna bust on great.
Right.
No, I'm black, y'all. I'm black as black. I'm a revolutionary. Well, okay. Well, white boy said something to you. You scared of that. You know, y'all look the other way. Okay. But yet though y'all.
Well, my thing is
supposed to be
with that, it's
revolutionary.
more. It's we can put hands on them all day, you know, and I've done that plenty of times. And you know, I ask them, you ever put your hands on a racist white boy? Okay, you ever seen one? Yeah. Have you ever put your hands on one? Well, okay, so you limited. You just talking. If you want to get to that. But the thing is, it ain't just a battle of we gonna go up there and shoot and start killing all that. No, you're gonna have to win this a long-term chess game, and you're gonna have to win the war a different way. You have to also think through a war, you know, and put yourself in decent positions. You cannot go head up with these people and expect you have a lot more dead males. That's all. So you just got to put your heads together and try to figure out how they coming at you, how they continue to come at Black people, not baby mamas, Black people. That they believe in the supremacist thing, then you understand the setup, how they had the Black women stuck out on purpose. All right, so how you go bang on them if you believe in the supremacy thing? It's a people thing first. And they've been doing that the whole time. That's why I don't believe in jumping on one gender from the next. You know, like that's the whole issue. It's not.
Well, like when it comes to gender politics, I view it as a Western society issue, not as a racial issue. And that's
Yeah,
where
for the most part.
that's how I
Yeah,
view
we
it.
live in the West. And
Yeah,
I know the UK
so
kind of lines with us, but we still the West. The mentality runs a lot deeper and different than
right.
the
I mean,
UK.
because that's how I look at the gender politics ish angle. I don't look at it from Black man, Black woman. I look at it from man and woman, across the board, and that's why those white manosphere dudes be laughing at the Black manosphere dudes today. They be like, no, y'all just targeting one racial group. We talking to everybody.
Right. And see when they go with that, we in the West. You cannot go to the traditional woman. The West has changed so much. It's not that for everyday white folks. It's 2-income households, shit like that.
Yeah, there ain't no such thing
Women
as
have
a
the independence
traditional
thing.
I'm gonna say that.
Yeah,
that whole issue about the quote unquote traditional woman, that woman never even existed. If you really sit there and think, I mean, that type of woman that they're talking about, right?
Unless you was a strong holy roller, and I don't think y'all was that, unless you
Right.
just
I mean,
deep into the Quaker religion or something like that, and they're not. They just use
unless you somebody, unless you Mormon or Quaker or one of
right.
the Mennonites,
Muslim stuff like that. Then okay, you
the
living like
Amish.
that.
Yeah.
Then,
Amish
and
or
even they
something,
have no problem finding women in their religion. That's on them. But they like to go to the Bible and just pull shit out the Bible and don't step foot in the church.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, and the thing is, women can't. And I tried to explain this to them. Like the reason why women were quote unquote traditional was because they didn't have leisure time. They didn't have free time. Which means, as soon as she get up, she had to do the cooking. She got to do the washing, the rearing the children while he's gone. She's staying in the confine of that house or within that community, right?
And like you said, we in the West. We went. They had World War IIs. The men went to war. The Black men, like was in Vietnam, we was in a bunch of wars. Unlike the UK, so there was women had to, pay their own bills and take care of the kid thing, and then you can't just put them back. So our history dictate, what women are today. That makes it unlikely that the idea that they could go back to some traditional thing when the country and the culture has changed in the West for everybody.
The technology changed. The washing machine, the dishwasher, indoor plumbing. I mean,
cost of living.
The cost of living. Women got freed up time. They can't. What are you talking about? taking the rug outside and hitting it. You got a vacuum cleaner. I'm looking at my grandmother, right?
Right,
My
you ain't had to
grandmother-
put the clothes on a clothespin
Right.
on a line anymore.
Right.
They got to dry you.
Listen, look, I was at my grandparents the other day, right? They got a washboard. I'm looking at the washboard and say, what is this? A washboard in the tub, and the washboard, that little tub thing they used to got. And they had this old ass 1950s wash machine. Now I'm like, how the washing machine had a little thing that little arm that's supposed to come up off the. It looks like a round cylinder, but it has a little arm that comes up on top of it. I mean, I'm looking at that shit, and I'm like,
oh, you talking about the wash tub that you had to wind up and scrape with the washboard?
Right? Yeah.
And then you roll it through the pins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mella, you know who a divine one is?
Huh?
Oh, there she come. That must be divine one coming up. All right.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing?
All right.
Living the dream as always. Yeah. Good morning. Mella's up here too.
I mean,
Oh, hey, Mella. Big J, I heard Big J.
Yes.
What do you guys?
Well, yeah, I remember that, the little washboard and wash stuff.
Yeah. I mean, she's not gonna sit there and wash them clothes, doing all that, rubbing against that washboard. She can put it in the machine, push a button, and go on about her business. I mean, they thinking though, like they're. I just want to ask them, do they still got their grandparents around? Because I would like to ask them that. Is your grandmother still around? Is your grandpa still around? Y'all still got one grandparent still around, or a great uncle, somebody, or a great aunt somewhere? Are y'all visiting them as much? Because all that little romanticizing the 50s and 60s, man. Listen, they sat me down, had a conversation. They told me how our life was like. They said it was shitty. Okay. It was shitty. Oh, so-and-so was in childbirth. Oh, she got to drive 2 counties over to have a child. Because it's white, they're in the, they can't go to no white hospital. They don't sit there and actually compute what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah. How you doing?
I've been looking at them like, are y'all for real? Huh?
Divine. I remember how you are. How you doing this morning?
I am fine. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, panel. Good morning, chat. If Bomb Cherry's still up, I know she's probably sewing or sleeping. Good morning, Bomb Cherry.
Morning, Divine One.
Good morning, darling. I wanted to say, you're not the Big J. It was a big somebody else. So it wasn't you, but
yeah, okay.
I am a man. I am a gay Black man. Let me just disclose that, because some people don't be knowing. I'm like, I don't understand how you can't know. But I want to give you the Black man.
You're Borging.
And
Borging.
Borging.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're trying to maybe coming in 2 times. If you want to go out and come back in, say something again.
Okay, am I still Borging?
That's better.
Sound good. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stay in. I'm traveling, so
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stay in the hotel room. But the perfect example of how they're trying to program Black men is what they did on Fox Soul. I'm gay, and I don't agree with a transgender woman being a part of the discussion. I just don't. This is the second time they've done that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's catching us off guard. Now we use one thing. I'm like, okay, I think they got individual thoughts on different things. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because I don't want to feel funny with saying that. I'm like, okay, well, now that feel like something else coming towards us.
Because the first time they did it with that Afro Latina that was up there, she was making her best attempt trying to man me, and I was like, sweetie, nobody's falling for her. We still know you're still a he, she, it. Okay, girl. And she didn't even have the surgery. But the hope, she had her surgery, but you're still a he, she, it. Okay. And this is they don't do this with white media. They're not going to try it with the UK media, because the white women are going ham on transgender being considered woman, period. Okay.
Right.
So the issue is well, Black men, we've dropped the ball, and I have to say we, because I'm still a Black man, and I can't separate from that. Because of, you have men like, I'm gonna call him out now, Dr. Umar Johnson, and Umar Johnson just, to me, has been fraudulent. Okay. Yes, you have a PhD in psychology. Congratulations. Now, what are you doing with it? Absolutely nothing. It's been.
But to me, you're a Black person, so that's where your word matters to me.
For me, I had to learn the hard way. You can't take their word for go. I had to learn the hard way that I can't trust a Black man in an interracial relationship, because their issue is not with just with Black women. Their issue is with Blackness itself. And almost 30 years into the corporate world, trust me, these men do everything purposely trying to hold you down, trying to hold you back. And you go into their office and all you see is Becky with the children. You go into human resources with Becky and her children, but and her Black husband, but she refused to hire anybody Black. And 3 months later, I ended up replacing said Becky, and 37% Black new hirees later. What they saw in the organization was production being up, because I was hiring based off of putting people on certifications lists based off of their qualifications and their experience, not because of their whiteness, as what Becky was doing, the Mormon, married to a Black man.
Right.
So
that's what. That.
Okay, and look at how that works. She's married to a Black man, but she rarely hired Black people. Rarely, and they have to be Mormon if she did hire them. Yeah, she was out of there. So you have to look at and I think Big J, you asked how is that as far as why I can't trust Black men in interracial relationships.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me elaborate on that, because I know they love to be online. Well, the ones that are actually that actually have money and resources are considered quote unquote the high value man, they are not online bashing Black women. Okay, you may have one or two over here toasting the more mixed babies, and they're sitting over here they're still a free agent, still can't get to a team. So oops. Maybe instead of more mixed babies, you should have been looking for more NFL, more, well, I guess he can only probably maybe get a Puma contract. He ain't getting no Nike contract. But though the ones online that have gone unchecked, and I've been online since 2008, I've been on YouTube since 2008. They were unchecked, and they've been doing this since the MySpace days, really since freaking Black Planet, Black Voices, where I was the original social media.
I was a Net Noah Black Voices fan. I was on there too.
Okay.
Net Noah and Black Voices. Yeah, I remember that those days. And then they had G+.
Yeah, and then the one for College Club was mainly Black. I liked that one too, but that was really a hookup site. But you have to look at their actions.
You missed that one too, Jay.
That was off the chain. That was the best. When you look at their psychology, the why the psychology is always asking the question why. So when you look at what they're doing, they're going to always put black women in there. I date white women because, not because she's white, which is their true rationale, but because fill in the blank of negative connotation for black women. Well, take black woman out of there. Just put black. They're using black women as an avatar to hate blackness. And that's what I wish that Umar Johnson could, anyone that, if he's a clinical psychologist, then he should be writing books on how to repair black men who hate themselves, how to repair black men that hate blackness. He should have a whole list of treatments. He should be providing treatments when you're a clinical psychologist. Okay? He's not doing that. He's inept as a psychologist. I'm trying to figure out where is he licensed
be easier with his profession to address the men and young boys.
Exactly.
That's a direct link. That's a direct communication. That's where the younger generation of men get, they'll take it in faster.
But see how he understands the mission, because that's what his original goal. His goal is to get the school built so he can shape the minds of new black boys. He's given up on the rest of the black men. He's given up on.
I can see where he wanted the starting point to be, and I can agree with that to a degree.
He needs to learn a new word called multitasking. Okay, you need to be able to do different things. Okay, at the same time, and that's his issue. I don't understand. Now here I am in 2 doctorate programs, working full-time job, and still offering when crypto was hot, I was trying to teach black men how to do crypto. They didn't want to do it until they saw the bags started to roll in. And then I became too busy because the only people that were asking me about crypto were white people and black women.
Yeah, same here. I showed a few people when they heard about it, it was already too late. It had peaked out already.
It's not even peaked out. All the cryptos and on April 27 went down. So right now,
along with the entire market.
Okay, all they should be doing is building a crypto portfolios, either in the centralized markets or even in the decentralized markets using MetaMask and Trust Wallet. All you have to do is just start building cryptos, just putting cryptos in wallets. Take $10 here, buy the ones that have the lowest, the most numbers of zeros. Of course, verify that they're legit, verify their liquidity, verify their risk. Anything high risk, don't invest. Anything high risk to, zero risk, that dropped, you should be putting $15, $20 in there. But that's real simple. I want to see more black millionaires, more black billionaires. I think investment is the way to go. And investment, you rarely have to worry about discrimination. Okay. And I want to point this out.
We'll get back to that crypto conversation.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But I want to point this out because y'all need to look for buzzwords. Just like Nazism just became the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys, they're still Nazis. Okay. It's the same way that discrimination now has become who are you is networking. So if everybody in your network is white, what's the chances of you hiring somebody that's black? 0. Okay, and that's by design. And that's how these people get in through networking, quote unquote, into some of these positions, these gatekeeper positions where they do keep you out. And then let me provide some quick examples of people who do not hire black, that are black in interracial marriages. Hi, Byron Allen. Hi. He's a media mogul, allegedly.
What the weather stations there.
Okay. Has about 211 employees, which is definitely giving me tax shelter. Okay. If you're a billionaire and you want in a billion dollar empire, you don't have just 211 people. I'm sorry. His major leadership, his senior leadership, only 2 people are black, and they're at the lowest level of corporate executives. Okay, they're not even gatekeepers. They're not decision makers. 2 people out of 15. The 2 top people, white men. The digital president is a white man, and the president of his white. So you mean to tell me there's absolutely no one that would have qualified that worked or was a professor at a HBCU? Nobody that you could think of that you could pull? No students that you could have coached or mentored and
Yeah,
got
he's
them
been
into
around for a while, so they had a lot of grooming time.
Exactly. So this is why you can't trust him. And let me point out what he did. He went on, this was a red flag for me right here. I need y'all to understand why. He went to Roland Martin TV1 on the YouTube to do an interview. And Roland Martin, of course, is going to, he's going to man me, and that's what he did. Okay, he should have asked him, why should anyone here, because that's what he was trying to do, is garner support from the Black community so he can claim racism. I'm like, wait a minute, you said quite a few times that, racism isn't a major problem
When
for
he was
Black
going
people.
against Comcast, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, but when he was going against Comcast, all of a sudden it's now you see racism. You didn't see racism when you were choosing the person you procreated with. You didn't see racism when you chose the people to run your company or your organization. You didn't see racism there. And when you do things like that at that level, you're helping to maintain white supremacy. And let me also say that with Mr. Byron Allen, that's a case study. What did you have to do? What steps did you go through your humiliation process, your humiliation ritual to turn your back on Black people? We saw this with who those light-skinned boys that seem to be having a rough time getting on teams and actually winning with the Balls, LeVar Ball's son. Okay, he had an interview where he said what he had to do to get his wife's parents to accept him. And it was basically a complete repudiation of anything and all things Black, good or bad.
Wait a minute. But what about when Ball went after that white woman? He roasted that white woman on ESPN.
I don't care. Roasting white women and
yeah, that's
to me, that's
entertainment.
performative. You just told us what you had to do to get the white woman that you have. And that took years for you to get them to accept you. And they really didn't accept you. They accepted the fact that you had money.
Okay. What about Robert Smith then? What about Robert Smith?
Robert Smith, the one who divorced his Black woman that was with him for all of this, the time. And he married the Playboy Bunny, that Robert Smith?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy that he gave that money. He paid off those student loans. When you look at the back end of it, yeah, he was under IRS investigation for tax fraud. And all of a sudden that went away once he gave that donation. Yeah, and he was able to backdate that. So I'm just saying, what have you done for the community? And again, he had like 300 and something people in his employ, is very much giving tax shelter. Okay, you should have thousands of people when you're a billionaire and you're running a billionaire enterprise. Sorry, that's just the way it goes. And it's very much, and now we know it was a tax shelter.
Yeah, wait a minute. When he had his first wife, y'all on YouTube saying, well, she ain't Black, it's just mixed.
Yeah, and that she's still not Black. Mixed women with white heritage are not Black.
I ain't said that.
No. Listen to the logic. When you talk about the first wife, you say, well, he divorced that first wife. He went with that Playboy Bunny, and I actually know her though. Well, I seen her a couple of times when she was in high school. But the thing is, when she, the thing is, y'all act like, when he was married to her first wife, y'all saying, oh, when she's mixed. All of a sudden, when he married that Playboy Bunny, that Hispanic Playboy Bunny.
And I get what you're trying to say, because I do believe I did say she was Black, right?
Right. See?
Yeah, I had to say that because that's how you would know he was married to not a white woman, but she was mixed, but she had Black heritage. Still, he dumped her for what he truly wanted. It doesn't matter. It just showed me that I can't trust him. It showed me that, anytime I see a Black man with a white woman and they're looking for support or whatever, that's a cue to me to say, let me see what you're contributing in the community. Let me see what you've built in the community. Let me see who you've mentored in your community. Here it is. I have an MBA. I'm working on 2 doctorates. My phone never rings from these guys, as far as these companies that are quote unquote Black owned. And I'm a subject matter expert in human resources. So I don't understand, my phone never rings. I am the go-to person when you are having, what is that called? I'm gonna be nice and call it something, pleasant. But when you are having discriminatory practices or problems with diversity, I'm your go-to. And all I'll do is tell you, go to my LinkedIn and there's a folder there and have fun. There's some steps there, unless you're going, and there's some free stuff that I'm gonna give you. But if you're wanting me to consult, I'll send you my contract, and I'm gonna need my money in advance. Okay, so yeah, my phone don't ring from the Black people. And there's very few of them that actually are running companies at the billionaire level. So I'm just going to say it.
Right on that.
Our money cycles out of the community through Black men. Our money cycles through their divorce settlements. Our money cycles out through their settlements for SAs and alleged rapes. And we all know it wasn't no SA and rape, but they should have known all along, okay, that this is what happens when you deal with these women. It's a high probability that it's going to be a setup, and they don't care. So why should I care when your mugshot is on TV? Why should I care? Oh, now you see racism. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay,
Fine.
you don't see racism when you're excluding Black women from getting in those clubs to try to compete for you. Okay, or when you go to exclusive parties that exclude Black women, but your Black ass is in that. I can't feel for you. Sorry.
Wait,
Good luck with that.
Are we going to bring up the whole Michael B. Jordan being in Europe and how people was criticizing him being on the boat?
We don't have to talk about him. We could talk about Kyrie Irving. He said, I didn't see those Black women that were sitting over there waving. Mind you, they literally stopped them from entering the boat. The video showed that. But all of a sudden, he wants to try to curry favor with the Black women to help fight him as far as why trying to start their own league, and they need Black women support. Basically, they need Muse to carry water and do the hard work for them, while they take all the glory. And Black women said, well, yeah, okay, well, normally we would entertain you, but what's up with this boat situation, right? They keep going back to that, and they should. You showed, again, why Black men that are overly interested in the product of white supremacy should not be trusted.
Well, okay, well, if I'm in Europe,
hold on, let me say this. Let me
say that I agree with them. I don't have no problem with them going back to that, because you displayed something already.
You displayed that. Why should I support you? And no, absolutely not. That would be the same as if I had a white friend and they went out of their way to look. I had a white friend in high school. We were in the same ROTC track and all that. We was cool. And then I got in a car accident right on his street. And the woman pulled out, hit me. I had a pregnant girl in the car. She was at fault, but all her friends, he was speeding and all of this stuff. When the police officer came, it was a Latino police officer. And he was like, I'm not for the bullshit. If he was speeding, then where are the skid marks? Okay, and if I take a report and you're sitting over here lying and there's no skid marks, I'm taking you to jail for filing false police report. So what happened was, before the police officer showed up, my friend came over and I said, hey, could you call the police? And he said, no, I can't. My dad won't let me. Why? Well, why won't your dad let me? Well, why won't your dad let you? Oh, because he's racist. Oh, okay. You don't think that was the end of that friendship?
Yes.
Yeah. And then they would say that they're not because we were friends. Okay, well, there's still
that's
some of these situations.
No, I'm not going to battle you with your dad. That's y'all situation. If you work it out, that's on you. But as of right now, we can no longer be friends. Sorry.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to always be black. I'm not going to change that for nobody.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the situation of somebody being in
What
middle
I
of
what
a
I was
white
alluding
country?
to, and thank you for bringing me back on point, because I needed to make this point to make everything connect. You wouldn't expect me to continue on with my friendship after you refuse to call the police because your dad was racist, right? You wouldn't expect me to do that, right? When it's the white man or a white boy that's refusing to give me assistance, and I know you, and now we were friends. So why the hell would you expect black women to support men that go out of their way to show them that they're not going to support them? That they're not
Especially if you
going,
displayed that already.
and not only that, but that they're not going to choose you, they're not going to entertain you, that you don't have the right skin. And you know, Dr. Umar said something that really pissed me off, and I was mad that Sin and Hope didn't catch it. Like, you know, I guess her name is Hope that I can pass for a woman. But I was mad because he said, oh, well, these women are wearing makeup and trying to look like the white woman. And I was like, women are a product of the men in their group. Okay. These women are changing. They are adapting to what you want. So you're complaining about that culture now, but that's all you wanted. And now that these girls said, "Oh no, I'm gonna be a true thought. I'm gonna get something out the deal," and that these women are they always mention the makeup, the eye contacts, and the hair, but they never mention the bleaching. They never mention the bleaching.
Well, here's the thing though. Umar got nothing to talk because we can bring up the interview with because I had an interview with the conscious stripper about 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, he actually had a child with the stripper. So Umar should just shut the fuck up.
Nobody should be taking Umar seriously because it's Harriet Tubman helped Umar Johnson break ground on that school, and it's still not built. That's how long he's been trying to get this money together. Nobody should be paying attention to an irrelevant man that don't have resources to do some shit.
And my thing is, how in the hell he got on Fox Soul?
I'm gonna tell you how that happened.
Well, he got it. I mean, Umar been out there for a good minute.
No. Let me tell this because I actually know somebody, and it was deliberate. They saw Dr. Umar, and you know, he requested Fox Souls don't let everybody know who's going to be on that panel that day. It orchestrated him to be on there with Sin because he's been running from Sin forever.
True. Yeah, you're right.
And did you see his face at the beginning? I love that look on that face. I love it back when Sin used to just pop up on Taz's channel. I used to love when these niggas was talking shit about Sin, and then that avatar just pop up. And I know that they put at least 10 pounds in them drawers when they saw that avatar. And she never disappoint when she gets up there and drill. Okay. You wanted to smoke, and here she is like Uber Eats, and she's here to deliver, and she always gets 5 stars from me when that happens because you were talking shit. Okay.
Yeah, so you're right because Umar was running away from Cynthia. Cynthia was stalking him throughout 2017 though. 2016,
same thing.
17.
It was 2000. Yeah, it was 17.
Yeah,
that was after the second channel because the first channel got deleted.
Right.
And truth be told, I'm sorry, Tariq been dodging her too. He make a good video, good rap song, but he will not debate her. He just won't do it. And I like Tariq. I like him but my thing is that don't pretend that, you know, you didn't choose the woman that you chose because of her closeness to whiteness. You have a problem too. And I really was disappointed in him when they had a video of him when he was with the wife and the mother-in-law, and you see him over there bending over back, literally walking on eggshells, trying to prove, oh, I'm not aggressive and all of this shit. And I'm just looking at him and I'm just like, you know, so much for, you know, your manhood. I think it's floating in the toilet, getting ready to be flushed. Hello, did I go out?
No, you good. We can hear you.
Okay.
No, we good. I just switched up.
So but yeah, this is what's happening. I call it accountability and corrective action. Okay. Black women are holding Black men accountable for not building their communities, building your kingdom so you can have a queen. Okay. Black women are holding Black men accountable for bringing these struggle Beckys all throughout the neighborhood, parading them in front of them, talking about they're better than you, when in fact they wouldn't. That Becky would never do the reciprocal. She's never going to bring you to her neighborhood and country clubs and the lounge, okay, and tell
Unless you fully
Brad.
converted, huh?
It won't happen. She got too much sense because she knows not only are they going to lynch his ass, they're going to lynch her stupid ass too. She won't do that. Okay, because she's going to be. I love when I see them now. They're on TikTok complaining about being single mothers and he doesn't help and blah 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 blah. And all I see is white men up in there just laughing. Well, you can't come back. And you should have known better. And then they started putting the stats: 93% single motherhood rate when you date Black men, not 83% divorce rate when you're with Black
Yeah,
men.
white women know one thing: if they go that way with a Black man, there is no coming back to being full white women.
And well, you see Kim Kardashian. You see Kim Kardashian trying and
I have friends
failing
that'll tell you
miserably.
that. Right, just regular, everyday, very attractive. I'll put them their picture up on YouTube. Like, even though they've dated everybody, she said, "Well, Kevin, I don't tell white, like they didn't have kids for the, I don't have kids, anything like that. I could never tell some white men I used to date Black men."
That's see, back in the 60s and 50s and 60s, those women had those babies. They went off somewhere to some Catholic whatever and had those babies where there weren't no records. Okay, and those mixed race babies, they were in orphanages. You see that happening in the
Around
UK
the world,
right now.
even around the world, they
It's
do
been,
that. Like,
the UK orphanages are filled with nothing but mixed race kids.
yeah, Korea, they had the football player, Big J from Pittsburgh, Ward. He's part Vietnamese, and he built a school for the kids that were left over there after the war. Mixed American kids that was getting mistreated. And they have them like that. If you had mixed kids, they mistreated them.
Okay, so and the true issue is what Black men need to focus on, and that's what's missing from this conversation. How do we get Black men relevant? Okay, who do we support in the community? Okay, because you can't support every Black man. Some Black men, I'll give you a good case in point, past the $40 when he's all.
How about the blue collar Black men?
The blue collar Black man,
which is a good solid background. I think
it's a solid background, but in order to build means ownership, and blue collar Black men normally end up working for somebody else. And they rarely want. They
unless
don't
you
have
get into like a trucking industry and stuff like that. But they also
even with
landowners
truckers.
too.
Even with truckers, because I'm a part of some trucker Facebook groups. I'm not even a trucker, but I've been trying to coach them to try to build their own fleets, to build their own companies, to build their own rest stops. Okay,
that would be
and
cool.
They don't want to transition. It's a fear of competition. They don't want to they're comfortable in that one lane.
Yeah, of the unknown, but a lot of majority of people are like that. Yeah.
And they think I'm not smart enough. And I'm like, no, if you can manage your own truck, then you just need to manage the other trucks and find people that are just like you when you hire somebody to drive for you.
But they're all land and homeowners, a lot of them.
Yeah,
they're like the foundation to get started, but that's only a stepping stone. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's how.
Because you said though you have this vision for Black society.
No, it's not my vision. It's my goal. My goal is to try to help as many people. If you want to start a business and you need free consultation, I will help you. I will coach you. I will tell you where to go. If now my methodology is going to exclude the banks, because the banks are not going to give anyone that needs the money. That's not how they operate.
Right. I understand.
Not with us.
with anybody. They're not. Well, Donald Trump didn't have the money. That's why he was over here forging the documents to get the money, saying that he had it.
No, but
I saw those documents. I was like, you really tried to.
You talking about when he was over inflating his property? And
Yes, he's sitting over here doctoring PDFs and Word document. I was like, that's going to look fake. The font's going to be off. The alignment's going to be off. But they have somebody at the bank that was at such a level that was just pulling his stuff and handling it and trying to passing it through. See,
well, that's why he can only work
that's
with Deutsche
networking.
Bank, and which was that German bank that gave him.
Yeah, but it was some situations with other banks, but definitely Deutsche.
Yeah.
It was.
He
They were
defaulted on a lot.
funneling. He defunct and bankrupt and 6 bankruptcies, and you still giving him money. You shouldn't. They normally stop giving you money after the second bankruptcy when you're rich.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, but look at how everything was structured. Everything was white, protecting whiteness. Where's the black bank that I can deposit this $1.7 million I have in my decentralized cryptocurrency account? Where's the Nation of Islam Credit Union that I can get a good interest? Where is it? I know they better have some type of fucking credit union. All them goddamn bean pies and Final Call magazines they've been selling for 50,000 years. When Harriet Tubman was helping write them by hand and shit by candlelight, they better have them. Please tell me that the Nation of Islam has a credit union. Somebody please give me some hope. Tell me Louis Farrakhan ain't spent 50,000 years talking about Jews and ain't trying to emulate what they were doing, which was getting their own banks. Please tell me.
Well, it's kind of like Umar. Umar issues with building the school is that he don't want any type of federal oversight over it. And I'm sure
you have to go private.
Right, you got to go private, and you can't waste that kind of money. And if you do get it to build a school, it won't be able to sustain it.
See, while he was taking the money that he had and misusing it, misappropriating it to buy this new house, to build this new house he just built, small ass house, by the way, but okay, if that's what you want to risk going to jail for. Maybe he should have been investing in crypto. Maybe I would expect somebody with a PhD to be able to research and understand how to maneuver even within the financial markets, even in a damn bubble.
Well. This whole idea that he doesn't want federal oversight is bullshit. Here's why. Because how you gonna do that when OSHA? Because when he had that school out there in Delaware, OSHA the federal government gonna be in there anyway because of OSHA requirements, the building requirements.
But OSHA and still the Department of Education OSHA is more for safety.
Right, I understand that. But I mean the premise of he don't want no
that's just building structure though.
This is my thing. If you did it right the first time, you shouldn't have a problem with OSHA. Don't cut no corners. Pay whatever you need to pay, and in fact, invite OSHA to come in and do an inspection. We need you to come in. You can request that. We need you to before this contractor finishes. We need you to review.
That should be 101, first step.
Yeah, but at that school they had asbestos in the ceiling.
You know why? Because we were getting the products from China.
Yeah, you had asbestos and everything up in that school. I'm like,
just imagine.
And we had a big problem with that, Divine, when after Katrina with that Chinese sheetrock.
Yeah.
Soon as it got up, it started mildewing, and a lot of people had to take that same sheetrock back down after Katrina.
Yeah,
so we
because
had
they
that
was
Chinese
getting all that.
sheetrock.
They was getting it all from China, and nobody was sitting over there doing the mold test, which you can get you can get a spray from Home Depot, get the samples, or get a sample sheetrock. You could, if they're not. A lot of times with those Chinese people, they're not smart enough to send you an actual one that's going to pass. They'll send you what they have, and then as you spray the stuff on that mold, thank you, cancel that order. And sheetrock don't cost that much. They could have got the sheetrock, the drywall from freaking Home Depot. It's like $2 for like 5 feet by 5 feet by 5 feet. Okay, it's coming from China. You should have a red flag on them that maybe I need to check this shit out. Okay. So it's with Dr. Umar, he's He's proven that he's going to cut corners. That to me is a red flag. That shows a lack of integrity. If OSHA and if OSHA wouldn't have had to come in if you were doing it right the first time, and you weren't, so they shut you down, rightfully so. You gave them the ammunition to do that. Now you want to sit over here and cry racism, boy. Sit down. Maybe they should, whatever school he graduated from, they need to have some curriculum as to ethics and integrity. Right. They need to, fit that into their itinerary there. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, look, I got all of this energy. I don't know why. I've been up for the last 2 days. So I'm in Fort Lauderdale and just enjoying myself. First time here. So I'm like, okay, I can get used to this. This is actually pretty cool. But it's in Florida. And I'm like, no, I can't deal with Florida ever, And look at the black, now let's talk about Florida. We have the little ROTC cadet, Jordan. I forgot his name. His mom went on to run for office and win. But he gets killed. And then I see his dad on TV crying. And this happened after Trayvon Martin gets killed, and I see his dad on TV crying, and I'm sitting over there looking at their killer still alive. Why you don't think that white people are seeing this? That hey, they're not going to do anything. So yeah, let's turn it to Karens just randomly approaching people. They already know all you're going to do is scam.
This, Divine. I don't mean to get all this, but
go ahead.
Did I hear you? Did I get that too? Do you think that they're using Black people to lead the charge in a whole lot of controversial issues?
Yes.
Yes. You don't see it.
And that's white men been see that and see coming from as a heterosexual man. I said, nah, they're just using y'all.
Let me give you, it's not just about the heterosexual, the gay situation, when they try to pin.
I'm just talking about across the board. Yeah.
Across the board, but I'm gonna speak to two issues that are in current review right now. So with the transgender that are getting killed, they went out of their way to pass hate bills for that. Mind you, the majority of those those trans women that are getting killed are prostitutes, and they don't disclose that they got a little outie now the innie, and they get dealt with. Now the boy that just got off with the murder with that white guy, mind you, I already knew what it was. He had an excellent attorney, but it wasn't gay rage. This wasn't, he told me that. They had evidence and testimony that this boy knew in advance that man was a man, that you had other people on that football team that was entertaining him for money.
Mm-hmm.
They was basically letting this.
Yeah, and they just happened to find out about it. It got to the public.
They ain't no happen to find out about it. He knew what it was. What it was that when he hold on, let me tell you what it was. What it was when he went over there and because he said I let him finish. Basically, I let him finish sucking me off. That lets me know this wasn't about him being a trans. This was about the fact that he didn't have his money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. He was prostituting. He was escorting.
Okay, I got you.
That's what was happening. When y'all see y'all little new college students out there coming up with these expensive ass Jordans, either they selling dope or selling ass. That's that y'all need to have a conversation with the children. Y'all need to start having conversation. For some reason, the old ways don't work because the parents aren't working. They're not applying it. When I remember in my days, I'm a 70s kid. So I remember in my days when if we come in that house with something, my mama, no, we didn't. She didn't buy.
I'm a 70s baby too.
Okay, yeah. She gonna whoop your ass. And then she gonna make you take it back. And I'm from New Orleans, so them New Orleans don't swagman ass whoopings was nothing to play with.
I'm from New Orleans too, yeah.
So you remember the swagman's ass whoopings, right?
Oh yeah, right there by the St. Thomas, all the way through.
Okay, yeah. I was on the West Bank off of Manhattan, and they was always somebody
I was around Villa de Ames, Harvey, and Monroe.
You might know my people.
Then the Uptown. Well, I was in the juvenile system back there by Ames Boulevard by Mack Park.
Mm-hmm. The Villa de Anne, it was filled with nothing but undercovers and pedophiles, really. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
say
and
it.
same thing in every neighborhood. When you
Yeah.
go uptown, there was suspect. You know, you had Sister
Mhm.
Shannon and stuff like that. And one of them wound up, huh?
I actually knew Sister Shan.
Before they killed him. Yeah, my ex used to
Yeah.
work with him on St. Charles.
Mhm.
And what it was, some of them high end dealers was messing with him, and then it was getting out, and one of them felt some kind of way, you know, for his image, and they wound up killing him.
Yeah.
You know, so that's something different. That's what I mean by it got out, and then the dude had the whole image, but they knew what it was about already.
If you DL, you know what it is. You know the
Right.
risk. That's why I don't mess with DL men. I encourage, and most gay men do not mess with DL men because they lying to themselves. They're literally still saying that they're straight.
Right.
They're literally, you have too many psychological issues.
Right, and then they were dealing with some powerful people.
Yeah. So with Sister Shan, I remember Miss Desmond on that damn off of St. Charles. My good friend Sister J, may you rest in peace. It was a whole bunch of people. Yeah, it was a whole big thing. But I don't with black men. For one, I will personally tell you right now, I have changed my mind. I don't think that DL men should ever disclose that they are DL. Live in the closet. Just don't. But yeah, because you won't be accepted. You will be attacked. You will have people calling you fag for no reason just because and then everybody's shocked when somebody gets shot in the head for calling somebody a fag. What that person still is socialized along with you when they're DL or when they're hiding it. So you understood what it means when you disrespect somebody. They took that as disrespect, and now it's closed casket for you.
Right. And I was
So-
definitely a person that says, okay, I agree with you. Okay, if it ain't funny, if the guy do not know that you're trans, you're supposed to let him know before you go too far.
You're supposed to let them know. They're over here on the Plenty Old Fish. They're over here on those I forgot what they call them when you call a number, the chat lines.
Yeah.
And they're over here talking to them. Hi, my name is Amber. Female. No, you ain't no Amber. I think you meant Alan. But yeah, my thing is I can't get
That
mad.
causes it to be dangerous when they do that.
Okay, exactly. And I can't get mad when somebody reacts to some shit you did. Okay, so maybe be honest. And the thing is that there are plenty of men in the LGBTQ community that exclusively only date transgender, and that's it.
Yeah, it's wide open now. It ain't like it was before. There's something for
Okay.
everybody and a place to go for everybody now.
Exactly. And then, but they pursue black men because they're pursuing what's perceived as a sexual alpha. If they can pull the wool over your eyes, then that means that they're unclockable. That means that they're a hope where everybody didn't know until somebody said that's a man. Okay. Now let's go back to but they attach the hate
So it's
crime.
more like validation.
Yeah, it's vanity. It's I'm unclockable. Watch me. I can go get this man over here, and then you end up getting punched in your eye, and then you want to scream hate crime. No. But
yeah, I remember going on Tulane, on Tulane and Broad for something frivolous, and they had trans woman in there, and it fucked me up. Even though we're comfortable in our city with a lot of things, we just pretty
we've
much
been
mind
saying it, yeah,
right.
and we know how
mind
to mind our
Or
business.
we got a relative I didn't raise. My ex-son turned out to went to Jesuit and was gay. So. It was always accepted. We had fans, so we never really targeted them. But they had a guy. I mean, you could not, even with our eyes in New Orleans, be like, y'all got a girl in here.
I promise you, I would have clocked it. I clock them every time. That's why they don't like me.
Right. And
I work in health insurance. I work for a health insurance company. I've been doing this a long time, and I was the point person for the whole West Coast as far as transgendered reassignment. So
right.
all
I
the
mean,
paperwork
look,
was
just
coming to me.
like I mean, literally had to look twice and like, like they would not, and they would be like, no.
See, y'all wasn't looking in the right places. Y'all looking at ass and titties. Y'all not looking at the
No, it
throat
wasn't
and the
even
feet.
that. Just the whole persona, and almost looked like because I've been to Brazil, and then I seen how that looked. It was like, but yeah, we wouldn't know where to look at.
How often do men look at people's shoes?
Very
Rarely.
seldom.
Look at the feet. If them fucking feet is giving you size 15s, nah, bro, I'm good.
No, but I was just saying it was that just made up that much. He wasn't trying to fool, but she was locked up with the boys. I'm like,
And let
damn,
me tell
okay.
you this. I had a situation right before the lockdown in March, where they had this hot guy from New York. I was trying to holler at him. He wasn't interested. I kind of observed him. I was like, oh, he doesn't like black men because he's over with this Asian man over here. I was like, that's not going to work out because he's that Asian man is the top. Then he's over here with this transgender girl. And she looked at like I've seen her. She's a working girl and she's over there normally prostituting, but that's who he chased after. And I was like, oh, okay. So they ended up together. I was like, oh, I guess he must be okay with her HIV status, but that's not my business. So I'll never forget. I went to right after the lockdown ended. I went to a little get together, and somebody had a problem with me being gay, and he kept trying to say, "Yeah, I don't fuck with no gay dudes." And just out the blue, we sitting over there laughing and kikiing and having a good time, and then I don't fuck with no gay dudes and blah blah blah. So I kept ignoring him. So he said something funny, and lo and behold, the guy with his trans girl is sitting right there laughing. So I said, well, I thought you would have been gay friendly given the company that you keep.
Right.
And I just spilled all their tea right there. Aren't you a trans woman? Didn't I see you link with him? Okay. So obviously you're good. So he had a big kerfuffle with them. I just put my church finger up and excused myself. Disappeared like a fart in the wind. I wish you all the best. Don't come for me.
Yeah, sometimes you got to leave him right there sitting there looking stupid.
So, but let's get back to, okay, yes, it is them going after black men, because keep in mind, transgender women, normally when they settle down and they looking for money, they're not looking for black men. They're looking for the brats. Okay. And truth be told, I think a lot of them end up getting sent to see gay Jesus by a lot of the brats. I think maybe they might have some serial killers or something. But I know it's not just black men. And then look at the Asian crime bill. As soon as they saw 5 black men, they couldn't race to somebody's congressional session to put a hate bills crime on. Mind you, the bulk of the crimes against Asian men and Asian people were being committed by white men during the pandemic, and they had all kind of videos coming out with somebody. Where were they where were these Stop the Asian Hate bills when they were over here beating the hell out of black women in their shops?
Right. All of a sudden, yeah, they damn sure capitalized on it.
Playing the victim
real quick.
Playing the victim as if they haven't been terrorizing the black community since forever.
Right.
With their little smart aleckly comments. And so I mean, but again, black people, they're not building their own stores. And when they do build stores, they don't even support those stores.
Right.
So they'll support the Arabs that are over here, with their bad attitude. What's his name? The little fat guy that's always exclusive. What's his name? He's from New Orleans. That always making some compilation albums with all kind of the black stars. I forgot his name.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Yeah, we the best.
Yeah, you're talking about the producer. I forgot your name.
Yeah, his dad was notorious for the mistreatment of black people in his stores. Okay.
DJ Khaled.
DJ Khaled. That fat bastard.
Yeah.
Get in my belly, Caleb. Yeah, his fat ass.
DJ Khaled.
Okay. His dad was notorious for owning stores in black neighborhoods in New Orleans and mistreating those people. High ass prices, shitty ass conditions.
The only ones that used to really roll with us was the lady that owned Peaches.
Yeah.
She worked
The
with
lady.
them. Right. She's still
she
around
put-
too. She right there on magazine.
Oh, I gotta get in contact with her because I
Mm-hmm.
need that Miss T cheesy
All
what
that's
cheesy
still
who
there. The
remix.
store is now
I
on
will catch a
Napoleon and Magazine right next to Miss Mays. That's where I hang at.
Okay, if her number the same, I should still have it because I have to get that remix of that cheesy what cheesy who by Miss T.
Right.
I
She the
have
only
to
one
have
got
it.
it.
I'll pay her whatever she wants for that. She want $1,000, I'll cash app it. I need that.
It's still the same price it was back then, 25.
Okay, that's who you support. And that woman supported P. She supported
Everybody.
everybody.
I was telling them that was the plug. See, they took that and learned how to, negotiate, get their sales up, do the out of the
Mhm.
trunk thing, and spread that and showed how
Because
to
they couldn't get
go to
none
the
of their
negotiation.
CDs.
Go
They
to the
couldn't get
negotiation table with 500,000 in sales and won the 80-20 deal to
Mhm.
Universal. That's who started that. That lady there.
And Virgin. Remember Virgin Music used to be over there
Mhm.
on the French Quarter that had that building
then-
there.
Right.
They couldn't
And
get their
Mom,
music
you
up in
remember
there.
Odyssey. Odyssey used to be on Canal Street.
Yes, it did.
Right. When you used to go on the Canal Street. So yeah, those people did. But I remember
So she
I didn't know that was
uptown
Cali
now.
people though, DJ Cali people though.
Yeah, that was his people.
I did not know that.
And here it is. And a lot of people have alluded to, hey, you got to watch this guy and his people. They've been mistreating black people in the community.
Mhm.
And here y'all are basically making him the next billionaire. The next one up. Okay, so, but I didn't know Peaches was on in Uptown. I'm going to have to plan me a flight or something.
Mhm. Still there.
Oh, I will be over there buying every damn bounce CD. Ooh. I know I can
still all
download
there.
it, but I just have to have the CDs with the original, pamphlets and stuff. So,
Yeah, they're
I have to
collector's
get that.
item.
Yes, they are, and I will be if I can get that. She got that cheesy what
actually,
cheesy
I
who.
had to debate. I was like, somebody was debating me from out of town, was debating where twerking came from. I said, no, that's kind of like a New Orleans. That started here, man.
And they say that came from DJ Jubilee first. He was the first one to
Yeah.
coin it.
Right. And then, Jubilee, and then they had, Beyonce used to frequent down here a lot.
Yes, she did.
That's where she get that the end of all the singer lady with the dance routines with like Jubilee had all the different dances in one song. And
Mhm.
she did that thing. She admitted, she
Not only that, but she was messing with Josephine Johnny too.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember those days.
So I mean, look.
And I had to explain to the East Coast that Bounce kind of stemmed off the Showboys drag rap, Trigger Man.
Yes, it did.
And
that
that
Trigger
started
Man beat-
Bounce, and they didn't know that. I had to tell
That
God,
Trigger Man beat came from Baton Rouge.
Yeah, well, the
makes it-
mix
that-
did. The mix
Yeah.
did, but the song, where they chopped it up from came from drag rap and Trigger Man, that Trigger Man song.
Okay, but I thought it was the reverse. I thought it started.
Well,
That song
the
came from Baton
Showboys
Rouge.
were from New York.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, they moved to Baton Rouge, and from what I understood was that beat was Baton Rouge. That they made that in Baton Rouge. So, but then it was like they've been arguing over that Trigger Man beat for so long, and it's like, yeah, we have literal documentation now. Yeah, that's from Louisiana. Sorry, boo, your transplant put us on the map. We thank you. And we thank them too. But the only thing that pisses me off is that Baton Rouge has something positive. I can't stand people from Baton Rouge. They think they created everything. And I used to love in my 20s when they used to come from Baton Rouge thinking they about to shut the club down and wiggling. I was like, you ain't met a New Orleans Pont Caviar. We about to
you
shake y'all
can't-
motherfucking asses loose.
There's certain things you can't do when you get to New Orleans.
Yeah, and
It's
you ain't
just a
gonna
different
battle.
mentality.
You ain't gonna battle no a third wall Addy. You ain't and win. You're not gonna battle 8 Ward Sissy J. May he rest in peace and win. You're not gonna battle me, who was taught by both him and Adolph Addy and Sissy Shan and Miss Desmond how to shake. No, it just doesn't happen, sweetie.
Yeah, they have
And
some
we
legends.
okay, and we just used to wait and sit in the cut, and we
You,
literally
you
one
know, I
time.
was explaining to someone. And that I met my daughter mom in a club, but it was male stripper night,
Mhm.
and they couldn't understand what I was talking about. I said, no, in our club, like they have a bar and everything, and at a certain time they'll put a partition up and they'll just have the male strippers for the girls in the
Mhm.
average bar. They like really like, yeah. And the guys would be up on another part of the thing, and she was just happened to be there. And they could not fathom that we have regular nightclubs in different neighborhoods that did that all the time.
Oh yeah, and the strippers, they didn't care if you who had the dollar. It was quite a few.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
so
was
it's
wide
like,
open.
yeah.
And then back then you was able to touch and all of that. And I was like,
Oh, they
I
was
come
doing a
from
little
that
bit more than
culture.
that.
Yeah,
They
so
was taking big dicks and popping people in the face with it and putting it in the mouth.
yeah, it was wide open. That's what I meant by
Yeah.
that. I mean, it was just wide open.
As long as you don't tell, then we'll keep doing this.
Mhm.
I used to like the lesbian
Actually, the
ones.
first quarter was more restricted.
It was. You had to go out to the hole in the wall clubs for that.
Mhm.
Like Rumors, or who the other one?
Right.
I forgot the one
Discovery,
where
Rumors.
Climax.
Mhm.
Yeah, for that.
They had the one
The-
on the West Bank. They had it for a good while, but yeah, it toned down later. But it was always wide open.
And I like.
Paradise, you know.
Yeah, that was the main one. Where that was where the who was that? Sam's. That club was wild. It was off the chain every weekend. But my favorite one was the lesbian strippers. Who was that? When they used to come strip at the lesbian clubs. And that's when I first seen this one girl. Her name was Mahogany. And then they had another one named Motor Booty. They were from Texas. When I tell you them girls' cheeks was clapping, I ain't never seen cheeks clapping like that. But that was when I first was in college and exploring every damn thing. So I went to the lesbian strip night. And I was mesmerized. I was like, bitch, I think I'm straight. What the hell is this?
So I would always have my friends would come. My friends were coming in town. I would bring them to the local areas, and they used to blow eat. And some of them had been to Vegas and all of that. I'm like, nah, that's not what they doing there. That's not even entertaining to us. You know, it's wide open where we from.
Yeah.
Until I would bring them, like, man, y'all do this. I'm like, yeah, it's like this, like every Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, at least. At every club. You're like, really? And then I mean, it was just naked in the
That's
regular
why
bar.
and not just Shishi's. That's another one.
Yeah, Shishi's still there on Gentilly Road.
Shishi's gonna forever be there.
Yeah, it's still
and
there.
and I think Shishi's is right down the street from one of those adult bookstores. So a lot of
there
those
was no pasties, no nothing like that. Neighborhood girls.
It's titties. You're gonna see bullet wounds on vagina. That's what you're gonna see.
And it was just normal, and like that actually be going on, and it be co-ed. You know, people it just be open like that, and you getting your drinks and stuff. So it was never no surprising thing, no pasties and all of that.
So I mean, it was, and look, they were still doing the drugs and doing the hard business over there.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
in some of those clubs. So it was everything was on the line.
Yeah, I'm old throwbacks 70s. I was born in 70s, so yeah, I was doing all of that. I remember a lot of them.
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun. I still know a lot of those strippers. A lot of those strippers actually got married, have families. One was in the Army, went through OCS, and she actually retired as a major. And I went to high school with her, so I'm real proud of her. But you learn a lot. I learned a lot at the strip clubs. I learned a lot. And
they say, well, why do gay men chase after straight men?
Right. I just I remember seeing that shit.
Can I say something real quick
go
about
ahead.
that? we're not chasing after every straight man. Okay, a lot of y'all don't have to worry about gay black men chasing after you. It's not going to happen. More than likely, the ones that are going to be chasing after you are going to be white men or Asian men, because they have so many black men that entertain them that they think they have carte blanche to just run up to you and try to grab your dick. Because that's what's been going on.
From what I see, it's across the board. I mean,
you need to see
Jay,
it.
I will say this: they know what gay black men know black men because they know them very well. But he's saying like Weinstein and your boy and them were like, because you in a comfort level when you're like a white person to go too far with you.
And it's not just
and
that
they'll be the
going too
ones that'll
far.
make the pass at you.
Oh, and it's not that they're going too far. They're very deliberate. They know that you're powerless, and what are you going to do to me? You're not going to do anything to me because you need this part.
Yeah,
You're not gonna do anything to me.
but I'm not talking about Weinstein and all them
You're
guys.
not talking about the powerful one. We're talking about just y'all make it seem like every black man, every gay black man is checking for y'all, and it's not really us. Y'all already know it's those white men that be checking for y'all. So why y'all
I'm telling you, it's across the board.
Well, okay, it's across the board. So
But if you got that many checkers for you,
it's something you need to check yourself.
No. You're seeing it. I mean, you're actually seeing
it.
this
Where you seeing this shit at?
When I was in college, that's you were seeing. Like, why are you coming out?
Okay.
You seen them hitting on you. You don't like.
It's called.
Homeboy straight. Why you?
You don't know if he's straight.
You don't know if he's straight.
That's
and let
right.
me tell you something. Thank you, Bob, for saying that. And let me tell you something. If you go to sniffies.com, beware it is graphic.
I'm not going to that website. Why you
hold on. But they
Sniffies.
actually have the cruising sites on there. And a lot of the cruising sites are going to be the bathrooms in those schools. And then you see familiar pictures. So again, look, y'all have to check and see what y'all are doing to the point where you're attracting those men.
Yeah, but the men
I'm
are
gay
after
and nobody
women.
approaches me.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me say this. I'm gay and nobody approaches me. Why? Because of how I look. I look like I will fuck you up every time.
Yeah,
I walk out this door, you're not gonna approach me. Oh no, let me grab your dick or what's up with you. I will approach who I want to approach.
Yeah, but here is the thing. The guys come up in the club or come up in some party somewhere. They're after the women, and then all of a sudden you see some interference and shit. Like I'm looking at this like y'all don't know this dude straight.
You don't know if he's straight.
Is he straight?
I mean, if he's after women,
no.
That don't
Just
mean
because
he's straight.
that don't mean he's straight. Listen, gay men have gaydar. They see what you may not see. Y'all didn't even see it in Kevin.
You sure didn't. And he was eating. He was sucking dick over there at what is that over there? And not Piedmont. I forgot the name of the club over there. Tokyo Vanity. Yes, he was eating up in Tokyo Vanity before he became popular.
Who that? R. Kelly?
No, you talking about Kevin Samuels.
The kitten.
Oh.
He talking about Kevin Samuels.
The kitten sucker. Okay, that's what he was doing. Okay,
He showed a picture of him in the gay club right there. In that
but he was at the white gay club.
Yeah, white gay club. That's right.
So that's like what he was trying to do: solicit money. We saw him living in that group home with that woman arguing with his ass over the light bill. So what you think he went to go get some money?
And they said they had to see him with a penis in his mouth to believe he was gay, but they wouldn't have believed it even then.
He could have had 12. He could have been riding 12-inch dicks, and when that glitch was in the bed, he could have he could have been riding the dick on that bed, and they still would have said he not gay.
Right.
You know what? I ain't gonna say nothing about that because I wasn't there. They glitch on the no, they glitched out. Yeah, that glitch kind of.
Let me tell you something.
A lot of doubt, but
somebody has showed last week. I think it was this week, Monday. I think somebody has showed a picture, did a video, and they were doing a video in Vegas, and I was like, I know where they are because they showed a particular homeless person that I actually had interactions with, and actually tried to help. And I was like, wait a minute, I know exactly where that man at. Why the hell are you there? Because right no more than 25 feet away is the largest DL cruising area in the whole damn state. So what the fuck are you doing there?
But you act like though people supposed to know this DL site. I mean, some of us
I
don't
keep
know what
trying
that
to
is.
offer y'all to tell y'all where to go so y'all can stay out of those areas. And you shouldn't need a gaydar to see it. Once you start seeing a whole damn bunch of trannies and you're not into trans, why the fuck are you there?
Right.
I don't give a damn what kind of bank special they got on new accounts. I will go somewhere else if I'm not into that scene.
Right.
Okay, they have too many damn McDonald's for me to be, going to just this one that was questionable. So there are signs, and the thing is that people ignore the signs, and then they want to bitch and moan because somebody approached them. You're in their space. You didn't see the 12,000 gay flags over here? Really? You thought we was just really happy people, I think. Okay.
Well, what you was the one talking about people who are on the DL, you don't want them to
I
around
don't want them to come
circles.
out. Absolutely not. Because people are being mistreated. And you can't, I hate that they keep trying to make it pin it on Black people, because this type of behavior is more common in the Latino community than in the Black community. The Latinos have become ruthless with their gays, but I don't care about their spicy Latino.
because of the Roman Catholic religion.
But my thing is that it's not just that, but the anti-Blackness there too. So their little straggly HIV/AIDS infested gays come over and think they have carte blanche to just get any Black man that they want. And those Black men actually submit and they want to go after them. And it's like, when they come back, it's like, no, I don't want you. You've been over there with the HIV patty over here. Bye. Stay over there. And we get loud with it, and we do spill the tea. Oh, he was with that disease looking, that old looking, tranny looking. we spill the tea, and the next thing you know, nobody's fucking with you in the club. Nobody's fucking with you on the street. Somebody meets you on one of the apps, and you putting up one of your old pictures, and they meet you, and they say, "Aren't you at the club? Didn't you used to mess with that Latin guy with the AIDS? Oh, okay, never mind. Bye." And that's the way it should be. We need to be on the same wavelength that white men are with white women when it comes to when you date outside of the race. If y'all were on the same wavelength in the 80s, Black women, you wouldn't have, HIV/AIDS would have never entered the Black community. It would have entered the Black community because you had men on the DL. But once you find out, look, those men have a pathology. They don't just mess with gay men on the low. They're normally messing with white women.
Yeah, but wasn't Black women was sleeping with white men?
That don't have nothing to do with it.
No, wait a minute.
Hold on, let me stop. Hold on, let me stop you. Let me stop you. I was talking about AIDS in the 80s. Who brought AIDS to the Black community?
Down low Black men.
Some old gay white dudes.
That was that, and trust me, back then, the only women that were messing with white dudes on the regular were the prostitutes. Because that's all the white men were going for back then.
Yeah, I do remember that. And I remember hitting Atlanta for them. Then like, well, hold on now. And that, because I don't think we had the problem that Atlanta did, because New Orleans was a little different.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's a little more. We had cousins, and shit. Gay men can fight. That's a real fight, nigga.
Yeah, we're gonna give you hands. We're gonna give you paid.
Right, you ain't just walking around here whooping no ass, right? And they got cousins.
I used to love to see them damn drag queens whooping ass up in that damn quarter.
Thinking they could come down here and play around with these and whoop their ass all up and down the French Quarter.
And
Coming from out of town,
6-inch fucking heels.
Right.
7-foot dominatrix heels.
Another
and
one thought they
shit.
could disrespect it, because we live with a different respect. We can respect the individual as long as you ain't tripping. But you know, I think that yeah, you know, I lost my train of thought with that, but
Well, let me take it back. Let me give you a new world example of history repeating itself. But it's not really repeating itself. What happened just last month with the monkeypox? Who had the
talking about the
highest?
down low men.
Okay,
Right. And
80% of men, and not, it wasn't just Atlanta, it was Georgia. 80% of new cases last month for monkeypox were Black men. 92%, 96% of those men had a record through the CDC and the health districts of interacting with other men, DL men, bisexual men. So we can look at that and see through how monkeypox is spreading, and we can look at that and see how AIDS spread into the community.
It'll be the
History
same
just
way,
showed
right.
you.
And then
what
it was
happened.
like these dudes was married and then coming out with wedding rings on and not, you know, not saying what the, you know, what the preference and stuff was, or trying to live double lives and stuff like that.
And I'm gonna tell you now, most bisexual men are going to always prefer men over the women. You're a beard, you're a cover girl at best. Okay, so that's why you don't mess with no bisexual man. And they are gay, but they
I
are
remember,
using
yeah,
you
because
for
I remember
something.
getting mad at women like, y'all ain't couldn't tell that dude was gay. And like, no, I couldn't. Then it was like being obvious, like, nah, you knew this dude was gay. You know, you can tell that something was wrong. You just wanted a pretty boy, and this is what it was.
Well,
type
they're
of
not
idea.
even getting the pretty boys anymore. I mean, they getting fucking Ramil looking, fucking angry man looking dudes and shit. And Obsidian and who the other one? O'Shea Duke Jackson. They getting those men. That's who you're settling for, and they need to stop settling. I would never consider those men. They look dusty, and I ain't even run a criminal report on their ass yet. Speaking of, how is Rude MP do MP? What his name is? Rude doing? Yeah. He's still lying.